Grasping Evil Chapter 491 to Chapter 516. After the battle with Ning Fan, Venerated Pill seemed to have gained great enlightenment. After giving some instructions to all the elders, he thanked Ning Fan sincerely and hurriedly returned to the island for seclusion. He was eager to organize his understanding of the battle soul technique. As for Huang Tingzi, Yang Gu, and the other elders of the Pill Island, they followed Venerated Pill's order and led Ning Fan's group to rest on the island. There were 17 pill palaces on the Pill Island. All of them were built on the best spiritual veins. In the past, only the distinguished guests of the Pill Island could stay there. Ning Fan's group was arranged to stay in the Heaven Essence Pill Palace. It was the most famous palace among the 17 palaces. Obviously, Ning Fan was one of the most respected guests of the Pill Island in the past countless years. The Heaven Essence Palace was located at the peak of a mountain range. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. Immortal cranes chirped in the sky. Standing on the peak of the mountain range, one could see the insignificance of the other mountains. Looking at the mountains from the outside of the Heaven Essence Palace, one could see a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, pond surrounded by divine light. The pond was none other than the Pill Island's most famous soul cleansing pond, and the divine light was the famous soul cleansing light. In order to prevent the soul-bathing light from spreading, the soul-washing pond was sealed all year round. Normally, only the first few floors of the pond were opened for the pill refinement masters on the island to cultivate. The remaining few floors were sealed one by one. At this moment, there were many experts of the Pill Island outside the soul-washing pond. They were busy removing the seal on the 5th floor of the pond. Presumably, the 5th floor would be opened in half a day. The divine light surrounding the soul-washing pond was slightly black in color. However, there was also a trace of extremely faint purple light. Is that the soul-bathing light? Ning Fan stood at the peak of the Heaven Essence Palace and looked down at the soul-washing pond. Su Yan, who was standing behind him, smiled and praised him. I didn't expect the battle between you and Venerated Pill to end in a draw. It's really unbelievable. Do you think I will lose? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. No. Of course, I firmly believe that you won't lose. However, I am still a little surprised to see you draw with Venerated Pill. After all, the battle of medicine souls can be seen as a contest of pill refinement techniques. Since you can draw with Venerated Pill in terms of medicine soul, I suppose you won't lose to Venerated Pill in terms of pill refinement, right? Yanner is really smart. I can't hide anything from you. It is true that the difficulty of concocting a 6th revolution dan is far greater than a 5th revolution dan. I have never tried to concoct a 6th revolution dan, and it is impossible for me to concoct a 6th revolution dan directly. However, if I concoct a peak 5th revolution pill first and then use the revolution upgrade technique to raise the grade of this pill, I have 30% confidence that I can concoct a low-grade 6th revolution pill. 30%? That's already very high. Other than you, I'm afraid there's no other 5th revolution pill master in the Rain world who has the confidence to concoct a 6th revolution pill. Your title of the 8th pill refinement master of Rain Immortal world is well deserved. If you break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, not to mention the 7th, I'm afraid you can even compete for the 6th or 5th position in Rain Immortal world. In the Rain Immortal world, there were only 4 people whose pill refinement mastery had reached the mid-grade 6th revolution. In Su Yan's mind, if Ning Fan attains the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, even those experienced low-grade 6th revolution pill refinement masters would certainly not be a match for him. Ning Fan just smiled and did not answer. Su Yan quietly looked at Ning Fan's back and firmly believed that she was not mistaken. After all, even though his back was obviously skinny, it gave people a sense of security and trust. Brother Biscuit, can I take a stroll around the Biscuit Island on my own? Little Ming Kei's eyes were filled with pleading. Take a stroll? I'm afraid you want to sneak into the forbidden area of the Pill Island and secretly eat their pills, don't you? Ning Fan exposed Ming Kei's thoughts. Hee hee. Ming Kei playfully stuck out her tongue. She felt rather embarrassed that Ning Fan had seen through her thoughts. There are a total of 42,000 pill refinement masters on the Pill Island. Among them, 34,000 are First Revolution Pill Masters, 7,000 are Second Revolution Pill Masters, 400 are Third Revolution Pill Masters, 74 are Fourth Revolution Pill Masters and 5 are Fifth Revolution Pill Masters. There are quite a lot of pills stored on the Pill Island. Most of them are concocted by the disciples and elders on a daily basis. However, most of them are low-grade pills. Most of them are below the Third Revolution. As for pills above the Fourth Revolution, other than the cultivators on the island who use them for cultivation, most of them are sold to the cultivators of the Endless Sea in exchange for immortal jade or medicinal ingredients. Ning Fan's words gradually made Ming Ke feel dejected. What's the use of having a lot of Third Revolution pills on the island? It was almost impossible for her to improve her cultivation base by consuming them. At the very least, she needed to consume Fifth Revolution pills in order to improve her strength. Even though there were many pill refinement masters on the Pill Island and they could also concoct a lot of finished pills, the high-grade pills would be sold off as soon as they are produced. There was no other way about it. Pill concoction was originally a profession that burned money. It was not hard to imagine how much medicinal ingredients would be consumed and how much money would be burned for 40,000 pill refinement masters to concoct pills every day, especially those high-grade pill refinement masters who kept trying to concoct pills that were beyond their capabilities. However, 9 out of 10 of them would end up in failure. Hence, the Pill Island needed to sell pills continuously in order to have enough money to support the pill refinement masters on the island. In Ming Ke's imagination, the Pill Island was filled with high-grade pills. However, that was not the case. Even if she empties the storehouse of the Pill Island, she would not be able to find too many Fifth Revolution pills. I thought that after coming to the Biscuit Island, I can eat pill biscuits until I'm full. Ming Ke's small face was filled with disappointment. She no longer had the mood to wander around. There's a place that might be able to let you eat until you're full. Follow me. Ning Fan smiled mysteriously. He did not rest in the primordial heaven palace. Instead, he brought Su Yan and Ming Ke straight to a certain medicinal valley on the Pill Island. It was a small and narrow medicinal valley. It was surrounded by a circle on all 4 sides like a natural treasure bowl. There was only one elder of the Pill Island guarding the medicinal valley. The name of the valley was Waste Pill Valley. As the name suggested, it was used to store useless pills. As long as one was a pill refinement master, there would be times when their pills would turn out to be useless. There was no exception. All the useless pills concocted by the cultivators of the Pill Island would be sent to this medicinal valley and piled up randomly. Every 10 years, the elder who guarded the valley would clean up the useless pills. At this moment, there were still 2 more years before the useless pills would be cleaned up. In other words, all the useless pills concocted by the pill refinement masters of the Pill Island in the past 8 years were piled up in the valley. Ning Fan's purpose of bringing Ming Ke to the Waste Pill Valley was very simple. He just wanted to take away all the Fifth Revolution pills. He wanted to use Ming Ke's ability to purify all the Fifth Revolution pills. Then, she would have enough pills to consume. Breaking through to the Void Refinement Realm was just around the corner. Of course, purifying the useless pills would consume a lot of magic power and time. Hence, it was enough for Ming Ke to purify the Fifth Revolution pills. If she purifies even low-grade useless pills, it would be too much of a waste of time and magic power. Ming Ke was not stupid. When Ning Fan brought her to the Waste Pill Valley, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. She patted her forehead and said embarrassedly, "How could I forget that there is such a method? To me, aren't useless biscuits still edible?" Su Yan still did not know that Ming Ke had the ability to purify the useless pills. Thus, she did not understand why Ning Fan came to the Waste Pill Valley. The elder who guarded the valley was a late Gold Core Realm middle-aged cultivator. His name was Wang Qing. A late Gold Core Realm cultivator could be considered as an old ancestor in a low-grade cultivation country. However, he was not worth mentioning on the Pill Island. He only had the right to guard the Waste Pill Valley. Guarding the Waste Pill Valley was an idle job. Besides, there was nothing to be gained from it. Thus, Wang Qing was happy to have some peace and quiet. The useless pills did not have any edible value. Their only use was to bury them once every 10 years. The weak medicinal qi of the pills could be used to slightly improve the spirit veins of the Pill Island. Therefore, other than the attending disciples who were responsible for transporting the useless pills, very few people would come to the waste pill valley. Wangqing was leisurely guarding the pavilion at the entrance of the valley. He was playing a black and white chess piece against himself in a leisurely manner. When Ning Fan and the others arrived at the valley, Wangqing did not even raise his head. He just thought that they were attending disciples who were transporting the useless pills. Thus, he complained indifferently. Useless pills. Another batch of useless pills. 3 batches of useless pills have been delivered here this month. Can't you guys be more attentive when you concoct pills? It's shameful to waste pills, understand? As the saying goes, those who recklessly waste God's resources will be spat upon by the heavens. Each of the useless pills here requires the consumption of medicinal ingredients and immortal jade. Wangqing grumbled for a while and continued playing his chess piece. At this moment, the voice of a young man suddenly echoed from afar. Well said. Those who recklessly waste God's resources will be spat upon by the heavens. Be it pill concoction or cultivation, everything in the world must be done attentively. You can't neglect it. The young man's voice made Wangqing's hand, which was about to place his chess piece, stiffen in midair. Wangqing raised his head in disbelief. When he saw that the person who came was not a attending disciple but Ning Fan's group, he was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. His entire body began to tremble and he immediately went out of the pavilion to welcome them. Revered Ming. Why did you come to my waste pill valley? Please come in. I misspoke. Wangqing suddenly realized that inviting Ning Fan into the waste pill valley seemed to be very inappropriate. The waste pill valley was used to store useless people. If he invited Ning Fan into the valley, wouldn't he be secretly calling him a useless person? Of course, Wangqing recognized Ning Fan. In other words, how could there be anyone on the Pill Island who did not know Ning Fan? Venerated Pill's order had already been passed down to the entire Pill Island. Not to mention entering the waste pill valley, Ning Fan could even enter the forbidden area of the Pill Island. However, Wangqing did not understand why Ning Fan would come to the waste pill valley. Thus, he did not dare to ask about it. He had stayed on the Pill Island for his entire life. Although he had never seen any great events, he had heard too much of Ning Fan's notoriety. Now that he was in close contact with Ning Fan, the #1 devil lord of the Internal Sea, he naturally felt extremely terrified. There's no need to be nervous. The reason why I came to the waste pill valley is just to collect some useless pills for research. I don't have any ill intentions. What's your name? What is your position on the Pill Island? Ning Fan explained. As soon as Wangqing heard that Ning Fan did not have any ill intentions, he heaved a sigh of relief and answered respectfully. My name is Wangqing. I'm the 3rd-class elder of the Pill Island and I'm in charge of guarding the waste pill valley. I want to collect some useless pills for research. How about this? You go and filter out all the useless pills that are above the 5th revolution and send them to the Primordial Heaven Palace. The faster the better. It's best if you can complete it within a day. What? Filter out all the useless 5th revolution pills? And the faster the better? Within a day? Wangqing's jaw dropped in shock. The useless pills in the waste pill valley were not worth a single cent. Ning Fan was a distinguished guest of the Pill Island. It did not matter to him to take whatever he wanted. Of course, he did not have any objections. What made Wangqing feel awkward was that Ning Fan wanted him to filter out all the useless 5th revolution pills. It was very difficult to determine the grade of the useless pills. Moreover, most of them were charred black and there was not much difference in their appearance. Unless one was a 5th revolution pill refinement master with a medicine soul, it would be very difficult to identify the grade of the useless pills. Only God knew that there were tens of millions of useless pills in the waste pill valley. Among them, less than 100,000 were useless pills that were above the 5th revolution. Searching for a few hundred 5th revolution pills from tens of millions of useless pills was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was not small. Even if Wangqing was given 10 years, he might not be able to filter out all the 5th revolution pills. Let alone within a day. Revered Ming, please forgive me. One day. One day is really not enough. Wangqing trembled uncontrollably. He did not know what would happen if he disobeyed Ning Fan's order. Not enough? Could it be that the useless pills in the Waste Pill Valley are not stored according to grade? Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and scanned the Waste Pill Valley. Then, he burst into laughter. The useless pills in the Waste Pill Valley were casually piled up like rubbish. They were not categorized according to grade. It was indeed difficult for Wang Qing, a mere gold core realm cultivator, to filter out the fifth revolution pills. Forget it. Yan Er, accompany Ming Ke to filter out the fifth revolution pills. Her nose is very sensitive. She will know where the fifth revolution pills are with just a sniff. Ning Fan left Su Yan and Ming Ke in the Waste Pill Valley. With Ming Ke's sense of smell, which was used to search for heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures, it would not be too difficult for her to find the fifth revolution pills in the pill ocean. Su Yan was confused. Until now, she still could not figure out why Ning Fan would ask for the fifth revolution pills. Ming Ke was eager to give it a try. She wanted to immediately find all the fifth revolution pills and purify them one by one. As for Wang Qing, he heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect Ning Fan to be so easygoing. He actually did not kill Wang Qing just because he refused his order. Revered Ming doesn't seem to be as ruthless as the rumors say. Speaking of which, why did Revered Ming ask for the fifth revolution pills for research? Wang Qing asked in confusion. After leaving the Waste Pill Valley, Ning Fan went to the libraries on the Pill Island alone to read pill recipes, pill refinement techniques and many other insights. Whenever he saw a fifth revolution or sixth revolution pill recipe, he would make a copy of it. The elders who were guarding the libraries naturally did not dare to stop him. In just half a day, Ning Fan had visited all the libraries on the Pill Island. Half a day later, Venerated Pill finally came out from his seclusion. He had already absorbed all the insights he had gained from the battle with Ning Fan. I heard that fellow Taoist needs fifth revolution pills? May I know why you need fifth revolution pills? Venerated Pill had already received the news and asked casually. It's just for research. Knowing one's defeat is the way to obtain victory. Ning Fan answered casually. Of course, he would not tell the truth. I see. Fellow Taoist wants to understand the reason behind the failure of pill refinement from the fifth revolution pills to verify your Tao of pill. Venerated Pill nodded and no longer asked. Then, he raised his head and said with a smile. On my Pill Island, other than the soul washing pond, there is another treasure. It's the divine chests of an ancient pill master. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in meeting it. Would you like to try and see if you can open its seal? Divine chests? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. The so-called divine chests were a storage method unique to the ancient divine clan. They could hide treasures using divine techniques that could isolate them from the heavenly secrets. The treasures would not be destroyed even after thousands of years. Some divine chests contained secret treasures, some contained cultivation methods, some contained pills and some even contained ancient living beings. Could it be that there are actually divine chests left behind by ancient divine cultivators on the Pill Island? Judging from Venerated Pill's tone, the divine chests had never been opened before. To be continued. That's right. I do have a batch of divine chests that have yet to be opened. They are kept in the Purple Chi Palace. My cultivation base is too weak to open these divine chests. I hope fellow Taoist can help me open them. Of course, opening the divine chests is extremely difficult. Even if fellow Taoist fails, it won't be a big deal. However, if fellow Taoist succeeds, I'm willing to share this batch of divine chests with you. I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing to give it a try. Venerated Pill's eyes flashed with anticipation. He knew that Ning Fan's abilities were extraordinary. That was why he asked for his help. Of course, Venerated Pill was not very confident that Ning Fan could open the divine chests. He was just trying his luck. Since fellow Taoist has invited me, I'm naturally willing to give it a try. As for whether I can open the divine chests or not, I can only do my best and leave it to fate. However, I have a question. The ancient divine clan has been extinct for a long time. The ancient divine chests are also very rare. I wonder where did fellow Taoist find these divine chests? Ning Fan asked. I found these divine chests in the outer area of the Immortal Burning Valley, Hee hee. Fellow Daoist, please follow me. Venerated Pill laughed and led Ning Fan to the Purple Chi Palace. Ning Fan's eyes widened slightly. He was shocked by the name of the immortal Burning Valley. Even though he had not been to too many cultivation countries in the Rain World, he had heard a little about the immortal Burning Valley. The immortal Burning Valley was located in an ancient forbidden area in a void-grade cultivation country, West Flame Country. It was said to be the remains of an ancient sect that was destroyed. There were many opportunities in the valley but more dangers. Many experts of the Rain World would go to the immortal Burning Valley to seek opportunities. Unfortunately, cultivators below the nascent soul realm could not even enter the outer area of the valley. As for the cultivators who could enter the outer area, 9 out of 10 of them would probably die inside. In order to enter the valley, one would need at least an absolute void stage cultivation base to break through the flame formation. At least, Venerated Pill could not enter the valley. They could only search for treasures in the outer area. Rumor has it that in the deepest part of the immortal Burning Valley, there was a fallen abyss which was sealed by layers of intertwining immortal flames. Even void fragmentation realm experts could not enter it. Even if they forced their way in, they would most likely die. Ning Fan had always suspected that the reason why the Rain Sovereign valued his indestructible fire body so much was because he wanted him to enter the fallen abyss was because he wanted him to enter it to search for something. Of course, this was just Ning Fan's speculation. As for what the Rain Emperor needed him to do, it was not something that he could make a rash decision on. Now that Venerated Pill had brought out a few pieces of divine chests from the outer region of the immortal Burning Valley, he could not help but feel a little interested. As they pondered, the two of them arrived at the Purple Chi Palace. This was a forbidden palace deep in the mountains, shrouded in purple mist. The spiritual vein of this Purple Chi Palace was not as superior as that of the primordial Heaven Palace. However, a low-grade mortal void grand formation was set up outside the palace. Moreover, there were quite a number of experts of the Pill Island guarding this place. Obviously, Venerated Pill attached great importance to the defense of this place. Greetings, Alchemy Lord. Greetings to Venerated Ming. As soon as the cultivators of the Pill Island saw the two of them, they immediately knelt down and greeted them. No need for formalities. Zhu Qing, guard this place. Don't let anyone enter the Purple Chi Palace. This old man wants to enter the palace with revered Ming. I don't want to be disturbed, Venerated Pill said in a dignified manner. Yes. The leader of the cultivators guarding the area immediately activated the formation, not daring to be negligent. When Ning Fan and Venerated Pill had already entered the palace, Zhu Qing ordered his men to close the grand formation again. However, there was a hint of shock in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. The same shock also appeared in the eyes of the other cultivators. There are only 3 pieces of divine chests in the Purple Chi Palace. Could it be that Venerated Pill and revered Ming have come together to open the divine chests? A young cultivator guessed. In the past hundreds of years, Venerated Pill had also invited a few void refinement realm experts to open the divine chests. However, none of them succeeded. Now that they have invited revered Ming to open the divine chests, they probably won't succeed either, right? An elderly man shook his head and said. Be careful with your words. Do you think a person like revered Ming is someone you can discuss behind his back? Shut up right now. As soon as Zhu Qing gave an order, his divine transformation realm aura force dispersed. Everyone stopped talking. Inside the Purple Chi Palace, Ning Fan was following Venerated Pill while carefully observing the decorations inside the palace. The palace was built in the shape of the character Hui. It was divided into 2 halls. The palace was paved with turquoise stones and illuminated with moonlight stones. It was magnificent. In the outer hall, there was a pair of nascent soul realm spiritual puppets guarding the 2 sides of the path every 10 steps. After entering the inner hall, there were a total of 16 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets guarding the 4 sides of the hall. The inner hall was sealed off by layers of grand formations. Other than Venerated Pill himself, no one could enter. In the middle of the grand formations, there were 3 white jade platforms. Each of the platforms was enshrined with a gigantic blue stone. The blue stone was round and about 10 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall. From afar, it looked like a stone egg. The surface of the boulders was covered with dense green runes. They gave off an ancient qi and glowed with an immortal light. With these runes, the boulders were extremely sturdy. Even a void refinement realm attack would not be able to break them. These 3 boulders were the 3 divine treasures, and each boulder had some secret treasures sealed in it. These are bronze-grade divine chests. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing a divine chest with his own eyes. His eyes sparkled. In the ancient divine clan, divine chests were also divided into different grades. Divine chests that were sealed with bluestones were known as bronze grade. Generally, they were the most inferior secret treasures. Above bronze-grade divine chests were usually silver-grade divine chests, gold-grade divine chests, and so on. However, to the cultivators of the later generations, even the most inferior bronze-grade divine chests had immeasurable value. Fellow Daoist, you have extraordinary experience. You actually know about the grades of divine chests. That's right. These 3 divine chests are bronze-grade divine chests. I found them at the outer area of the Immortal Burning Valley. Together with the 3 bronze-grade divine chests, I also found the Flame Light Goblet. Based on the Flame Light Goblet, I made a bold guess that the ancient cultivator who left these 3 divine chests was a pill refinement master. Therefore, the treasures in these 3 divine chests must be related to pill refinement. Venerated Pill explained. Ning Fan remained silent. He had seen the Flame Light Goblet before. It was the number 1 treasure of the Pill Island. He did not expect that it would be found together with these 3 divine chests. The Flame Light Goblet had the magical effect of identifying pills. It was extremely valuable, but it was not kept in the divine chests. In other words, the treasures in these 3 divine chests were even more valuable than the Flame Light Goblet. Each of the divine chests has the divine technique and runes left behind by the ancient divine clan. With these runes, it will be extremely difficult to break open the divine chests and obtain the treasures in the rocks. Venerated Pill sighed and took out a fiery red flying sword. All of a sudden, he leaped into the air and flew towards one of the divine chests, as if he wanted to show Ning Fan how sturdy the divine chests were. The flying sword that he was holding was a half-step mortal void treasure. A single strike of his sword produced countless fiery sword rays. Its destructive power was not to be underestimated. It was enough to injure a half-step void refinement realm expert. Countless sword rays landed on the bluestone divine chests like raindrops. However, they only produced a crisp sound of impact. They could not even leave a scratch on the bluestone at all. As fellow Daoist can see, the sturdiness of these divine chests can even ignore the attacks of half-step void refinement realm experts. Even when I transform my soul into a dragon and display a void glimpse stage attack, I still couldn't break the bluestone and take out the divine chests inside. I have also invited void inquiry stage cultivators to open the divine chests, but none of them succeeded. Venerated Pill's words made Ning Fan fall into silence again. The so-called divine chests were just treasures hidden inside rocks. As long as the bluestone's outer layer is split open, one would be able to obtain the secret treasures. However, it was not an easy task to split open the outer layer of the bluestone. Separation Slayer, Force. Ning Fan walked towards the first bluestone step at a time. All of a sudden, he touched his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. He channeled his essence G into his arm. Then, he raised his hand and slashed at the first bluestone with the power to move mountains and rivers. The technique of this sword move was simple and it seemed ordinary. However, the massive force it drew was enough to severely injure even a void inquiry stage-old monster. What a strong sword technique! Venerated Pill's eyes widened in shock. If he was the one who was slashed by this sword move, he would certainly die. Ning Fan's strength was far beyond Venerated Pill's expectation. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. He was looking forward to Ning Fan slashing open the bluestone's outer layer. Boom! The first bluestone took the attack head-on. It completely withstood Ning Fan's terrifying strength that could move mountains and fill seas. The white jade platform that was built on the bluestone base was shattered into pieces by the force of the sword. The bluestone fell to the ground. Even so, there was only a sword mark that was as thin as a strand of hair on the surface of the divine chests. In just an instant, the runes on the surface of the bluestone moved and the sword mark healed. It was as good as new. The massive slashing force caused the entire Purple Chi Palace to shake violently. It startled all the cultivators of Pill Island who were guarding the palace. However, none of them dared to enter the palace to investigate. Ning Fan could not help but frown slightly when he saw that his sword could not break the outer layer of the divine chests. It's really hard. Even the attack of an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage expert could only leave a sword mark that was as thin as a strand of hair on the blue stone. According to Ning Fan's estimation, even a Void Fragmentation Realm old monster might not be able to break this blue stone. Moreover, even if the outer layer of the divine chests is forcefully broken, the secret treasure stored inside might also be damaged. Ning Fan gradually realized that forcefully breaking the outer layer of the divine chests was not the real way to open the divine chests. Even fellow Taoist's heaven-shaking sword attack can't break the bronze divine chests. Venerated Pill revealed a disappointed expression and let out a deep sigh. However, he suddenly stopped and noticed that Ning Fan was about to make his next move. After his sword attack failed, Ning Fan withdrew his Separation Slayer sword and remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and breathed out balls of black devil flames, enveloping the blue stone and burning it forcefully. Venerated Pill's eyes lit up. The grade of this devil flame was far beyond his imagination. It was extremely powerful. However, what disappointed Venerated Pill was that even such a powerful devil flame could not burn the outer layer of the blue stone. Not only was this bluestone divine chest impervious to blades, but it also seemed to be impervious to fire and water. It seems like even fellow Taoist can't break the bronze divine chests. Venerated Pill sighed again. Ning Fan did not care about Venerated Pill's sigh. He withdrew his devil flame and stood quietly at the side of the bluestone. The first time he slashed the bluestone was to open the divine chests. Then, the second time he used the devil flame was just a test. Ning Fan did not expect the devil flame to be able to burn the bluestone. He just stared at the bluestone after it was burnt and fell into deep thought. The power of the devil flame was extraordinary. Even if it could not burn the outer layer of the bluestone, it could still leave some charred marks on it. However, after the green runes flashed, they seemed to be flowing. All the damages on the bluestone were instantly repaired. Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. The reason why he could not break the bluestone was not because the bluestone itself was too hard but because the runes on it were too powerful. When his finger came into contact with the flashing runes, they stopped flashing for a moment and returned to normal. However, Ning Fan could hear a strange voice of the great Tao from the runes. It was the source of power that prevented the bluestone from being destroyed. Without a doubt, these runes were the divine technique runes of the ancient divine clan. There is actually a Tao voice in the divine technique of the ancient divine clan. Could this Tao voice be the reason why the ancient divine clan is so powerful? Tao voice. Tao power. If I want to break the bluestone divine chests, I have to use the power of the great Tao to cut it. Ning Fan seemed to have gained some enlightenment but he could not comprehend it. Seeing that Ning Fan could not break the outer layer of the divine chests after 2 attempts, Venerated Pill already wanted to give up. He comforted him. The toughness of the divine chests is far beyond my imagination. It seems like even fellow Taoist can't break the outer layer of the divine chests. Forget it. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to try anymore. I already know the result. Fellow Taoist Pill, you don't have to give up in such a hurry. Haven't you heard of the saying, sincerity can split metal and stone? Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He had already found the method to open the divine chests. Traces of the power of the memory intent realm surrounded his body like pieces of black goose feather snowflakes. Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. All of the black snow gathered at the center of his palm, condensing into a black gold short sword that was as cold as ice. The sword was not more than 1 chi long. It emitted a sword light that was similar to the great Tao. Ning Fan waved the short sword and sliced the outer layer of the bluestone. With just a gentle slash, a thin piece of the outer layer was cut off. Venerated Pill was a little stunned. The toughness of the bluestone could even withstand a full force attack from Ning Fan. Why was it unable to withstand a gentle slash from the black gold short sword? He stared at the short sword carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed. This is a Tao weapon. The so-called Tao weapon was a weapon of the great Tao formed by cultivators who have attained the second step of their intent realm. The bluestone divine chests could defend against magic attacks, but it might not necessarily be able to defend against the slashes of the great Tao. This black gold short sword was none other than Ning Fan's great Tao weapon, memory-severing Tao sword. Seeing that the memory-severing Tao sword could cut open the outer layer of the divine chests, Ning Fan guessed inwardly. Could it be that the way to open the divine chests in ancient times is to use a Tao weapon to cut off the outer layer of the stone? While pondering, his hands did not stop moving. Not long after that, he completely cut off the outer layer of the first piece of the divine chests. Among the fine stone lines, the edge of a wooden box could be vaguely seen. It was made of red sandalwood. Ning Fan carefully cut open the blue stone along the edge of the wooden box. The surface of the box was damaged. Finally, he took out the wooden box intact. After that, Ning Fan continued to cut open the blue stone. He cut out an exquisite pottery jar. Other than these two items, he did not find any other items in the stone. Looking at the red sandalwood box and the pottery jar, Venerated Pill's breathing began to quicken. He said to Ning Fan excitedly, "Quickly, let's see what these two items are." From Venerated Pill's point of view, anything that could be kept in a divine chest must be good stuff. Ning Fan opened the red sandalwood box while Venerated Pill opened the pottery jar. Immediately, both of their expressions turned strange. The pottery jar actually contained a jar of bone ashes. As for the red sandalwood box, there was a wooden token made of sandalwood. It seemed to be the token used by the cultivators of the sect to prove their identity. What made Venerated Pill feel even more helpless was that the names of the sects and cultivators on the wooden token were written in ancient seal script. He actually could not recognize this type of language. "I didn't expect that the first divine chests would only contain the life token and bone ashes of an ancient cultivator. How unlucky." Venerated Pill was extremely annoyed. A jar of bone ashes and a token did not have any value at all. Ning Fan was also a little disappointed. However, when he glanced at the token, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Divine seal script? Venerated Pill might not recognize these ancient characters, but Ning Fan, who had extraordinary experience, could. There were only 5 words written on the token. Shedding Orchid Sect, Wei Yang. Apparently, the owner of the bone ashes was once a disciple of the Shedding Orchid Sect. His name was Wei Yang. As for the name of the Shedding Orchid Sect, Ning Fan had never heard of it before. However, it was not strange. "Fellow Taoist, please continue to cut open the second divine chests. I don't believe that the second divine chests will also contain bone ashes," Venerated Pill urged. "All right." Ning Fan nodded his head. He was prepared to split the divine chests equally with Venerated Pill. Naturally, he hoped to get something good from the divine chests. He did not want to get bone ashes again. Ning Fan waved the memory-severing Tao sword again and carefully cut open the stone cover of the divine chests. The second divine chests contained a storage thumb ring and a large pile of miscellaneous items. Among these items were a pill furnace, Tao crystals, pills, pill recipes, ancient scriptures, and a magic treasure with a palm leaf fan that was surrounded by purple flames. As for the storage thumb ring, there were only 42 tufts of spiritual herbs. However, all of them were 100,000 years old. Even though a storage thumb ring was rare, it was not worth mentioning. However, the 100,000 years old spiritual herbs made Venerated Pill's eyes burn with passion. However, after carefully examining those spiritual herbs, Venerated Pill realized that all of them had been corroded by devil chi. They were already tainted and could no longer be used to concoct pills. This made Venerated Pill extremely annoyed. As for the pill recipes and ancient scriptures, all of them were written in divine seal script. It was a pity that Venerated Pill could not recognize a single word of them. There were 200 Tao crystals, which were equivalent to 1 billion immortal jade. However, wealth also could not move Venerated Pill's heart. However, the pill furnace, palm leaf fan, and 6th revolution pills made Venerated Pill smile. Obviously, he was very satisfied with them. This pill furnace is a divine furnace that only ancient divine pill refinement cultivators would use. It's much better than ordinary pill furnaces that are condensed with intent realm power. This palm leaf fan is a low-grade mortal void treasure. Even though its grade isn't high, if it's used during pill concoction, it has the divine effect of slightly improving the quality of flames. These two magic treasures are items that only existed in ancient times. I didn't expect that I would be fated to see them. This is really... Hee hee. There are also 12 sixth revolution pills. Pills aren't that precious anymore. Fellow Daoist, how do you think we should distribute these items? Venerated Pill only included the pill furnace, palm leaf fan, and sixth revolution pills in the distribution list. He did not care about the other items because they were useless to him. What Venerated Pill meant was that he wanted the pill furnace and palm leaf fan. To Ning Fan, the pill furnace and palm leaf fan were useless items. He really wanted the sixth revolution pills, but it was not necessary for him to have them. On the contrary, the pill recipes, ancient scriptures, and contaminated spiritual herbs that Venerated Pill looked down upon had piqued his interest. Ming Ke had the ability to purify pills. He wondered if she could purify 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. If she could, Ning Fan would have enough spiritual herbs to awaken Luo Yu in one go and obtain a void fragmentation realm bodyguard. The pill recipes and ancient scriptures were all written in divine seal scripts. Venerated Pill might not be able to read them, but Ning Fan could. If I take the ancient scriptures away, I wonder what kind of information I can obtain from them. Fellow Daoist, you seem to like the pill furnace and palm leaf fan very much. A gentleman should help others achieve their beauty but not their wickedness. How about this? The pill furnace and palm leaf fan will belong to fellow Daoist, while the rest of the pills and miscellaneous items will belong to me. What do you think? Ning Fan said with a smile. Fellow Daoist, are you serious? Venerated Pill's face was filled with surprise. If he could obtain the two ancient pill refinement magic treasures, he might be able to comprehend the ancient great Tao of Pill. To Venerated Pill, these two treasures were related to his Tao of Pill. Thus, they were more precious than anything else. He was afraid that Ning Fan would take away these two treasures. When he heard Ning Fan's suggestion, he could not help but feel grateful. Fellow Daoist is really a generous person. Is that so? Ning Fan smiled faintly. This was probably the so-called everyone gets what they need and everyone is happy. Fellow Daoist, why don't you cut the third divine stash and see what treasures are inside? Venerated Pill said excitedly. Yes. Ning Fan waved the memory-severing Tao sword and began to cut off the outer layer of the third divine chest. However, cutting off the stone clothes this time gave him a slightly uneasy feeling. This was a feeling that he didn't have when he cut off the previous two pieces of divine treasures. What exactly is hidden in this divine treasure? Ning Fan hesitated. For the third divine chest, he cut it from the bottom to the top. After cutting off a quarter of the stone cover, a beast hoof was revealed. The moment it was exposed to the air, the beast's hoof suddenly trembled slightly, as if it was a living creature. Shit, there are ancient living beings in the third god treasury. Judging from its chi, this living being is actually a void inquiry stage living being. Venerated Pill suddenly reminded loudly. He never expected that there would be such a living being in the divine chests. There were risks in divine treasures, so one had to be cautious when cutting stones. The ancients did not deceive me. If a void fragmentation realm living being appears, wouldn't everyone be finished? Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast resounded from the third divine chest. That beast's hoof stomped on the ground, shattering all the stone clothes from the inside out, revealing the massive body of the ancient living being. Then, it immediately grew larger with the wind. It was a strange beast that was half man and half horse. It held a bronze bow and arrow in both of its hands. The moment it appeared, it shot a green arrow at Ning Fan and Venerated Pill with blood-red eyes. The destructive power of the green arrow was a void inquiry stage attack. Its destructive power was not to be underestimated. Venerated Pill was attacked by the strange beast in a panic. Facing the void inquiry stage attack, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used the Soul Dragon transformation technique to block the void inquiry stage arrow with all his might. However, how could he block it? Venerated Pill coughed out blood and suffered severe injuries after the arrow went through his body. He could not withstand another arrow from the strange beast at all. While panicking, Venerated Pill shouted, "Venerated Ming, save me!" However, after calling for help, Venerated Pill was shaken by the aftershock of the arrow and directly fainted. From Venerated Pill's point of view, only Ning Fan had the strength to resist this Void Inquiry stage strange beast. Now that he had fainted, he could only rely on Ning Fan. Facing a Void Inquiry stage arrow, Ning Fan naturally would not be as flustered as Venerated Pill. He just casually flicked his sleeve and a vast amount of essence chi rushed out, directly shattering the Void Inquiry stage arrow into countless pieces. He coldly glared at the strange beast. Then, he raised his hand and took out a golden hand furnace. With a change of his hand's seal, circles of faint golden halos of spirit wheels spread out from the furnace. They contained boundless power. The halos bombarded the strange beast. Even though it was a dignified Void Inquiry stage strange beast, it could not withstand the faint golden halos. After letting out a few miserable cries, it let out a furious roar. The one who possesses the key of Shedding Orchid shall die. Its body trembled and suddenly self-destructed, turning into layers of fiery waves. Ning Fan hurriedly summoned his primordial lightning armor to block the self-destruction attack of the strange beast. The light of the self-destruction gradually faded. After a long time, there were only countless pieces of flesh and a bronze key left on the spot. Ning Fan picked up the key and saw that there were patterns of the Great Tao carved on it. It seemed to be extremely extraordinary, but he did not know where it came from. What is the key of Shedding Orchid? Ning Fan kept the key. With a flick of his sleeves, wind blew and he used a magic technique to wake up Venerated Pill who had fainted. *******. I didn't expect that there would actually be an ancient creature sealed in the third piece of the divine chests. How terrifying. Where is that strange beast? Venerated Pill sighed while looking around. When he saw the pieces of flesh on the ground, his face was immediately filled with astonishment. Fellow Daoist has actually killed that Void Inquiry stage strange beast? Venerated Pill found it unbelievable. It's just a vile creature that has just attained the Void Inquiry stage. Ning Fan said disapprovingly. It was not the first time he had killed a Void Inquiry stage expert. He had even killed a Void Pierce stage ancient demon White Tiger. That strange beast had just attained the Void Inquiry stage and it was not strong. Even if Su Yan were to handle it, she could easily kill it. Just attained the Void Inquiry stage. Venerated Pill immediately looked at Ning Fan as if he was looking at a monster. That strange beast was really unlucky to encounter Ning Fan. What Venerated Pill did not know was that Ning Fan had also obtained a bronze key after killing the strange beast. At this moment, Venerated Pill looked at Ning Fan with tears of gratitude. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, he would certainly have died in the hands of that strange beast. I will never forget fellow Daoist's life-saving grace. Venerated Pill was extremely grateful. To be continued. The news of Ning Fan successfully opening the divine chest spread across the entire Pill Island very quickly. It couldn't be helped. The commotion caused by the self-detonation of the ancient living being was too huge. It had alerted many experts. After some investigation, everyone knew the whole story. Then, all the experts of the Pill Island were stunned. It was not a secret that Venerated Pill possessed the divine chests. He had asked many Void Refinement Realm experts to help him open the chests but none of them succeeded. Today, however, Ning Fan had successfully opened the divine chests that no one could open. This undoubtedly proved Ning Fan's remarkable abilities. Outside the Purple Chi Palace, those cultivators who initially did not believe that Ning Fan could open the divine chests were so shocked that they could not speak a word. As for what treasures were inside the divine chests, it was certainly not something they could ask. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Venerated Pill told them the reason for his injuries. When he talked about being attacked by the ancient living beings, many cultivators of the Pill Island turned pale with fright. Who would have thought that there would be a Void Inquiry stage ancient living being inside the divine chests? It was just too terrifying. Opening the divine chests was indeed risky. One could lose their life if they are not careful. After hearing about Ning Fan killing the ancient living being and saving Venerated Pill, each of the cultivators of the Pill Island felt deep respect for Ning Fan. However, some of them were still scared. If it wasn't for Ning Fan being so powerful, the entire Pill Island would probably have been massacred by the ancient living beings. As Ning Fan's disciple, Yang Gu's status in the Pill Island rose. Everyone respected him even more. Venerated Pill's complexion was still very pale. His injuries were not light. Even though he had taken some pills to suppress his injuries in time, it would still take some time for him to fully recover. The ambush this time was truly an undeserved calamity. Fortunately, he managed to obtain the 2 magic treasures that he had been dreaming of. At least his injuries were not in vain. Fellow Taoist opened the divine chests for me and even saved my life. I can't repay your kindness. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without any hesitation. Venerated Pill said with a solemn tone. Fellow Taoist Pill, you're exaggerating. However, since you said so, I will certainly ask for your help if I encounter any trouble in the future. Ning Fan said with a faint smile. This time, opening the divine chests had shortened the distance between Venerated Pill and Ning Fan. Venerated Pill had no choice but to immediately enter seclusion to heal his wounds. He entrusted the task of unsealing the soul-cleansing pond to Huang Tingzi, Yang Gu, and the other Pill Island elders. Before he left Ning Fan with extremely detailed insights on pill refinement. All of them were his lifetime understanding as a 6th Revolution pill refinement master. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and returned to the Primordial Heaven Palace alone. All the maids who were serving in the hall were dismissed. The people who dismissed the maids were Ming Ke and Su Yan. In a certain side hall of the Primordial Heaven Palace, Ming Ke was activating her magic power to purify piles of 5th Revolution pills. This was not a scene that could be seen by outsiders. On the side, Su Yan was in charge of putting Ming Ke's purified pills into a bottle. Her apricot eyes were filled with shock. She finally understood why Ning Fan would ask for useless pills from the Pill Island. Little Kr, I didn't expect you to be able to purify a defective pill into a qualified pill. Your means are truly amazing. Su Yan praised. Hee, big sister Yan, are you scared? I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. Bright Sparrow giggled. I'm scared, I'm really scared. You're such an incredible girl. Master has returned. As soon as they sensed Ning Fan's return, the 2 ladies immediately stopped what they were doing and stood up to welcome him. Both of them had naturally heard about Ning Fan opening the divine chests. When Su Yan heard that Ning Fan fought against an ancient living being, she could not help but feel worried. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was unscathed, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Ming Ke, on the other hand, had always been full of confidence in Ning Fan. She was not worried that he would get hurt. Instead, she was concerned about what secret treasures he had obtained from the divine chests. Brother Biscuit, what kind of good things are inside the divine chests? Can you let me have a bite? Ming Ke's petite face was filled with a pleading expression. She was indeed a pure foodie. You only know how to eat. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He patted his storage pouch and took out 12 jade boxes, placing them on the table. Each of the jade boxes contained a 6th Revolution pill. Each of them emitted a strange pill fragrance which made Ming Ke salivate. These are 6th Revolution pills. There are actually 12 of them. There are so many of them. Even though Su Yan was a void inquiry stage expert and the leader of a clan, she rarely had the chance to come into contact with so many 6th Revolution pills. Among the 12 6th Revolution pills, 5 of them were low grade, 5 of them were mid grade and 2 of them were high grade. Not a single one of these 12 pills wasn't healing medicine. Even though healing pills were precious, they were not essential to Ning Fan who had mastered the Black Star technique. Hence, he might as well give them to Ming Ke to increase her cultivation base. Little girl, I need your help with something. If you can do it, I will give all 12 of these 6th Revolution pills to you. Really? Ming Ke was drooling. Of course it's true. I have some spiritual herbs here. Help me purify them. Don't eat them carelessly. I have great use for them. Ning Fan took out a pile of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. The little girl was completely overjoyed. There are so many medicinal treasures. All of them are for me. She selectively forgot about Ning Fan's reminder. They were obviously not for her, alright? There are so many 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Su Yan was slightly surprised again. She realized that she would always be surprised one after another whenever she follows Ning Fan. Even though these spiritual herbs were contaminated by devil qi, Su Yan had never seen so many 100,000 years old spiritual herbs before. I've already told you that they are not for you to eat. Fine. It's fine if you want to eat them. However, you have to answer me first. Do you have the confidence to purify these spiritual herbs? Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly. Once this glutton sets her eyes on this batch of spiritual herbs, he could forget about getting them. After all, Ning Fan's pill refinement realm had yet to reach the 7th revolution. Other than saving Luo Yu, he did not need these 100,000 years old spiritual herbs for the time being. Thus, it was fine to give some extra spiritual herbs to Ming Quebec. Moreover, he was not sure if she could purify these spiritual herbs. Ming Ke was a pill devil. It was reasonable for her to purify pills, but purifying medicinal herbs, I can purify these medicinal treasures. Believe me. I can really do it. 3 days at most. No. 2 days. Within 2 days, I can definitely purify all of them. Ming Ke was full of confidence. All right. After the purification is done, leave 15 tufts for me. I need to save someone. Ning Fan patted Ming Ke's little head lovingly. Facing this innocent and naive glutton, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, without Ming Ke, he would not be able to get a single tuft of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Thus, he had to give her some compensation, didn't he? Moreover, with her half-step void refinement realm cultivation base, if she consumes these 6th revolution pills and 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, it would probably be enough for her to break through to the void refinement realm. This little girl's pill devil physique is really heaven-defying. Sometimes, Ning Fan could not help but think of making a bright sparrow nurturing plan. Ming Ke's physique was so heaven-defying. If she has enough pills and spiritual herbs, it would be enough to nurture her into a void fragmentation realm expert in a few decades. Moreover, she had obtained Sitsung's memories. Her combat strength was extremely high. Once she becomes a void fragmentation realm expert, a nurturing plan, Ning Fan suddenly felt a little excited about what kind of person he could nurture Ming Ke into. Ming Ke began to get busy. She swallowed her saliva while purifying the 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Ning Fan then entered the profounding world. If nothing goes wrong, after Ming Ke purifies 15 tufts of spiritual herbs, Ning Fan would be able to wake Luo Yu up. He stepped into the thatched hut and carefully combed the body of the white-robed lady, making preparations to wake her up. When he was done, he walked out of the thatched hut and looked through the other loots in the divine chests. There was a sandalwood nameplate, a pill recipe, an ancient scripture, a bronze key, but the urn of bone ashes was not among them. Ning Fan took away Wei Yang's ashes along with the nameplate. Before he parted ways with venerated Pill, he buried his ashes in a secluded place on Pill Island and made a small grave. On top of the mound, there was only a stone tablet with 4 words written on it, to send off the ruler. Many cultivators of Pill Island could not understand his behavior. They could not understand why Ning Fan would treat an ancient cultivator who had died many years ago so well. Venerated Pill was the only one who understood Ning Fan's actions. Thus, his respect for Ning Fan increased. This was a kind of open-mindedness, letting all the grudges and gratitude return to dust, dust to dust, dust to dust. This was a kind of desire, a desire for someone to bury him today, a desire for someone to bury him in the future. This was a kind of helplessness. As a cultivator, it was hard for him to escape from the battle. He didn't know when he would fall in a foreign land and no one would collect his corpse. Shedding Orchid Sect, Wei Yang. In the profounding world, Ning Fan looked at the sandalwood nameplate and his eyes gradually fell into deep thought. It was the first time he saw this name tag, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. However, that ancient living being mentioned the Shedding Orchid Key. Ning Fan had examined it and found out that the Shedding Orchid Key was somewhat extraordinary. The metal used to forge the key was actually blue roving tears gold, which was even rarer than the immemorial star iron. This kind of metal was not as sturdy as the immemorial star iron. Thus, it was not suitable for forging weapons. However, it had another use. In ancient times, some powerful cultivators often used blue roving tears gold to forge keys to secret places. Normally, there would not be only one key that was made of blue roving tears gold. As for the keys that were made of this metal, they all had one thing in common. If all the keys are not collected, there was absolutely no way to open the door of the secret place. If one of the keys is destroyed, the secret place would never be able to be opened. Without a doubt, this shedding orchid key was the key to a secret place in the shedding orchid sect. Ning Fan's mind raced. There was a legend about the immortal burning valley in western Flame Country. It was said that the immortal burning valley was the remains of an ancient sect that had been annihilated. As for which sect it was, there were no records in any ancient books. Since Wei Yang's ashes were found here, could the sect that was annihilated which was not recorded in the ancient books be the shedding orchid sect? Could he obtain any benefits from the shedding orchid sect with this shedding orchid key? Ning Fan shook his head and stopped guessing. There was definitely more than one key. As for how many keys there were, perhaps only the shedding orchid sect that had been annihilated would know. No one knew what was hidden in the secret place. As for whether Ning Fan could find all the keys or if one of the keys was already destroyed, only God would know. With so many uncertainties, it was really not worth it for Ning Fan to waste his efforts on a shedding orchid key. This key was probably useless. Ning Fan kept the sandalwood nameplate and the shedding orchid key. Ning Fan flipped through the scrolls of pill recipes and his eyes lit up. Then, he frowned. There were a total of 25 types of pill recipes in his divine chests. Each of them was a pill that was at the 6th revolution and above. There were even some pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Besides, the pills of the shedding orchid sect were far more effective than ordinary pills. For example, the low-grade 6th revolution void expansion pill could actually increase the cultivation base of an expert at any level of the void refinement realm. It was unlike ordinary pills that could only be consumed by void glimpse stage experts. If a void inquiry stage expert consumes it, their effects would be greatly reduced. Another example was the low-grade 6th revolution soul tempering pill. It could increase the medicine soul power of 5th revolution and 6th revolution pill refinement masters, thereby improving their pill refinement mastery. Among the pill recipes, Ning Fan even found a low-grade 6th revolution pill recipe called Void Consuming Pill. The effect of this pill was even more unique. It could actually help low-level cultivators consume 7th revolution pills and refine void fragmentation realm Dao fruits. If low-level cultivators recklessly consume 7th revolution pills or void fragmentation realm Dao fruits, there would only be one outcome: their bodies would explode from the medicinal power. Even for void glimpse stage and void inquiry stage experts who consume 7th revolution pills and void fragmentation realm Dao fruits, most of their medicinal power would be consumed due to their insufficient cultivation base. Ning Fan still had a void fragmentation realm Dao fruit with him. However, even though he had broken through to the mid-reckless devil realm, he had yet to consume it because he was worried that his cultivation base was not high enough and he would waste the power of the Dao fruit. However, if he had the void-consuming pill, he could consume the void fragmentation realm Dao fruit right now without wasting any of its power. In short, this void-consuming pill was something that could help cultivators digest the medicinal power of high-grade pills. Every single one of the 25 pill recipes was a precious item. However, after Ning Fan read through all of them, he frowned deeply. It was because all of them had a huge flaw. Every elixir had a flaw. Consuming these pills would cause a cultivator to lose their lifespan. All the pills of the shedding orchid sect require a cultivator to lose their lifespan in order to activate their medicinal power. Ning Fan could not help but feel a little shocked. He never expected that there would actually be such extreme pills in this world where a cultivator's lifespan would be used in exchange for the medicinal power of the pills. He kept the pill recipes and began to read the ancient scriptures. There were many cultivation methods and magic techniques of the shedding orchid sect in the ancient scriptures. Among them, there was a type of magic technique that made Ning Fan's eyes light up. However, all of these cultivation methods and magic techniques required the cultivator to lose their lifespan in order to cultivate them. Increasing the speed of cultivation and the power of magic techniques by losing one's lifespan was actually this extreme. The reason why cultivators cultivate is to live forever. However, the shedding orchid sect did the opposite. They did not seek for longevity but instead, they reduced their lifespan. There was a scroll in the ancient scriptures which was written by Wei Yang. It contained an introduction about himself and the Shedding Orchid sect. Ning Fan carefully read through the scripture and his eyes became even more solemn. The word shedding in the Shedding Orchid sect definitely did not live up to its name. It was the essence of the cultivators of this sect. The location of the Shedding Orchid sect was indeed the immortal burning valley in the rain world. In ancient times, this sect was a sect that made a living by concocting pills. There was even an 8th revolution pill refinement master in the sect. This sect was established after the destruction of the divine race, demon race, and devil race. However, some of the cultivation methods of the ancient deities were left behind. Occasionally, some of their disciples would attain the great Tao of the ancient deities. Unfortunately, all the cultivation methods of the ancient deities were lost along with the destruction of the Shedding Orchid sect. In the past, Wei Yang was just a 4th grade elder of the Shedding Orchid sect. He did not come into contact with the cultivation methods of the ancient deities, nor did he leave behind any cultivation methods of the ancient deities. According to Ning Fan's speculation, the person who sealed Wei Yang's corpse in the divine chests after his death should be an ancient deity cultivator of the Shedding Orchid sect who had achieved great mastery in the divine techniques in the past. The pills concocted by the Shedding Orchid sect were extremely extreme. Their cultivation methods were also extremely extreme. In the history of the Shedding Orchid sect, there had never been a void fragmentation realm cultivator who had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. It was because the purpose of becoming an immortal was to seek longevity. However, the cultivation method of this sect was obviously the opposite of longevity. In the history of the Shedding Orchid sect, there had never been a void fragmentation realm cultivator who had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Ordinary void fragmentation realm cultivators had a lifespan of 100,000 years. As for the void fragmentation realm experts of the Shedding Orchid sect, they all had a short lifespan. Most of the things in the world needed to be sacrificed in order to gain. As for the Shedding Orchid sect, it was obvious that the word sacrifice was too extreme. When other people pursued longevity, they would be eager to have a longer lifespan. The Shedding Orchid sect, on the other hand, paid the price of losing their lifespan to rapidly increase their cultivation base. Of course, the reason why the Shedding Orchid sect gave up their lifespan was probably because they wanted to comprehend the great Tao of sacrifice for gain. The founding ancestor of the Shedding Orchid sect, Old Ancestor Shedding Orchid, had once said 2 sentences. I don't seek longevity nor immortality. I dare to sacrifice the heavens for my Tao. Let's see if I will sacrifice my lifespan first or the great Tao first. One day, when I succeed in my great Tao, the heavens will not dare to stop me from becoming an immortal. Ning Fan closed the ancient scripture with a hint of respect in his eyes. This old ancestor Shedding Orchid was a ruthless person. He did not seek longevity but only sought to achieve his Tao. Even though it was a little extreme, the more extreme a great Tao was, the more terrifying it would be once it was successfully cultivated. The ancient scripture did not record the fate of old ancestor Shedding Orchid. Perhaps he succeeded in becoming an immortal, or perhaps he died from his lifespan. As for the Shedding Orchid sect that he built with his own hands, it was also destroyed in the end. The Tao of Old Ancestor Shedding Orchid sect contained a kind of determination which most people did not have. Ning Fan could vaguely understand this kind of determination to sacrifice everything. Then, he suddenly realized that the cultivation methods and pills of the Shedding Orchid sect might be very compatible with him. In the Black Lightning Tower, Ning Fan had unexpectedly obtained 100,000 years of lifespan. In addition to the 10,000 years of lifespan that he had as a reckless Devil Realm expert, he could live for at least 110,000 years. If he breaks through to the Void Fragmentation Realm, his lifespan will increase by another 90,000 years, reaching 200,000 years. If he becomes an immortal, the lifespan of a cultivator would be boundless and he would be immortal. These 200,000 years of lifespan could be said to be completely useless. Ning Fan thought to himself that he definitely did not need 200,000 years to become an immortal. The remaining lifespan could definitely be used to consume the pills of the Shedding Orchid sect and cultivate the magic techniques of the sect. Previously, he had his eyes on a magic technique of the Shedding Orchid sect. That magic technique was called the Mutual Death Technique. It was a suicidal magic technique that would reduce the lifespan of both the user and the enemy at the same time. Once this technique is used, it would open a barrier and trap both the user and the enemy within it. According to the difference in cultivation level between the user and the enemy, the user would lose a different amount of lifespan at the same time. If their cultivation levels were equal, Ning Fan would lose 1,000 years of lifespan while the enemy would also lose 1,000 years of lifespan. If the enemy's cultivation level was higher than Ning Fan would lose 1,000 years of lifespan while the enemy would only lose 500 years or 300 years or even lower. This technique was easy to learn, but it was also extremely crazy. The reason why Ning Fan had his eyes on this technique was purely because he wanted to scare others with his inexhaustible lifespan. Just imagine, if Ning Fan were to risk his life against a void fragmentation realm-old monster and lose his own lifespan, he would lose tens of thousands of years of lifespan while the void fragmentation realm-old monster would also lose 8 to 10,000 years of lifespan. Wouldn't that scare them to death? Not everyone was like Ning Fan who disliked having a long lifespan. Many void fragmentation realm-old monsters had already lived for 70 to 80,000 years. They did not have much lifespan left. It was unknown if they could withstand Ning Fan's intimidation. If this technique is used against Void Pure Stage and Absolute Void Stage old monsters, it would be even more vicious. Be it Void Pure Stage or Absolute Void Stage experts, all of them only had 10,000 years of lifespan. Besides, most of the Void Pure Stage and Absolute Void Stage old monsters were old and did not have much lifespan left. For example, many Absolute Void Stage old monsters only had 1 to 2,000 years of lifespan left. Under such circumstances, Ning Fan could exhaust an Absolute Void Stage old monster's lifespan by throwing away a few thousand years of lifespan. This technique was really too vicious. For the first time, Ning Fan felt that having a long lifespan was really a good thing. Of course, this technique could not be used to exhaust the enemy's lifespan in an instant. It required time. If the enemy breaks the barrier and escapes during the process of exhausting their lifespan, the technique would fail. This technique could not attack multiple enemies at the same time. It was a weakness. As for immortals who had limitless lifespan, this technique was completely useless. It could only be used against cultivators at the first step of cultivation. This technique is somewhat useful to me. It might have a miraculous effect during critical moments. As for the void-consuming pill, I have to concoct one so that I can consume the void fragmentation realm Dao fruit smoothly. The side effect of consuming a void-consuming pill is enough to consume 1,000 years of lifespan. 1,000 years of lifespan is nothing to me. The only difficulty is the grade of the void-consuming pill. The void-consuming pill is a low-grade 6th revolution pill. If I want to concoct the void-consuming pill, it's best for me to try again after I attain the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. If I concoct it now, I can only concoct a peak grade 5th revolution pill and raise it to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm using the grade upgrading technique. Putting aside the success rate, the quality of the pill will certainly not be as good as after I improve my pill refinement technique. Ning Fan kept the ancient scriptures and seemed to have made up his mind. I've decided. I'll think about concocting the void-consuming pill after I enter the soul washing pond. Ming Ke is currently purifying the spiritual herbs. She only needs 2 days to purify 42 tufts of spiritual herbs. In other words, she can purify 15 tufts of spiritual herbs in a day. It's enough for me. Before entering the soul washing pond, I'll wake little Yuer up in one go. One day later, Ning Fan left the profoundine world and entered the side hall to look for Ming Quebec. When he saw Ming Ke's actions, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. You little girl. To be continued. In just one day, Bright Sparrow had purified 29 stalks of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Clearly, she had given it her all. Apart from the 15 spirit herbs that were kept in a jade box and placed to the side, the other purifying spirit herbs were all gnawed on by the little girl, leaving quite a lot of teeth marks on them and stained with a lot of saliva. Every time this lass purified a stalk of spirit herb, she would take a bite or two to destroy the composition of the spirit herb. It was unknown if she was too greedy or if she thought that Ning Fan would not fight with her for the spiritual herbs that she had eaten before. Was it a child's intention to eat alone? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he kept away 15 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Then, he left the rest of the spiritual herbs that were covered in his saliva to Ming Quebec. Take your time and eat. Don't worry, I won't fight with you. Really? You really won't snatch my medicine, baby? The little girl blinked her eyes in disbelief as she took a bite of the 30th spirit herb that she had just purified. Silly girl, Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Su Yan felt that Ning Fan's current expression was a little funny. I'm going to do something. You guys rest here and don't run around. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, his body flashed and re-entered the profounding world. He had gathered 15 100,000-year-old spirit herbs, enough to harmonize the last 3 dark lightning bamboo leaves. Ning Fan stepped on the hazy sky and stepped into the thatched cottage. His body was as light as a breeze and he did not make any sound to avoid disturbing Luo Yu's sleep. Xiaoqin drove his state and formed a small pitch-black cauldron on the table. It was only about a foot tall, a miniature version of the Dan fragmentation cauldron. After taking out tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, Ning Fan then activated a wisp of devil flame to burn them repeatedly. 2 hours later, the 15 spirit herbs had been preliminarily refined into drops of viscous green liquid, but they had not been extracted yet. This medicinal liquid was not used for alchemy, it was only used to balance the dark thunder bamboo leaves, so there was no need to extract it many times. Ning Fan took out an agate jade bowl that had blood marks on it. He poured drops of viscous medicinal liquid into the jade bowl. Then, he placed 3 pieces of dark lightning bamboo leaves into the bowl. Under the stimulation of his magic power, the 3 dark lightning bamboo leaves quickly merged into the medicinal liquid. The originally green medicinal liquid immediately turned as black as ink. Finally, I'm going to wake you up. Ning Fan looked at the beauty in white who was sleeping peacefully. Complicated emotions flashed through his heart. This woman had helped him countless times, and this time, it was time for him to help her. When they first met, Ning Fan was just a vein-opening cultivator. Today, however, Ning Fan was a reckless devil king. After a moment of silence, he suddenly picked up the agate jade bowl and drank all of the medicinal liquid in one gulp. The medicinal liquid was extremely bitter, but Ning Fan naturally did not care about it. Thus, he did not swallow it. He approached the bed and gently bent down. He sealed Luo Yu's ice-cold lips with his mouth and transferred all the medicine into Luo Yu's body. The dark lightning bamboo leaf was a divine medicine that could heal the Yuan Shin. As the medicinal liquid entered her body, Luo Yu's soul shone with faint black lightning. Her aura suddenly skyrocketed. Ning Fan immediately straightened his body and wiped his mouth. There was still the unique fragrance of Luo Yu on his lips. The strange feeling in his heart intensified. Ning Fan threw all of his emotions to the back of his mind. He just stared at Luo Yu and observed her rising aura force. Luo Yu's aura force continued to rise, slowly advancing towards the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Her refined and beautiful body gently floated up from the bed and floated in the air. Her aura spread out from her body, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was still asleep, but her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her forehead was covered in sweat, as if she was suffering from great pain. The pain was still increasing, and Luo Yu's breathing became ragged. She suddenly opened her eyes, which were filled with unconcealable pain. He was only a short moment away from breaking through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, this short moment felt as long as 10,000 years. Is he the one who woke me up? He is Ning Fan? Luo Yu stared at the white-robed young man who was just inches away from her. Even though she had known Ning Fan for many years, this was her first time coming into contact with him in person. When she thought about how it was Ning Fan who spared no effort in searching for medicine to wake her up when she was in a deep slumber, her expression flashed with a hint of complicated emotions. Subsequently, his expression became firm as if he was no longer afraid of pain. At this moment, she only wanted to hide her weakness from him. That was all. Silly brother, thank you for waking me up. However, I'm at a crucial moment of breaking through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. I won't be greeting you anymore. You should stay 1,000,000 miles away from the grass hut so that you won't be affected by my aura. Astral Wind Art. Her tone carried 30% charm and 70% indolence. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean, making it hard for others to see through her true feelings. Her hair was messy, but it did not lose her elegance. She waved her hand and a vast void fragmentation realm aura force turned into astral wind, sweeping Ning Fan out of the grass hut and sending him flying a million li asterisk away. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. The power of the astral wind was close to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He could not resist it at all and was sent flying a million li asterisk away. As soon as the astral wind dissipated and Ning Fan regained his balance, the grass hut that was a million li asterisk away suddenly emitted waves of magic power that swept across the heavens. At this moment, Luo Yu broke through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The aura force that spread out shattered all the hollow space within a million li asterisk, 500 m per li. The grass hut was directly reduced to ashes. If Luo Yu didn't let go of Ning Fan in time, he would certainly be severely injured by that aura force. The sea of magic power gradually calmed down. A million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, a solemn-looking lady in snow-white robes walked towards Ning Fan with light steps with a lazy smile on her face. With just a single step, she crossed the distance of 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li. With just a single finger, she dispersed all the residual waves of magic power and healed the hollow space within a million li asterisk, 500 m per li. The feeling of regaining my strength is really good. My good little brother, are you hurt? The lady's expression seemed to be concerned, but she also asked casually. I'm not hurt. It's just a pity about that grass hut. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Then, he raised his hand and took out a tuft of 50,000 years old spiritual herb. As soon as he activated his magic power, the branches and leaves of the spiritual herb grew rapidly. Countless blades of grass grew out from it and thick vines grew from its roots. When Ning Fan pointed his finger, countless blades of grass and leaves flew away. Plants and trees piled up and formed a grass hut in front of him. But now, you have a grass hut again. You still have a place to rest. Ning Fan secretly studied Luo Yu. The current Luo Yu was enchanting and beautiful like a poppy. Every frown and smile of hers could make any man fall for her. However, Ning Fan knew that when Luo Yu was unconscious, she should be pure and weak. The personality that Luo Yu displayed right now was not her true nature. She is wary of me. No, she is wary of everything in the world. That's why she is hiding her true nature. Ning Fan pondered. While Ning Fan was studying Luo Yu, she was also studying him carefully. In the past, Luo Yu had always used the yin-yang locket as a medium to communicate with Ning Fan telepathically. This time, when they met face to face, it could really be considered as the first time they met. She still remembered the scene when she first met Ning Fan. At that time, Ning Fan was just a mortal. With the help of the yin-yang locket, he broke through to the first level of the vein-opening realm and stepped into the world of cultivation. At that time, Ning Fan was so weak. Without her help, he could not protect anything, be it his younger brother or the old devil. Today, however, Ning Fan seemed to have become more mature and stronger after several tens of years of traveling and 500 years of cultivation. The aura force that he revealed when he transformed the grass hut with his finger had clearly reached the void inquiry stage. However, what puzzled Luo Yu was that Ning Fan was not a true void inquiry stage cultivator. Ordinary void fragmentation realm experts would not be able to tell that. However, in Luo Yu's eyes, Ning Fan's aura was so strange. This is an ancient devil. Luo Yu finally realized why Ning Fan's aura force was so strange. It was because the reason why Ning Fan possessed a void inquiry stage aura force was not because of his magic power but his essence qi. She still remembered that the last time she fell unconscious while trying to save Ning Fan. At that time, Ning Fan had definitely not cultivated to the ancient devil realm yet. During the few months that she was in a coma, Ning Fan had become an ancient devil expert in a single leap. Luo Yu was not clear about the exact cultivation realm of an ancient devil. However, she was well aware of how strong an ancient devil was. Ning Fan's aura force was comparable to that of a void inquiry stage expert. However, ordinary void inquiry stage experts would definitely not be a match for Ning Fan. Ning Fan, who cultivated the ancient devil Dao now, definitely had unrivaled combat power among void inquiry stage experts. You have become stronger. She looked at Ning Fan and suddenly felt a trace of loneliness. She did not know why. That feeling of loneliness disappeared in a flash. She regained her lazy expression and teased him. My good little brother. You've spent such precious spiritual herbs to wake me up. How do you want me to repay you? Do you need me to have a dual cultivation session with you? She had always been teasing him, just like how she teased the young Ning Fan in the past. That young man who bore a deep grudge had already grown into a handsome and cold young man. Dual cultivation? You are just a primordial spirit and not a body of flesh and blood. If you have dual cultivation with me, it will hurt the foundation of your primordial spirit. Ning Fan shook his head. Pooh. I was just saying it casually. You really dare to have any ideas about me? How audacious of you. Luo Yu pouted in a flirtatious manner. Compared to Su Yan, she was a little less seductive but more charming. Her rebuke was naturally not because she was really angry. Luo Yu silently recited the words mid-reckless devil realm in her mind. It was unknown whether she was interested in the ancient devil realm or she simply wanted to remember some information related to Ning Fan. Ning Fan continued to tease Luo Yu for a while, but they were all meaningless topics. No matter how he teased her, the current Luo Yu in front of him still had a lazy look on her face. There was no sign of the weakness she had when she was sleeping. Ning Fan felt a little disappointed. It seemed like this Luo Yu would not open her heart to him. At first, he still wanted to ask her about her troubles. He wanted to know what kind of pain and helplessness she had in her past and why she chose to cultivate the Yin transformation technique. However, he could not ask any of his questions now. The Yin-Yang locket could not see through Luo Yu's thoughts. Moreover, even if he asks these questions, Luo Yu, who had concealed her true feelings, would not tell him the answer either. Ning Fan understood that it was not because Luo Yu did not trust him. If a person has suffered great pain, they would often hide their true feelings and weakness and pretend to be strong. It was not strange at all. Now that you've awakened, are you going to protect me in the future so that I can roam the rain world unhindered? Ning Fan no longer tried to close the distance between them and casually made a joke. It seemed to be a good idea to maintain the current distance between them. Giggle if you help me recover my primordial spirit cultivation base, I will naturally protect you. If that Moksha sovereign or the rain sovereign dares to provoke you, I will help you eliminate all of them. What do you think? Luo Yu said it casually, but she also sounded extremely serious. Only she knew her true feelings. It was just like that day when she saw Great Emperor Mo Luo trying to enslave Ning Fan and risked everything to save him. At that time, she was definitely not just concerned about the relationship of benefits between them. However, she would never admit that kind of feeling. At least before she takes her revenge, she would not allow herself to be weak or happy. She just needed to wear a mask and continue to be lonely. If you're willing to help me, it will be the best. Ning Fan felt relieved. If he has Luo Yu's help, his chances of taking revenge would increase by a lot and he would not need to worry about protecting himself. With a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert as his bodyguard, his life would not be in danger no matter what he does in the rain world unless he goes all out against the rain palace. Little Yu Air. No, Luo Yu, I'm going to break through to the 6th Revolution Medicine Soul in a few days. I need to make some preparations. You've also just recovered your second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. It's better for you to rest early. Here are some miscellaneous items. Your thatched cottage has been destroyed. You can use them for now. Ning Fan passed a storage pouch to Luo Yu and stopped calling her Little Yu Air. Luo Yu's body tensed, but she recovered after a while. She still wore a smile on her face. 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm? My good little brother, you're really amazing. If you become a 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master, you will almost be on an equal footing with void fragmentation realm experts. Ning Fan nodded. He was speechless for a moment and did not know what to say. After chatting for a while, he left the profounding world to give Luo Yu some space to rest. She had already woken up, but the distance between them seemed to have grown even further. It was a little annoying for him. To be continued. Ever since Luo Yu woke up, Ning Fan faintly felt that there was a wall between them. It was a wall that Luo Yu had set up to prevent anyone from entering her heart. Luo Yu still used the yin-yang locket to converse with Ning Fan. However, the frequency of their conversation was not much higher than before. The topics they talked about, other than business, were some useless things. "Oh, that Su Yan looks quite good. Good little brother, you should quickly pluck her, your cultivation will definitely progress. Hee, that little pill devil girl also looks quite tender. If a flower blooms and can be plucked, why hasn't my good brother made his move yet? Good brother, even though you're already at the middle reckless devil realm, it's still not enough for you to completely control the yin-yang locket. When will you be able to save me from the locked world? I have been waiting for you to break through to the void fragmentation realm for a very long time. Don't be lazy and quickly pluck the human cauldrons to improve your cultivation base. Big sister can help you catch a human cauldron in the primordial heaven palace." Ning Fan was sitting cross-legged in his bedroom. He was adjusting his breath and magic power, preparing himself to enter the soul-washing pond. Luo Yu, on the other hand, was smiling like a pear blossom in the rain. She was spouting a bunch of nonsense. She was not really urging Ning Fan to snatch the cauldron from him. She was just trying to make conversation to tease him. "If you are lonely, I don't mind dual cultivating with your primordial spirit." Ning Fan frowned and said. Although he had awakened Luo Yu, their safety had increased dramatically. However, the awakened Luo Yu was sometimes very annoying. Wearing a mask annoyed him. "Io, big sister is so scared. If you have a way to pluck big sister, do it. Big sister is really lonely in this gloomy world. Moreover, if you pluck this sister, you can also gather the second spirit of the steel of sun and moon." The second spirit? Ning Fan's expression turned serious. He knew that Luo Yu was going to talk to him about serious matters. "Yes, second spirit. Do you remember Bei Yao's purple desire spirit body? After you had sex with her, one of the moon-shaped indentations on the steel of sun and moon was filled. Bei Yao's purple desire spirit body is one of the 7 spirit bodies. Big sister's weak water spirit body is also one of the 7 spirit bodies. The Bei Yao that Luo Yu was referring to was naturally Yuan Yao. Even though she knew Yuan Yao's real name and identity, she chose not to tell him about it. She was still waiting to see how Ning Fan would face Yuan Yao and her daughter. As for the moon-shaped notch that Luo Yu mentioned, Ning Fan already knew about it. Not only did the steel of sun and moon have 7 moon-shaped indentations, but there were also 7 sun-shaped indentations. One of the moon-shaped grooves had turned purple after he had dual cultivated with Yuan Yao. Weak water spirit body. If I dual cultivate with you, I'm sure I can complete the second spirit of the steel of sun and moon. But what I don't know is the benefit of completing the second spirit. Not only were there moon-shaped grooves on the steel of sun and moon, but there were also sun-shaped grooves. You just said that the moon-shaped notch is used to collect the nether souls of women with 7 spirit bodies, so what's the use of the sun-shaped notch? Silly brother, the moon-shaped notch collects female yin spirits, and the sun-shaped notch naturally collects male yang spirits, right? Little brother knows how to pluck women, but I wonder if you dare to pluck men. Ning Fan choked on her words. According to Luo Yu, in order to gather yang spirits to fill up the sun-shaped notch, she actually needed to pluck a man. This was simply too hardcore. Even though Ning Fan had thrown away his moral integrity ever since he stepped onto the Devil Dao, he would never do it. But for a straight man like him to have a homosexual relationship with another man, he would rather die than do it. Seeing Ning Fan's expression as if he had just swallowed a fly, Luo Yu burst into laughter. Pfft. Silly brother, you just believe whatever I say. You're so silly that you're adorably adorable. I'm just joking with you. The method to collect male yang spirits doesn't need to pluck them. It's very simple. All you need to do is to find male cultivators with 7 spirit bodies, kill them and extract their yang spirits. This joke isn't funny at all. Ning Fan's face darkened. Luo Yu automatically ignored Ning Fan's expression and continued. The steel of sun and moon is one of the supreme treasures of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. In ancient times, countless true immortals have been suppressed by it. Even many immortal emperors have been killed by it. If you can activate the steel to the state of the second spirit, you just need to activate the inscriptions on the steel to deal with Moksha Sovereign and you can instantly kill him. Do you want to know the method to increase the power of the steel of sun and moon? Yes. Ning Fan said bluntly. The steel of sun and moon had two abilities. One of them was to take away the cultivation methods and magic techniques of the women who have plucked them. The other was to turn it into a great killing weapon to kill the enemy's cultivation base. The steel of sun and moon could deliver a void fragmentation realm attack, but it could only deliver one strike. Every time it delivers an attack, it would need to collect flames and fill the steel soul. It was really troublesome. This drawback should be eliminated. After all, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos used the steel of sun and moon to conquer the world. There were tens of thousands of enemies. It was impossible for the steel to be extinguished with just one strike. Your steel of sun and moon has collected Beiyaoxing spirit. However, only half of the first spirit has been filled. You still need to obtain a yang spirit of 7 spirit bodies to complement each other. By then, as long as you have enough magic power, you can deliver a void fragmentation realm attack at any time. You no longer need to collect flames to replenish the steel soul. If you collect the second yin spirit and the second yang spirit, the power of the steel of sun and moon will increase from a void fragmentation realm attack to a life immortal realm attack. By then, killing Moksha Sovereign will be as easy as flipping your hand. The steel of sun and moon has a spirit replenishing rule. After collecting the first yin spirit, you must collect the first yang spirit to complement each other. Only then can you proceed to collect the second spirit. I have the weak water spirit body. If I dual cultivate with you, you can easily collect the second yin spirit. As long as the steel of sun and moon completes the second yin spirit, even if the yang spirit is not full, its power can still barely reach the level of a life immortal realm attack. Therefore, before dual cultivating with me, your top priority now is to find the possessor of the 7 yang physique, kill him and extract his yang spirit. As soon as Luo Yu finished speaking, she told Ning Fan some information about the 7 yang physique. All the possessors of the 7 yang physique were men who were full of energy and had nowhere to vent it. Normally, such men would embark on the path of dual cultivation and become a devil lord who plucked flowers. Besides, the yang essence of the possessor of the 7 yang physique was too strong. They were different from ordinary devil lords who plucked flowers. Very few women who had been plucked by the possessor of the 7 yang physique could survive. As long as Ning Fan paid attention to the devil lords who plucked flowers around him, he would definitely be able to find the possessor of the 7 yang physique. According to Luo Yu, the existence of the possessor of the 7 yang physique was purely a scourge of the world. Killing the possessor of the 7 yang physique would be enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Ning Fan was speechless. He himself was a devil lord who practiced dual cultivation and a scourge of the world, alright? He had plucked countless women. If he wants to kill the possessor of the 7 yang physique, he would not use the excuse of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. He did not need a dignified reason to kill someone and seize their yang spirit. The cultivators who stepped into the cultivation world were like chess pieces on a chessboard. The moment they are placed on the chessboard, they should be prepared to die. The era had already decayed. In the current cultivation world, only the strong survived and the weak perished. I will pay attention to the possessor of the 7 yang physique. 3 days later, little Ming Ke broke through to the void refinement realm as expected and her cultivation base advanced to the void glimpse stage. She soared into the sky. While gnawing on spiritual herbs, she released her ice sense to freeze the tribulation fire of the void glimpse stage heavenly tribulation. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Pill Island were shocked. They were actually fortunate enough to witness the birth of a void refinement realm expert. This was just too unbelievable. 5 days later, the seal on the 6th level of the soul washing pond was lifted. Ning Fan held the storage pouch that venerated Pill gave him in his hand. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of cultivators, he stood at the bank of the soul washing pond. Inside the storage pouch were some pills and spiritual equipment that venerated Pill gave him. The pills were used to protect his medicine soul while the spiritual equipment was mostly defensive equipment. It seemed like venerated Pill was worried that Ning Fan would not be able to endure the soul-bathing light of the 6th level. Don't worry. During the time you are in the soul washing pond, I will take good care of little Kair. Su Yan promised. Brother Biscuit, if you become a 6th revolution biscuit refinement master, you must make more pill biscuits for me. The little pill devil looked forward to it. Master, don't worry. I will do my best to protect the two mistresses of the Pill Island. Yanggu also came to show off his cleverness. Don't worry. Ning Fan nodded at the two ladies and cupped his fists at Yanggu and the other cultivators of the Pill Island. Then, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep pond. The soul washing pond was divided into 7 levels. Ning Fan stood still on the first level. Divine light surrounded him. That divine light was the soul bathing light. It had the miraculous effect of tempering one's medicine soul. While bathing in the divine light, Ning Fan felt a slight pain in his medicine soul. Along with this pain, his medicine soul was purifying its impurities bit by bit and improving its quality. Is this the soul bathing light? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with admiration. The cultivators of Pill Island were born with the ability to use the soul bathing light to refine their medicine souls. Most of the other alchemy sects had secret arts similar to the soul cleansing pond that could increase the power of their medicine souls. Other people had their own shortcuts to improve their pill refinement realm, while Ning Fan had his own methods to fight for opportunities. His medicine soul was close to breaking through to the 6th revolution, but he did not have absolute confidence in breaking through to the 6th revolution. However, the look in his eyes was still determined. I want to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. His tone was firm. This was not a question of whether or not he could do it, but a kind of determination. It's great that little brother is determined, but I have to remind you that it's really hard to break through to rank 6. The difficulty of this was definitely much higher than breaking through to the void refinement realm. Moreover, if he failed, his medicine soul would be injured by the backlash. There's a saying in the pill refinement world, the 6th revolution is like the heavens and the 7th revolution is like an immortal. Little brother, please count how many void refinement realm cultivators there are in Rain World and how many 6th revolution pill masters there are. Luo Yu's voice resounded. No one knew if she was trying to discourage him or if she was trying to motivate him. Was she concerned about him? Is that so? Ning Fan's eyes darkened and he dived into the 2nd level. The soul bathing light in the 2nd level was obviously a few times stronger than the 1st level. The pain of tempering his medicine soul gradually increased as more impurities were removed from his medicine soul. This bit of pain was naturally insignificant to Ning Fan. After crossing the 3rd level, he directly dived into the 4th level and arrived at the 5th level. The intensity of the soul bathing light in the 5th level was the limit that a peak 5th revolution pill master could adapt to. Standing on the 5th level, Ning Fan felt as if his medicine soul was being ground by a stone mill. The pain made him frown slightly. It's so painful. Aren't you going to scream? Luo Yu seemed to be a little surprised at Ning Fan's endurance. Is this your first day knowing me? Other than showing how weak I am by screaming, can it make the pain disappear? Ning Fan opened the storage pouch that venerated pill gave him and took out a forehead protector with golden engravings and a belt made of crow feathers. The forehead protector was a low-grade profound heaven spiritual equipment. Its grade was equivalent to a low-grade mortal void magic treasure. Its function was to protect one's head. The belt was also a mid-grade profound heaven spiritual equipment. Its function was to protect one's dantian. With Ning Fan's Fuli demon blood, it was a piece of cake for him to assimilate these 2 pieces of spiritual equipment into his body. After assimilating the 2 pieces of spiritual equipment, the pain in his medicine soul immediately lessened. However, the effect of tempering his medicine soul did not decrease. Ning Fan then took out a bottle of pills. There were 12 pills in total. This pill was called Soul Protecting Pill. Its function was to nourish one's medicine soul. After consuming a soul protecting pill, his medicine soul felt cool and the pain completely disappeared. After making a lot of preparations, Ning Fan regained his composure and dived into the 6th level. The soul-bathing light in the 6th level was extremely powerful. Only a true low-grade 6th revolution pill master could withstand it. Even though Ning Fan had yet to officially break through to the 6th revolution, the power of his medicine soul was already on par with a low-grade 6th revolution pill master. With the protection of the spiritual equipment and pills, he could barely withstand the soul-bathing light in the 6th level. As the divine light continued to temper his medicine soul, Ning Fan sat there for half a month. After half a month of tempering, all the green color on his medicine soul had faded. It had almost turned into a pure black color. The power of his medicine soul had completely reached the standard of the sixth revolution. However, it still could not completely break through to the sixth revolution. The bottleneck of the sixth revolution was like an insurmountable sky. It was cold and merciless, blocking all fifth revolution pill masters from entering it. It's indeed true that the sixth revolution is like heaven. Even with the help of the soul-bathing light in the sixth level, it's still not enough to help me break through to the sixth revolution of my medicine soul. Ning Fan stood up and remained silent for a while. Luo Yu's concerned voice resounded in his ears. Are you going to give up? How is that possible? Is this your first day knowing me? Ning Fan smiled and continued. I want to enter the seventh level. You're really a silly little brother. Luo Yu seemed to have already guessed Ning Fan's intention. The seventh level was located below the sixth level. It had yet to be unsealed. Even though the grand sealing formation was extraordinary, it was not difficult for Ning Fan to break it. Even so, Ning Fan could feel that the soul-bathing light in the seventh level was at least a few times stronger than the one in the sixth level. If he enters the seventh level, he would either have to break through to the sixth revolution pill refinement realm or suffer severe injuries to his medicine soul. Even a low-grade sixth revolution pill master like Venerated Pill would not dare to enter the seventh level for too long. The sixth revolution is like heaven. If I don't have some determination, how can I break through the sixth revolution heaven? Wind Mist Finger. With a single finger, he activated the golden-purple wind mist and forcefully tore open the seal of the seventh level. He took a step into the seventh level. In an instant, the powerful soul-bathing light directly rushed towards Ning Fan. It was an attack that was comparable to an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage attack. In just an instant, all the spiritual equipment that Ning Fan had refined in his body shattered. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood flowed out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. The soul-bathing light directly attacked his spiritual equipment and medicine soul. Even his primordial lightning armor could not defend against it. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan summoned the black stars to protect his body. His injuries were instantly healed. Even though the soul-bathing light had injured him again in an instant, the black stars would always heal him immediately. He took out the soul-protecting pill and consumed the entire bottle of pills, slightly blocking the soul-bathing light of the seventh level. His eyes were filled with determination. The peak fifth revolution pill refinement realm was definitely not his limit. He wanted to break through to the sixth revolution, seventh revolution, and reach the peak of pill refinement realm. How could he back off now? My good little brother, quickly look. What's that? Luo Yu was surprised all of a sudden. Following her guidance, Ning Fan carefully spread his spirit sense in the seventh level. No one knew how many years had it been since anyone entered the seventh level. It had been sealed for a long time. At least, Venerated Pill would not dare to enter casually. At the bottom of the pond, there was a pale green lotus in the thick mud. The medicinal age of the lotus was still young. It was only a few tens of years old. However, as soon as Ning Fan saw the lotus, his eyes widened in surprise. He stared at it and said with joy, "This is the soul-washing lotus." The soul-washing lotus only grew in places where the soul-bathing light was the densest. It had the magical effect of cleansing and strengthening one's soul. As for the medicinal age of the lotus, it did not have many requirements. The medicinal effects of 100 years soul-washing lotus and a 10,000 years soul-washing lotus were almost the same. Venerated Pill had not entered the soul-washing pond for many years. Thus, he did not know that there was a soul-washing lotus in this place. If Ning Fan did not have the courage to enter the seventh level, he naturally would not know that there was a soul-washing lotus here. He still had a Lianqing pill with him. Originally, he was going to use it to break through the bottleneck of the sixth revolution. Now that he had the soul-washing lotus, his chances of breaking through the shackles of the sixth revolution were much higher. Sixth revolution. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He plucked the lotus. The sixth revolution pill refinement realm was not far away. Ning Fan did not know that the moment he broke through the seventh level, the entire pill island was in an uproar. Venerated Pill was holding a 7-colored token in his hand. The 7th color of the token had already lit up. It was the token of the formation of the soul washing pond. When the 7th color lit up, it meant that the seal of the 7th level had been broken. Venerated Ming has actually entered the 7th level of the soul washing pond. This is just crazy. The 7th level was a place that even Venerated Pill would not dare to enter recklessly, unless one was a true mid-6th revolution pill refinement master. Ordinary people would not dare to endure the soul-bathing light of that level. Someone. I want to go to the soul-washing pond immediately. Once Venerated Ming is severely injured by the soul-bathing light of the 7th level, only I can help him suppress the injury of his medicine soul. Venerated Pill sighed. He did not think that Ning Fan had the ability to enter the 7th level. Naturally, he did not know that Ning Fan had used the Black Star technique to resist the soul-bathing light of the 7th level. When he arrived at the soul-washing pond with severe injuries, he could not help but be stunned. Ning Fan was not sent out of the 7th level by the soul-bathing light as he had imagined. Venerated Ming has actually endured the soul-bathing light of the 7th level? Venerated Pill was extremely shocked. To be continued. Beneath the 7th level, Ning Fan sat in the mud with his legs crossed. His surroundings were deathly silent. His body was enveloped by black starlight, which was constantly healing the injuries caused by the soul-bathing light. As he bathed in the divine light, his medicine soul was slowly breaking through to the 6th revolution. Judging from the speed of his breakthrough, it would probably take quite some time for him to break through to the 6th revolution. In the profounding world, Luo Yu sat outside the thatched cottage leisurely while combing her long black hair. At first, she was worried that Ning Fan would not be able to endure the divine light of the 7th level. Now, however, she no longer worried about him. The young man who needed her protection in the past had unknowingly grown into a reliable man. While she felt gratified, she also felt a little disappointed. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her expression was gentle like a young lady who had stayed in her room for a long time. She did not have any of her usual enchanting charm. Her eyes that were as deep as a lake were filled with an indescribable emotion. She put down the comb and touched her rose-like lips with her delicate fingers. Her plain face suddenly blushed. I remember when I was unconscious, that brat kept kissing me. He even fed me medicine with his mouth. He even said that he would protect me. Even though she was in a deep sleep, she could still feel what was happening in the outside world. She remembered how well Ning Fan treated her and how gentle he was to her. It made her heart flutter, making her feel confused and confused. In the beginning, she helped Ning Fan for mutual benefits. However, gradually, there were some indescribable feelings in the benefits. She had to admit that, when she woke up this time, there was almost a moment where she wanted to open her heart and get closer to Ning Fan. However, when she thought of the hatred of the destruction of her clan, her heart gradually turned cold. All of her feelings were extinguished. Luo Yu, oh Luo Yu. You are no longer the young mistress of the Luo clan in the past. Romance is not suitable for you. Your existence is only to avenge your parents and clan members. Luo Yu's eyes gradually calmed down. She walked into the thatched cottage and stood in front of the bronze mirror on the dressing table. Then, she raised her hands and gently undid the buttons in front of her chest. Her plain white dress that was made of soft silk fell to the ground gently. She took off her tube top and her milky breasts were exposed to the air. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her back to the bronze mirror. The woman in the bronze mirror had skin as white as suet jade. She was a peerless beauty. Those naked curves could make countless men go crazy. But on that fair and clean back, there was a ghastly scar. The scar looked like a ferocious spider. Luo Yu, look at these scars clearly. Have you forgotten the hatred of your clan's extermination? She said to herself. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she was grieving, but in the end, she didn't shed any tears. She was no longer the weak Miss Luo of the past. She had even made up her mind. For the sake of revenge, she would dirty her body and choose the yin-yang transformation as her natal devil art. She would become a demoness who plucked men. Unfortunately, fate played a little joke on her. Before she dirted herself, her primordial spirit was trapped in the yin-yang locket. Luo Yu's expression gradually turned cold as she looked at the sinister scar. she was like a puppet, no longer revealing any emotions. After putting on her clothes again, she was silent for a while before muttering to herself. Luotian is dead. The current Luo Yu will not fall in love with anyone. She will definitely. Ning Fan was not aware of the erotic scene in the profounding world. He sat cross-legged for 5 days without moving an inch. Faint golden divine light shone on his face, outlining the outline of his determination. His hair was as black as ink and his eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples. The blood-red star on his glabella was shining with a bewitching light. His appearance was neither mediocre nor peerlessly handsome. However, he gave people a sense of security. Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his black eyes. His pupils were like bottomless abysses. After 5 days of refinement, my medicine soul has already reached the limit of the peak 5th revolution. If I consume the Lianqing pill and the soul-washing lotus now, I'm sure I can attain the 6th revolution medicine soul in one go. Ning Fan's tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Man proposes but God disposes. In order to attain the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, Ning Fan had made a lot of preparations. The pill sovereign taught him pill refinement techniques for 100 years in his dream and helped him clear all the obstacles in his path to the 6th revolution. He found the Lianqing pill as a help to break through the bottleneck. He borrowed the soul-washing pond as a place to break through the 6th revolution. Moreover, he obtained the soul-washing lotus by accident. If he still could not attain the 6th revolution with that, it would be a little unreasonable. The sound of flowing water in the pond made Ning Fan's mind even calmer. He took a light breath and took out the Lianqing pill and the soul-washing lotus. After pondering for a while, he consumed the Lianqing pill first. This pill was originally concocted by the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. However, it turned out to be a useless pill. Fortunately, the little pill devil was heaven-defying and purified the useless pill. However, this pill only had 60 to 70% of the medicinal power of an ordinary Lianqing pill. As the medicinal power of the Lianqing pill spread throughout his body, his medicine soul suddenly felt a throbbing sensation. Ning Fan closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his medicine soul. After consuming the Lianqing pill, there seemed to be hundreds of tiny vortexes appearing on his medicine soul. The vortexes were absorbing the medicine soul power in the surroundings. The medicine soul power that was originally loose and thin began to condense with the hundreds of vortexes as the center. Each of the vortexes was like an indestructible city that enclosed the medicine soul power within, preventing it from dispersing. The hundreds of vortexes resonated with each other, just like hundreds of cities that were connected by beacons. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This Lianqing pill did not cause a quantitative change in the medicine soul power. Instead, it caused a qualitative change. It was a kind of sublimation and solidification. After the sublimation, his chances of attaining the 6th revolution pill refinement realm would undoubtedly increase. The Lianqing pill uses the soul as the city and connects the city with the beacons. It's a pretty good pill. Unfortunately, the medicinal ingredients required to concoct this pill are too difficult to gather. Otherwise, my chances of attaining the 6th revolution will certainly be higher if I concoct a few more pills. Ning Fan praised softly. After completely digesting the medicinal power of the Lianqing pill, he continued to consume the soul-washing lotus. It was a green lotus that was almost transparent. He could clearly see the veins of the lotus leaves and petals. When he sniffed it, he could even smell an extremely unique fragrance that refreshed his mind and soul. After consuming it, the green lotus turned into a trace of clear qi that enveloped his medicine soul, giving him a feeling as if a cool breeze was blowing against him. Ning Fan calmed his mind and focused on refining the clear qi of the green lotus. The process of refining the clear qi took a total of 10 days. Along with the refinement of the clear qi, the barrier of his 6th revolution medicine soul became thinner and thinner. He was just a step away from breaking through it. The medicine soul power gushed out like a flood. The barrier was gradually unable to stop it. Ning Fan's spirit was lifted. He wanted to break through the barrier in one go and attain the 6th revolution. However, just as he was about to break through, a trace of strange heavenly Tao power suddenly rose between heaven and earth and pressed down on him. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his medicine soul. The medicine soul power that was trying to break through the barrier was completely dispersed by the heavenly Tao power. The heavenly Tao actually forbade Ning Fan from breaking through to the 6th revolution. It was unknown how many 5th revolution pill refinement masters were stuck at this step. They were stopped by the heavenly Tao and could not break through to the 6th revolution successfully. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the so-called 6th revolution was like heaven actually meant that the heavenly Tao would stop him at the last step of breaking through to the 6th revolution. I didn't expect that the heavenly Tao would actually stop me. Ning Fan frowned and his expression became a little solemn. However, he returned to his optimal cultivation state after just a moment. He put away all his emotions and calmed his mind. Once again, he accumulated the power of his medicine soul and meditated for a day and a night. One day later, Ning Fan activated the power of his medicine soul and attempted to break through to the 6th revolution once again. However, he was stopped by the heavenly Tao again and failed. The 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 57th day, after failing for 57 times in a row, Ning Fan still could not break through the barrier of the 6th revolution. Every time he succeeded, the heavenly Tao would stop him. He finally understood how difficult it was to break through to the 6th revolution. Luo Yu did not lie to him. Attaining the 6th revolution pill refinement realm was much more difficult than attaining the void refinement realm. On the 58th day, Ning Fan no longer accumulated the power of his medicine soul. On the 59th day, Ning Fan was still sitting still. On the 60th day, the 61st day. On the 95th day, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and attempted to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm again. However, he still failed. This time, however, he waved his hand and kept a trace of the heavenly Tao's power when he failed. The heavenly Tao's power flowed between his fingers. However, Ning Fan could vaguely hear an unchanging voice from the heavenly Tao telling him something. He calmed himself down and closed his eyes, as if he had forgotten everything in front of him and entered a state of selflessness. On the 96th day, the 97th day. On the 114th day, Ning Fan seemed to have become one with the heavenly Tao. He finally heard that voice clearly. The soul of a pill refinement cultivator is born in heaven and earth and travels through the past and present. Dan is against the Tao, stealing the fortune of the heavens, which is why the heavens have abandoned it. If I don't have the determination to seize the heavens, I won't be able to transform my soul, and it will be difficult to succeed in the path of alchemy. The voice reverberated in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes turned dark as if he had comprehended something. Medicinal pills were products that relied on treasures of the heavens and the earth to combine with the energy of the heavens and the earth. They seized the fortune of the heavens and the earth, and they were capable of allowing a cultivator's cultivation to increase and possess a heaven-defying strength. Therefore, in this sense, alchemy was a path that defied the heavens. Presumably, every 6th revolution pill would need to seize the fortune of heaven and earth in order to be successfully concocted. Thus, if one did not have the determination to seize heaven, they would not be able to break through to rank 6. But what did it mean by soul form command? Could it be that in order to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, he would need to be like venerated pill and transform his medicine soul into another form? If that's the case, venerated pill's medicine soul would transform into a dragon. Then, what would Ning Fan's soul transform into? If the 6 revolutions are like the heavens, then I will seize the heavens. However, how to seize the heavens, how to transform the soul? Ning Fan closed his eyes, forgetting the flow of time beside his ears. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of his eyes. There was once a butterfly that was not afraid of the astral winds. It rushed to the heaven court with its mortal body. There was once a butterfly that was not afraid of immortal emperors. It destroyed one of the immortal emperor's eyes at the cost of its butterfly body being incinerated. There was once a butterfly that was not afraid of the heavens. I am a butterfly. Ning Fan opened his eyes. The power of his medicine soul that was as black as ink suddenly spread out. It was like a vast black ocean that drowned heaven and earth. As Ning Fan willed it, the power of his black medicine soul suddenly turned into tens of thousands of black butterflies. He suddenly stood up. His robes were as white as snow, but he was standing among the cluster of black butterflies. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. He already had absolute confidence that he would break through to the sixth revolution pill refinement realm this time. I want the sixth revolution. The barrier above his medicine soul was forcefully broken at this moment as his medicine soul transformed into butterflies. There was no longer any force that could stop him from breaking through to the sixth revolution pill refinement realm. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao power, tens of thousands of black butterflies with medicine soul danced in the air and resolutely rushed to the heavens. Each of the black butterflies burned their bodies and forcefully shattered the heavenly Tao power. What kind of determination would be even crazier than the butterflies in his previous life? Ning Fan did not have a special physique and he did not have unparalleled wisdom. However, he only had this determination. Even the heavens and immortal emperors could not stop him. Boom a strong pitch-black medicine soul that carried the aura force of a low-grade 6th revolution pill refinement realm spread out from his body. Ning Fan turned into a ray of traveling light and soared into the sky. He rushed to the 6th floor, the 5th floor. On the 1st floor, he finally rushed out of the soul-washing pond and stepped on the heavens. His aura force swept across the entire Pill Island. At this moment, tens of thousands of black butterflies appeared strangely on the Pill Island. Some low-level pill refinement cultivators did not understand what was going on. However, some experienced pill refinement cultivators could already sense how terrifying these black butterflies were. These black butterflies were actually transformed from a medicine soul. The chi of this medicine soul belonged to Ning Fan. This power had reached the low-grade 6th revolution. Oh my god! Venerated Ming's pill refinement realm has actually broken through to the 6th revolution. This is really unexpected. Countless cultivators of the Pill Island exclaimed. Su Yan and Ming Ke were cultivating in their respective rooms. When they sensed the familiar chi of this medicine soul, both of them smiled knowingly. They had always believed that Ning Fan could attain the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. And he really did it. From today onwards, Ning Fan was the 8th 6th revolution pill refinement master in the Rain Immortal world. From today onwards, with just his identity as a 6th revolution pill refinement master, even void fragmentation realm old monsters would have to be polite to him. 4 months had passed. Venerated Pill's injuries had already recovered by 20 to 30%. He was now recuperating in the stone chamber. When he sensed that the Pill Island was surrounded by black butterflies, Venerated Pill's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was more astonished than anyone else. Not only did he sense that Ning Fan's pill refinement realm had broken through to the 6th revolution, but he also discovered that the aura force of Ning Fan's medicine soul was so strong that it was unimaginable. It even made his dragon-shaped medicine soul tremble a little. Even though the butterflies were small and weak, they had the most persistent madness which was unstoppable. What shocked Venerated Pill the most was that the power of Ning Fan's medicine soul was at least 30% stronger than Venerated Pill's even though he had just attained the low-grade 6th revolution medicine soul. He has just broken through to the 6th revolution but his medicine soul has actually become so strong? Venerated Pill's face was filled with astonishment. He turned into a ray of traveling light and rushed out of the stone chamber, soaring into the sky. At the moment when he soared into the sky, he saw Ning Fan standing in midair. Their eyes met. Fellow Daoist, are you willing to exchange some battle soul techniques with me? Venerated Pill gritted his teeth. He was eager to find out whether Ning Fan's medicine soul was 30% stronger than his. Your injuries? Ning Fan said with concern. My injuries are physical injuries. If I only use my medicine soul to spar, it won't affect my physical injuries. Fellow Daoist, please spar with me using battle soul techniques. Venerated Pill said stubbornly. Alright. Ning Fan no longer rejected Venerated Pill's offer. He moved a distance of 1000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, away from Venerated Pill. He also wanted to know how strong his medicine soul had become after breaking through to the 6th revolution. Venerated Pill patted the top of his head and his soul transformed into a black dragon. The black dragon spat out black flames and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the area. His black medicine soul spread out like a bolt of cold lightning, turning into tens of thousands of black butterflies. His aura force made Venerated Pill's heart skip a beat. Burn! Ning Fan only uttered a single word. However, the black butterflies burned themselves and charged towards the black dragon. Each of the black butterflies carried an unerasable obsession. They were so crazy that they wanted to compete with heaven and earth. Rumble the black dragon collided with the countless black butterflies. The result was that the black dragon was smashed into pieces. As for the black butterflies that filled the sky, there were still more than half of them left. Venerated Pill's eyes widened in shock. Through this collision, he discovered to his surprise that Ning Fan's medicine soul was not just 30% stronger than his. It was clearly twice as strong as his. Such a powerful medicine soul can only be possessed by some pill refinement masters who are on the verge of breaking through to the mid-6th revolution pill refinement realm. Could it be that this young man's medicine soul is already comparable to those half-step mid-6th revolution pill refinement realm pill refinement masters even though he has just broken through to the 6th revolution? This young man has such a shocking talent in pill refinement. Venerated Pill's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. That disappointment was the helplessness of losing to Ning Fan. Even though he had already expected that Ning Fan's medicine soul would surpass his after breaking through to the 6th revolution, he did not expect that Ning Fan's medicine soul would be twice as strong as his. Countless cultivators of the Pill Island looked up at the battle of medicine souls just now in astonishment. Their island lord, the 7th-ranked venerated Pill of the Rain World, had actually lost to Ning Fan in terms of the strength of his medicine soul? Master, Brother Biscuit. Su Yan and Ming Ke rose into the sky one after another. Their faces were filled with unconcealable joy. This joy was naturally because Ning Fan had broken through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. However, Ning Fan still keenly sensed that there was a hint of worry hidden within their joy. Before Ning Fan could talk to the two ladies, venerated Pill suddenly sighed. Sigh. Fellow Taoists' breakthrough to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm is supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, I still have a piece of bad news to tell fellow Taoist. Bad news? Ning Fan was surprised. During the 4 months when I was breaking through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, I received a message from Dong Su and Zhu Qing in the Giant Devil clan. They asked me to lend them a hand. I'm afraid the Giant Devil clan has encountered some trouble. The Giant Devil clan has encountered some trouble? Ning Fan's eyes tensed up. The joy he felt from breaking through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm had completely faded away. Su Qiuling, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi were still in the Giant Devil clan. If the Giant Devil clan is in trouble, would the three of them be in danger? There was also his sister-in-law, Feng Shuiyan. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Even though the Giant Devil clan has encountered some trouble, it is not a life-and-death crisis. Venerated Pill wanted to say something but hesitated. Fellow Taoist, please tell me what exactly happened to the Giant Devil clan. After hearing that it was not a life-and-death crisis, Ning Fan's expression became slightly relieved. That's right. The Giant Devil clan has the 8 ancestors at the very least and Yu Lingkong is also a Void Refinement Realm expert. As long as a Void Fragmentation Realm expert of the Rain World does not appear, the Giant Devil clan would not face any life-threatening crisis at all. Other than a freak like Ning Fan, there was no other cultivator below the Void Fragmentation Realm who could suppress the 4 devil clans of the Hidden Ocean. Obviously, the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters were busy with their own cultivation and would not be interested in the Giant Devil clan. The trouble that the Giant Devil clan is facing is only related to one person. Currently, I don't know how many forces of the Internal Sea have gathered in the Giant Devil clan to ask for one person. Who? The daughter of Zhu Qing, the leader of the Giant Devil clan, Feng Shuiyan. It was rumored that Feng Shuiyan was the devil concubine of the Giant Devil clan, and that she possessed the ability to decipher the words on the devil statue slate. Rumor has it that the Giant Devil clan has a devil statue slate. Countless forces gathered in the Giant Devil clan and threatened Zhu Qing to hand over his beloved daughter and the devil statue slate. Decipher the slate of the devil statue? Ning Fan was so angry that he laughed. The devil chi of the 4 devil statue slate had already been extracted by Ning Fan, causing him to revert to his ancestral form and become a devil. Thus, the slate was no longer useful. It was funny that there were still some people who were kept in the dark and were plotting against each other for the slate. They even went to look for trouble with Feng Shuiyan. Some people were just too restless. Ning Fan could even guess with his toes that the Ghost Eye clan and the Lanling sect were definitely involved in this matter. After all, in the Internal Sea, these two forces were the ones who wanted to obtain the slate and decipher it the most. As for the other small forces, they did not know that the giant devil clan still had the 8 old men who wouldn't die. Perhaps, they just wanted to follow the crowd and get some leftovers. Be it the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan, King Lanling or Marquis Yugoe. None of them were good people. Ning Fan would like to see how fearful those people would be when he steps into the giant devil clan again with his current cultivation base. As for Feng Shuiyan, of course, he would protect her. He would like to see who would dare to touch Feng Shuiyan with him around. To be continued. To Ning Fan, the level of cultivation resources in the Endless Sea was not high enough. It was no longer suitable to be a place to further improve his cultivation base. It had been 40 years since Ning Fan left Yu country. Now that his pill refinement mastery had broken through to the 6th revolution and his cultivation base had broken through to the reckless devil realm, he had already made up his mind to leave Yu country. But before he left, there were some old debts that he had to settle. If I don't take the medicine, will brother-in-law be sad? Then I'll take the medicine, brother-in-law, only you can find me, only you can hear my heart. The figure of a stubborn and capricious girl appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Since Feng Shuiyan had called him brother-in-law, he would not let her call him that in vain. Since she was in trouble, the giant demon clan naturally had to return as soon as possible. Fellow Daoist Dan, I have some ties with the giant devil clan, so I can't just ignore Feng Shuiyan. I must return to the giant devil clan immediately. It was all thanks to the soul-washing pool of the Pill Island that I was able to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm in the past 4 months. I will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Ning Fan signaled Su Yan and Ming Ke with his eyes. He was actually going to head straight to the giant devil clan without preparing to stabilize his 6th revolution pill refinement realm. Venerated Pill was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Ning Fan to leave in such a hurry after hearing that the giant devil clan was in trouble. Although it was not necessary to stabilize one's cultivation level when one's pill refinement broke through to the 6th revolution, one could let it stabilize on its own, but it would take a lot more time. Generally speaking, stabilizing one's alchemy realm immediately after a breakthrough in alchemy was naturally the best choice. Ning Fan did not hesitate to give up stabilizing his pill refinement realm in order to rush back to the giant devil clan. Obviously, he was extremely worried about Feng Shuiyan. Even though Venerated Pill had heard that Ning Fan had some friendship with the giant devil clan, he did not expect them to have such a deep relationship. You jest, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist has saved my life, so borrowing the soul cleansing pond is not worth mentioning. However, fellow Daoist doesn't need to be in a hurry to leave. This old man has received help from Dong Su and Ju Qing, so I naturally have to go to the giant demon clan. How about you allow this old man to go with you? Same trade? Fellow Daoist Dan seems to have yet to recover from his injuries, right? Ning Fan was also stunned. Haha, this old man has a good relationship with Dong Su and Ju Qing. Since the two of them have encountered trouble, this old man will naturally do his best to help them. So what if they suffer some injuries? Furthermore, I only need to show my face and not fight with anyone. This old man is a 6th revolution pill refinement master. No matter which expert comes to cause trouble for the giant devil clan, they will have to give this old man face. Venerated Alchemy's words were filled with sincerity and pride. Ning Fan gave Venerated Dan a deep look. Even though this person was severely injured, he still insisted on helping his good friend. Putting aside whether he could be of help or not, his sincerity alone was enough to move Ning Fan's heart. This Venerated Pill was someone worth befriending. Although Venerated Dan's cultivation level was not high, he was still the 7th best alchemist in the Reign Immortal world. With his reputation, everyone would have to give him face. Bringing him along would more or less be of some use. Good. I will go with fellow Daoist Dan to the giant devil clan. Let's set off immediately. Fellow Daoist, don't be in such a hurry. This old man has 2 items that I'd like to give to you. Venerated Pill patted his storage pouch and took out 2 items. One of them was a sandalwood box with a low-grade 6th revolution pill inside. The first was an ancient golden sword. The body of the sword was wide, but it didn't have a sharp edge. Instead, there were many grooves on the body of the sword. Perhaps due to its age, the ancient sword was damaged in many places and its power was much weaker than before. Ning Fan received the pill box and sniffed the pill fragrance. At first, he was slightly surprised. When he looked at the ancient golden sword again, he was slightly surprised. This is soul-nurturing pill. As for this ancient golden sword, there's no mistaking it. It's an escaping sword. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. Venerated Pill said in admiration. The soul-nurturing pill was an ancient pill. Its effect was to stabilize one's medicine soul. The pill recipe had long been lost. Venerated Pill did not know how to concoct it. This pill was picked up in the immortal Burning Valley. As for the ancient golden sword, it was an escaping sword. The escaping sword was a special flying sword that only existed in ancient times. As its name suggested, it only had one function and that was to fly. It couldn't be used as a weapon to attack or kill enemies. The escaping sword focused all of its power into its speed. Only sword cultivators could control it. If one wants to push the speed of the escaping sword to its maximum, a lot of immortal jade would be required to activate it. Naturally, the grooves were filled with immortal jade. Both of these items were ancient items. Even Venerated Pill could not recognize their origins at first glance when he picked them up in the past. The fact that Ning Fan was able to recognize them at first glance was enough to prove that he had incredible eyesight. If fellow Taoist consumes this soul-nurturing pill, you can immediately stabilize your medicine soul without having to go into seclusion. The maximum speed of this escaping sword is almost infinitely close to that of a void fragmentation realm expert. Of course, the amount of immortal jade needed to activate it to its maximum speed is not small. Hee. Then, I'll give these 2 items to fellow Taoist. Thank you for your gift, fellow Taoist. Ning Fan consumed the soul-nurturing pill. As the power of the pill digested, his medicine soul stabilized at an unbelievable speed. Holding the ancient golden sword in his hand, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. With this sword, it certainly wouldn't take too long for him to return to the giant devil clan. This ancient golden sword can only carry a limited number of cultivators at a time. If there are too many people, its speed will become slower. How about this? Let Huang Tingzi and Yanggu ride the ancient sword with us. As for the other Pill Island cultivators, those whose cultivation bases are higher than the Gold Core realm, prepare yourselves and head to the giant devil clan on your own. Venerated Pill gave an order to the cultivators of Pill Island. From the looks of it, he was going to use all of Pill Island's strength to assist the giant devil clan. Zhu Qing is this old man's best friend. He only has one daughter. If anyone wants to touch his daughter, they'll have to ask this old man for permission first. Venerated Pill's tone was resolute. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. In this world, there were not many people who would go this far for their friends. Venerated Pill was one of them. Old Ancestor Dong Su, Venerable Giant, Venerable Pill Dan Songzi. To be able to get to know these 3 people in this life, Ning Fan's death would not be in vain. Since Venerated Pill was willing to bring all the experts on the island to assist the giant devil clan, Ning Fan was also willing to lend a hand. Golden Core cultivators are too slow. I don't know how long it will be before I reach the giant demon clan. I have a way to move the entire Pill Island to the giant devil clan. Oh? Is there a way? Venerated Pill was very interested. Bring the entire Pill Island with you. Let's go. We'll head to the giant devil clan together. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a blood-red paper umbrella. As he activated his magic power, the paper umbrella opened and emitted circles of faint red halos of spirit wheels. The halos spread to the entire Pill Island. The entire island trembled and was actually kept into the world inside the umbrella. In the world inside the umbrella, a massive island fell from the sky and landed on the churning sea of blood. All the cultivators of the Pill Island were stunned. This world was too crazy. They had actually been taken away by someone along with their island. In the outside world, Huang Tingzi and Yanggu were the only 2 people who were not taken away by Ning Fan. The Pill Island beneath their feet disappeared in an instant. All that was left was a boundless and empty sea. The seawater was as dark as ink. A small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. Besides, this cosmos treasure is a little extraordinary. Venerated Pill's eyes widened in surprise. Small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures were rare in the first place. However, he had seen a few of them before. Ordinary small Kiliacosm cosmos treasures could only be kept into them when they were within a certain distance from the target. There had never been a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure that was as domineering as this blood umbrella. As soon as the umbrella opened, it could forcefully take away an entire island. Venerated Pill naturally did not know that this blood umbrella was engraved with an ancient demon spirit wheel with immeasurable power. It was an attack-type small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. Not only could it forcefully keep the enemy into its world, but it could also use the blood sea in the world inside the umbrella to severely injure the enemy. This treasure was heaven-defying. Let's go. Ning Fan, of course, would not explain too much to Venerated Pill. He just cast a magic seal on the blood umbrella to suppress the attack of the blood sea in the world inside the umbrella. In this way, the cultivators of the Pill Island who were kept into the umbrella world would not be in any danger. All they needed to do was to wait for Ning Fan to arrive at the giant devil clan and retrieve the Pill Island. Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned the ancient golden sword. The ancient sword grew in the wind and grew to 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. Huang Tingzi and Yang Gu stood at the back of the sword, protecting Venerated Pill and helping him heal his injuries. Ning Fan, on the other hand, stood on the tip of the ancient sword. Behind him, Su Yan and Ming Ke were admiring the ancient sword with great interest. Can this golden sword really travel at a speed that is infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm? Ming Ke asked in disbelief. I've seen it. The maximum speed of this sword is indeed infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm. However, the amount of immortal jade it consumes is a little terrifying. Ning Fan was a sword cultivator himself. Thus, he fulfilled the requirements to control the ancient sword. After filling the groove of the sword with 5 million immortal jade, the ancient sword turned into a ray of golden light and instantly flew 8 to 900,000 li *, 500 m per zhang, towards the west. Its speed was infinitely close to the speed of an ordinary void fragmentation realm expert who could travel 1 million li *, 500 m per zhang, in a breath. It was indeed extremely fast. What a fast speed! Su Yan said in astonishment while stroking the hair on her temples that were messed up by the wind. She would always see some incredible things by following Ning Fan's side. Silly little brother, you've really picked up a treasure. This escaping sword is severely damaged. Its speed can't even reach 30 to 40% of its original speed. I have a way to completely repair this escaping sword. When the time comes, your speed will be faster than even the Rain Sovereign and Moksha Sovereign. Luo Yu's words were filled with temptation in his mind. How do I repair it? Ning Fan was rather interested in this ancient sword. If he can repair it, wouldn't he be able to travel several million li *, 500 m per zhang, and his speed could even surpass the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? With such speed, he could do many things. As long as you can find a fist-sized piece of green astral gold, I have a way to repair it for you. Green astral gold. And it has to be the size of a fist. Little you err, you always like to joke with me. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Green astral gold was a type of supreme-grade spiritual or used to refine flying escaping magic treasures. It was extremely rare. A piece of green astral gold the size of a fingernail already had an astronomical price. It could make countless void fragmentation realm old monsters fight for it. Getting him a fist-sized piece of green astral gold was not much easier than breaking through to the void fragmentation realm. Indeed, the matter of repairing the ancient golden sword could only be thought of and not forced. Ning Fan no longer said anything and carefully controlled the ancient golden sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. The burden on the spirit sense of the sword cultivator controlling it was not small. In just 1 hour, the ancient golden sword had already traveled a distance of 10 million li *, 500 m per zhang. However, Ning Fan who was controlling the ancient sword felt as if he had just traveled a few 100,000 li *, 500 m per zhang. His spirit sense was unprecedentedly exhausted. Is this the price of flying across realms? What made Ning Fan even more speechless was that the 5 million immortal jade that he used to fill the ancient golden sword had already been used up after traveling a distance of 10 million li *, 500 m per zhang. This ancient sword really consumes too much immortal jade, doesn't it? After some calculations, he realized that it would cost 1 immortal jade to travel every 2 li asterisk, 500 m per zhang. It's really too expensive. The Pill Island was at least a few billion li asterisk, 500 m per zhang, away from the giant devil clan. If he uses the ancient sword to travel the entire distance, he would need to spend several billion immortal jade. Ning Fan glanced at Venerated Pill speechlessly and happened to see Venerated Pill's unscrupulous smile. No wonder Venerated Pill was willing to give this sword to Ning Fan. It turned out that this sword was too expensive and Venerated Pill could not afford to maintain it. Forget it. I don't lack money anyway. He already had a few billion immortal jade on him. Besides that, he still had more than 10,000 Dao crystals, which was equivalent to more than 50 billion immortal jade. Perhaps this ancient golden sword was very expensive, but Ning Fan was confident that he could maintain it. Moreover, Ning Fan also realized that when he was controlling the ancient sword to fly across realms, his spirit sense actually experienced a slight improvement due to the overuse of his spirit sense. Even though the improvement of his spirit sense was insignificant, it was extremely precious to Ning Fan, whose spirit sense was close to the void inquiry stage. According to Ning Fan's calculation, as long as he controls the sword with his spirit sense and uses it to fly, his spirit sense would be able to break through to the void inquiry stage before he arrives at the giant devil clan. If that's the case, I didn't spend the money in vain. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and replenished another 5 million immortal jade. The ancient sword turned into a ray of golden light again and flew across the vast sky. It was the first time Huang Tingzi and Yang Gu had seen such a fast speed in their lives. The two of them could also tell how much burden it would put on their spirit sense in order to increase the speed of the ancient sword to the void fragmentation realm. Ordinary sword cultivators would definitely not be able to withstand such a burden on their spirit sense. However, Ning Fan did. Huang Tingzi was so shocked that he did not know what to say. Yang Gu, on the other hand, was filled with pride. His master was Ning Fan. He was naturally proud of the fact that Ning Fan could control the ancient sword freely. The ancient sword was burning money along the way without stopping. It could cover a distance of 250 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, in a day. Ning Fan estimated that with this speed, he would only need around 10 days to return to the giant devil clan. The sword light traveled all the way to the west. It was so shocking that it naturally frightened countless people. On a lonely black island in the Black Mountain Sea, a group of profound cultivation realm cultivators was fighting against another group of devil cultivators. Many of them had already died. There were only around 20 devil cultivators. All of them were cultivators from the internal endless sea. Most of them were gold core realm cultivators. There was only one early nascent soul realm cultivator in charge. As for the profound cultivation realm cultivators, there were around 50 of them. All of them were cultivators from the 800 cultivation countries. There were 2 mid-nascent soul realm cultivators in charge. The reason why the two groups of people were fighting against each other was because they had discovered an ancient grave of a divine transformation realm expert on this island. Both of them wanted to fight for the treasure. Judging from the forces of both parties, it was obvious that the profound cultivation realm cultivators had an absolute chance of winning. Damn it! Why do you cultivators from the 800 cultivation countries want to come to the endless sea and fight against us devil cultivators for the treasure? That early nascent soul realm devil cultivator could not defeat the 2 mid-nascent soul realm profound cultivation realm cultivators. His life was in danger. Thus, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Humph. The reason why we came all the way to the endless sea is obviously to get a share of the loot from the giant devil clan. As long as we force the giant devil clan to hand over the devil statue slate and feng shuian. The 2 nascent soul realm cultivators of the righteous path were sneering. Suddenly, a gigantic golden sword light broke through the sea at an unbelievable speed. Wherever the sword light passed, the Black Sea was completely cut into half. That sword light abruptly stopped in the sky above the Black Mountain Island. Standing on the tip of the sword was a white-robed young man with a cold expression. He was none other than Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not expect that he would encounter the profound cultivation realm cultivators of the 800 cultivation countries along the way to the giant devil clan. It seemed like there would be a lot of experts heading to the giant devil clan this time. With so many experts oppressing the giant devil clan, Ning Fan wondered if Feng Shuiyan would be in danger. Who are you? Could it be that you also want to fight for the Divine Transformation Realm ancient grave with us? Do you know who we are? We are the barbarian Dao sect of the Southern Kingdom. You better not interfere in our business. One of the nascent soul realm cultivators said with a lack of confidence. He could tell that Ning Fan was strong, but he could not tell exactly how strong he was. Therefore, he only reported his clan's background in hopes of slightly intimidating Ning Fan. Lord Man King of their barbarian Dao sect was a Void Glimpse stage expert. As soon as the name of a Void Glimpse stage expert was announced, all the Divine Transformation Realm old monsters would be scared witless. I don't have any interest in you people killing people and seizing their treasures. However, how dare you ants have the guts to covet Feng Shuiyan? Humph. Ning Fan let out a cold snort. A monstrous aura force rose from his body, enveloping all 50 profound cultivators within it. What kind of fiendish aura was that? How many people did he have to kill to have such a terrifying aura? This aura was too shocking, and it wasn't something they could resist at all. The golden cores of the mystic cultivators of the golden core realm shattered one after another, and they fell to the ground dead. The nascent souls of the 2 nascent soul mystic cultivators were also crushed. They vomited blood and died. However, they would rather die than believe that there is such a ruthless person in the world who could kill an original leveled powerhouse with his chi. Was this really the Endless Sea? Isn't there only the 7 venerated beings in the internal sea of the Endless Sea? Aren't there only 7 half-step void refinement realm experts in the Endless Sea? It was clear that this batch of barbarian Dao sect's nascent soul and golden core cultivators had no idea how terrifying the Endless Sea was. On the other hand, the 20+ devil cultivators on the island, be it the gold core realm or the nascent soul realm, all of them were so scared that they wet their pants the moment they saw Ning Fan's face. Revered Ming. They were nearly scared to death. They had never thought that they would meet Ning Fan in person. Who was Ning Fan? He was a peerless devil lord who killed wherever he went. Even in the Endless Sea where people were numb to killing, there wasn't anyone as ruthless as Ning Fan. The 20+ devil cultivators immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the ancient golden sword in the sky, begging for mercy. Revered Ming, please spare our lives. If Revered Ming wants the Divine Transformation Realm ancient tomb on this island, we certainly won't dare to snatch it from you. Su Yan giggled. Ming Ke also found it very interesting. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was a little speechless. Was he really that scary? He could scare the devil cultivators of the internal sea the moment he showed himself. Besides, what kind of person was Ning Fan? Why would he snatch a Divine Transformation Realm immortal cave from a group of low-grade cultivators? Was he out of his mind? All of you. Just disperse. Ning Fan was speechless. He activated the ancient golden sword and instantly flew to a distance of 8 to 900,000 li *, 500 m per li, disappearing without a trace. Even though he had killed a lot of people, it was not to the extent where he would kill every single person he saw. The reason why he killed those profound cultivators of the barbarian Dao sect was just because they came to the internal sea with impure intentions. They were here to plot against Feng Shuiyan. So the barbarian Dao sect has also joined the muddy waters of the giant devil clan. It seems like the forces that have come to the giant devil clan this time are far more than what I have imagined. Ning Fan flew away, leaving the group of devil cultivators on the Black Mountain Island looking at each other in dismay. They stared at Ning Fan's golden sword light with eyes filled with respect and admiration. They had never seen such a fast-flying sword in their entire lives. Revered Ming is really too incredible. However, before he left, he seemed to have given them an order to disperse. It was just a casual sentence from him. However, when the 20+ devil cultivators heard it, none of them dared to neglect it. If Revered Ming wants us to disperse, does it mean that he doesn't allow us to dig the grave of this Divine Transformation Realm senior? One of the devil cultivators said timidly. That makes sense. Revered Ming might really not allow us to dig the grave. Could it be that Revered Ming has some kind of relationship with this deceased Divine Transformation Realm senior? That's why he doesn't allow us to dig the grave. An experienced devil cultivator analyzed. But this is the ancient grave of a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. There might be many treasures inside. A short devil cultivator was unwilling to give up on digging the grave. Idiots. Since revered Ming wants us to disperse, we must disperse. Whoever dares to dig the grave without permission will be offending revered Ming. How many lives do you have to dare to offend revered Ming? The nascent soul realm devil cultivator spoke. Everyone recalled the terrifying scene where Ning Fan killed a nascent soul realm cultivator with his aura force. Thus, all the devil cultivators nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice and unanimously agreed to give up on digging the grave. They had no choice. Ning Fan's ferocious reputation was too terrifying. None of them dared to ignore a simple order from him. From today onwards, we must be good people and remember revered Ming's order. Digging graves is shameful. We are not allowed to dig graves. Yes, digging graves is shameful. We are not allowed to dig graves. All the devil cultivators said solemnly. They looked at the direction of the grave of the divine transformation realm ancient cultivator and spat out a mouthful of saliva. It was as if the divine transformation realm ancient grave that contained treasures was just an insignificant trash in the eyes of these devil cultivators. If the deceased divine transformation realm cultivator knew that his grave had become trash in the eyes of low-grade cultivators, would he be so angry that smoke would come out of his 7 orifices? The ancient golden sword vanished into thin air. Huang Tingzi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Ning Fan could kill a nascent soul realm and gold core realm cultivator with just his aura force. He found it unbelievable. The white-robed young man who was usually calm and collected turned out to be such a terrifying expert once he had the intention to kill. Yang Gu's eyes were filled with passion. He admired his master Ning Fan's methods even more. Even though master's bone age is young, be it pill refinement mastery or cultivation base, he is one of the best in the entire rain world. Being able to acknowledge this person as my master is indeed the best decision I have ever made in my life. Ning Fan stood at the tip of the ancient golden sword and faced the setting sun. His 10 fingers kept forming hand seals to control the ancient sword to travel. Occasionally, he would consume a pill of decent quality to nourish his sea of consciousness. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face, giving it a faint golden hue. Ning Fan closed his eyes and controlled the sword with his spirit sense. As time passed, his spirit sense gradually got used to the burden of the ancient golden sword. After the first day, the exhaustion of his spirit sense was slightly reduced. After the second day, the exhaustion of his spirit sense was even more reduced. The third day, the fourth day, on the 5th day, Ning Fan had completely gotten used to the speed of the ancient sword. His spirit sense no longer felt tired and he was getting closer to breaking through to the void inquiry stage. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have become one with the ancient sword. Venerated Pill adjusted his breathing and healed his wounds at the sword's hilt. Occasionally, he would lift his head to look at Ning Fan's back. His eyes were filled with surprise and also shame. Venerated Pill had seen many void inquiry stage and even void pierce stage experts. However, even a void pierce stage expert could not do what Ning Fan did, controlling the ancient sword with such ease. On this day, the ancient sword traveled to the blissful abyss of the internal endless sea. The blissful abyss was a famous and dangerous place in the internal endless sea. It was famous for its large number of demon beasts. The sky within millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the sea was shrouded by magnetic mist. No one knew how many nascent soul beasts and wild beasts were hiding under the mist. This magnetic mist was extremely strange. Once a cultivator enters its range, they would be affected by the magnetic force, making it difficult for them to move and greatly reducing their speed. This blissful abyss is extremely dangerous. Do we need to take a detour? Su Yan asked softly. She was naturally not worried about Ning Fan's safety. However, there were still Huang Tingzi, Yang Gu, and the injured venerated Pill on the ancient sword. If they were surrounded by wild beasts after entering the mist, even if she, Ming Ke and Ning Fan were not injured, the 3 of them would be injured. Don't worry. Ning Fan's indifferent words had given Su Yan unlimited confidence, dispelling all her worries. Under Ning Fan's control, the ancient golden sword flew straight into the range of the magnetic mist. Under the interference of the magnetic fog, the speed of the sword was greatly reduced, and it was only 1/10 of its original speed. Even so, the speed of the ancient sword was already comparable to that of a void glimpse stage cultivator. Eh? This golden sword is really a good escape treasure. It can actually travel so fast in the magnetic fog. The hoarse voice of an old man suddenly sounded from the front of the ancient golden sword. The voice of this elderly man carried the aura force of a void glimpse stage expert. Immediately, everyone on the ancient sword became alert. Hand over the golden sword, and all of you will not die. If you dare to disobey this old man will order the millions of sea beasts of the blissful abyss to kill you all. Roar! 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 The moment the old man's voice rang out, the roars of countless beasts came from all directions, causing the magnetic fog to disperse slightly. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Through the dispersing magnetic fog, he saw an elderly man in red robes standing in the sky above the mist in front of him. His expression was gloomy. He was staring at the golden sword while licking his lips. The elderly man had a void glimpse stage cultivation base. He was displaying some kind of secret technique that seemed to be able to control all the sea beasts in this place. Under his control, there were more than 1 million sea beasts in the sky and under the sea. They surrounded the ancient sword heavily, making it impenetrable. The roars of the beasts turned into sound waves and impacted the ancient sword, reducing its speed once again. It was almost going to stop in the sky. The ancient sword was just an escape sword. It could not get out of the crowd of beasts. The elderly man licked his lips. Even though he was just a void glimpse stage cultivator, his cultivation method was closely related to the demonic beasts. It was an extremely terrifying poison technique. At this moment, there were 1 million demonic beasts around him. As long as the old man activated his secret technique and borrowed the demonic blood to cast the technique, even a void-pierced stage-old monster would have to flee at the sight of his poison technique. Naturally, he had the courage to snatch Ning Fan's flying sword. I will count to 3. Hand over the flying sword. Otherwise. The elderly man stared at the flying sword that had almost come to a halt and sneered. However, he was secretly forming hand seals to release poison from his sleeves. The colorless and odorless poison technique was mixed in the magnetic fog and swept towards the ancient sword. He looked like he wanted to kill Ning Fan and snatch his treasure. He did not put a single sword expert in his eyes at all. Get lost. Ning Fan stood at the tip of the sword. His cold voice resounded across the blissful abyss. The sound waves of the roars of the millions of sea beasts were all suppressed by his voice. The aura force of the ancestral blood of the Fuli tribe spread out. The demon blood of the millions of sea beasts boiled and trembled in fear. All of them made way for Ning Fan and prostrated themselves on the surface of the sea, kowtowing to Ning Fan. The millions of sea beasts were fearful and submitted to Ning Fan just because of his voice. This scene greatly exceeded the elderly man's expectation. He could not imagine that there was someone in this world who could make millions of demon beasts submit to him with just a sentence. Without the obstruction of the roars of the beasts, the magnetic fog was also diluted. The ancient sword regained its previous speed and dashed towards the elderly man at an unbelievable speed. When his eyes met Ning Fan, who was standing on the tip of the sword, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. He felt as if he was going to die in Ning Fan's hands in the next moment. Damn it. Why did I offend a malefic star when I was just killing people and robbing their treasures? Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. This old man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I didn't know that fellow Taoist has remarkable abilities and actually tried to rob your magic treasure. I am the vice sect master of the Scarlet Demon sect. I hope that fellow Taoist can spare me for the sake of my sect. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fan had already raised his hand and took out a golden hand cauldron. The golden hand cauldron grew in the wind and emitted faint golden rings of fire. It rolled up a golden sea of flames that engulfed the elderly man. The elderly man was horrified. The destructive power of this golden hand cauldron was too terrifying. Even a void-pierced stage-old monster would have a hard time withstanding it. How could a void glimpse stage expert like him, who plays tricks with poison and tricks, withstand it? Ah! With a deafening scream, the elderly man was directly incinerated into ashes by the faint golden rings of fire. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape the calamity due to its severe injuries. It was already scared to death by the destructive power of the golden hand cauldron and tried to flee in a panic. Ning Fan made a gesture with his hand and stopped the elderly man's escaping light. Then, with a suction force, he captured the elderly man's primordial spirit into his hand and kept it in the hand cauldron. With one hand, he activated the sword light of the ancient sword while the other hand searched his soul and memories coldly. Under the worship of tens of thousands of sea beasts, the ancient sword flew away from the blissful abyss. The Scarlet Demon sect is located in the poison cloud country of the 800 cultivation countries. I didn't expect that this Scarlet Demon sect would also come to the eternal endless sea and get involved in the muddy waters of the giant devil clan. After searching the elderly man's memories, Ning Fan swallowed his primordial spirit. On the ancient sword, venerated Pill was dumbfounded. That elderly man in red robes was a void glimpse stage-old monster. How could he be incinerated into ashes by Ning Fan just like that? Even though he had heard rumors about Ning Fan being a void inquiry stage-old monster, and he had also heard that Ning Fan had suppressed the Mist Horn tribe and killed a void inquiry stage expert. However, hearsay and witnessing it with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. Venerated Pill found it difficult to calm his mind for a long time after witnessing a void refinement realm expert who was high and mighty die in Ning Fan's hands. Huang Tingzi, on the other hand, was not that surprised as he had already seen Ning Fan kill a void refinement realm expert during the pill ceremony. As for Yang Gu, Ning Fan's chief disciple, his eyes were filled with excitement because Ning Fan had killed a void refinement realm expert. He did not look like a 5th Revolution pill refinement realm grandmaster at all. That's the Scarlet Demon sect we are talking about. You really dared to attack them. The Scarlet Demon sect has the support of the Void Fragmentation Realm Prince of the Rain Palace. Su Yan held her forehead and chuckled softly. Ning Fan had always been very bold. Is that so? Ning Fan did not take it seriously and continued flying on his sword. From the memories of the elderly man in red robes, Ning Fan found out that the Scarlet Demon sect was also plotting against Feng Shuiyan. Since that was the case, he would certainly not show any mercy no matter what kind of background the Scarlet Demon sect had. This time, those who want to attack Feng Shuiyan would have to pay the price. Ning Fan's sword light continued flying at full speed. He had a feeling that the breakthrough of his spirit sense would certainly happen within these few days. On the 8th day, the 9th day. On the 11th day, the ancient sword passed by the Blood Myrtle Sea area. There were a lot of islands in this sea area. There were a total of more than 100 small islands that formed an archipelago. However, the spiritual chi there was scarce and it was not suitable for cultivation. Usually, only cultivators who were passing by would stay on the archipelago. At this moment, on the Blood Myrtle Islands, there were tens of thousands of cultivators from 800 cultivation countries gathering. They were preparing to take a short rest here before heading to the Giant Devil clan to force them to hand over Feng Shuiyan. These tens of thousands of profound cultivators did not belong to a single force. Instead, they belonged to many forces. Many profound cultivators were holding their own flags which had the names of their sects written on them. Eternal Heaven Sect, Drunken Moon Sect, Blue Sand Valley, each of these sects and forces came from the 800 cultivation countries. The sect masters of these forces were just at the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm. All of them were the leaders of small sects and sections. Ning Fan's eyes became even colder. All of a sudden, he retracted the sword light of the ancient sword. He had still underestimated the allure of Feng Shuiyan. Feng Shuiyan and a devil statue slate had actually attracted so many forces to the Giant Devil clan. All of them were plotting against Feng Shuiyan. I heard that there are already more than 100 forces in the Giant Devil clan. Some of them are from the Internal Sea while others are from the 800 cultivation countries. It is said that there are 11 Void Refinement Realm forces among them. With so many forces forcing the Giant Devil clan to hand over Feng Shuiyan and the slate, how would the Giant Devil clan dare to disobey? This old man has received news that a huge arena has been built in the Giant Devil clan. It seems like those forces have different opinions and decided to decide the ownership of the slate through a competition. Sigh. The cultivation bases of the disciples of the small sects and sects are not strong and their speed is too slow. I wonder if we can still get a share of the spoils when we arrive at the Giant Devil clan. Hee. No matter what, if more than 100 of our forces act together, how can a mere pill force like the Giant Devil clan resist us? Who knows, we might even be able to massacre the Giant Devil clan and make a name for ourselves. While the sect masters of some sects were in the middle of a discussion, their expressions suddenly changed. At this moment, all the profound cultivators on the Blood Myrtle Islands were shocked. It was because a huge golden flying sword had unknowingly appeared in the sky. On the tip of the flying sword stood a white-robed young man who was brimming with killing intent. That young man's cultivation base was so high that no one on the scene could see through it. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, since so many cultivators had come from afar to harm Feng Shuiyan, he naturally would not spare them. Before he left the Pill Island, Ning Fan certainly did not expect that there would be so many forces pressuring the giant devil clan. There were already 11 Void Refinement Realm forces. As for the other forces, there were more than 100 of them. The forces he had met along the way included the Barbarian Dao sect and the Scarlet Demon sect. Even if the giant devil clan has the 8 ancestors, they might not be able to protect Feng Shuiyan. The forces of the Internal Endless Sea had plotted to harm Feng Shuiyan. The forces of the 800 cultivation countries had come from afar just to harm her. As for the 8 old ancestors of the giant devil clan, they were Feng Shuiyan's ancestor and they were also plotting against her. She is just a little mute. She has never harmed anyone, but these people are plotting against her. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were as cold as 10,000 years old ice. His gaze swept across the Blood Myrtle Islands. All of a sudden, he leaped off the ancient golden sword and stood in the sky. Looking down at the hundreds of islands under his feet and the tens of thousands of righteous profound cultivators, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent that could not be erased. He would not give these people the chance to harm her. Since all of you want to get involved in this mess, then go to hell. Rumble Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the sky. The force of his stomp shattered countless hollow spaces. The force of his stomp spread to the surface of the sea and immediately sank an island. This stomp sank an island. It was unknown how many profound cultivators had died in his hands. Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, why did you attack us? Senior, please don't kill us. The giant devil clan will have a share of the soup. Senior should head to the giant devil clan earlier and join forces with King Lanling and Marquis Yugui to get a share of the soup. Some profound cultivators begged for mercy in a panic. However, what they said enraged Ning Fan's killing intent even more. Ning Fan's killing intent intensified. Step by step, he walked towards the island under his feet. Each time he stomped on it, an island would sink. Under the tremendous momentum, all the profound cultivators were scared out of their wits. As for venerated Pill, who was standing on the ancient sword, he could only sigh while looking at Ning Fan. Rumble rumble Ning Fan's steps were like shadows. In just an instant, he had already taken hundreds of steps. As for the 100+ islands, all of them had also sunk. Tens of thousands of profound cultivators had died. There were also some nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. However, Ning Fan was too lazy to look at them. He just said coldly, "Get out of the endless sea." Yes. Yes. Each of the profound cultivators who were severely injured and on the verge of death were already trembling with fear. All they wanted was to run for their lives. What kind of calamity did they actually encounter? He could sink an island just by lifting his foot. What kind of expert is he? A Void Refinement Realm expert? Ning Fan did not even look at those people. He did not have the time to kill them all. Standing on the tip of the ancient sword, Ning Fan activated the ancient sword. He sprinkled tens of millions of immortal jades in one go and urged the ancient sword to dash towards the giant devil clan. Even though the forces of the righteous sects that gather on the Blood Myrtle Islands are not that great, many of them have some background in the Rain World. What you did just now will offend many of them. Venerated Pill sighed. So what? Ning Fan pushed the speed of his sword to the maximum. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were as terrifying as a devil abyss. If I can't even protect the people around me at the end of my cultivation, then, what is the point of cultivating this Tao? The golden sword light flew at full speed. It was only half a day's journey away from the giant devil clan. A massive silver boat sensed the fluctuations of the island collapsing in the direction of the Blood Myrtle Islands and hurried over to investigate. A void inquiry stage-old monster was standing on the bow of the silver boat. The silver boat stopped in front of the ancient sword. Seeing that the ancient sword was coming at them in a menacing manner and Ning Fan, who was the sword wielder, was emitting intense killing chi, the silver boat knew that the fluctuations just now must have something to do with Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist, please keep your flying sword. I am Marquis Wu Mu and I have something to ask you. I wonder what happened on the Blood Myrtle Islands. Can you tell me a thing or two about it? The old man's tone was neither salty nor indifferent, but it sounded like he was taking advantage of his seniority. He was the sect master of the martial sect and Marquis Wu Mu of the Rain Palace. He was on friendly terms with many Void Pure Stage and Absolute Void Stage experts of the Rain Palace. Whenever he traveled across the Rain world, the people he met would always show him some respect. Even though the old man could tell that Ning Fan's aura force had reached the Void Inquiry stage, he did not really put him in his eyes. From his point of view, Ning Fan would not dare to reject him given his status. I'm not free. However, let me give you a piece of advice. The muddy waters of the Giant Devil clan is not something you can get involved in. If you are not afraid of death, come to the Giant Devil clan. Ning Fan's gaze made Marquis Wu Mu's eyes hurt. Every hair on his body stood on end. He felt a great sense of danger from Ning Fan, as if he could kill him easily. He hurriedly averted his gaze. How would he dare to look at Ning Fan's eyes again? Ning Fan's single sentence revealed a monstrous baleful chi. It was unknown how many Void Glimpse stage, Void Inquiry stage and even Void Pure stage experts he had killed. Marquis Wu Mu's pupils immediately dilated. His entire body could not help but tremble. Ning Fan's baleful chi was too terrifying. Even though Marquis Wu Mu was arrogant and liked to take advantage of his seniority, he was not a fool. He knew what he should say to someone. In just an instant, Marquis Wu Mu was very sure that the white-robed young man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. He had seen many Void Pure stage and Absolute Void stage old monsters. However, in terms of the strength of baleful chi, even Absolute Void stage old monsters were no match for Ning Fan. In the Rain world, there were probably only two people who could surpass Ning Fan in terms of baleful chi. Yun Tianjue and Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. Moreover, from Ning Fan's words, Marquis Wu Mu deduced that the reason why Ning Fan hurried to the Giant Devil clan was because he was on their side. Anyone who intended to harm the Giant Devil clan would be regarded as Ning Fan's enemy. The ancient golden sword disappeared at a speed that was close to the Void Fragmentation realm. Marquis Wu Mu was even more shocked when he saw that scene. This person must not be offended. I'm afraid a sea of blood is going to rise in the Giant Devil clan because of this person. I must not get involved in this mess. Originally, he was also planning to go to the Giant Devil clan to look for opportunities. However, after seeing Ning Fan's terrifying baleful chi, he immediately changed his mind and ordered the silver boat to change its route, heading towards the direction of leaving the Endless Sea. Master, aren't we going to the Giant Devil clan? Didn't you want to fight for the devil statue slate just now? One of the children asked in confusion. Silly child. There are some people we can't afford to offend. This person is a peerless devil lord. As long as he has enough time to grow, he will become another white-robed sword god or Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou in the future. We can't afford to offend such a person for the rest of our lives. Otherwise, we will regret it one day. Marquis Wu Mu heaved a deep sigh. His heart was still filled with fear. Then, he personally controlled the silver boat and left in a hurry. At this moment, in the Giant Devil clan, the northern Liang country was already surrounded by countless forces. Outside the capital of the northern Liang country, a huge jade stage was set up. Experts were surrounding the jade stage to watch the show. A gigantic birdcage was floating above the jade platform. It was made of floating stones. A young lady was imprisoned in the birdcage. It was none other than Feng Shuiyan. At the center of the jade platform below the birdcage, two early divine transformation realm cultivators were fighting each other. Both of them looked at the birdcage from time to time. Their eyes were filled with desire. Only the sect that wins will be able to obtain the devil statue slate of the Giant Devil clan and Feng Shuiyan. A void glimpsed age-old man whose eyes were as cold as a snake was presiding over the battle on the arena. The ownership of the wind and snow word slate would be decided through a duel in the arena. This was the method decided by more than 100 forces. No one could stop him, not even the giant demon clan. In the second-class seats below the arena, the giant demon tribe's patriarch, Zhu Qing, clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger. His daughter was actually being used as a prize for a duel. This was too much. Old man Zhu Qing, don't be rash. You are just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. You are no match for these 100-plus forces. When Zhou Ming returns, he will definitely be able to resolve Xueyan's great tribulation. Dong Su pressed down on Zhu Qing's arm. Although he was trying to persuade Zhu Qing, his eyes were also filled with rage. Zhou Ming, will he come? 1/3 of the first-rate forces of Reign Immortal World are here. Could it be that Zhou Ming dares to shed all pretenses of cordiality with all these forces? Even the 8 old ancestors wouldn't dare. Realizing that he had made a slip of the tongue and had almost revealed the secret of the existence of the 8 ancestors, Zhu Qing quickly swallowed his words, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. Why? Why were the 8 ancestors unwilling to help Xueyan? As long as the ancestors showed up and the 8 void refinement realm experts were guarding the giant devil clan, who would dare to lay their hands on the clan? Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded on the arena. Amidst the explosion, one of the divine transformation realm experts was blown to death. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape from the jade platform in a panic. The other divine transformation realm expert was the culprit of the explosion. He held a fiery red flying sword in his hand. Every time he struck the flying sword, it would cause a huge explosion. Seeing that he had won the battle, he immediately raised his head and looked at the birdcage, laughing wantonly. Feng Xueyan. It seems like you are going to belong to our 100 Swords sect. The giant devil clan of the Endless Sea can't even protect the daughter of our clan leader. Feng Xueyan lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. She remained silent all the while. Damn it. On the last seat, Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and coldness. She did not want Feng Xueyan to get hurt the most. However, she could not save Feng Xueyan on her own. Moreover, Yu Lingkong was at the critical moment of breaking through to the void inquiry stage and could not come out from her seclusion. Once she comes out, she would suffer from qi deviation and suffer serious injuries. Sister Ling, don't be anxious. Master will definitely come. Fen Qi sighed and comforted her. Yes. He will certainly come, but I would rather he doesn't come. There are too many enemies here. Su Qiuling said bitterly. Humph. Is the force of the internal sea something that you can humiliate? Get lost. A strong half-step void refinement realm sword chi suddenly swept across the jade platform, pushing the divine transformation realm expert who was laughing maniacally towards the platform. He coughed out blood non-stop. The injured divine transformation realm expert raised his head with hatred in his eyes. He saw an old man in sword robe standing at the center of the jade platform. His short hair was like a halberd and he looked awe-inspiring. Venerated Sword of the Sword Island, huh? Are you trying to stand up for the giant devil clan? The injured divine transformation realm expert gritted his teeth and said. So what if I am? Venerated Sword's body suddenly released a strong sword intent that engulfed the entire place. The aura force of that sword intent could frighten half-step void refinement realm experts because there was an extremely faint trace of unique sword intent in it. It was that trace of sword intent that made Venerated Sword extremely strong. Immortal Trapping Sword Intent. Many old monsters suddenly stood up and stared at Venerated Sword with astonishment in their eyes. 6,000 words, to be continued. Immortal Trapping Sword will. Around the jade platform, countless old monsters stood up from their seats, staring at Venerable Lord Sword in the center of the platform in disbelief. In the ancient heavenly court, there were 4 great ancient heaven-suppressing swords, and the immortal trapping sword was one of them. Since time immemorial, anyone who could completely comprehend the sword intent of the 4 great ancient swords was a terrifying sword cultivator who was invincible amongst their peers. If Venerated Sword had comprehended the complete immortal trapping sword intent and was a half-step void refinement realm expert himself, his strength would certainly not be underestimated. Perhaps, he would already be unrivaled among those below the void refinement realm, these old monsters did not realize that Sword Venerable only had a trace of the immortal trapping sword will in his sword will and did not really comprehend it. As for the divine transformation realm cultivator from the 100 Swords sect who was knocked off the jade platform by the Sword Venerable, as soon as he recognized the immortal trapping sword will, his face immediately turned pale. He hurriedly got up from the ground and returned to the seats of the 100 Swords sect. He did not dare to challenge the Sword Venerable anymore. In his opinion, even though Venerated Sword was not a Void Refinement Realm expert, he had comprehended the immortal trapping sword intent. How could he, an early divine transformation realm cultivator, contend against him? If you want to scheme against the giant demon clan, then fight me first. Venerable Sword suddenly unsheathed his sword and stood on the jade platform with his sword. He held an ancient sword with pine patterns in his hand and a huge sword case on his back. His short hair was like a halberd, and his white beard was fluttering in the wind. The sword aura around him was like a dragon, and he was as dignified as a god. On the four sides of the jade platform, there were countless seats. Millions of cultivators from more than 100 first-rate sects of the Rain World were seated there. A sea of people had gathered here. However, at this moment, no one dared to challenge Sword Venerable. Those who were at or below the soul formation level were afraid of Sword Venerable. As for the majority of the Void Refinement Realm old monsters, it was only because of their status that they did not accept the challenge at this moment in order to avoid being labeled as bullying the weak. Venerated Sword was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert after all. He was just a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Every one of these Void Refinement Realm old monsters cherished their reputation. Thus, they would certainly not bully a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Sigh, old man Sword, you are really... Dongsu sighed while Zhu Qing's face was filled with shame. Zhu Qing's relationship with the Sword Venerable wasn't very good, and the two of them even had some enmity. However, when the Giant Demon Clan was in trouble, Honorable Sword stood up for the Giant Demon Clan considering that they were both part of the Seven Supreme Forces. Zhu Qing was truly touched by his generosity. This Sword Saint's sword will does contain a trace of the immortal trapping sword will, but it's only a trace. A mere trace of the immortal trapping sword will is not worth mentioning. However, rumor has it that there is a fragment of the immortal trapping sword hidden in Sword Island and that the fragment has been taken away by the white-robed sword god. This old man didn't believe this rumor at first, but now it seems like it's true. The sect master of the Ice Mountain Sword sect, Marquis Xianxia, snorted coldly. He looked at Venerable Sword with disdain, but he did not attack Venerable Sword due to his status. However, Marquis Divine Sword's voice rang out unabashedly. Many Divine Transformation Realm old monsters heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Sword Venerable didn't comprehend the complete immortal trapping sword intent. If Sword Venerable had only comprehended a sliver of the trapping deity sword will, then it was possible that none of the semi-divinity cultivators present could defeat him. Your Excellency is Sword Saint of Sword Island? Let this old man experience your Excellency's skills. An old man in a blue sword robe holding a green crystal flying sword suddenly jumped onto the jade platform and attacked Sword Venerable. This person was the sect master of the 100 Swords sect. He was also a half-step Void Refinement Realm sword cultivator. Sect master of the 100 Swords sect, Zhao Jia. You are not my match. Venerable Sword suddenly raised his sword. The ancient sword with pine patterns let out an ear-piercing sword cry. On the 10,000 zhang 33 m per zhang, tall jade platform, even the wind and clouds changed their colors. All of a sudden, rays of dark green sword light pierced out, scattering into tens of thousands of sword light raindrops that covered the sky and the earth. Sword rain style. Zhao Jia's expression changed drastically. The power of Venerable Sword's sword rain style was already infinitely close to that of a Void Glimpse stage attack. Even though he knew that Venerable Sword was not to be underestimated, he did not expect him to be this powerful. He was almost invincible below the Void Refinement realm. In a hurry, Zhao Jia brandished his green crystal sword and displayed the sect-guarding sword technique of the 100 Swords sect, 100 Sword style. In just an instant, Zhao Jia had already brandished hundreds and thousands of sword lights. However, none of these sword lights were a match for Venerable Sword's sword rain and were dispersed one after another. Zhao Jia's face was filled with disbelief. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. He was already surrounded by the sword rain. Zhao Jia let out a blood-curdling scream. Tens of tiny bloody holes were left on his body by the sword rain. Then, he flew off the jade platform while spurting out blood. Even though he did not die, he was severely injured and defeated by Venerable Sword. Venerable Sword of the Sword Island wins. The Void glimpsed age-old man who was in charge of the arena announced. This person was the sect master of the Six Flame sect. His name was Xianxia. Venerable Sword is mighty. Many sword cultivators of the Sword Island who were seated at the last rank cheered. Who else wants to fight against me? Venerable Sword glared at the crowd of experts. Venerable Sword, you have great skills. I am the sect master of the Flying Swallow sect, Yan Hui. I would like to experience your skills. Among the crowd, a short old man carrying a sword on his back leaped onto the jade platform. He gave off a half-step Void Refinement Realm aura force and sneered provocatively at Venerable Sword. This person had a short and small body, but his attacks were extremely fast. He suddenly drew his sword and pointed it towards the sky. The sword light actually faintly revealed the shadow of a flying swallow. What he displayed was actually a flying sword technique. Flying swallow style. That flying sword was as light as a swallow. It disappeared without a trace in a flash. It was enough to show how fast the sword light was. Venerable Sword's old eyes turned grim. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his sword light, he leaped into the sky and avoided the flying swallow's sword light. Then, he swung his sword down at Yan Hui, who was standing on the ground. Sword waterfall style. In an instant, the sword light was like a waterfall that fell from the sky like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. As soon as Yan Hui's flying sword came into contact with the waterfall-like sword light, it was immediately knocked back. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the sword. His natal flying sword was damaged. Yan Hui coughed out a mouthful of blood and raised his head. As soon as he saw the waterfall of sword light above his head that looked like the Milky Way, he was immediately terrified. It was already too late for him to retreat. Boom! The huge jade platform was shattered by the waterfall of sword light. Venerable Sword stood in the sky. Yan Hui's entire body was dyed with blood and he was severely injured. He looked at Venerable Sword with fear. Then, he fell unconscious and fell on the jade platform. Venerable Sword of the Sword Island wins. The sect master of the Six Flame sect said indifferently. Sect master. The group of experts of the 100 Swords sect immediately snatched Yan Hui back as they were afraid that Venerable Sword would kill him. Below the jade platform, each of the Divine Transformation Realm experts was filled with fear. Venerable Sword's strength had indeed reached the realm where he was unrivaled among Divine Transformation Realm experts. Unless a true Void Refinement Realm expert attacked him, no one would be able to defeat him. For a moment, none of the Divine Transformation Realm experts dared to challenge Venerable Sword. Venerable Sword is mighty. The cultivators of the Sword Dao cheered even more ferociously. On the main seat of the Barbarian Dao sect, the sect master, Marquis Nan Man, gave an order to an old man carrying a sword behind him. He's just a mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. He actually dares to challenge 100 sects with just a trace of the broken immortal trapping sword's sword intent. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lian Qin, go and kill him. Yes. The old man carrying a sword took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, appearing above the jade platform. This person was also a half-step Void Refinement Realm sword cultivator. However, his aura force was not any weaker than Venerable Sword's. Venerable Sword landed on the ground and stared at the old man carrying a sword. He did not dare to underestimate this person. I, Lian Qin, am here to take your head under the sect master's order. As soon as the old man's words fell, a terrifying sword intent spread out from his body. The momentum of the sword intent was terrifying. There was even a trace of ancient sword intent which made Venerable Sword's heart tremble. Countless old monsters around the jade platform exclaimed once again. When Lian Qin drew out the huge sword on his back, the exclamations became louder and louder. This is the immortal slaying sword intent. And isn't the sword in Lian Qin's hand the immortal slaying ancient sword? No. The sword in Lian Qin's hand isn't the immortal slaying ancient sword. It's just an imitation sword. However, this sword contains a small fragment of the immortal slaying ancient sword. Its power must not be underestimated. Lian Qin pointed his sword at Venerable Sword. With just a step forward, he had already become one with the sword, turning into a huge sword light that could annihilate everything. With an unimaginable speed, he slashed at Venerable Sword. Venerable Sword's eyes widened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In a duel between sword cultivators, momentum was the most important factor. If he retreated, even if it was just half a step, he would lose to his opponent because of his momentum. He knew that it was impossible for him to withstand the sword might of the imitation immortal slaying ancient sword with his own strength. However, it was impossible for him to retreat even half a step. Suddenly, he performed a hand seal and the sword box on his back immediately let out the sword cry of hundreds of thousands of flying swords. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of flying swords flew out of the sword box like rain and slashed at the sword light that Lian Qin had become one with. Boom. 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 Thousands of flying swords were slashed into pieces. Each of the flying swords was at least a core realm flying sword. The strongest ones were even half-step void treasure flying swords. This was Venerable Sword's biggest trump card. By releasing hundreds of thousands of flying swords, even a true void refinement realm expert would have to retreat in fear. Pooh. After shattering nearly 200,000 flying swords, the sword light of the imitation immortal slaying ancient sword was finally broken. Even Qin Meng spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with fear. He was slashed into meat paste by the remaining 300,000 flying swords and died miserably on the ruins of the jade platform. Even his primordial spirit did not manage to escape. That was close. Venerable Sword heaved a sigh of relief. He held Lian Qin's broken immortal slaying ancient sword in his hand, but he still had a lingering fear. If he did not use his biggest trump card, he probably would not be able to defeat Lian Qin. Venerable Sword of the Sword Island is victorious. This time, even the Void Glimpse stage sect master's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he was shocked by Venerable Sword's insane sword control technique. Each of the spectators was shocked by Venerable Sword's insane sword control technique. Using the power of the sword box to launch 500,000 flying swords at the same time. Other than Void Refinement Realm old monsters, who else could withstand an attack from Venerable Sword? On the seats of the Barbarian Dao sect, Marquis Nan Man was enraged. He did not expect that a mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator like Venerable Sword would actually dare to kill the people of his sect in front of the 100+ sects. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Marquis Nan Man leaped onto the jade platform. His body was sturdy and powerful. He stretched out his claw towards Venerable Sword and his aura force suddenly spread out. His Void Glimpse stage aura force swept across the ruins of the jade platform. No matter how powerful Venerable Sword's trump card was, it could only intimidate cultivators below the Void Refinement realm. As a Void Glimpse stage cultivator, why would Marquis Nan Man be afraid of Venerable Sword? As the sect master of the Barbarian Dao sect, Marquis Nan Man naturally could not swallow the fact that Venerable Sword dared to kill the people of the Barbarian Dao sect. No matter what, he must teach him a lesson. Not good. Venerable Sword had lost 3 people in a row. His magic power was greatly damaged and his cultivation base was far lower than Marquis Nan Man's. There was no way he could withstand Marquis Nan Man's claw attack. Under Marquis Nan Man's powerful aura force, Venerable Sword could only feel his breathing becoming sluggish. There was no way he could resist at all. If Venerable Sword wanted to kill Venerable Sword, he would pay with his life. Seeing that Venerable Sword was in trouble, Dong Su and Ju Qing naturally could no longer sit still. How could they watch Venerable Sword die for the sake of the giant devil clan? Both of them took out their natal magic treasures and struck towards Marquis Nan Man's back. Feeling the attack coming from behind, Marquis Nan Man could not help but pause for a moment. Then, his claw turned into a palm and slapped towards Venerable Sword. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and pounced towards Dong Su and Ju Qing with a cold smile. You're just a bunch of half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators. How dare you provoke me? You're courting death. Boom. Marquis Nan Man's palm strike shattered countless hollow spaces. Venerable Sword held his sword across his chest, but he still could not withstand a Void Glimpse stage palm strike. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was sent flying. Even though Dong Su and Ju Qing managed to save Venerable Sword by a narrow margin, they were targeted by Marquis Nanman. Marquis Nanman turned around and without saying a word, he sent 2 palm strikes towards Dong Su and Ju Qing. A vast palm force swept out, and Dong Su and Ju Qing both coughed up blood. They couldn't block Nanman's attack at all. Mere ants. How dare you provoke me? Marquis Southern Man said disdainfully. I may be an ant, but who do you think you are? What you don't know is that the giant demon clan is under the protection of one person. Protection? The protector of the giant demon clan you spoke of, could it be Zhou Ming? Marquis Nanman had also heard of Ning Fan's deeds of killing the king of Shirlu country and the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. When he first heard of Ning Fan's reputation, he naturally felt a little fearful. However, when he thought about it, it wasn't just his barbarian Dao sect that was targeting the giant devil clan. There were more than 100 forces. Including the barbarian Dao sect, there were 11 Void Refinement Realm sections. There was no lack of Void Inquiry stage and Void Pierce stage experts among them. From Marquis Nanman's point of view, no matter how strong Ning Fan was, he was not strong enough to resist a Void Pierce stage expert. Thus, he naturally would not dare to come and help the giant devil clan. Naturally, he was no longer afraid of Ning Fan. Humph. So what if Zhou Ming is protecting the giant devil clan? With over 100 sects here, Zhou Ming alone is definitely not a match for us. Moreover, he definitely won't dare to come here. The 3 of you, don't even think about scaring me. Go to hell. Marquis Southern Man's eyes turned cold. He pointed his finger and the finger force split into 3 rays, attacking the 3 venerated beings in 3 different directions. The venerated sword, Dong Su, and Ju Qing were all severely injured at the moment. How could they withstand the finger force? Behind the huge cage, Feng Shuiyan, who had been silent all this while, could no longer stay calm when she saw that her father was in danger of dying. She shed tears of anxiety and mumbled something, but no one could understand her. She was just a little mute. She couldn't even beg the sect master of the barbarian Dao sect to spare her father's life. Island Lord. Venerated Sword. Clan Leader. Countless experts of Dongsu Island, Sword Island, and the Giant Devil clan were in a state of panic. However, none of them could save the 3 venerated beings. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The 3 rays of finger force landed on the ruins, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. No one could see the situation of the battle clearly. Needless to say, the 3 venerated beings who were severely injured would certainly die after being hit by Marquis Southern Man's Void Glimpse stage finger force. There's no need to watch anymore. Venerated Sword, Venerated Dong Su, and Venerated Giant will definitely die. The sect master of the 6 Flames sect announced the result of the battle. Humph. Of course. If I can't even kill 3 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts with my own hands, wouldn't I have lived my life in vain? Marquis Southern Man said disdainfully outside the smoke and dust. On the seats of the Lanling sect, King Lanling closed his eyes coldly. He did not care about whether the 3 venerated beings were dead or alive. In his eyes, no matter how strong the 3 venerated beings were, they were still ants. If the ants died, what did it have to do with him? The only reason he came to the Giant Devil clan was to obtain the Giant Devil Slate and Feng Shuiyan. He already had the 6-winged Devil Slate. If he could get the Giant Devil Slate as well, he would be able to ask Feng Shuiyan to translate the ancient scripture on the slate. The ancient scripture on the 2 slates might be enough for his true body to heal. On the seats of the Ghost Eye clan, Marquis Yugoi sneered. The 8 old men of the Giant Devil clan are really good at keeping their composure. Their clan leader is about to die, but they are still unwilling to show themselves. Humph. He stared at King Lanling coldly. He still had not forgotten the deep hatred between him and King Lanling. However, Marquis Yugoi was also plotting against the Giant Devil clan at this moment. Before obtaining the slate of the Giant Devil clan, he would not fall out with King Lanling. When the slate appeared in the world, he would settle the old scores with King Lanling. On the seats of the martial sect, the vice sect master, Wu Tian, was looking at the ruins of the jade platform with cold eyes. Suddenly, he was slightly shocked. He actually received a message from the sect master, Marquis Wu Mu. As soon as he heard the content of the flying sword, His eyes were filled with fear and his face turned pale. Vice Sect Master, what happened? A few elders of the martial sect asked confusedly. As the Vice Sect Master of the martial sect, Wu Tian was a void glimpse stage-old monster who could remain calm in the face of danger. However, he actually turned pale after hearing the content of the message. The elders of the martial sect could not imagine what could scare Wu Tian to this extent. Sect Master has ordered us to leave the Giant Devil clan as soon as possible. We must not get involved in this mess because... Wu Tian could not finish the second half of his sentence because he was overwhelmed with fear. It was because a devil lord whom Marquis Wu Mu did not dare to disobey was rushing to the Giant Devil clan to avenge the clan. On the seats of the Nirvana Valley, the Valley Master of the second level of the Golden Body Refining Realm, Xianxia, was looking at the direction where the smoke and dust were rising from the ruins of the Jade Platform. All of a sudden, he began to tremble uncontrollably. That kind of trembling was the pressure from the aura force of a body refinement realm expert. Under the smoke and dust, there was something giving out a terrifying body refinement aura force that made Xianxia instinctively feel fear. On the seats of the Scarlet Demon sect, the sect master, King Chi Yao, looked at the direction of Marquis Nan Man and licked his lips. The Void Inquiry stage aura force in his body was ready to be unleashed. Even the clan leader of the Giant Devil clan was dead. Now, who else in the Giant Devil clan could stop the 100+ sects from snatching the slate and feng shui in? Ugh. Who's there? On the seats of the Rain Palace, a Void Glimpse stage pill refinement master suddenly stood up and said in surprise while looking at the ruins of the Jade Platform that was filled with smoke and dust. This person was the palace master of the Yongheaven Palace. His name was Jinghe. He was a peak grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. The Yongheaven Palace used to be under the jurisdiction of the 4th prince of the Rain Palace. However, because Yin Tianjue had killed the 4th prince, the Yongheaven Palace lost its Void Fragmentation Realm master. The reason why Jinghe came to the Giant Devil clan was not to fight for the slate. Instead, he came to look for Ning Fan. The reason why he was looking for Ning Fan was because it was rumored in the outside world that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery could be ranked 8th in the Rain world. As a 5th revolution pill refinement master, Jinghe's senses were exceptionally sharp. He was the first one to notice the abnormality in the smoke and dust on the Jade Platform. On the ruins of the Jade Platform, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing 3 heavily injured figures. They were the 3 Venerables. Although Venerable Sword and the others were seriously injured, they did not die under Marquis Nan Man's finger. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Why aren't the 3 of them dead? Some of the cultivators from the other sects asked in surprise. Look, what's that? Another cultivator noticed the change in the sky. In the sky above the Jade Platform, a huge golden ancient sword had appeared out of nowhere. It was unknown when the ancient sword had appeared. There were 3 people standing on the hilt of the sword. 2 women were standing on the body of the sword and a white-robed young man with cold eyes was standing on the tip of the sword. His Void Inquiry stage spirit sense was spread far and wide. The white-robed youth raised one hand, and in his palm, there were 3 finger forces. Those 3 finger forces were obviously shot by Marquis Nan Man to attack Venerable Sword and the others. The white-robed youth had blocked 3 finger forces from Marquis Nan Man with a single hand. His cultivation base was naturally much higher than Marquis Nan Man's. Obviously, the reason why Venerable Sword and the others did not die was because of this young man's help. Who are you? How dare you stop me from killing people? Aren't you afraid of offending 100 sects? Marquis Nan Man was about to question the young man because all the sects were present. At the next moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was because many cultivators of the internal sea around the Jade Platform had already recognized the identity of the newcomer. Countless exclamations resounded across the entire cold northern country. Zhou. Zhou Ming. He's Zhou Ming. He's here. He actually came here. King Lan Ling, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Void Inquiry stage aura force? How could this amp break through to the Void Inquiry stage in such a short time? Could it be that the rumor about him suppressing the Mist Horn clan is true? When he first met Ning Fan, he was clearly just at the Divine Transformation realm. How long had it been, and now, he has already broken through to the void inquiry stage. How is this possible? In the past, when the Rain Sovereign ordered King Lanling to teach Ning Fan a lesson, King Lanling disdained to act because he looked down on Ning Fan. The ant that he looked down upon had actually grown to this level. How was this possible? Outside the ruins of the Jade Platform, Marquis Nanman was unable to suppress his pounding heart. His back was sweating and his hands were trembling. What? He's Zhou Ming? He asked himself, but no one answered him. Marquis Southern Man suddenly felt a sense of life and death crisis. Marquis Nanman raised his head in fear and met Ning Fan's cold gaze. Didn't you say that I wouldn't dare to come? I'm here. Ning Fan's figure suddenly disappeared from the tip of the sword, and a feeling of fear and trepidation immediately spread through Marquis Nanman's body. How could Marquis Nanman not know that Ning Fan had attacked him? Moreover, Ning Fan's attack was a deadly one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trembling like this. The southern barbarians were in a mess. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. He was bold enough to kill himself in front of the numerous sects' face. Does he want to stand up for the giant devil clan and fight against the numerous sects alone? However, Marquis Nanman, a dignified void glimpse stage cultivator, couldn't even see Ning Fan's figure. Is this the difference between their strength like heaven and earth? Marquis Nanman's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retreated while asking for help from the seat of the Scarlet Demon sect that was closest to him. He understood that it was absolutely impossible for him to survive by himself. Fellow Daoist Qi, save me. I'm willing to give you a fierce cultivation pill after this matter is over. Fierce cultivation pill? King Qi Yao, who was originally at odds with Marquis Nanman, leaped into the air and came to his rescue with a cold smile when he heard of such benefits. He could naturally see Ning Fan's void inquiry stage aura force, and he had also heard of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. However, he was also a void inquiry stage expert. Why would he be afraid of Ning Fan, who was also a void inquiry stage expert? His traveling light was extremely fast. However, just as he was halfway through the journey, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He saw Ning Fan's figure appear like a ghost on Marquis Nanman's path of retreat. He then sent out a palm strike. That seemingly ordinary palm strike contained the ferocious force that could move mountains and fill seas. It was completely comparable to the attack of a body cultivator at the third level of the Golden Body Realm. No void glimpse stage cultivator could withstand it. Marquis Nanman's face was filled with shock. However, he could not avoid the palm shadow at all and was directly hit by it. Asterisk boom asterisk with just a single palm strike, the hollow space within 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, was shattered. Devil Qi filled the air and Marquis Nanman died with his eyes wide open, leaving not even his bones behind. Even until his death, he still could not believe that a dignified void glimpse stage cultivator like him would be instantly killed by Ning Fan. How is this possible? Even if this person is a void inquiry stage cultivator, it's impossible for him to kill a void glimpse stage cultivator with just a single slap. King Qi Yao realized that something was amiss. He wanted to return to his seat, but it was already too late. Ning Fan's eyes that were filled with killing intent had already locked onto him. Trying to leave? It's too late. He raised his hand and displayed the heaven sealing technique. Countless bloodlines immediately spread out from King Qi Yao's body, freezing him in midair. Due to the difference in their cultivation bases, King Qi Yao could not move at all after being frozen. What kind of magic technique is this? Before King Qi Yao could react, Ning Fan's ghostly figure had already appeared in front of him. Ning Fan raised his hand and sent a palm strike at the top of King Qi Yao's head, wanting to turn his physical body into a mist of blood and flesh. As for King Qi Yao's primordial spirit, Ning Fan casually caught it in his hand. Without even searching his soul, he swallowed it into his stomach and chewed it to pieces. Asterisk kiss asterisk the 1 million cultivators at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled in fear. Ning Fan actually killed 2 Void Refinement Realm experts in a row the moment he appeared? King Lan Ling's eyes widened once again. Even if it was him who killed King Qi Yao and Marquis Nanman, he would definitely not be able to do it as easily as Ning Fan did. Impossible. This young man is just an ant. Could it be that his strength is stronger than mine? Suddenly, the voices of several Void Refinement Realm experts resounded from all directions of the Jade platform. How dare you? How dare you kill people in front of us? You're courting death. Inside the giant cage, Feng Shuiyan, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground, suddenly felt a lump in her throat when she saw that her father was still alive and Ning Fan had appeared. Tears fell from her eyes. Her heart was touched. It's brother-in-law, he really came. Even if he had to go against the experts of the 100+ sects, he still came without hesitation. Why are you crying? With brother-in-law here, no one can hurt you. Rumble Ning Fan raised his hand and shattered the giant cage with a palm strike. Then, he held Feng Shuiyan with one of his hands and stood in midair. His cold eyes swept across the experts of the 100+ sects below his feet. I am here, who dares to fight me? To be continued. Ning Fan's cold voice spread far and wide in Snow Country and Cold Northern Country. The implication of this sentence was that he was going to fight the numerous sects with his own strength. At that instant, countless cultivators fell into a state of shock. The entire place fell into dead silence. Because of Ning Fan's arrogant words and his strength of killing 2 Void Refinement Realm experts in a row, everyone's expressions changed. Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes suddenly became moist, containing an indescribable emotion. He clearly knew that there were more than 100 sects guarding this place, but he still came here in the wind and snow. The master of the Nirvana Valley stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock when he looked at Ning Fan. He was a dignified body cultivator at the 2nd level of the Golden Body Refining Realm. However, just by meeting Ning Fan's gaze, he actually felt as if the golden blood in his 500+ golden orifices was going out of control. The Nirvana Valley Master had only experienced this before when he was facing a Nirvana body cultivator. The Master of the Nirvana Valley was very sure that Ning Fan's body refinement realm had definitely not broken through to the 3rd level of the Golden Body Refining Realm. However, the aura force of his body refinement realm was something even old monstery Nirvana could not compare to. Ancient demon? This person is an ancient devil. When the Nirvana Valley Master's words spread out, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient devil in the current cultivation world? Not only the master of the Nirvana Valley but also the master of the Yang Heaven Palace rose to his feet abruptly and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. When ordinary people look at him with their naked eyes and spirit sense, they would think that he was a cultivator. As for the Lord of the Yang Heaven Palace, he was a peak 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. When he looked at Ning Fan with his medicine soul, he only felt that Ning Fan was no longer Ning Fan but was transformed from thousands of black butterflies. Yang Tian Palace Master was shocked. Of course he knew what this meant. This meant that Ning Fan's medicine soul had transformed. It also meant that Ning Fan was a genuine 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. This Zhou Ming actually broke through to the 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm. He became the 8th 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master in the Reign Immortal World. The Yang Tian Palace Master's words shocked everyone once again. Everyone knew how powerful a 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master was. In the Rain world, the status of a 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master was almost comparable to a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. The Vice Sect Master of the Martial Sect stared at Ning Fan from afar. Previously, he had received a message from his sect master, Marquis Wu Mu. It mentioned that he must never offend Ning Fan. Marquis Wu Mu had an eccentric personality and loved to flaunt his seniority. However, his eyesight was extremely accurate and he did not miss anything. Marquis Wu Mu claimed that Ning Fan was a peerless devil lord. Initially, the Vice Sect Master of the Martial Sect only believed half of it. However, after witnessing Ning Fan killing 2 Void Refinement Realm experts in a row, the Vice Sect Master of the Martial Sect felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Ning Fan was definitely an extremely ferocious devil lord. His background, wealth, power and reputation could not move him at all. The sect leader has ordered us to immediately withdraw from the giant demon clan. We cannot offend this person. This person was now known as the #1 devil of the Eternal Endless Sea. In time, this person will definitely become the #1 devil in the Rain world. The Martial Sect's Vice Sect Master gave the order and the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Martial Sect all stood up. It was as if they were going to leave the giant demon clan. One by one, the old monsters sucked in a cold breath in disbelief. Previously, everyone was still wondering why Marquis Wu Mu had yet to arrive. Only now did they realize that Marquis Wu Mu, who had always been proud and arrogant, was actually scared out of his wits by Ning Fan and fled the endless sea. As for Marquis Wu Mu, who had always been an accurate judge of people, he actually gave Ning Fan such an evaluation. The current number one devil of the internal endless sea would be the number one devil of the rain world in the future. Ning Fan had just shown up, but the martial sect was in a hurry to leave, trying to distance themselves from the 100+ sects. Is this the devil prestige of the number one devil of the internal endless sea? Oh my god! Zhou Ming is actually an ancient devil. According to the ancient records, ancient devils are the most ferocious ones. Cultivators at the same level as him are no match for him at all. A 6th revolution pill master. He is actually a 6th revolution pill master. Marquis Nan Man and King Qi Yao could not even withstand a single move from him. Marquis Wu Mu was even scared away by him. Is this the number one devil of the internal endless sea, Zhou Ming? Rumor has it that this person has even suppressed the Mist Horn clan. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems like it's most likely true. After all, even Su Yan has become his woman. Countless cultivators' gazes shifted to Su Yan and venerated Pill, who were standing on the ancient golden sword. Su Yan was a void inquiry stage expert whose name shook the entire rain world, while venerated Pill was a 6th revolution pill master whose name shook the entire world. With Su Yan and venerated Pill following behind him, Ning Fan became even more formidable. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. None of them actually dared to snatch Feng Shuiyan from Ning Fan. Even Marquis Yugui and King Lan Ling, who were experienced and farsighted, did not make up their minds to attack Ning Fan first. No one is going to accept my challenge. The chilly wind and snow suddenly became even heavier. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He landed on the ruins and put Feng Shuiyan down. Then, he scanned the surroundings. Even though he dared to challenge 100+ sects on his own, he did not underestimate their strength. Countless tall platforms and seats were built in the surroundings. Within the area of 1,000 li * 500 m per li, there were more than 1,400,000 cultivators sitting around the jade platforms. The seats were divided into 3 classes. The main seats were only for the 11 Void Refinement Realm sects, while the second seats were for the Divine Transformation Realm forces. The last seats were mostly occupied by some rogue cultivators. Ning Fan lifted his gaze and glanced at the banners of the 11 Void Refinement Realm sections. His heart was filled with shock. Every single one of these 11 Void Refinement Realm sects was actually a famous major force in the Rain world. On the western side of the main seats were the Lanling sect, the 6 Flame sect and the Yang Heaven Palace. There was only one Void Glimpse stage sect master from the 6 Flame sect. He was none other than the serpent-eyed old man who was in charge of the arena. The Yang Heaven Palace only sent their palace master, who was a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. As for the Lanling sect, other than the second primordial spirit of King Lanling, there was actually another Void Pierce stage elder standing proudly. The Ice Mountain Sword sect, the Wonderful Sound Valley, and the Shankong Temple were seated in the main seats on the north side. They were all veteran forces of the Rain world. The sect masters of the 3 sects were all Void Inquiry stage experts. Moreover, all of them had cultivated to the unrivaled Void Inquiry stage. Each of them was not much weaker than Ning Fan. The Martial sect, the Barbarian Dao sect, the Scarlet Demon sect and the Nirvana Valley were the 4 great Void Refinement Realm forces. Due to the tragic deaths of Marquis Southern Man and King Scarlet Demon, the Barbarian Dao sect and Scarlet Demon sect were like a group of dragons without a leader. The Martial sect, on the other hand, already had the intention to retreat. The only thing they needed to pay attention to was the Nirvana Valley. It actually managed to recognize Ning Fan's ancient devil strength with just a single glance. This was rather unusual. There was only one force sitting at the first seat in the east, but it was the most powerful force among the 11 sections. It was the Ghost Eye clan. There were 8 Void Refinement Realm experts standing behind Marquis Yugui. 6 of them were Void Glimpse stage experts, while 2 of them were Void Inquiry stage experts. As for Marquis Yugui's aura force, it had actually surpassed the Void Pierce stage and reached the Absolute Void stage. Ning Fan still remembered that when he sneaked into the Ghost Eye clan that day, Marquis Yue was still at the Void Pierce stage. Needless to say, Marquis Yue must have devoured his 9 Void Glimpse stage clones in order to recover his Absolute Void stage cultivation base. Since the other party had an Absolute Void stage expert, it would probably be a little dangerous for him to fight against the 100+ sects today. Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the mid-reckless devil realm. Even though he was invincible among Void Inquiry stage experts, it would be difficult for him to fight against Void Pierce stage experts, let alone Absolute Void stage old monsters. The 11 Void Refinement Realm sects were filled with experts. There were also more than 100 Divine Transformation Realm sects spying on him from all directions. There were millions of cultivators surrounding him. In the dark, there were also the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan who were watching him coldly from the sidelines. It was unknown when they would shoot arrows at him. The only thing that made Ning Fan feel fortunate was that the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea did not participate in the oppression of the giant devil clan. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to fight against the 100+ sects by himself. Even if he had 18 Void Fragmentation Realm attacks and Luo Yu's help, he might not necessarily be able to escape unscathed. That Marquis Yue was also a Void Fragmentation Realm expert before he was injured. The true body of that Prince Lan Ling was also an expert who was about to break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm. How could he know that the two of them did not have a Void Fragmentation Realm attack to protect themselves? Ning Fan had never calculated the risks involved in helping the giant devil clan this time. He was also too lazy to do so. So what if there are more enemies? How could he retreat? Could it be that he had to hand Feng Shuiyan over to the 100+ sects? He could not do it. I want to protect her. He handed Feng Shuiyan to the 3 venerated beings and ordered them to bring her away. They met up with Su Qiuling and the other women. Venerated Pil, Su Yan, Ming Ke, and the others were in charge of protecting Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. All of a sudden, the jade platform that had collapsed into ruins was rebuilt. Standing alone on the 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall jade platform, Ning Fan was bathed in the wind and snow. He scanned the experts of the world with his eyes. He could forgive those who retreated in advance like the martial sect. However, he would not spare any of those who were stubborn enough to harm Feng Shuiyan. Even if he has to massacre the 100+ sects today, even if he has to flatten the giant devil clan today, he would still protect Feng Shuiyan. Tears welled up in Feng Shuiyan's eyes again. When her kin had given up on her, Ning Fan was the only one who defied the world and swore to protect her. Tens of thousands of cultivators of the martial sect hurriedly retreated from this troublesome place. However, there were still more than 100 sects in this place. Even though they were afraid of Ning Fan, they wanted to use their numbers to pressure him and force him to give up on Feng Shuiyan. A single sect might not have the courage to offend Ning Fan. He was an ancient devil and a 6th revolution Pil refinement master. Ordinary people would not be willing to offend Ning Fan. However, humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. According to rumors, if one obtains Feng Shuiyan and the devil statue slate and decipher the ancient scripture of the slate, they would obtain tremendous power. For this reason alone, no matter how afraid they were of Ning Fan, they were not willing to let go of this opportunity to seize the treasures. Zhou Ming. Your means are not weak. However, with your strength alone, you won't be able to resist the forces of 100 sections. Do you understand? The forces of 100 sects almost include 1/3 of the top forces in the Rain World. If you go against us, it means you are going against the entire Rain World. I heard that the Rain Sovereign has given an order that no one is allowed to hurt you. However, this time, you provoked us first. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for killing you mercilessly. Noisy. Ning Fan suddenly flicked his sleeve and a blood-red paper umbrella appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened the umbrella, an island suddenly fell from the sky. It was actually taken out from the umbrella. It covered the entire sky and was going to crush half of the cold northern country. When the umbrella closed, hundreds of nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators who provoked Ning Fan were all sucked into the umbrella by the faint red halo of spirit wheels. Then, Ning Fan shook the umbrella again. The surface of the umbrella was covered with pus and blood. All of them were the blood of the cultivators who were sucked into the umbrella. This umbrella is really powerful. It only takes a moment to kill a nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivator. As for the entire island, it covered the entire sky and fell from the sky, shocking millions of cultivators. This island was nearly half the size of the cold northern country. If it falls from the sky, half of the island would be sunk. Some cultivators of the internal sea even recognized that the island that Ning Fan casually threw out was actually the Pill Island. Of course, Ning Fan did not expect to smash them with the island. With so many Void Refinement Realm cultivators present, such a trick would not work. We can't let this island fall. Otherwise, countless cultivators of our 100+ sects will die. My fellow Void Refinement Realm cultivators, let's use our levitation technique to make this island float in the sky. Alright. Let's do it together. The Void Refinement Realm experts of each sect including Marquis Yugueho soared into the sky with gloomy expressions. They used their levitation technique to prevent the Pill Island from falling. Thus, the island floated 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, above the sky of the cold northern country. However, these Void Refinement Realm cultivators could not believe that Ning Fan's blood umbrella magic treasure was actually so powerful that it could casually take away an island and throw it down from the sky. Fortunately, the Pill Island did not fall. Otherwise, there would definitely be countless casualties. Countless low-grade cultivators of the sects broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, the Pill Island did not fall. Otherwise, they would certainly die. As for the cultivators of the Giant Devil clan, they were also terrified. Each of the cultivators of the 100+ sects looked at Ning Fan with indescribable fear in their eyes. He was a madman. A madman who dared to smash an island with his own island. Some of them also noticed that the blood umbrella that Ning Fan was holding was a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure. Moreover, the destructive power of this cosmos treasure was far beyond ordinary cosmos treasures. Today, all the cultivators of the 100+ sects have witnessed that Zhou Ming treats our 100+ sects as nothing. How arrogant. As the second elder of the Ghost Eye clan, I might have to teach this Zhou Ming a lesson. *ZZZ*, a Void Inquiry stage-old expert of the Ghost Eye clan flew up to the jade platform. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his aura was extraordinary. The old man smiled coldly at Ning Fan. All of a sudden, he raised one of his palms and a green ghost eye appeared on his palm. All of a sudden, endless green lightning arcs shot out from the ghost eye. Millions of green lightning arcs turned into a sea of lightning. The old man stood in the middle of the sea of lightning like an emperor of lightning. It's the second elder of the Ghost Eye clan, Yin Lei. This person's lightning technique has reached perfection. It is said that he has even cultivated his primordial spirit into the form of lightning. He rarely has a match among the Void Inquiry stage experts. He is a few times stronger than King Qi Yao. That Zhou Ming's abilities are heaven-defying. However, he is just a Void Inquiry stage cultivator after all. How can he be a match for Elder Yin Lei? Countless cultivators in the Ghost Eye clan immediately raised their arms and shouted. Zhou Ming, if you retreat now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will make you fly back to the world and perish. Elder Yin Lei sneered. However, he was secretly making hand seals under his sleeves. Without any warning, the hollow space on Ning Fan's back suddenly shattered. Countless dark green lightning snakes darted out and bit Ning Fan's back with their mouths wide open. While Yin Lei was conversing with Ning Fan, he actually launched a sneak attack. Although Yin Lei said that he would stand up for the 100+ sects, he was actually eyeing Ning Fan's blood umbrella magic treasure and wanted to kill Ning Fan and seize his treasure. Break! The void lightning star on Ning Fan's glabella flashed and a massive blood-red lightning diagram appeared under his feet. When he stomped on the ground shook. Wind and snow rolled against the heavens and the lightning snakes behind him were shattered. A vast lightning aura force spread out from Ning Fan's body. It was unstoppable. Yin Lei, who was in the depths of the green lightning sea, suddenly had a drastic change of expression. The green lightning sea under his feet was completely shattered by Ning Fan's aura force. Originally, Elder Yin Lei, who was standing in the middle of the lightning sea, was like the emperor of lightning in everyone's eyes. However, in front of Ning Fan's lightning diagram, Yin Lei's lightning magic power actually became sluggish and it was difficult for him to mobilize it. Yin Lei's eyes widened in shock. Even Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou could not shatter his lightning sea with just a sentence. He repeatedly made hand seals and summoned a flying sword that was formed from lightning with great difficulty. Then, he saw Ning Fan walking towards Yin Lei step by step while stepping on the lightning diagram. With one step, all lightning was destroyed and the lightning sword was shattered. With 3 steps, Yin Lei was forced to retreat while coughing out blood. With 9 steps, Yin Lei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. His lightning primordial spirit was forcefully shattered into 2 halves. Puff Yin Lei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. All of his lightning techniques including his lightning primordial spirit were completely suppressed in front of Ning Fan. With 10 steps, the 8 black burning wings suddenly appeared on Ning Fan's back. His figure disappeared in an instant. Yin Lei turned around and tried to flee. However, as soon as he turned around, he ran into Ning Fan who was approaching him like a ghost. "I'm going to fight you to the death." Yin Lei stabbed his fingers into his eyes and dug them out. Blood flowed like a fountain. After destroying his eyes, a vast aura force was added to Yin Lei's body. It was almost as strong as an unrivaled void inquiry stage cultivator. The 2 eyeballs in his hands seemed to have turned into supreme magic treasures. Yin Lei's spirit sense locked onto Ning Fan. He raised his hand and summoned the eyeballs. Darkness suddenly fell on the jade platform, covering it completely. This darkness could block all vision and spirit sense. Yin Lei immediately fled. "Where do you think you're going?" Ning Fan's left eye was Fuli and his right eye was Mo Luo. Besides, he also had a human eye on his glabella. How could he be blinded by Yin Lei's petty tricks? After confirming the direction Yin Lei was fleeing in, Ning Fan flapped his 8 wings and caught up to Yin Lei's back in an instant. He raised his hand and slammed it down on Yin Lei's heavenly spirit. Boom. After a loud bang, the darkness on the jade platform gradually dispersed. The wind and snow gradually calmed down. In the tranquil wind and snow, Ning Fan stepped on Yin Lei's corpse. He grabbed Yin Lei's primordial spirit and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, his cold eye swept across the Ghost Eye clan. This time, he had completely offended the Ghost Eye clan. However, so what if he offended them? "You're courting death." Marquis Yugui was enraged. He leaped into the air and his body was shrouded in densing qi. His vast aura force swept towards Ning Fan. He was actually going to attack Ning Fan out of anger. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. All of a sudden, he took out a jade slip. The jade slip was destroyed. A powerful magic attack accompanied by the chanting of countless devil scriptures blasted towards Marquis Yugui who was charging towards him. As soon as Marquis Yugui who was initially arrogant saw the attack from the jade slip, his expression changed drastically. His scalp went numb and he turned around to flee. How could he still care about attacking Ning Fan? The only thing he could do now was to run for his life. Countless cultivators were shocked when they saw Ning Fan taking out the jade slip. Each of the old monsters stared at Ning Fan with eyes filled with fear and confusion. Avoid fragmentation realm strike. To be continued. As soon as Marquis Yugui saw Ning Fan throw out a void fragmentation realm attack, he turned around and fled without hesitation. His usual gloomy expression was now filled with shock. Even if he was an absolute void stage-old monster, it was absolutely impossible for him to receive that void fragmentation realm attack unscathed. What the hell? This young man is obviously just a void inquiry stage cultivator. Why does he have a void fragmentation realm attack to protect himself? Marquis Yugui's traveling light was extremely fast, but that void fragmentation realm attack was even faster. This attack from the Jade Slip was left behind by the 9th generation ancestor of the Misthorn clan. It was an ancient devil ability of the wind and wood elements. The magic technique manifested the shadow of a green giant. The giant was 1,000,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall and had thousands of arms. At the same time, it strangely performed hand seals at the same time. All of a sudden, the wind and snow seemed to have stopped and stopped falling. The chanting of the devil scripture in all directions also stopped abruptly. At this moment, the shadow of the giant shouted. At the same time, Marquis Yugui felt a great sense of danger. Not good. The hollow space around Marquis Yugui was completely sealed in an instant. That kind of seal was different from the heaven sealing technique as it sealed the entire hollow space. Above the snowy sky, countless green wind dragons appeared all of a sudden. They coiled around Marquis Yugui's body and immediately turned into an ocean of astral winds. Heavenly Wrath Mist Dragon. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. The sound of countless wind blades cutting flesh resounded from the ocean of astral winds. Along with the sound of these wind blades, Marquis Yugui's groans could be heard from time to time. All the cultivators of the 100+ sects around the Jade platform were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Marquis Yugui's powerful attack was enough to kill Ning Fan. However, they did not expect that Ning Fan could actually use a void fragmentation realm attack to force Marquis Yugui, who was at the absolute void stage, into a dangerous situation. The fluctuation of a void fragmentation realm attack shook the entire cold northern country and the sea region within millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li. Most of the cultivators had never seen such a terrifying magic technique fluctuation in their lives. Is this the power of a void fragmentation realm attack? It's really terrifying. Countless old monsters trembled. If they were the ones who were attacked by a void fragmentation realm attack, none of them would be able to survive. They wondered if Marquis Yugui could withstand this attack. Silly little brother, aren't you afraid of exposing your trump card by making such a forceful move? You are still very carefree even without my protection, Luo Yu teased in her mind. This is the perfect time to use a void fragmentation realm attack. However, Ning Fan's eyes were fixed on the collapsing sky in the distance. He stared at the shadow of the giant and the ocean of astral winds that was gradually disappearing. He frowned. He faintly felt that this void fragmentation realm strike was not enough to kill Marquis Yugui. Sure enough, when the astral winds finally dissipated, Marquis Yugui appeared in the sky covered in blood. His eyes were still filled with lingering fear. Sure enough, he did not die. Discussions immediately broke out everywhere. Oh my god! That was a void fragmentation realm attack. Marquis Yugui could actually withstand such a powerful attack. Shoo! He is Marquis Yugui. Before he was injured, he was already a void fragmentation realm expert. It's not strange for him to be able to withstand a void fragmentation realm attack. However, judging from his injuries, it won't be easy for him to withstand that attack. Look, isn't Marquis Yugui wearing a spiritual armor? It can even resist a void fragmentation realm attack. This spiritual equipment is definitely of the profound divinity grade. However, this Zhou Ming is really too scary. He could casually throw out a void fragmentation realm attack. Only an absolute void stage expert like Marquis Yugui can withstand such an attack. We definitely won't be able to withstand it. At this moment, Marquis Yugui was wearing an armor that was as blue as water on his chest. This armor was a low-grade profound divinity spiritual equipment called the Heavenly Ghost Armor. It was refined by Marquis Yugui when he was a void fragmentation realm expert. Its defensive power was extremely shocking. However, even though the Heavenly Ghost Armor was a profound divinity grade armor, it was still cracked by that void fragmentation realm attack. If it wasn't for this armor, Ning Fan would definitely be able to severely injure Marquis Yugui with a single strike. At this moment, even though Marquis Yugui was injured, his injuries were not fatal. What a sturdy armor. Ning Fan frowned. Unbeknownst to him, when Marquis Yugui found out that the Heavenly Ghost Armor was cracked by Ning Fan's attack, he was extremely furious. The rage he felt was much stronger than when he witnessed the tragic death of Elder Yin Lei. Zhou Ming, how dare you damage my Heavenly Ghost Armor? How dare you damage my Heavenly Ghost Armor? Marquis Yugui was enraged. He suddenly formed a hand seal and countless void cracks appeared between heaven and earth, turning into tens of thousands of void ghost eyes. He was certain that it was impossible for Ning Fan to have a second void fragmentation realm jade slip. Thus, he naturally dared to kill Ning Fan. Each of the void ghost eyes contained a sword light that was filled with dense ghost chi. 100,000 void ghost eyes and 100,000 void sword lights were the technique that made Marquis Yugui famous when he was a void fragmentation realm expert, the little void sword. Unfortunately, this technique did not even have a tenth of its original power. If it was in the past, Marquis Yugui could at least create 1 million ghost eyes. Little void sword. This Zhou Ming is definitely going to die. Even if my true body comes here, it will be difficult for me to withstand this technique. Unless he has a second void fragmentation realm jade slip. But, that's impossible. The creation of each void fragmentation realm jade slip requires a great amount of energy from a void fragmentation realm expert. My void fragmentation realm jade slip was probably picked up by luck. As for him, the chances of him finding a second void fragmentation realm jade slip is close to zero. King Lanling withdrew his initial astonished expression and revealed a disdainful look towards Ning Fan again. All the cultivators of the 100-plus sects including King Lanling firmly believed that Ning Fan would not have a second void fragmentation realm jade slip. As long as Ning Fan does not have a second void fragmentation realm jade slip, he certainly would not be able to withstand a single attack from Marquis Yugui with his void inquiry stage cultivation base. This was an indisputable fact. Since you damaged my heavenly ghost armor, I will make you pay with your life. Void technique, little void sword. Chi at the moment Marquis Yugui changed his hand seal, the 100,000 ghost eyes shot out rays of void sword light. Ghost chi covered the entire sky. In the face of the 100,000 void sword light, Ning Fan's eyes remained calm. He raised his hand and took out the second jade slip and crushed it. Ning Fan knew that his current cultivation base was far from enough to withstand a single attack from Marquis Yugui. The only thing he could rely on was external items. It was not shameful at all. Being able to obtain a void fragmentation realm jade slip was also considered his capability. At the moment the jade slip was crushed, the aura force of a void fragmentation realm attack swept across millions of Li *, 500 m per Li, causing all the cultivators to be so shocked that they could not utter a single word. How is this possible? You actually have a second void fragmentation realm jade slip? Marquis Yugui let out a roar of disbelief. His body was originally injured. In the past, he was injured by the Thunder Sovereign, causing his cultivation base to fall to the void fragmentation realm. Even after tens of thousands of years, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Now that he had finally recovered his cultivation base to the absolute void stage, Marquis Yugui only wished to return to the void fragmentation realm as soon as possible. Even though he had suffered an attack from Ning Fan, he still had the heavenly ghost armor to protect his body. Thus, the damage from that attack was still within a bearable range. However, if he is injured by Ning Fan again, his foundation would probably be damaged. Even though he would not die, the time it would take for him to recover to the void fragmentation realm would be extended indefinitely. Fortunately, under normal circumstances, the chances of Ning Fan possessing two void fragmentation realm jade slips at the same time was close to zero. There was absolutely no chance for him to injure Marquis Yugui a second time. However, how could Marquis Yugui imagine that Ning Fan actually had a second void fragmentation realm jade slip? As soon as the jade slip was crushed, the shadow of a giant appeared in the vast sky once again. However, this time, the shadow of the giant was fiery red. This jade slip was left behind by the 15th generation ancestor of the Misthorn clan. That ancestor was most proficient in fire element abilities. Chants of devil scriptures could be heard from all directions. That fiery red giant suddenly stared at Marquis Yugui coldly and lifted his hand to point a finger. Heaven and earth furnace. As the giant pointed his finger, countless flames emerged out of thin air with Marquis Yugui as the center. The vast sky within 10,000 Li * 500 m per Li, was engulfed by the flames and turned into a gigantic dark red furnace, trapping Marquis Yugui and the 100,000 ghost eyes within it. The 100,000 ghost eyes were all incinerated, the 100,000 sword lights were all incinerated, more and more cracks appeared on the heavenly ghost armor. Marquis Yugui could no longer withstand the heat of the furnace and let out a heart-wrenching cry. How could this be? He's just an ant. How could he have two void fragmentation realm jade slips? How is this possible? King Lanling slammed the table and rose to his feet in disbelief. The group of cultivators from the 100-plus sects kept quiet out of fear. They could not imagine what kind of attack Marquis Yugui had just received that made him let out such a miserable cry. Eventually, the shadow of the fiery red giant disappeared. The furnace also disappeared. All the flames in heaven and earth vanished as if they had never existed in the first place. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky. Marquis Yugue was still alive thanks to the protection of the heavenly ghost armor. However, his injuries had worsened and it had already damaged his foundation. Moreover, more and more cracks appeared on the armor. It was unknown when it would break. If he suffers a third void fragmentation realm attack, his heavenly ghost armor would certainly break and it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of suffering severe injuries. However, Marquis Yugue did not believe that Ning Fan could have a third void fragmentation realm jade slip no matter what. A mere void inquiry stage and actually dares to go against me. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Marquis Yugue's eyes were blood red. He performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and displayed a secret technique. His stooped body that was originally like black mist suddenly grew taller, turning into a giant that was 8,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall. The giant did not have any organs such as mouth and nose. However, its body was covered with strange eyeballs. It was unknown how many of them there were. Each of the eyeballs had a mysterious magatama pattern. Ning Fan only took a glance at the giant eyeball and he immediately felt dizzy, as if he had sunk into a never-ending illusion technique. It was an extremely terrifying illusion technique. It was obviously an illusory thing, but the illusory attacks it created were as real as if they were real. This technique actually had a trace of the profound meaning of truth. If this illusion technique becomes real, Ning Fan would not be able to see through this level of illusion technique even if he had the demon eyes and devil eyes. King Lanling's eyes were filled with deep fear. As far as he knew, this technique was Marquis Yugue's strongest technique in the past. Even the Rain Sovereign in the past could not break this illusion technique of his. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. You've hurt my foundation and damaged my heavenly ghost armor. I will fight you to the death. True Hell Technique. Roar at the moment the giant eyeball made a hand seal, countless rays of dark light shot out from his ghost eyes. Countless azure devils appeared in the sky out of nowhere. All of them were formed by the power of the void. Amidst the ghostly roars, the power of the void turned into a gigantic devil which stomped on Ning Fan's head. Just the sole of that devil's foot was as large as the entire cold northern country. The force of that stomp was infinitely close to a void fragmentation realm attack. Ning Fan was slightly shocked. This devil was clearly an illusion created by the illusion technique. However, by borrowing a trace of true power, it actually turned the void into reality, turning an illusion that could not harm anyone into the most terrifying killing weapon. In the past, Marquis Yugue must have been a void fragmentation realm expert whose name shook the world. This technique was definitely heaven-defying. Even so, it was impossible for Ning Fan to yield to Marquis Yugue. He took a deep breath and patted his storage pouch. He took out the third void fragmentation realm jade slip and crushed it. All of a sudden, the 1,000,000 cultivators stood up in shock. They could not believe what they saw at all. King Lanling, who was calm and composed, was now filled with shock. As for Marquis Yugue, who had turned into an eyeball giant, he gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw Ning Fan's action and let out an unwilling roar. You actually have a third void fragmentation realm jade slip. How is this possible? You actually have a second chapter? How is this possible? You actually have a second monthly ticket? How is this possible? To be continued. The third jade slip was left behind by the 31st generation ancestor of the Misthorn clan. That ancestor was most proficient in ice magic techniques. As soon as the jade slip was broken, the shadow of an ice giant suddenly appeared in the sky. The snowflakes that were falling from the northern Liang country were frozen in the void. The aura of the giant was as cold as ice. The 1,400,000 cultivators in the hall felt a chill that made their hearts palpitate. The giant pointed at the sky. Countless ice crystals suddenly appeared in the sky and condensed into a 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, large throne. Cold ice throne. Amidst the chanting of countless devil scriptures, the giant suddenly roared and the throne fell from the sky. Wherever it fell, the void was frozen. The eyes of the giant who was Marquis Yugue were shocked. He wanted to avoid the throne but he realized that his feet had already been frozen. He could not move at all. Making up his mind, Marquis Yugue suddenly performed a hand seal. Black blood flowed out from the countless eyeballs on the giant's body and they closed. Every time an eyeball closed, Marquis Yugue's injuries would worsen. However, his aura force would also increase a little. When all the eyeballs were closed, Marquis Yugue was already severely injured. However, his aura force was infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm. He activated all of his magic power and threw a punch at the throne of the sky. True Hell Fist. Asterisk boom asterisk this punch was infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm. Countless cracks appeared on the ice throne and it was knocked back to the sky with a loud bang. However, the moment the fist light came into contact with the throne, Marquis Yugue realized that even his fists had been frozen. His dermic powers were about to freeze under the impact of the falling throne. The ice giant shouted coldly. The ice throne that was sent flying by Marquis Yugue pressed down once again. Not good. Marquis Yugue, whose limbs were frozen, did not expect that the throne would have a follow-up attack. It was already too late for him to block it. With a miserable shriek, Marquis Yugue's entire body turned into ice. With him as the center, the ice spread out. The sky within 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, was filled with cold chi and it was almost frozen. The shadow of the ice giant gradually dissipated. The frozen heaven and earth also gradually disappeared as if it had never existed in the first place. Within the cold mist, Marquis Yugue appeared while panting heavily. His beard and hair were covered with ice shards. His chi was extremely weak and his injuries were extremely severe. His heavenly ghost armor had been completely shattered. However, he was still alive. Zhou Ming, if this old man doesn't die, I'll definitely annihilate your entire clan and tear you into 1,000 pieces. Marquis Yugue let out a furious roar. He had long since tossed the warning of the Pill Sovereign to the back of his mind. He wanted to kill Ning Fan at all costs. Ning Fan and Marquis Yugue confronted each other again. However, this time, none of the cultivators of the 100-plus sects dared to say that Marquis Yugue would definitely win. Perhaps, Ning Fan still has a fourth void fragmentation jade slip. This thought rose in the minds of countless cultivators. Even though they knew that the possibility of this happening was minuscule, anything that was impossible could happen to Ning Fan. After witnessing Ning Fan injuring Marquis Yugue thrice, King Lan Ling had already regarded Ning Fan as his greatest enemy. At this moment, Ning Fan was just too dazzling. Suppressing the absolute void stage with just his void inquiry stage cultivation base made King Lan Ling's radiance dim. King Lan Ling could not tolerate Ning Fan overshadowing him. However, he was also worried that Ning Fan had the fourth void fragmentation realm jade slip. Thus, he did not dare to jump out and make things difficult for Ning Fan. It was not just King Lan Ling. After witnessing Ning Fan overpowering Marquis Yugue, none of the cultivators of the 100-plus sects present dared to fight Ning Fan alone. The wind and snow were still chilly. Marquis Yugue's eyes were filled with madness. He absolutely did not believe that Ning Fan still had the fourth void fragmentation realm jade slip. Just like a gambler, the more he loses, the more he would want to gamble. The more arrogant a person was, the more he would be unwilling to admit defeat and the easier it was for him to lose everything. Marquis Yugue patted his storage pouch and took out a soul streamer which was filled with ghostly chi. This streamer contained 800 million souls. There were mortals and cultivators. Soul streamers were the most vicious magic treasures. They were used to kill people and seize their souls. The more souls it killed, the stronger the power of the soul streamer would be. The power of an 800 million soul streamer was comparable to an immortal void treasure. This was a magic treasure that Marquis Yugue had spent tens of thousands of years to refine. However, it was still incomplete. Initially, he wanted to use this streamer to take revenge on the Thunder Sovereign after refining 1 billion souls. Today, however, he hated Ning Fan for damaging his foundation and destroying his heavenly ghost armor. Thus, he wanted to use the soul streamer to kill Ning Fan at all costs. What a powerful soul streamer! It contains at least 800 million souls. Even though this streamer has yet to be completely refined, Marquis Yugue is almost invincible below the void fragmentation realm with just this streamer. Even if Zhou Ming still has a void fragmentation realm attack, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Marquis Yugue. That old thing, Marquis Yugue, actually hid his strength so deeply. However, this soul streamer has yet to be completely refined. If I use it rashly, it will be easily destroyed. It's really unwise for Marquis Yugui to use this treasure in a fit of rage. King Lanling's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Seeing that Marquis Yugui actually used the 800 million soul streamer, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. This soul streamer was extremely powerful. Its destructive power was probably above that of ordinary void fragmentation realm jade slips. He still had 14 jade slips and talismans that could destroy the void fragmentation realm. However, none of them could destroy the soul streamer. If that's the case, I have to use the jade slips that could destroy the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan made up his mind. He patted his storage pouch and took out the fourth void fragmentation realm jade slip. All of a sudden, exclamations filled the surroundings. What? This Zhou Ming really has the fourth void fragmentation realm jade slip. Oh my god. How many void fragmentation realm jade slips does this person have? How heaven-defying his luck must be to possess so many jade slips. However, Marquis Yugui's 800 million soul streamer is extremely powerful. For instance, the destructive power of the 3 void fragmentation realm jade slips earlier was only equivalent to the attack of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. It's difficult for them to go against the 800 million soul streamer. This time, Zhou Ming won't be able to hurt Marquis Yugui. Marquis Yugui's eyes were blood red. He could not wait to kill Ning Fan. With a sudden wave of the soul banner, countless evil ghosts flew out from it. The land of hundreds of thousands of li was completely covered by the black mass of ghosts. In the sky, there were a total of 800 million ghosts, but none of them had the chi of a vein-opening realm cultivator. The ghosts devoured each other. In the blink of an eye, the 800 million ghosts were reduced to 100 million, but all of their chi had risen to the harmonious spirit realm. The 100 million ghosts devoured each other, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 30 million ghosts left, but all of them had the aura of a gold core. The devouring continued. When there were only 1 million ghosts left, the aura of all the ghosts had reached the nascent soul realm. When there were only 10,000 ghosts left, all of them had reached the soul formation stage. After the 10,000 soul formation realm ghosts were devoured, they eventually turned into 100 void refinement realm evil ghosts which looked ferocious and terrifying. These 100 void refinement realm evil ghosts continued to devour each other. Eventually, there was only one evil ghost left. It was 10,000 Zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall and stood in the sky with a single eye. However, the magic power and chi of this one-eyed evil ghost had already reached the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. A void fragmentation realm soul. This 800 million soul banner can actually condense a void fragmentation realm soul. The 1.4 million cultivators of the 150,000 sects were shocked. Those below the vein opening realm were all mortals while those below the void fragmentation realm were all ants. Even though there was only a step between the absolute void realm and the void fragmentation realm, once a cultivator breaks through to the void fragmentation realm, he would never lose to any void refinement realm cultivator. As for the soul of the one-eyed evil ghost that stood in the sky, just a trace of its aura could make everyone shudder. It was none other than the aura force of the void fragmentation realm, using 800 million souls to condense a void fragmentation realm evil ghost. This Marquis Yugui really has a heaven-defying method. Die. Marquis Yugui burst into laughter. With a wave of his soul banner, the one-eyed evil ghost immediately let out a ghastly roar and lifted its foot to stomp on Ning Fan. The force of that stomp was equivalent to a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attack. Moreover, the destructive power of the fragmentation realm attack was slightly stronger than that of the jade slips. Break! Ning Fan's eyes were calm. He crushed the fourth void fragmentation realm jade slip. No one believed that this void fragmentation realm jade slip could resist a void fragmentation realm evil ghost. However, the moment Ning Fan crushed the jade slip, Marquis Yugui, who was laughing maniacally, was nearly scared to death. This isn't the destructive power of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. This is the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Boom ***. As the 2 jade slips were crushed, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared in front of Ning Fan. It raised its hand and pointed at the one-eyed evil ghost. That seemingly casual finger attack contained unimaginable power. The one-eyed evil ghost suffered a heavy blow and was immediately sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It was actually injured by that gigantic shadow's finger attack. What? What is this? Countless old monsters stared at the shadow that Ning Fan summoned with fear and trepidation. Su Yan, who was protecting Feng Shuiyan and the other women at the side, suddenly had an urge to cry when she raised her head and saw the shadow in the sky. It was an indescribable feeling of being connected by blood. The gigantic shadow in the sky was a giant that was several million zhang *333 m per zhang tall. He was wearing devil armor and had 2 devil horns on his head. His facial features could not be seen clearly. He was sitting on a throne. Behind the devil-horned giant, there were still several hundred 100 zhang *333 m per zhang tall giants who seemed to be his servants. A wave of ancient devil chi filled the air with sorrow. In front of these giants, the one-eyed evil ghost that was 10,000 zhang *333 m per zhang tall was as tiny as a flying insect. This is our ancestor. It's the shadow of the ancestor of my Mist Horn clan. This jade slip was actually left behind by our ancestor. Su Yan's bloodline throbbed. Mist Horn, the voice of the giant on the throne was shaky. He glanced at Ning Fan, who was at the side. As he did not have a face, he could not see his emotions clearly. However, Ning Fan could guess that the reason why the giant was looking at him was because he wanted to see who was the one who used his jade slip to attack him. When he sensed the Mo Luo ancestral talisman in Ning Fan's body, the giant's body visibly trembled. Then, he was filled with respect towards Ning Fan. When the giant on the throne glanced at Marquis Yue and the one-eyed giant, Ning Fan could feel that the giant on the throne was certainly disdainful towards Marquis Yue, even though he could not see their expressions clearly. Marquis Yue, who had always thought highly of himself, actually felt small and insignificant in front of the giant's shadow. Before he could figure out the origin of the giant on the throne had already acted according to Ning Fan's will and pointed a finger at Marquis Yue. As soon as the finger pressed down, devil chi filled the sky. As the finger pressed down, the entire internal sea began to shake. This kind of great ability was beyond the imagination of the people in the world. The one-eyed evil ghost had a void fragmentation realm chi. Under the finger of the giant on the throne, it was instantly turned into a pile of blood and flesh. Marquis Yugue's face was filled with shock. The moment he faced the finger of the giant, he felt as if all of his magic power was burning into nothingness. This is the void finger of the ancestor of the Mist Horn clan. It's a great ability that can turn one's life and cultivation base into nothingness. If it's an ordinary jade slip of the second fragmentation realm, it would still be fine. However, this is the jade slip of the ancestor of the Mist Horn clan. Even though it's only at the second fragmentation realm, its destructive power is far beyond that of an ordinary second fragmentation realm. With this old man's strength alone, I definitely can't block it. Marquis Yue glanced at Ning Fan in a panic. It was the first time he felt fear towards this young man. He could not imagine that Ning Fan was actually able to get his hands on the offensive jade slip of the Mist Horn tribe's progenitor. Moreover, the ability of this jade slip was actually the strongest technique of the Mist Horn tribe's progenitor, the void finger. He couldn't block it. He would die. No. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Marquis Yue took out secret treasures one after another from his storage pouch. All of them were for revenge against the Thunder Sovereign. But at this moment, in order to save his life, he couldn't care less about his grudges. He threw everything into the sky. Countless secret treasures went up against the giant's finger, but they were all turned into nothingness under the power of the finger. Every time Marquis Yue lost a secret treasure, he would cough out a mouthful of blood. These secret treasures were related to his life. Each of these secret treasures was enough to strike fear into the hearts of great void cultivators, and some of them were enough to make first realm cultivators drool. However, no matter how many artifacts were destroyed, they could only slow down the speed of the giant finger. They could not resist the void finger. I can't accept this. He couldn't accept this. Ah. In just an instant, the giant finger pressed down, turning the insufferably arrogant Marquis Yue into nothingness. His scream was extremely terrifying. A chill filled the hearts of the cultivators of the 100+ sects. Ning Fan used 4 void fragmentation realm jade slips to kill Marquis Yue. His action was just too crazy. He was in great void stage cultivator after all. He actually died just like that, on the seats of the Ghost Eye clan, all the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation bases, felt an impending disaster. Marquis Yugui had acted willfully and disobeyed the Pill Sovereign's order by attacking Ning Fan. He had already committed a great crime. Now that Marquis Yugui was dead, was there anyone else in the Ghost Eye clan who could fight against Ning Fan? The destruction of the Ghost Eye clan was imminent. There were 6 Void Glimpse stage cultivators and 1 Void Inquiry stage cultivator. When they thought of how crazy Ning Fan was when he took out the Void Fragmentation Realm Jade Slips, all of them broke out in cold sweat. How could they resist that kind of crazy devil? I must run, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He had already killed Marquis Yugui. He must eliminate the root of the problem. There were a total of 100,000 members of the Ghost Eye clan who came this time. However, as Ning Fan scanned them with his sword sense, Divine Transformation Realm cultivators with their cultivation bases could not withstand his aura force at all. One after another, the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were minced into minced meat by his sword sense. Their blood splattered across the vast sky. How terrifying was that scene! Ning Fan's body shook and transformed into a 6,000 Zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall reckless devil giant. He stepped on the snow and swallowed each of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators into his stomach with a wave of his hand, chewing them to pieces. This reckless devil giant was completely different from ordinary giants. Ordinary giants did not have this kind of barbaric chi at all. Each of the magic treasures hit the giant's body, but none of them could break his defense. The defense of this reckless devil giant's physical body had already reached an astonishing level. With just a few attacks from the reckless devil giant, the 100,000 members of the Ghost Eye clan had already died. Only 7 Void Refinement Realm elders were left. If these 7 elders also die, the Ghost Eye clan would be annihilated even without Ning Fan's help. Because the Ghost Eye clan no longer had a Void Refinement Realm expert. I'm going to fight you to the death. A Void Glimpse stage white-haired old man dashed towards the giant that Ning Fan had transformed into with a gloomy expression. However, he was stomped into meat paste by the giant's foot. A burly Void Glimpse stage cultivator held a flying sword and aimed at the reckless devil giant's eyes. However, the reckless devil giant suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the man along with his sword. Then, it bit him to death with its gigantic teeth. 4 Void Glimpse stage cultivators set up a formation that was overflowing with devil chi. However, they were all killed along with the formation by a wave of the giant's hand. Even their primordial spirits could not escape. That Ghost Eye Void Inquiry stage cultivator was already scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to escape, but the giant caught up with him in just one step. From today onwards, there will no longer be any Ghost Eye clan in this world. The giant said coldly and swallowed the last Ghost Eye Void Inquiry stage cultivator. After withdrawing from his giant form, Ning Fan landed on the jade platform. His cold eyes swept across the cultivators of the 100+ sections. Each of them kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to fight against him at all. Who else wants to fight for Feng Shuiyan? Ning Fan's eyes swept across each of the Void Refinement Realm sections. However, all of the Void Refinement Realm old monsters avoided his gaze. When Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the seats of the Lanling sect, he saw King Lanling staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. I heard that King Lanling wants to teach me a lesson? So what if I am? King Lanling gritted his teeth and said. He could not help but admit that Ning Fan's baleful chi after killing Marquis Yugui was so strong that he could not bear it. I'm right here. Lanling, do you dare to fight me? Preposterous. How proud was King Lanling? How could he accept such humiliation? He leaped onto the jade platform and stood facing Ning Fan with his hands clasped behind his back, giving him the demeanor of an expert. His handsome face looked even more extraordinary as the orchids fell from the sky. However, his gaze was too vicious. Even if you have a Void Fragmentation Realm strike, I can still defeat you easily. There's no need for me to use a Void Fragmentation Realm attack against a mere second primordial spirit like you. You are asking for death. King Lanling was furious. In the Jumo Broken World, all the 8 ancestors including King Ju Lu were shocked by Ning Fan's terrifying strength. Impossible. This brat definitely didn't have such strength when he left Northern Liang. He actually killed that old thing, Marquis Yugui. This is absolutely impossible. A vicious female voice said. I wonder if this brat will affect our plan. An old ancestor of the Jumo clan said worriedly. Don't worry. Marquis Yugui is already dead. As long as Lanling dies, the nourishment for this boundless sea of sin formation will be gathered. Once the formation is completed, this brat will certainly die. I originally wanted to wait for another 10 years before taking Feng Shuiyan's life. However, since 100 sects have come here to die, the plan can be carried out in advance and we don't need any more sinful sea pills. King Julu said with a sinister smile. In other words, from today onwards, we will be able to break the slave marks of the Jumo clan? One of the ancestors asked excitedly. Of course. King Julu sneered inwardly. From today onwards, everyone would be able to break the slave marks because everyone would die, only he, King Julu, would be able to break through to the void fragmentation realm in one go. Old ancestor Ju Yan's eyes were filled with uneasiness. He always felt that King Julu's smile was a little cold, which made him feel a chill in his heart. Do we really have to sacrifice Shuiyan? Ju Yan closed his eyes painfully. To be continued. On one side of the jade platform, King Lanling looked really handsome. He wore a purple robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He looked like a young emperor and there was a cinnabar dot on his forehead which made him look really evil. He stood in the wind and snow with countless orchids falling around him. He was peerless, like the son of a god, attracting the admiration of many female cultivators present. Compared to Prince Lanling's handsomeness, Ningfan's attire was rather simple and plain. He wore a set of white robes and let his black hair hang loosely. His cold eyes were like an unfathomable deep pool. His white robes were stained with blood, and the stars between his eyebrows looked demonic, adding to his solemn killing intent. The domineering aura of the reckless devil condensed between his brows, and his aura was so powerful that ordinary cultivators found it hard to breathe. Many women also fell in love with him. King Lanling was the strongest person below the void fragmentation realm in the rain world. As for Ningfan, he was the strongest devil lord in the internal sea. If Ningfan does not use his void fragmentation realm jade slip and King Lanling uses his second primordial spirit to fight, who would win this battle? Perhaps Prince Lanling has a higher chance of winning. After all, his true body is the strongest expert below the void fragmentation realm in the rain world. The combat power of his second primordial spirit was extremely strong. How could Ningfan possibly resist it? One by one, the cultivators of the numerous sects didn't even dare to breathe, staring at the jade platform with rapt attention. Today, 11 void refinement realm experts had already died in Ningfan's hands. This matter would certainly shock the entire world. After witnessing Ningfan's terrifying means, who would still dare to have any designs on Feng Shuiyan? Ningfan's eyes were as calm as an unfathomable abyss. Even though he had already killed Marquis Yugui and he was sure to win the battle against King Lanling, he still felt a little uneasy. That uneasiness was as if they had missed out on some enemies, causing these enemies to still be plotting in the dark. Big Brother made a forceful move and suppressed the Ghost Eye clan, causing the 100+ sects who originally harbored evil intentions to be extremely fearful and afraid to act recklessly. I'm afraid that little sister Shuiyan's tribulation today should be over. However, why do I still feel a little uneasy? Su Qiuling's brows were filled with worry. Just like Ningfan, she had also sensed a trace of strange atmosphere. Would Feng Shuiyan's tribulation really end like this? Eh? What is sister you doing? Su Qiuling was suddenly surprised. She took out a jade pendant that had a trace of Yu Lingkong's aura left on it. She could know Yu Lingkong's safety and whereabouts by relying on her aura. On the jade pendant, Yu Lingkong's aura seemed to have come out of seclusion. Has big sister Yu successfully broken through to the void inquiry stage? But if she has already come out from seclusion, why didn't she come and look for us? Where is she now? Su Qiuling was puzzled. On both ends of the jade platform, Ningfan and King Lanling were 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from each other. King Lanling, on the other hand, had killed 11 void refinement realm experts in a row, including Marquis Yugui, who was at the absolute void stage. His baleful qi was so strong that it nearly suffocated King Lanling. After just exchanging glances with Ningfan for a few breaths, King Lanling could no longer withstand Ningfan's aura force and took the initiative to attack. As soon as he took a step forward, sighs could be heard from all directions. Obviously, everyone could tell that King Lanling had lost to Ning Fan in the Battle of Aura Force. This scene did not seem to be what they had guessed earlier. Prince Lanling's handsome face was burning with pain, as if he had lost to Ning Fan and suffered great humiliation. With just a single step, he had crossed a distance of 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, and arrived at the other side of the jade platform. Then, he raised his hand and pressed down on Ning Fan's finger. His finger shone like a sword. Its destructive force was nearly equivalent to a void pierce stage attack. He wanted to defeat Ning Fan in a single strike and redeem his reputation. You said that you don't need to use your void fragmentation realm jade slip to fight against me? Humph. I think you don't have any more jade slips. That's good too. If you don't have a void fragmentation realm jade slip, killing you is as easy as killing an ant for me. This is the void treading steps. Someone recognized King Lanling's escape technique. His speed was actually not any weaker than the void teleportation of ordinary void pierce stage experts. White Orchid Sword Finger. There were also some who recognized King Lanling's finger technique. Few void inquiry stage experts could withstand the destructive force of his finger. Looking at the incoming finger and sword light, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. When Ning Fan first met King Lanling in the Six-Winged Clan, he still felt that this person was like a lofty mountain which he could not defeat. Now, when he looked at King Lanling again, he felt that this person was much weaker than him even though he was strong. In the eyes of countless people, the White Orchid Sword Finger that was as fast as lightning flashed with dazzling white light which was almost brighter than the sun. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, that sword light was so slow that it seemed to be stagnant. It was not that King Lanling had become weaker. Instead, it was because Ning Fan was no longer the same as before. Break! Ning Fan turned his hand and pointed his finger. His attack was as fast as lightning. He displayed the heaven-breaking sword finger that he had not used for a long time. The mountains, rivers, and the void between heaven and earth began to crumble, turning the destructive force into the power of Ning Fan's finger. The first attack crumbled the mountains and rivers of the island. The second attack crumbled the black sun of the heavens. The third attack crumbled the undead bones of the void. In just an instant, Ning Fan displayed the first, second, and third attack of his sword finger consecutively. The first attack of the sword finger struck out at lightning speed. It happened to counteract King Lanling's White Orchid Sword Finger. King Lanling's expression changed. He did not expect that his White Orchid Sword Finger would be broken so easily. What followed next was the second attack of the sword light, which shocked him. He raised his hand and performed the second attack of the White Orchid Sword Finger, forcefully counteracting 50 to 60% of the power of the second attack. The remaining sword light landed on his chest, shattering all of his spirit equipment and treasure armor. He was forced to take tens of steps back. Before he could regain his balance, the third attack of the sword light attacked him like maggots in his bones, causing his back to break out in cold sweat. In the third attack of the sword light, he seemed to see countless undead bones of the void walking towards him. His flesh and blood actually began to decay slightly. Boom! The third attack of the sword finger hit King Lanling without any deviation. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 1,000 steps. The orchids around his body dispersed and only then did he manage to neutralize part of the force of the finger, preventing himself from being severely injured. However, his purple gold crown was shattered and his hair was scattered. The current King Lanling looked extremely disheveled. Even though he was not severely injured, his injuries were not light either. He no longer had the confidence and competence he had before. How is this possible? Each of the cultivators of the 100-plus sects was inexplicably shocked. King Lanling had almost lost to Ning Fan after just one exchange of blows. With such a huge difference in strength, King Lanling actually dared to say that killing Ning Fan was as easy as pinching an ant to death. It was as if he had slapped his own mouth. I don't believe it. You are a Void Inquiry stage expert and I am also a Void Inquiry stage expert. How can I lose to you when we are at the same level? Heaven Sacrificial Ruler. King Lanling took out a ruler and attacked Ning Fan with it. It was an ancient ruler that had existed for a long time. It looked like jade and gold but was not. Once it was wielded, it turned into 100,000 ruler shadows and struck at Ning Fan's head. Its aura was as powerful as the heavens, and it could instantly kill an ordinary void inquiry stage expert. That ancient ruler also possessed a void-grade divine ability which had the effect of bewitching one's mind. Countless chants of ancient scriptures resounded in Ning Fan's mind out of nowhere. Those innumerable ancient scriptures seemed to be bewitching Ning Fan to die for the sake of heaven and earth. As for the ancient ruler that was hanging high up in the sky, it suddenly dissipated and turned into the shadow of a massive halo. The halo emitted a trace of heavenly Tao's might. This is the legendary heavenly Tao halo. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He recognized the origin of the ancient ruler. Inwardly, he already understood that this heaven-sacrificial ruler was a magic treasure that contained heaven's might. It could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao halo to injure the enemy. The one who wields the ruler would punish the enemy on behalf of heaven. Those who defy the ruler would go against the heavenly Tao halo. If ordinary cultivators face the heaven-sacrificial ruler, they would certainly be intimidated by the heaven's might. However, Ning Fan had never been afraid of heaven's might. To him, heaven and earth was just a cage. As for this cage, it could not trap him who was a foolish cultivator, a reckless devil cultivator, or a butterfly cultivator. Break! He suddenly raised his fist and threw a punch at the sky. Devil Chi billowed and heaven and earth were filled with the shadow of the devil dragon fist. In Ning Fan's hands, the twin dragon's void technique had actually reached the point of perfection without leaving any trace. As soon as he threw out his punch, the heavenly Tao halo suddenly shattered. 100,000 ruler shadows turned into ashes. Under the tremendous force, the entire cold northern country shook violently. With just the strength of a single punch, the heaven-sacrificial ruler which possessed extraordinary power was actually reduced to ashes. King Lanling and the heaven-sacrificial ruler cultivated together. At the moment when the ruler was destroyed, he coughed out blood again, dyeing his python robe red. He raised his head reluctantly. He could not believe that Ning Fan could withstand his attack so calmly. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Ning Fan's strength was far above his second primordial spirit. A trace of jealousy was born in his heart. It was just like how he was jealous of Yun Tianjue in the past. That jealousy and hatred eventually turned into the sharpest killing intent. He summoned a treasure armor that was infinitely close to the profound divine realm. Even though it was not as powerful as the heavenly ghost armor, it was much stronger than Ning Fan's primordial lightning armor. Thus, he was no longer afraid of any of Ning Fan's attacks. I, Lan Ling, am not a Dharma treasure or a Dharma spell, but my divine decree. A single orchid can contain all the splendor of the world in an instant. This is my Tao. The orchid is the Tao. To respect the orchid is to obtain the Tao. To abandon the orchid is to lose the Tao. The Tao should be like the orchid. King Lanling's aura force suddenly changed. Countless dark purple orchids fell from heaven and earth. One orchid, one life, one death. 7 orchids technique. King Lanling made a grabbing motion with his large hand. The countless orchids in heaven and earth suddenly condensed into 7 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large dark purple orchids. At the moment when the 7 orchids appeared, the high-level cultivators of the 100-plus sects revealed a look of terror. Every high-level cultivator in the 800 cultivation countries did not know how terrifying King Lanling's 7 orchids technique was. It was not a type of magic technique. To be more precise, it was a type of curse technique that was cast with the help of the spirit intent. If the orchid does not wither, the enemy will not die. If the orchid withers, the enemy will die, 1 life, 1 death. King Lanling raised his hand and pointed at a sword light. Then, a gigantic orchid in the sky was cut into pieces. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He did not know why he was injured. While he was injured, King Lanling's injuries actually recovered a little. It was as if he had transferred his injuries to Ning Fan, 2 lives, 2 deaths. King Lanling sneered. He raised his finger like a sword and cut the second orchid into pieces. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He took half a step back and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He could already tell that this so-called 7 orchids technique was a type of curse magic technique in the mortal world. Among the mortals, if they hated someone but could not take revenge, they would take their enemy's birth date and 8 characters and write them on a straw doll. Then, they would prick it with needles. Those who knew how to use curse techniques could kill a person with 7 needles in 7 days. In the cultivation world, there were also curse techniques like the 7 Arrows book. Without a doubt, what this King Lan Ling was using must be a type of curse technique. It was rather sinister. He took a step forward and was about to attack. However, King Lan Ling was faster than him. He raised his hand and killed the 3rd orchid. 3 lives, 3 deaths. At the moment when the 3rd orchid was destroyed, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his dantian. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, when he raised his head and looked at the remaining 4 orchids, he was not enraged. Instead, his eyes were filled with contemplation. At the moment when King Lan Ling destroyed the 3rd orchid, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He recalled King Lan Ling's words, "Orchids are the great Tao. Respecting orchids is the way to gain Tao. Shedding orchids is the way to lose Tao." Originally, there was nothing to debate about these words. However, after witnessing the 7 orchids technique, Ning Fan suddenly realized that the 2 words shedding orchids sounded somewhat familiar. Shedding orchids are the great Tao. If the orchids are the great Tao, the Lan Ling sect would naturally respect orchids. The main point of the 7 orchids technique was to seize and plunder. It was to inflict one's own injuries on the enemy. It was to take away the enemy's life when the orchids were destroyed. As for the shedding orchid sect, it naturally belonged to the shedding orchids. All the main points of the technique were to give up first before obtaining. It was the opposite of the Lan Ling sect's principle, but it was also very similar. Ning Fan raised his head. His expression was still calm. If the 7 orchids were destroyed, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. King Lan Ling was vicious, but Ning Fan was not a kind person either. How could he let him destroy all the orchids? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. He suddenly raised his hand and performed an ancient and profound hand seal. When King Lan Ling destroyed the 4th orchid, Ning Fan suddenly displayed a magic technique that he had obtained from his divine chests. Mutual death technique. 4 lives and 4 deaths. Lan Ling sneered. What he wanted to see was the scene of Ning Fan slowly dying. However, he did not expect that after destroying the 4th orchid, Ning Fan was already injured, but he, Lan Ling, did not recover from his injuries as he had expected. Instead, he was injured together with Ning Fan. A massive ancient formation diagram suddenly covered the 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall jade platform. Countless orchids were engraved on the formation diagram. At the moment the formation diagram appeared, the orchids that were falling around King Lan Ling's body suddenly shattered for no reason. To his horror, he realized that his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. 1,000 years. Ning Fan uttered the 2 words coldly and performed a series of hand seals. A strand of white hair appeared on his temples. It was a sign that his lifespan was going to be shortened. As he performed the hand seals, Ning Fan's lifespan decreased by 1,000 years. As for King Lan Ling, he realized that his lifespan had actually decreased by 1,300 years. As the magic technique of the shedding orchid sect. This is the mutual death technique. King Lan Ling's eyes were filled with surprise. He actually recognized the origin of this technique. Feeling terrified, he wanted to flee from the jade platform. How could he not flee? His 2nd primordial spirit had been cultivated in a very short time. He only had less than 4,000 years of lifespan. He did not dare to endure this kind of life-shortening magic technique that would exchange one's life for another. Even though he was wearing a half-step divine profound realm treasure armor, it could not defend against the mutual death technique. The profound cultivators of the 100+ sects, on the other hand, were at a loss. They did not know what the mutual death technique was at all, nor did they know how terrifying it was. However, when they saw King Lan Ling's terrified expression, they began to guess what kind of magic technique Ning Fan was using. In the Lan Ling sect, the Void Pierce stage elder originally wanted to help King Lan Ling. However, when he saw the mutual death technique, the fear in his eyes was even greater than King Lan Ling's. King Lan Ling was just a 2nd primordial spirit. If he dies, then so be it. However, he was a living human being. He was a void-pierced stage-old monster who did not have much time left in his lifespan. He only had less than 2,500 years left. How would he dare to face Ning Fan's mutual death technique head-on? Do you want to leave? Freeze. Ning Fan pointed at Lan Ling with the back of his hand and froze her in place again. 2,000 years. This time, he sacrificed a total of 2,000 years of his lifespan. King Lan Ling's entire body was in excruciating pain. After losing 2,700 years of his lifespan, all of his black hair had turned white. His originally handsome face had turned into that of an old man. As he was too old, it was hard for him to mobilize his magic power. At this moment, King Lan Ling was filled with fear. He used the 7 orchids technique to plot against Ning Fan, but Ning Fan used the mutual death technique to plot against him instead. Madman. This man is a madman. Even the void refinement realm old monsters in the history of the Shedding Orchid sect were not willing to sacrifice 3,000 years of their lifespan. I've lost 4,000 years of my lifespan and my second primordial spirit has become so old that it can no longer fight. This man has sacrificed 3,000 years of his lifespan. Why does he only have a few more strands of white hair? He doesn't look old at all. This man. How many years of lifespan does he actually have? Ning Fan casually plucked a few strands of white hair from his temples. To him who had 110,000 years of lifespan, losing 3,000 years of his lifespan was just a small matter. He approached King Lan Ling step by step. His killing intent was fully revealed. He had already dispelled the heaven-sealing finger. However, King Lan Ling was lying limply on the jade platform, unable to move. He was already at the end of his lifespan and did not have the strength to resist Ning Fan. Zhou Ming, how dare you hurt my lord? That void-pierced stage elder only dared to scold Ning Fan, but he did not dare to step forward at all. Not only was he afraid of Ning Fan's void fragmentation realm jade slip, but he was even more afraid of Ning Fan's mutual death technique. Under his scolding, only a few hundred cultivators of the Lan Ling sect who were hot-headed rushed to the jade platform, intending to protect King Lan Ling. Before these cultivators could get close to Ning Fan, they were swept away by his sword sense. All of them died, their blood splattered on the jade platform. King Lan Ling raised his aged eyes and looked at Ning Fan. He felt as if Ning Fan had become an undefeatable devil lord at this moment. Don't ever provoke me. This time, it's your second primordial spirit that died. If there's a next time, it will be your true body that dies. Ning Fan raised his hand and stomped on the ground, turning King Lan Ling's aged second primordial spirit into a pile of flesh. The 7 orchids technique also collapsed on its own. Before King Lan Ling's second primordial spirit died, its eyes were filled with fear and resentment. However, after hearing Ning Fan's threat, it could not bring itself to take revenge at all. With Ning Fan's means, if he kills his way into the Lan Ling sect, would his true body who was in seclusion to recuperate be able to withstand a void fragmentation realm attack? Mutual death technique, sect master, has lost. All the members of the Lan Ling sect were filled with fear. They really wanted to know if Ning Fan would kill them, the remnants of the Lan Ling sect. Each of the cultivators of the 100-plus sects was immersed in shock. This shock was only because Ning Fan had killed King Lan Ling's second primordial spirit without using the void fragmentation realm jade slip. Ning Fan, who was at the void inquiry stage, could already kill King Lan Ling and Marquis Yugoe. If this young man grows stronger, who could afford to offend him? Perhaps even void fragmentation realm old monsters would not be willing to offend this young man. It seems like it's meaningless for us to stay in the giant devil clan. With Zhou Ming here, no one can take Feng Shuiyan away. Su Qiuling's frown remained unchanged. Will Feng Shuiyan's tribulation really end so easily? Why did her heart beat even faster? As a matter of fact, Ning Fan also realized that after he killed King Lan Ling, the uneasiness and fear in his heart suddenly increased. His divination technique was not profound. Thus, he could not predict the reason for his uneasiness. However, he knew that an unforeseen event was about to happen. That was why he did not annihilate the Lan Ling sect at once. Just as he was deep in thought, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the snowy sky. The Pill Island, which was floating in the vast sky, was actually shattered into 2 halves by the crack that suddenly appeared. countless cultivators of the Pill Island turned into rays of traveling light and flew down from the Pill Island on their magic treasures. The sky was filled with huge rocks that fell from the Pill Island when it was destroyed. What is that? Countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky. A gigantic blood-red tree suddenly emerged from the crack in the sky. It seemed like some kind of flower was growing on the tree, but it had yet to bear fruits. Below the blood-red tree, 6 layers of blood seas suddenly appeared. In the territory of the northern Liang province, 8 gigantic devil pillars suddenly rose from the ground. One of the devil pillars happened to be located at the seats of the Lanling sect. The devil pillar pierced out from the ground and directly killed nearly 10,000 low-grade cultivators of the Lanling sect. The blood essence of the dead cultivators all rose into the sky and went into the 6 layers of blood seas. As for some cultivators of the 100-plus sects who were closer to the devil pillars, their bodies exploded without any warning. Their blood spilled in the wind and snow. As for some cultivators of the giant devil clan, even though they were far away from the devil pillars, their bodies also exploded without any warning. The scene was extremely terrifying. Who is so bold to kill the cultivators of our 100-plus sects at will? Each of the Void Refinement Realm old monsters turned to look at Ning Fan. It seemed like they suspected that Ning Fan was the one who killed them. However, none of them dared to question him because they were afraid of Ning Fan's ferocious might. Ning Fan felt helpless. As long as someone kills the innocent, others will suspect him. Of course, he did not need to explain anything because 8 Void Refinement Realm experts had already appeared under the 6 layers of blood seas. They were undoubtedly the culprits of this incident. Besides, Ning Fan also realized that the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger after the 8 ancestors showed up. Did I miss them? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. 8 old ancestors, what's going on? Zhu Qing looked at the 8 ancestors in disbelief. Aren't the 8 old ancestors plotting something big and unwilling to show themselves? Then, why did they attack again? Besides, since they attacked, it's fine to kill the cultivators of the 100-plus sections. But why do they also want to kill the cultivators of the giant devil clan? It's nothing. It's just some blood sacrifices. Of course, the biggest sacrifice is none other than Feng Shuiyan. King Zhulu smiled coldly. All of a sudden, he pointed his finger downward from tens of thousands of zhang * 33 m per zhang away. All of a sudden, the false Mo Luo blood in Feng Shuiyan's body began to burn, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Zhu Qing could not believe what he was seeing. The 8 old ancestors actually attacked Feng Shuiyan. What made Zhu Qing even more incredulous was King Zhulu's increasingly cold words. Activate the boundless sea of sin formation. Everyone here will become blood sacrifices until the progenitor tree blossoms. What? Countless members of the giant devil clan could not believe their eyes. These 8 Void Refinement Realm experts who appeared out of nowhere actually wanted to sacrifice everyone here. Some of the members of the giant devil clan who had seen the portraits of their ancestors before could vaguely recognize that these 8 Void Refinement Realm experts were the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan. How could they believe that their 8 ancestors would kill their own people? Sea of Sin, open. The 8 devil pillars and the 6 layers of the Sea of Blood gave off layers of formation light, sealing off heaven and earth and trapping everyone within it. Within the formation light, the cultivators whose cultivation bases were not strong began to turn into pus and blood and die. Countless cultivators of hundreds of sects attacked the formation light. However, even if all the Void Refinement Realm cultivators of the sects joined forces, they still could not break the formation light. Ning Fan stood in front of Feng Shuiyan to protect her. He kept pointing his finger at her, but he could not extinguish the flames of the devil blood in her body. His eyes were filled with anxiety. If he allows the devil blood to continue burning, Feng Shuiyan would be burned to ashes in just 1 hour. He wanted to save her. However, in the end, he realized that even if he had the Mo Luo ancestral talisman, he could not get rid of the hidden danger of Feng Shuiyan's devil blood in just 1 hour. He actually could not save her. Why? Why? Father, how can you bear to treat Shuiyan like this? How could you treat our giant devil clan like this? Zhu Qing's cry of grief and indignation was not directed at King Zhulu and the others. Instead, it was directed at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan closed his eyes in disappointment. He did not explain anything. For the continuation of the clan, he really had no choice but to sacrifice the descendants of his clan. Feng Shuiyan's body was trembling. That trembling made Ning Fan feel powerless and furious. He had eliminated the Ghost Eye clan and Lan Ling clan. He had wiped out all of his enemies. However, the ones who hurt Feng Shuiyan the most were her family members. Perhaps the heartache Feng Shuiyan was feeling right now was even more painful than the devil blood burning her body. 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan, die for me. The surface of Ning Fan's fist was covered with golden purple wind and mist. He threw a punch at the boundless evil sea formation. With just a single punch, the entire boundless evil sea formation that no one could break began to erode. What? Countless cultivators of the sects were shocked. The ones who found it the most unbelievable were the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan. That punch contained Ning Fan's understanding of samsara. That punch contained Ning Fan's obsession and determination. Ning Fan did not know how to save Feng Shuiyan. However, if she dies, he would make everyone who had hurt her die with her. As for the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan, they were not worthy to be Feng Shuiyan's ancestors. He turned into a ray of escaping light and soared into the sky. His aura force carried the determination to destroy everything. One of the 8 ancestors, the mean lady who always treated Ning Fan with disdain, faced Ning Fan with cold eyes. She raised her hand and took out a flying sword at lightning speed, trying to kill Ning Fan. I am the former clan leader of the giant devil clan, Bai Tong. Now, my soul is attached to the ancestral tree. Even if you have a void fragmentation realm attack, you won't be able to kill me. No matter how many times I die, I will be reborn under the ancestral tree. As for me, killing you is just like killing an ant. The ancestral tree, Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as ice. He shattered the flying sword with a punch and activated the power of the yin-yang locket with a flip of his hand. A rope that was neither gold nor iron condensed in his palm. It was a type of bewitching technique recorded in the yin-yang transformation. It was of a higher grade than the yin plucking finger. However, it required at least void refinement realm magic power to use. He could indeed see a strange chi surrounding old ancestor Bai Tong when the ancestral tree appeared. It was as if she could not be eliminated no matter how many times he killed her. But so what? He suddenly raised his hand and the black and white rope flew towards Bai Tong at an unbelievable speed. An imprisoning rope. Ning Fan uttered coldly. When old ancestor Bai Tong saw Ning Fan shattering the flying sword with a punch, she was initially shocked. However, when she saw Ning Fan trying to tie her up with a rope, she revealed a mocking expression. Trying to tie me up with an unknown rope? How ridiculous. She tried to retreat, but the imprisoning seal rope suddenly sped up. It was even faster than her speed of retreat, binding her tightly. At the moment when she was bound by the rope, she actually lost all of her magic power. She could not use any magic power at all. At this moment, she was in a state where she was neither alive nor dead. Thus, she should not be afraid of Ning Fan. Logically speaking, even if she was bound by ordinary magic treasures, she could use her connection with the ancestral tree to reincarnate under it and escape from any restraints. However, this imprisoning rope was too terrifying. Once it binds her, even her connection with the ancestral tree was cut off. If she is killed in such a state, she would definitely not be able to reincarnate under the ancestral tree. Don't kill me. Old ancestor Bai Tong actually begged for mercy. Kill you? You will become my human cauldron and live a life worse than death. Ning Fan shook the imprisoning rope and threw Bai Tong into his cauldron ring. Without stopping, he dashed towards the other 7 ancestors. He raised his hand and took out the 5th void fragmentation realm jade slip and crushed it. All of a sudden, a void fragmentation realm attack whizzed out. It did not attack the other 7 ancestors but the ancestral tree above the sky instead. Ning Fan did not know how to save Feng Shuiyan. However, after the battle with old ancestor Bai Tong, he had already sensed that there was something strange about that ancestral tree. He must destroy it immediately. Perhaps he could save Feng Shuiyan by destroying the ancestral tree. Perhaps he could not. However, he wanted to try. For a moment, all 6 ancestors except King Ju-Lu were shocked and enraged. Zhou Ming, how dare you attack the ancestral tree and ruin the great plan of our giant devil clan? We will make you die without a burial place. King Julu was the only one who seemed to have expected that Ning Fan would destroy the ancestral tree. He sneered and took out a jade slip which also contained a void fragmentation realm attack. Two giant shadows appeared in the sky one after another. One of them turned into a giant devil while the other turned into Lan Jiao. Each of them displayed a void fragmentation realm attack. As they clashed, heaven and earth crumbled. However, the ancestral tree was not destroyed at all. Zhou Ming, you are not the only one who possesses a void fragmentation realm jade slip. You are still too inexperienced if you want to destroy the ancestral tree and become my enemy. Just as King Julu was talking nonsense, a burst of presumptuous laughter that had not been heard for a long time resounded from below the ancestral tree. Little cucumber, don't worry. If you want to chop down the tree, I will help you. I can chop down this tree in no time at all. Yu Lingkong's sudden appearance under the ancestral tree was beyond everyone's expectation. She raised her hand and waved a moon blade, slashing at the roots of the ancestral tree. All of a sudden, King Julu roared furiously, which he had never done before. No, to be continued. Chi, Yu Lingkong waved her moonblade complacently. As the moonlight flashed, the progenitor tree trembled and gave birth to countless bloody mists. Amidst the bloody mist, the progenitor tree seemed to snap and collapse with a loud rumble. Her sudden arrival was a huge variable that King Julu did not expect. In the eyes of the giant demon clan's sixth ancestor, the progenitor tree was the best way to break the slave marks of the giant demon clan. However, King Julu was the only one who understood that the ancestral tree was his hope to break through to the void fragmentation realm. This was a demonic tree left behind by the giant demon progenitor. King Julu deceived the other 7 ancestors. He planted the ancestral tree with his blood, nurtured the tree with a formation and attached his life to the tree. In the end, he sacrificed Feng Shuiyan to the ancestral tree and used his devil blood to form a fruit. With the fruit of the ancestral tree, he broke through to the void fragmentation realm. However, all these wishes seemed to have vanished the moment the progenitor tree fell. King Julu's chest was filled with rage, and he almost wanted to kill Yu Lingkong. However, at the moment he looked at the progenitor tree, he seemed to have noticed something, and he revealed a cold smile. The progenitor tree didn't fall. King Giant Deer discovered this fact. As for Yu Lingkong, she heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already broken through to the void inquiry stage a long time ago. It was just that she concealed her heavenly tribulation and hid in the dark, thinking that she could act at the critical moment to help Feng Shuiyan. Little cucumber, I've already knocked down this broken tree. She excitedly wanted to ask Ning Fan for the credit, but she saw Ning Fan's gloomy expression. Using his 8 wings at full speed, he hurriedly flew to the front of her, grabbed her slender waist and immediately retreated. It was as if there was a fiendish demon in the crack between the heavens and the earth. He had to escape immediately, or there would be endless troubles in the future. Yu Lingkong didn't understand what was going on. Before she could react, she saw the blood mist in the crack in the sky suddenly dissipate, revealing the progenitor tree that had clearly been chopped down, but it was still standing upright. Being cut down just now was just an illusion created by the blood mist. Yu Lingkong felt greatly humiliated. She, a human, was actually deceived by a tree? This was too embarrassing. While he was thinking about these idiotic questions, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. His face suddenly turned pale, and a feeling of weakness surged through his body. Only now did she notice to her shock that 1/10 of the blood essence in her body had actually been lost for no reason. Shockingly, it had been swallowed by the blood mist. The progenitor tree had cast an illusion technique to pretend that it had been chopped down, lowering her guard while secretly absorbing her blood essence. This was a demonic tree that sucked human blood. If Ning Fan had been half a step slower in saving her, even if she did not die under the ancestral tree, she would have suffered severe injuries due to the loss of her blood essence. Don't be so reckless next time. That tree is a bit scary. Don't get close to it. Ning Fan's words carried a harsh tone. However, Yu Lingkong could hear the concern in his words. Naturally, she was in a good mood. After swallowing a healing pill, Yu Lingkong cursed without a care for her image. Mother ****. How dare a desolate tree suck my blood essence? This is infuriating, but speaking of which, this tree is really hard, even harder than little cucumber's cucumber. My crescent blade didn't even scratch its skin. This tree is indeed very hard, and this tree, is very dangerous. Ning Fan's frown deepened. Just now, when he was heading towards the tree, he actually felt a sense of death from the ancestral tree. Even if he escaped into the profounding world, he wouldn't be able to avoid that sense of danger. Perhaps the scariness of this ancestral tree was far beyond Ning Fan's imagination. Perhaps even the void fragmentation realm jade slips he used previously could not destroy it in one go. After Ning Fan destroyed the boundless evil sea formation with his fist, the group of cultivators finally escaped death. Each and every one of the cultivators who had survived the calamity looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with respect as well as a hint of complicated gratitude. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who destroyed the grand formation, all the cultivators of the 100+ sects would have turned into blood and died in the formation without knowing why. Even though they were not slow in escaping, the low-level disciples of each sect had also suffered heavy losses. Adding up the 100+ sects, at least 300,000 low-level disciples had turned into blood and died. How hateful. The cultivators of the 100+ sects originally came to snatch the wind snow words and the slate. However, they did not expect to fall into the trap of the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan and were almost sacrificed to them. However, if it wasn't because they were blinded by greed and came to the giant devil clan to stir up trouble, how could so many of their disciples have died? They indeed deserved it. Everyone's resentment was transferred to the 7 ancestors of the giant devil clan. They must settle the score with him. The Chongqiu elder of the Lanling sect, Xinghe, the master of the Yang Heaven Palace of the Rain Palace, Marquis Xinjian of the Ice Mountain Sword sect, Fairy Miao Yi of the Wonderful Sound Valley, Zen Master Xian Kong of the Profound Sky Temple, the master of the Six Flames sect, the master of the Nirvana Valley. These remaining 7 Void Refinement Realm cultivators were going to demand an explanation from the 7 ancestors of the Giant Devil clan. Isn't this the previous patriarch of the Giant Demon clan, King Zhu? He wants to use the cultivators of 100 sects as sacrifices. What a good plan. It's a pity that we didn't die. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Marquis Divine Sword furiously slashed at Monarch Giant Deer. Disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? I was worried that the progenitor tree was injured, but now that I see that the progenitor tree is safe and sound, I can finally relax. My grand plan will not be destroyed, and I will not be disappointed. The flowers of the ancestral tree are about to bloom. All of you must die here today to pave the way for me to break through to the void fragmentation realm. Break my clan's slave mark? Ridiculous. How could the progenitor tree have the ability to break slave marks? Moreover, why would this old man painstakingly scheme for the sake of some clansmen? Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy him. This tree is planted by this old man only to break through to the void fragmentation realm, not to save anyone. The time has come. No one can stop my plan. King Zhu sneered. He floated towards Monarch Giant Deer's sword, allowing Monarch Giant Deer to slash him into a mist of blood. Marquis Divine Sword was stunned. He did not expect that he could kill Monarch Giant Deer with a single strike. After all, Monarch Giant Deer's cultivation level was higher than his by a small realm. However, at the next moment, Marquis Divine Sword was shocked to discover that under the ancestral tree in the crack in the sky, a mist of blood suddenly condensed and formed the appearance of Monarch Giant Deer. Monarch Giant Deer could actually be reborn after death. This greatly exceeded Marquis Divine Sword's expectation. It seemed like as long as the ancestral tree was not destroyed, no matter how many times Monarch Giant Deer died, he would always be reborn under the tree. This was the undying devil tree that was left behind by the progenitor of the Giant Devil clan, Monarch Giant Deer sneered. The blossoming of the ancestral tree had already reached the final stage. No one could stop him from breaking through to the void fragmentation realm. He revealed the original plan in his mind. The 6 old ancestors including Zhu Yan were stunned and found it hard to believe. Old Ancestor Giant Deer, what did you say? You said that this ancestral tree does not have the ability to break slave marks of my clan? Is this true? You said that we sacrificed ourselves, countless members of our clan and even Xueyan just to let you break through to the void fragmentation realm. Is this true? The few old ancestors of the Giant Devil clan questioned. Of course, what I said is true. All of you are just being used by me. Now, all of you no longer have any value to me. You can't escape death. I will let all of you die knowing the reason for your many years of hard work. All of you are just my chess pieces. That's all. Monarch Giant Deer smiled sinisterly. Old ancestor Zhu Yan's eyes were filled with boundless anger. The same anger also appeared in the eyes of the other old ancestors. They had always thought that everything they did was for the sake of their clan. They always thought that what they did was noble and great. However, it was only now that they sadly realized that everything they did was actually being used by someone else. They had actually become someone else's stepping stone. Who would be willing to accept this? Especially Zhu Yan. After all, he was Feng Shuiyan's grandfather. He had always thought that sacrificing Feng Shuiyan was for the prosperity of the clan. Now, it seemed like the biggest mistake he had made in his life was hurting Shuiyan. Moreover, he would never be able to make up for it. He looked at Feng Shuiyan, who was below him. Feng Shuiyan was still being burned by the devil blood and she was unconscious due to the pain. For a moment, guilt and sorrow filled his heart. Zhu Yan closed his eyes in agony. As her grandfather, he actually wanted to send Feng Shuiyan to her death with his own hands. And all of this was just because he was being used by someone else. How stupid. Zhu Yan, you are so stupid. Giant Deer. This old man and you won't stop until one of us is dead. Zhu Yan seemed to be filled with guilt, madness, and anger, but he could no longer vent his anger. He turned into a ray of traveling light and dashed towards the ancestral tree, swearing to kill Monarch Giant Deer. However, he could not make up for the guilt in his heart. Seeing Zhu Yan's attack, Monarch Giant Deer sneered cruelly. Marquis Xianxia and the other Void Refinement Realm experts were stunned. They did not expect that the 7 ancestors of the Giant Devil clan would have an internal conflict. However, after being stunned for a while, Marquis Xianxia and the others decided to watch from the sidelines. Ning Fan did not rush towards the ancestral tree. He did not intend to watch from the sidelines either. He sensed an unprecedented dangerous chi from the ancestral tree. As soon as he sensed something unusual about the ancestral tree, Ning Fan was alarmed. He grabbed Yu Lingkong and flew backwards. Before Yu Lingkong could ask him what happened, a great change suddenly occurred in heaven and earth. On the ancestral tree, the first blood-red rose gently trembled. At the moment when the first rose trembled, the ancestral tree suddenly shot out a vine that was as thick as a bowl. It pierced through Zhu Yan's armor at an unbelievable speed and penetrated his dantian. The destructive force of a casual stab from the bloody tree was already close to that of a void fragmentation realm attack. Zhu Yan let out a muffled groan. His dantian had already been destroyed. He used all of his strength to swing his sword at the vine, but he could not damage it at all. The vine suddenly dragged him to the front of the ancestral tree. At this moment, a huge ferocious mouth suddenly appeared on the body of the ancestral tree. It was filled with sharp teeth. When it opened its mouth, it swallowed Zhu Yan into the ancestral tree and chewed him to pieces. Zhu Yan, a dignified void pierce stage expert, was actually devoured by the ancestral tree. As for his flesh and blood, it turned into nourishment for the ancestral tree. After devouring Zhu Yan, the first blood rose blossomed completely. Its petals were as red as blood. The first one. King Zhu Lu licked his lips with a sinister smile. Marquis Xianxia and the other Void Refinement Realm experts turned pale with fright. What exactly was the origin of that ancestral tree? It actually killed a Void Pierce stage expert with just a vine. Yu Lingkong began to feel scared. If she was not saved by Ning Fan in time, she would have ended up like Zhu Yan. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. After the first blood rose blossomed, a whiff of evil fragrance was emitted. Wherever the fragrance spread, many cultivators turned into pus and died. This evil fragrance was much scarier than the formation light of the Sea of Sin. The ancestral tree even pulled out 1 million vines and pierced them at the Void Refinement Realm experts of the 100-plus sects, including Marquis Xianxia and the remaining 5 old ancestors of the Giant Devil clan. Judging from King Zhu Lu's actions, he actually wanted to borrow the power of the ancestral tree to kill the Void Refinement Realm experts first. Countless low-grade cultivators of the 100-plus sects were immediately killed or injured. Countless magic treasures bombarded the vines, but none of them could hurt the vines of the ancestral tree. The 5 old ancestors of the Giant Devil clan were greatly shocked. They turned around and fled immediately. The 5 of them were just Void Inquiry stage experts. Their cultivation levels were lower than Juyan's. How could they resist the ancestral tree? They were filled with regret. They hated themselves for trusting King Ju-lu so easily. They hated themselves for hurting their clansmen. However, it was already too late. The 5 vines caught up to the 5 old ancestors as if they had teleported. They easily pierced their dantians and bound them tightly. When the vines retracted, the 5 old ancestors of the giant devil clan were swallowed into the huge mouth of the ancestral tree and died. The ancestral tree continuously bloomed 5 blood rose blossoms. There are 6 of them now, King Ju-lu said excitedly. The vines pierced the void-pierce stage elder of the Lanling sect, nearly scaring him to death. His scalp went numb. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sect master of the 6 Flames sect and the young Heaven Palace Lord in front of him and threw them towards the vines, using them as meat shields. After 2 miserable shrieks, the sect master of the 6 Flames sect and the young Heaven Palace Lord were pierced to death by the vines respectively. Their corpses were then dragged back to the ancestral tree. With the help of the 2 meat shields, the elder of the Lanling sect desperately tried to escape. However, a vine pierced through him from the side. The lives of the 3 Void Refinement Realm experts added 3 more blood rose blossoms to the ancestral tree. There are 9 of them now. The 4 vines pierced towards Marquis Xinjian, Fairy Miao Yi, Abbot Xiankong and the Master of the Nirvana Valley respectively. The 4 of them no longer dared to flee. They knew that if they did, they would die even faster. The only thing they could do was to resist with all their might. Void Sword Technique, Heavenly Light Swaying. Sound Transformation Technique. Devil Subduing Seal. Nirvana Fist. The 4 of them each unleashed their strongest attacks. However, their strongest attacks were not much stronger than Yu Lingkong's moon blades. How could they hurt the vines? The vines remained unscathed and pierced into the dantians of the 4 Void Refinement Realm experts. 4 blood-curdling screams resounded. The 4 of them died and became food for the ancestral tree. On the ancestral tree, 3 more blood rose blossoms bloomed. The 4th one had yet to bloom. Once it does, the ancestral tree could only produce 12 blood rose blossoms. Everything happened in an instant. In just an instant, all the Void Refinement Realm experts were killed. If it wasn't because Ning Fan retreated quickly, it would be difficult for him and Yu Lingkong to resist the vines of the ancestral tree. At this moment, all the Void Refinement Realm experts and the other ancestors of the giant devil clan were dead. King Ju-lu's gaze finally shifted to Ning Fan and said with a cold smile. 12 blossoms. It seems like the blood rose has already bloomed to its limit. The number is already sufficient. Next, there's only one last step left. By watering the ancestral tree with Feng Shuiyan's blood, the 12 blood rose blossoms will bear ancestral devil fruits. As long as I consume these 12 ancestral devil fruits, I will certainly be able to break through to the void fragmentation realm in one go. Zhou Ming, oh Zhou Ming. Do you know that this ancestral tree is a devil tree left behind by the ancestors of my clan? Once it blossoms, even a void fragmentation realm jade slip would find it difficult to damage it. Only a true void fragmentation realm expert can destroy this tree. Are you a void fragmentation realm expert? You will never be able to destroy this tree and you will never be able to protect Feng Shuiyan. If you want to destroy the ancestral tree, you will need a miracle. Unless you instantly transform into a void fragmentation realm expert. However, you know that there are no miracles in this world. King Ju-lu's smile became even more sinister. He suddenly formed a hand seal and the vines of the ancestral tree trembled again. At this moment, countless vines aimed at Feng Shuiyan at the same time and pierced towards her. After killing Feng Shuiyan, they would also slaughter all the cultivators in this place. Each of the cultivators of the 100+ sects and the 7 venerated beings were filled with despair. Just like what King Ju-lu had said, this ancestral tree was too terrifying. Only void fragmentation realm experts could suppress it. However, where were the void fragmentation realm experts? Who could save them? There were no miracles in this world anyway. Ning Fan already knew how terrifying the ancestral tree was. If these vines pierced down, even if Feng Shuiyan was protected by Su Yan and the others, she would not be able to escape death. He did not care how many cultivators of the 100-plus sects would die. Feng Shuiyan was the only one who should not die in this conspiracy. He suddenly let go of Yu Lingkong and soared into the sky alone, facing the thorns of the vines that blotted out the sky. He was just like the butterfly that rushed towards immortal Emperor Zhongqing resolutely in the past. "I'll give you a miracle." His mind sank into the yin-yang locket and connected with Luo Yu's mind. With great tacit understanding, Luo Yu slowly transferred her magic power into Ning Fan's body through the yin-yang locket. Ning Fan did not even need to ask for it. Ning Fan closed his eyes. His aura force suddenly rose in an instant, mid-reckless devil realm, late reckless devil realm, peak reckless devil realm. Revered devil realm. All of a sudden, he turned into a giant revered devil realm that was 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. He had 2 horns on his head, 8 wings on his back and ghost eyes on his brows. He stood in heaven and earth with an imposing aura force that could crush the world. This was a revered devil, an existence that could defeat all void fragmentation realm experts at the same level as him. The giant waved his hand and the power of the ancestral talisman spread out. The vines that were powerful enough to kill a void refinement realm expert collapsed one after another. All the cultivators were stunned. Each of the low-grade cultivators was suppressed by the giant revered devil realm's aura force. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground. They could not even stand straight. However, the moment the revered devil realm appeared, the entire heaven and earth trembled as if they were afraid of the return of an revered devil realm devil. The aura force of an revered devil realm devil nearly suffocated King Julu. He could not believe the scene in front of him even if he dies. Ning Fan had really turned into a void fragmentation realm cultivator in an instant. How could he believe that Ning Fan's body could give out a void fragmentation realm aura force at this moment? He tried to resist Ning Fan's aura force. However, in just an instant, he was shaken by Ning Fan's aura force, causing blood to flow out of his mouth and nose. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. What kind of terrifying devil blood was this? The grade of this devil blood was so high that it was not something that King Julu could imagine. Impossible. I don't believe it. This is fake. King Julu roared. Revered devil. The giant wore a pained expression. It was as if he could not control this power that did not belong to him, and the backlash was extremely severe. However, his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what methods he had to use, he had to protect his obsession. If his obsession is destroyed, heaven and earth would be buried together with him. Star. Punishing. Bow. The giant's essence chi was earth-shattering. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a huge black gold bow. The power of mountains and rivers flowed into the huge bow while the power of the stars condensed into an arrow. When the arrow was aimed at King Julu and the ancestral tree, even the tree itself began to tremble. Zhou Ming, stop! Stop! King Julu screamed crazily. He could never understand why Ning Fan could actually obtain the power of a void fragmentation realm expert in an instant. Die. The giant's tone was still cold as he suddenly drew his bow. Mountains and rivers began to collapse as wind and snow swept through the sky. The bow was drawn and the arrow was released. The entire endless sea was shaking violently. King Julu looked at the arrow light and felt that there was no longer any chance of survival. All of their plans would go up in smoke under this arrow. This old man started cultivating the evil Tao at the age of 7, vein opening at the age of 11, harmonious spirit at the age of 19, core formation at 100 years, spirit severing at 1,000 years and void refinement at another 1,000 years. But void fragmentation realm is hard to ascend to heaven. I risked everything just for the void fragmentation realm. In the end, it was all for naught. Perhaps the cultivation of Tao is a futile struggle. No matter how high one's cultivation base is, one will eventually die one day. However, this old man has been painstakingly planning to break through to the void fragmentation realm as soon as the progenitor tree bears a fruit. This old man is unwilling to give up. I can't accept this. Boom, the arrow landed with a boom, as if the sky was falling. King Julu and his ambition vanished into thin air. The indestructible progenitor tree also withered under the star-punishing arrow. Ning Fan could no longer withstand Luo Yu's magic power. He returned to his human form and stared at the withered progenitor tree in silence. At the moment the progenitor tree withered, Feng Shuiyan had already stopped burning her devil blood. Is it finally over? The surviving cultivators of 100 sects, more than 10 or 12, each of the cultivators who were lucky enough to not die, looked at Ning Fan's eyes. All of them were incredible and shocked. This Zhou Ming has really destroyed the progenitor tree. Countless sects in the 800 cultivation countries were in chaos because the life tablets of their disciples were shattered. What was most terrifying was that 9 out of 10 Void Refinement Realm sects that had participated in the muddy waters of the giant devil clan had lost their Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Other than the martial ancestor realm, the Profound Sound Valley, the Six Flame sect and the other sects were all shocked. Even the Rain Sovereign was shocked by this. The 800 cultivation countries had lost 9 Void Refinement Realm experts in just one night. This did not include King Lanling's second primordial spirit. Countless Divine Transformation Realm cultivators had died. What exactly happened in the Endless Sea? Why do you sects have to go to that troublesome place for no reason? In the Rain Palace of the Middle State, the Rain Sovereign sat on his jade throne and roared at the deputy sect masters of the 100+ sects below him. This is great. The vitality of the Rain world has been greatly damaged. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. This time, the Rain Sovereign was truly enraged. Ning Fan's face turned pale. He thought to himself that he might not be able to use his magic power recklessly for a few months. Under the withered progenitor tree, Ning Fan suddenly turned his head in alarm. He saw a lady in red robe standing behind him out of nowhere. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Ning Fan was surprised. It was Hongyi whom he had met once on the Thunder Bamboo Island. According to Ning Fan's guess, this lady's true identity was probably the Thunder Sovereign. "I have a way to save the progenitor tree. It has already bloomed 12 blood roses. As long as you water it with Feng Shuiyan's blood, you will be able to obtain the fruits of the progenitor tree. Do you want to try to kill Feng Shuiyan and break through to the void fragmentation realm?" Hongyi teased. "You want me to kill my sister to prove my Tao?" Ning Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. If it is someone else who had nothing to do with him, Ning Fan would definitely be ruthless enough to use their blood to nourish the ancestral tree and break through to the void fragmentation realm in one go. However, if it was Feng Shuiyan, he would definitely not agree to it. "I will use my own method to break through to the void fragmentation realm. I won't kill her." "That's a wise choice. Even if you kill Feng Shuiyan, this tree will not bear fruit. It will only bloom. King Julu's dream of attaining the void fragmentation realm will never come true. Many people spend their entire lives, but they don't know that the flower they hope to bloom will never bear fruit." "This tree doesn't bear fruit?" Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Then, he stroked the 12 blood roses on the ancestral tree. These blood roses were exchanged with the lives of Void Refinement Realm cultivators. None of them had withered yet. Upon closer inspection, these blood myrtles were all male flowers. How could a male flower bear fruit? Only female flowers bear fruit, don't they? Fortunately, King Julu did not check on the blood cress. If he did, he would probably die from anger. The void fragmentation realm that he was pursuing was just like daydreaming. Or perhaps, it was just like what King Julu had said. The path of cultivation was originally a futile struggle. You didn't come to me just to talk about these topics, did you? What exactly do you want to talk about? Have you forgotten that you still have a deal with me?" Hongyi's blood-red eyes flashed with cold light. If Ning Fan really forgets what he promised her, she might just kill him on the spot. Ning Fan felt extremely helpless. How could he dare to forget the promise he made with the Thunder Sovereign? This woman changed her attitude way too fast. A feeling of weakness suddenly filled Ning Fan's entire body. He almost fainted. "From the looks of it, I really need to lie on the bed for some time." Hongyi left with a cold expression. It was unknown what she was thinking. She came and went in a hurry. Ning Fan stared at the escaping light in Hongyi's robes that was disappearing into the distance, and his eyes were filled with contemplation. Hongyi's arrival was probably not because she was bored enough to chat with Ning Fan. Why did this woman come to the giant devil clan? She should have long known about King Julu's conspiracy. The reason why she came here was probably because she wanted to intervene in the affairs of the giant devil clan and help Feng Shuiyan. Or perhaps she was here for the fruit of the progenitor tree. Ning Fan sat tiredly under the withered ancestral tree. His body was aching as if it was being pricked by needles and burned by fire. He could not muster any of his magic power at all. According to his estimation, even if he borrowed the power of Black Star to heal himself, it would take him at least 4 months to be in a state of serious injury and unable to mobilize any magical power. This was the price of borrowing Luo Yu's magical power. If he didn't have the starlight healing technique, he wouldn't be able to recover from this injury without at least 100 years. Inside the giant demon clan, there were countless surviving cultivators cheering. There were also countless cultivators who were filled with grief because their loved ones had died in this battle. Su Yan, Yu Lingkong, Ming Ke, and Fen Qi rushed to the foot of the ancestral tree and stood in front of Ning Fan to protect him. Looking at Hong Yi's fleeing light, all of them felt their hearts palpitating. They did not know who Hong Yi was. All they knew was that Hong Yi's strength was rather terrifying. Moreover, she suddenly appeared and left without staying for too long. She also did not show any hostility towards Ning Fan. Thus, she should be a friend and not an enemy. Your injuries are very serious. Su Qiuling supported Feng Shuiyan and flew to Ning Fan's side. When she noticed Ning Fan's serious injuries, she felt heartbroken. Feng Shuiyan was no longer in danger. She regained consciousness and flew into the sky with Su Qiuling's help. When she saw the injuries all over Ning Fan's body because of her, she felt a lump in her throat and burst into tears. Don't cry, it's just a small injury. Everything has passed. Ning Fan patted Feng Shuiyan's head and comforted her with a gentle smile. Yes, everything was over. Whether it's the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan, the Ghost Eye clan, or the Lanling sect, none of them will have any designs on you. The impact of the battle with the giant devil clan was too great. The Rain Sovereign was enraged and sent out 4 experts of the Rain Palace to investigate the matter. Among the 4 powerhouses, the first to rush over was actually the dragon-determining Valley Master, Chu Chang'an. Chu Chang'an's attitude towards Ning Fan was still considered polite. However, he was a little surprised by Ning Fan's speed of growth. The last time Ning Fan went to the Dragon Extinction Valley, he was still a mere divine transformation realm cultivator. Today, however, he had become a reckless devil realm expert whose strength was comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. Moreover, he even had many terrifying trump cards to protect himself. In this battle, Ning Fan had exposed too many of his trump cards. He even borrowed Luo Yu's power to transform into a revered devil lord. Too many people saw this scene, and the venerable devil's aura shook the entire Endless Sea. Unless he kills all the devil cultivators in the Endless Sea to silence them, he would not be able to conceal the aura of the revered devil king. Alright, his trump card was helplessly exposed. As for Ning Fan's reputation, it instantly spread across the entire Rain world after Chu Chang'an's investigation. An ancient devil cultivator, a 6th revolution pill master with a void fragmentation realm jade slip that could instantly transform into a void fragmentation realm giant that could crush everything. Ning Fan was not afraid of exposing his trump card. By exposing the void fragmentation realm jade slip, it seemed like it would only increase the respect and reverence the others had for him. Even though his identity as an ancient devil was exposed, he did not reveal the grade of his devil blood. Who would know that he was a terrifying ancestral devil with ancestral blood? The only problem was how to explain the sudden eruption of void fragmentation realm strength. Ning Fan would not be foolish enough to expose Luo Yu's existence. Therefore, when Chu Chang'an asked Ning Fan how he could instantly erupt with void fragmentation realm strength, Ning Fan's answer was, I found an unknown 7th revolution pill in some ancient ruins. After consuming it, one can instantly gain void fragmentation realm strength. There is no other pill like that. Chu Chang'an had also heard of a few types of pills that could allow a cultivator to instantly gain void fragmentation realm strength. Thus, he believed Ning Fan's explanation. After investigating Ning Fan's trump card, Chu Chang'an investigated the whole story of the battle against the giant devil clan. This time, even though there were many casualties among the 100+ sects, most of them were killed by King Ju Lu and the ancestral tree. Ning Fan only killed those cultivators who provoked Feng Shuiyan in the beginning. He did not need to be responsible for the casualties of the 100+ sections. In the eyes of the world, it was the 100-plus sects who coerced the giant devil clan because of greed. King Ju Lu, on the other hand, turned the tables and sacrificed countless cultivators. It was basically a dog-eat-dog situation. How many people of the 100-plus sects died? What does it have to do with Ning Fan? Moreover, if Ning Fan did not eliminate King Ju Lu, none of the cultivators of the 100-plus sects would have survived. All of them would have died in King Ju Lu's hands. Ning Fan did not need to be responsible for the casualties at all. He was innocent and meritorious. The other 3 experts of the Rain Palace who were in charge of investigating the matter rushed to the scene. All of them were Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace. Their investigation results were the same as Chu Chang'an's. They left one after another to report to the Rain Sovereign. After Chu Chang'an and the others left, Ning Fan's life returned to peace. As he borrowed Luo Yu's power, the backlash he suffered was too severe. He could not use his magic power for 4 months. He could not cultivate, concoct pills, open his storage pouch and enter the Profoundine world or the Xianxia world. Even his sea of consciousness was greatly damaged. He could only use an extremely weak trace of spirit sense. He stood under the eaves of his house and raised his head to look at the wind and snow of the cold northern country. All of a sudden, he felt a little tired. Cultivating the Tao is very tiring. I don't know how many more people I have to kill in the future. I don't know when I will die without an intact corpse due to a moment of carelessness. Ning Fan could not forget the 12 blood myrtles on the ancestral tree. Who would have thought that King Ju Lu would kill 12 Void Refinement Realm experts in a row with the ancestral tree? Who could predict the death of tomorrow? Cultivators with great abilities have the heavenly sense which allows them to seek fortune and avoid calamity. However, if they just try to avoid and hide, they won't be able to escape the calamity in the end. If I had been a little careless at that time, I might have been killed by King Ju Lu and turned into one of the blood myrtles on the ancestral tree. On the path of cultivation, one must not take even half a wrong step. A single misstep may cause everlasting sorrow. When I look back, 100 years have passed. Ning Fan stretched his hand out of the eaves. Soon, his palm was covered with a thin layer of snowflakes which melted instantly. Even though the snow here was similar to the snow in 7 Apricot City, they were still different. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with longing. He missed his home. He wanted to return to Yu country and his hometown as soon as possible. Now that there were no more enemies in the endless sea, he probably could really leave. However, even if he wants to go back, he should first heal his injuries. Currently, he was extremely weak and could not use any magic power. His physical body was severely damaged and he was as weak as a mortal. It had been many years since he experienced such a feeling of weakness. Ning Fan, who was in an injured state, was extremely weak. He was tightly protected by his women. There were Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets guarding outside the courtyard. His women were living in the 4 corners of the courtyard to protect him at all times. Unfortunately, with such a tight defense, some people could still come and go as they please. In his mind, Luo Yu suddenly teased Ning Fan. That Void Fragmentation Realm woman is here to look for you again. I really can't tell that my younger brother Ning Fan has such great charm. As soon as Luo Yu's voice fell, a woman in red robes with a cold expression appeared beside Ning Fan. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. The amount of spirit sense he could use at the moment was limited. He could not sense anyone approaching him at all. However, he did not need to look to know who the person beside him was. Other than Hong Yi, who else could it be? Inside the Black Lightning Tower, Ning Fan found some dark lightning bamboo leaves to help Hong Yi heal her injuries. After some healing, Hong Yi's cultivation base actually recovered to the first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. What a terrifying woman! Hong Yi's arrival naturally alarmed Yu Lingkong and the other women. However, Ning Fan gently waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The women in your family treat you well. With them protecting you, I don't have to worry about your safety. Oh? Miss Hong Yi is worried about my safety? Even though Ning Fan knew that Hong Yi was the Thunder Sovereign, he did not say it out loud to avoid exposing her identity. Of course. You are still useful to me. Of course, I will care about your life and death. Hong Yi said coldly. I have promised you that I will help you with a small matter. However, I have yet to ask you what exactly do you need my help with. Ning Fan asked curiously. You don't have to ask too much. Take this item and quickly heal your injuries. Then, we will talk about the important matter. You are too weak now. You are of no use to me at all. Hong Yi glared at Ning Fan in disdain. Then, she took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, she had already left. Ning Fan shook his head and chuckled. He actually got despised by Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. However, when he lowered his head and saw the items that Hong Yi gave him, his eyes could not help but widen in surprise. Hong Yi had given him 2 blood-red jade boxes. The first jade box actually contained a low-grade 7th Revolution life-returning pill. The second jade box contained a silver jade token which was emitting a strong lightning power. This is the Thunder Jade token? Ning Fan had seen the Dongsu Realm's Thunder Jade token before. Thus, he naturally recognized its origin. The Thunder Jade token only had one use, and that was to enter the Sovereign Tomb. According to common sense, only cultivators could obtain the Thunder Jade token by participating in the arena battles held by the Zhou clan in person. However, since Ning Fan already knew Hong Yi, why would he need to participate in the arena battles? According to the agreement between Ning Fan and Hong Yi would only need his help after many years. However, since Hong Yi gave the token to Ning Fan at this moment, she probably changed her plan. As for the fact that the dignified Thunder Sovereign Buzhou actually gave Ning Fan a 7th Revolution pill to heal his injuries, Ning Fan felt flattered. Of course, he would not think that Hong Yi was interested in him. Hong Yi was not an ordinary woman. The fact that Hong Yi would give him such a precious pill could only mean that she valued Ning Fan a lot. Moreover, it was based on the relationship between the two of them. That was enough. With my current condition, it's not suitable for me to consume a 7th Revolution pill. After my injuries recover a little, I will consume this pill. I will certainly be able to fully recover in one go. Before that, let me take a look at this jade token first. Ning Fan carefully studied the Thunder Jade token and realized that it was not an ordinary jade token. Instead, it was the most precious bestowment jade token. Not only did the bestowment jade token have the same effect as ordinary jade tokens, but it also contained a trace of bestowment magic power that was bestowed by the Thunder Sovereign. If one refines this power, one's cultivation base would improve significantly. For example, the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, including old ancestor Dongsu, had obtained the bestowment jade token in the past. The bestowment jade token they obtained contained 50,000 units of magic power. As for the one Ning Fan had, it contained 100,000 units of magic power. Could it be considered as a special treatment from the Thunder Sovereign? The Sovereign Tomb is located in the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea. It's an enclosed forbidden area without any entrance. The only way to enter is to place a trace of one's soul on the Thunder Jade token and send it into the tomb. As long as you have the Thunder Jade token, you can enter the tomb at will no matter where you are in the Rain World. If you don't have the Thunder Jade token, you won't be able to enter even if you stand outside the tomb. Currently, my injuries are extremely severe. However, I only need to use a trace of my soul power to send a trace of my soul into the Sovereign Tomb. The matter that Hong Yi wants my help with must be related to the Sovereign Tomb. I can go in and have a look first. Ning Fan turned around and entered the house. He placed the 7 Revolution pill box on the ground and sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He held the Thunder Jade token in his hand and closed his eyes, placing a trace of his soul power on the token. Then, he immersed his mind into the token. All of a sudden, the scenery in front of him changed. As if it had crossed countless spaces, a trace of Ning Fan's soul mysteriously appeared in the sovereign tomb of the Zhou clan. The place where he appeared was a horse-herding tribe beyond the Great Wall. He was dressed in white robes. His appearance was exactly the same as his physical body. However, his cultivation base was only at the pitiful first level of the vein-opening realm. It was not because of his injuries. Instead, it was because any cultivator who sent a trace of their soul into the sovereign tomb for the first time would only have a cultivation base of the first level of the vein-opening realm. The true body is very weak, but it's still stronger than my injured and weak body. Ning Fan clenched his fists and looked around. It was surrounded by grasslands, and the snowy mountains could be seen in the distance. There were many herdsmen around. These herdsmen behaved like mortals, but upon closer inspection, they were actually the undead that lived in the sovereign tomb. The tomb of the Thunder Emperor housed countless departed spirits, living eternally in a state that was neither dead nor alive. Ning Fan had once obtained a map of the sovereign tomb from old ancestor Dong Su. It was said that 1/3 of the terrain of the sovereign tomb was recorded on it. The sovereign tomb was divided into 3 regions, the outer region, the central region, and the divine region. Most of the specters living in the outer realms were mortals. There were many undead cultivators in the central region, but they were at most at the soul formation level. As for the divine domain, there was no lack of void refinement realm undead creatures and even void fragmentation realm undead creatures. It was said that the spirit of the Thunder Emperor lived in a strange state in the Emperor's tomb. Ning Fan already knew that Hong Yi was the Thunder Sovereign. However, he did not completely believe in what the Thunder Sovereign said. Perhaps the undead Thunder Emperor really existed in the god's domain, or perhaps it was just a rumor to mislead the world. Ning Fan observed the terrain and fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, the herdsman's tribe on the snowy mountains in front of him should be the Snow Lotus tribe in the western region of the sovereign tomb. The outer region was extremely vast. In order to travel from the outer region to the central region, one would have to travel at least hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base at the first level of the vein opening realm, it would be a little difficult for him to enter the central region, eh? Big brother, are you an outsider? Why have I never seen you before? A young lady who was wearing a long robe who was around 13 to 14 years old rode a small red horse and stopped in front of Ning Fan. She skillfully held the reins of the horse and smiled at Ning Fan enthusiastically. The young lady's appearance was not considered beautiful, but she was still delicate and pretty. Her bright eyes revealed intelligence and bravery. Her valiant temperament did not lose out to the daughters of some humble families. I just arrived here. Ning Fan nodded his head. Oh, so it's Big Brother who is just passing by. Why don't you come to our Snow Lotus tribe and have a cup of our specialty lotus wine to warm your body? The young lady got off the horse and invited him enthusiastically. Sure. Ning Fan nodded his head. The purpose of him entering the sovereign tomb this time was just to look around. He did not have any special purpose. Thus, he would not reject the young lady's invitation. I am Xi Lian, the daughter of the Snowy Lotus tribe's chief. What is Big Brother's name? The girl smiled sweetly. Ning Fan. When Ning Fan uttered these 2 words that he had not heard for a long time, he felt relieved. In the past, he had assumed the name of Zhou Ming and Liu Bei. Today, however, he could call himself Ning Fan again. He already had enough strength to move unhindered in the rain world using his real name. He didn't need to be afraid of anyone plotting against him. He could only step on the corpses of others. Big Brother Ning, you look really good. Xi Lian scrutinized Ning Fan carefully. She felt that he was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Her cheeks involuntarily blushed and her heart thumped wildly. She led Ning Fan's horse all the way into the Snow Lotus tribe. She was as happy as a sparrow. Very good age, the first awakening of love, the prime of youth. Outside the Snow Lotus tribe, there was a tall wooden fence that surrounded the entire tribe. A bonfire was lit in the center, and a few men were standing guard outside the tribe. When Xi Lian was about to lead Ning Fan into the division, a man suddenly blocked her path. Young mistress, please wait. The clan leader has ordered us to discuss important matters in the tribe today. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter the tribe as they please. That man's indifferent gaze swept past Ning Fan with vigilance. Obviously, he was not going to let Ning Fan, a person of unknown origin, into the tribe. Big Brother Ning is a guest who is just passing by. Our Snow Lotus tribe has always been hospitable. Big Brother Ning is my friend. He isn't an unrelated person. His surname is Ning? The man's indifferent eyes suddenly turned cold. Among the tens of tribes around my Snow Lotus tribe, none of them have the Ning family. Only the Ghost Wolf tribe has this surname. This person must be a spy of the tribe. Men, take him down. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Several burly men who were guarding the gate surrounded Ning Fan. These burly men were ordinary undead spirits. They did not have any magic power. They only relied on their martial arts to injure others. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across these burly men. He was not angry at all. Instead, he said with a faint smile, "I'm not a member of the Ghost Wolf tribe." Even though he killed people like flies, he would not kill innocent mortals for no reason even if they were just undead spirits. "Why should we believe you?" The burly man's expression was still cold, but his tone had softened a little. He had read countless people. From Ning Fan's indifferent eyes, he could faintly tell that this person was not lying. "Because I'm an outsider." Ning Fan released a trace of magic power aura force. Even though it was only at the first level of the vein-opening realm, it made the few burly men's faces filled with shock. "Immortal Master. You're actually an Immortal Master." If Ning Fan was an Immortal Master, of course, it was impossible for him to be a member of the Ghost Wolf tribe because the tribe only consisted of mortals. How could there be an Immortal Master among them? Besides, an Immortal Master could annihilate the entire Snow Lotus tribe with just a wave of his hand. Why would he lower himself to disguise as a spy and sneak into the tribe? "We're sorry for offending you." The few burly men who were guarding the gate cupped their fists and apologized with respect. At this moment, none of them dared to offend the white-robed young man in front of them anymore. This young man had the strength to flatten the Snow Lotus tribe. To be continued. There were only a few hundred people living in the Snow Lotus tribe, and all of them were mortal specters without any cultivation base. Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at the center of the tribe from the corner of his eyes. He could see a huge bonfire burning on a tall wooden frame. Some young herdsmen of the Snow Lotus tribe were slaughtering cows and goats and roasting them near the bonfire. There were also many women in attire dancing around the bonfire. Whether it was a man or a woman, their gazes were as pure as the snow on a snowy mountain. Looking at this scene, Ning Fan suddenly felt a sense of tranquility. The Snow Lotus tribe was a hospitable and peaceful tribe that stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was a good place to stay away from fights, noise, and intrigue. Unfortunately, it did not belong to him. "Big Brother Ning, you are actually an Immortal Master? That was amazing. Do you know how to summon the God of Berserkers? Do you know how to summon Death Soldiers?" It was said that there were many immortals in the central region of the Emperor Tomb who could summon barbarian gods and dead soldiers. One immortal could defeat tens of thousands of people. "Do you know these immortal techniques?" Shi Lian asked with a look of admiration. "No. I only know how to kill." Of course, he wouldn't say the second half of the sentence out loud to avoid scaring the young lady. "You don't know how to summon the barbarian god and the undead soldiers, what a pity." The girl was a little disappointed. The few burly men who were guarding the entrance of the tribe had already reported Ning Fan's arrival to the patriarch. The chief of the Snow Lotus tribe was a middle-aged man with stubble. His name was Xianxia. He was discussing something important with the elders of the tribe. But when he heard that Ning Fan's Immortal Master had arrived, he immediately turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to be negligent and blew the bugle horn, leading all the warriors and women of the tribe to welcome Ning Fan's. "We greet Immortal Master Ning," Seiza respectfully said. Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. When he had just entered the sovereign tomb, he met Shi Lian by chance. Under her invitation, he wanted to visit the Snow Lotus tribe. However, he did not expect that his arrival would scare this peaceful tribe. He shook his head and consoled her. "Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm just passing by the Snow Lotus tribe. I'll leave after drinking a cup of wine. I definitely won't harm the lives of the people of the Snow Lotus tribe." As soon as he heard that Ning Fan was just passing by the Snow Lotus tribe and would not harm anyone, Patriarch Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "Since Immortal Master Ning has passed by our Snow Lotus tribe, you are our guest. Our Snow Lotus tribe may not have much, but we do have a lot of good wine and meat. Roast the fattest beef and mutton and prepare the best lotus wine to welcome great Immortal Master Ning." "All right." The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Those herdsmen who were afraid of Ning Fan's vein-opening realm now put down their fear and entertained him with good wine and meat. He did not use any of his cultivation base anymore. He did not want to scare these mortal undead spirits. He didn't display any lofty behavior. He was just like an ordinary person, sitting quietly under the bonfire, eating meat and drinking wine while chatting and laughing with the old men of the Snow Lotus tribe. Ning Fan was a cultivator who was experienced and knowledgeable. His way of speaking and his knowledge had won the admiration of countless elderly members of the Snow Lotus tribe. His alcohol tolerance was extraordinary. Many young warriors of the Snow Lotus tribe had a drinking competition with him, but none of them could make him drunk. As long as Ning Fan did not want to get drunk and his heart was not intoxicated, he would not get drunk. His alcohol tolerance had also subdued a young warrior. Occasionally, there were a few enthusiastic women who invited Ning Fan to dance with them. Ning Fan had no choice but to reject them. He did not know how to dance. However, he took a chong flute from one of the herdsmen and began to play it to accompany those women. The sound of the flute was simple and melodious. That simplicity represented Ning Fan's inner heart. At the same time, the sound of the flute also contained an indelible sound of a powerful army. That was the massacre that Ning Fan had committed in the past that he could not erase in his entire life. His flute had subdued countless young ladies of the Snow Lotus tribe. It also subdued Shi Lian. Many of them cast flirtatious glances at Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan turned a blind eye to them. He just raised his head and looked at the sky that was gradually turning dark. He looked at the moon that rose in the night sky. He put down the chong flute. After cultivating the Tao for more than 40 years, he felt like he was in a dream. Wandering in a foreign land with no one to rely on. All the pursuits of a cultivator were like an illusory dream and an ethereal moon. The sky was already dark, but the bonfire became even brighter. He closed his eyes and listened to the crackling sound of the flames in the bonfire while recalling the past of his life. Fame and fortune were illusory, cultivation base was illusory, power was illusory, beauty was illusory, good and evil were illusory, illusion was illusory, moonlight was illusory. All of these were illusory, but what was illusory? What is void? Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an expression of enlightenment. When he entered the Emperor's tomb, he only wanted to explore the Emperor's tomb. However, he did not expect that the peaceful scenes of the mortals in the Snow Lotus tribe would arouse his thoughts and enlightenment. And this Tao comprehension was actually the Tao comprehension of the word void, even though he had unexpectedly broken through to the void inquiry stage in the Star Palace and was already a mid-reckless Devil Realm expert whose strength was comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. He had never thought about the word void in detail. At this moment, the question he was asking himself was, what is void? It was a question that all void glimpse stage cultivators would ask themselves before they advanced to the void glimpse stage. Once one understood what the void was, one could pry into the void. By controlling the meridians of the void, one could ask about the void. Standing in the void ocean, one could reach the void pure stage. Standing above the void, one could reach the great void. Ning Fan suddenly smiled. It seems like I can really comprehend the true meaning of the word void after entering the sovereign tomb this time. Currently, he was just a trace of his separated soul, which was only at the first level of the vein opening realm. However, in the sovereign tomb, it would be a good opportunity for his separated soul to regain the cultivation base of his main body. Just as he was thinking about it, faint sounds of galloping horses could be heard from outside the Snow Lotus tribe. The sounds were mixed with the night breeze. There were at least thousands of cavalrymen who were giving off strong killing intent. The sound of galloping horses was very soft and it was extremely far away. It was difficult for mortals to distinguish it. However, it could not escape Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan put down the wine pot and let out a soft sigh. It seems like the Snow Lotus tribe has gotten itself into a great calamity. Today, the discussion between Patriarch Xianxia and the other members of the tribe is probably related to this calamity. He cupped his fists at Patriarch Xianxia and bid farewell. Thank you for giving me the wine, Patriarch Xianxia. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Patriarch Xianxia was stunned. He did not understand why Ning Fan wanted to leave when he was only half drunk. However, he certainly did not dare to stop Ning Fan from leaving. If Ning Fan wanted to leave, he would immediately send him off with his men. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand. Holding the chong flute given to him by the Snow Lotus tribe, he quietly disappeared into the night. Shi Lian and many other young ladies of the Snow Lotus tribe looked at Ning Fan's skinny back and sighed faintly. It seemed like their young hearts were stirred. However, it was impossible for Ning Fan to stay for them. He also would not tell them the purpose of his departure. He wanted to go and kill people to eliminate the enemy for the Snow Lotus tribe. He did not want to let the several thousands of cavalrymen massacre the tribe. At the foot of a snowy mountain that was 30 li * 500 m per li, away from the Snow Lotus tribe, there was a snow river that flowed down from the mountain. On the riverbank, there were nearly 5,000 sturdy cavalrymen who were stationed there. These 5,000 cavalrymen were holding 3 huge banners. They were the Ghost Wolf tribe, the Desolate Wolf tribe and the Tranquil Wolf tribe. The reason why the 5,000 cavalrymen of the 3 tribes had appeared at this place was only for one purpose: to attack the Snow Lotus tribe that was 30 li * 500 m per li, away. Haha. I heard that the Snow Lotus tribe has a lot of cattle and sheep. Moreover, there are also many women with soft and tender skin. Hee hee. Our 3 tribes will join forces and massacre the Snow Lotus tribe. We will divide those cattle, sheep, women, and slaves among ourselves. What do you think? All right. When the 3 leaders of the tribes were discussing about the massacre of the Snow Lotus tribe, one of the scouts suddenly noticed a white-robed young man walking towards them under the night sky. A few scouts immediately drew their bows and shot their arrows at the white-robed young man who was suddenly approaching the army. The wind created by the arrows whistled fiercely. However, before the few arrows could get close to the young man, he suddenly flicked his sleeve and all the arrows turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. As for the white-robed young man, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from his original spot. How is this possible? Before the scouts could figure out the situation, a bloody hole that was as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared on the forehead of each of them. Their blood splattered across the sky and they fell off their war horses, dying on the spot. The few scouts actually died in such a strange way. Hiss ! The war horses neighed in fear, alerting the 5,000 cavalrymen of the tribe. Who are you? You have just charged into the army of our 3 tribes and killed our scouts. One of the leaders shouted furiously. Ning Fan appeared in the night and stood in front of the 5,000 cavalrymen of the tribe. Do you all want to attack the Snow Lotus tribe? Ning Fan asked indifferently. So what if we do? Don't tell me you want to stand up for the Snow Lotus tribe and fight against our 5,000 cavalrymen all by yourself? The leader said disdainfully. Yes. Ning Fan replied indifferently. With just you? One of the leaders revealed a mocking smile. From his point of view, Ning Fan wanting to fight against the 5,000 cavalrymen all by himself was just a pipe dream. Why do you want to stand up for the Snow Lotus tribe? How many cows, sheep and beautiful women have the Snow Lotus tribe given you? I will give you double of that. You will help us attack the Snow Lotus tribe. Another leader tried to tempt him cautiously. He had seen the strange way the few scouts died. They were killed by Ning Fan almost in an instant. Judging from that, Ning Fan was indeed brave and had value in recruiting him. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He did not care about the ridicule of others nor would he be tempted by them. He, Ning Fan, did not need a reason to kill people. Why would he need an explanation? If he must find a reason, then there was only one. He did not kill for wealth and glory but for the kindness of a meal. With a flash, Ning Fan lifted the Chong flute and activated his first-level vein-opening realm magic power. The ordinary Chong flute that was made of oil bamboo became a terrifying killing weapon in Ning Fan's hands. It was even more powerful than a low-grade flying sword. Chi chi chi. In just an instant, the dozens of cavalrymen at the vanguard were all pierced through their foreheads by the Chong flute and fell off their horses. The 3 leaders of the cavalrymen were shocked. Ning Fan's killing technique of controlling the Chong flute was no longer a mortal's martial technique. It was an immortal technique that could only be seen in the central region. Immortal master. This man is actually an immortal master. He is an immortal master who came from the central region. An immortal master can slaughter 10,000 mortals. Damn it. The Snow Lotus tribe is just a small tribe with only a few hundred people. No matter how many cows and sheep they have, it's impossible for them to invite an immortal master. Why did this immortal master help them? I don't care anymore. This man is alone after all. We have 5,000 cavalrymen with us. Let's fight him to the death. The 3 leaders revealed ferocious expressions. As soon as they blew the horn, 5,000 cavalrymen immediately took their bows and shot arrows at Ning Fan. The arrows were like meteors chasing after the moon, emitting cold glints in the night sky. Ning Fan stared at the 5,000 arrows. His eyes remained unmoved. His figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. All 5,000 arrows missed their target. The magic technique he used was just a small vein-opening realm magic technique. It was called invisibility. With his first-level vein-opening realm-separated soul, he could only use low-grade magic techniques. It was as if he had returned to the days when he just started cultivating the devil path. To mortals, however, the invisibility technique was already a terrifying ability. Chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk. Every time the Chang flute attacked, dozens of people would definitely lose their lives. Under the night sky, Ning Fan was the only one who was engaged in a one-sided slaughter. Indeed, he would not use magic power to bully mortals. However, he would not care about the 5,000 cavalrymen who bullied others with their strength. He would just kill them directly. The night sky dispersed and the morning light shone on the snowy mountain. Ning Fan stepped over 5,000 corpses and coldly walked towards the other side of the snowy mountain. In the Snow Lotus tribe, Patriarch Xianxia was still wearing a worried expression. He had received news that the Ghost Wolf tribe and the other two tribes were going to massacre the Snow Lotus tribe. However, the news seemed to be inaccurate. The Ghost Wolf tribe did not send any cavalry to attack them. What was going on? For 3 consecutive days, the Snow Lotus tribe was still safe and sound. During these 3 days, the herdsmen of the Snow Lotus tribe who went out to investigate discovered a terrifying scene at the foot of the snowy mountain 30 li away. 5,000 cavalrymen were all killed by someone. The killer's method was extremely terrifying. It seemed like he had used some kind of special weapon to pierce through the foreheads of all the cavalrymen, leaving a bloody hole that was as thick as a thumb on their foreheads. Judging from the situation of the battlefield, there was only one killer. It's a killer. He killed 5,000 cavalrymen of the Ghost Wolf tribe and the other 3 tribes all by himself. This is really terrifying. Each of the herdsmen of the Snow Lotus tribe including Patriarch Xianxia was deeply shocked. At the same time, they also felt lucky. After all, the 5,000 cavalrymen were obviously going to attack the Snow Lotus tribe. If it wasn't because of the mysterious killer who killed all of them, they would certainly massacre the entire tribe 3 days ago. It seems like we should thank that mysterious expert. However, I wonder who this expert is. Each of the herdsmen of the Snow Lotus tribe sighed. It's him. It's Big Brother Ning. Xi Lian was the only one who cried tears of joy. She recognized the bloody holes on the foreheads of the corpses. They were caused by the Chang flute that was specially made by the Snow Lotus tribe. Perhaps there was only one person who had the ability to kill 5,000 cavalrymen with an ordinary flute made by the Snow Lotus tribe, Big Brother Ning. The young lady looked into the distance with gratitude and sighed. She thanked him for saving the Snow Lotus tribe, but she did not ask for anything in return. She also sighed because Ning Fan would never come back. This isn't his home. He isn't a returnee. He's just a passerby. Ning Fan crossed the snowy mountain and continued walking for another 3 days. The Thunder Sovereign's tomb was very mysterious. Every time he killed an undead spirit with cultivation base, he would certainly obtain a lightning fruit that was similar to a Dao fruit. The magic power it contained was roughly equivalent to 1% of the medicinal power of an ordinary Dao fruit. Ning Fan had killed 5,000 people, but he did not obtain any lightning fruits. Of course, it was because those people were just mortals. However, during the 3 days he spent crossing the snowy mountain, he discovered dozens of vein-opening realm spiritual beasts in the depths of the mountain. To mortals, these spiritual beasts were extremely terrifying. However, they were not worth mentioning to Ning Fan. These spiritual beasts sneakily attacked Ning Fan. However, they were all killed by him with a wave of his hand, and he obtained more than 20 vein-opening realm lightning fruits. After Ning Fan consumed more than 20 vein-opening realm lightning fruits, the cultivation base of his separated soul broke through to the 5th level of the vein-opening realm in one go. This cultivation base was exactly the same as his cultivation base when he was the young lord of the 7 apricot city in the past. He stood at the other end of the snowy mountain, walking in the night sky. He raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky, looking back at the mundane world like smoke. 5th level of the vein-opening realm, his body was healing itself using the Black Star technique. As for his separated soul, it wanted to continue walking in this sovereign tomb and improve its cultivation base to a higher level: vein opening realm, harmonious spirit realm, gold core realm, nascent soul realm, divine transformation realm, void refinement realm. Step by step, he wanted to walk on the path of cultivation once again. This path would not take too much time. With his abilities, he only needed a short amount of time to cultivate his separated soul to an extremely high level. It's just that I still haven't figured out what is void. He looked at the bright moon and felt that the mundane world was getting further and further away from him. What is void? On the fourth day, he walked to the other end of the snowy mountain. It was a small town with a river. On the surface of the lake, boats with black awnings were coming and going. From time to time, there would be young girls waving at Ning Fan, who was standing on the shore. Ning Fan did not say a word. He just stood on the bridge and looked at the flowing water beneath his feet, waiting for the night to fall. Looking at the reflection of the moon in the water, he seemed to have understood something. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. On the 6th day, he looked at the reflection of the moon in the water and threw a cobblestone to scatter the ripples on the surface of the lake. The reflection of the moon was shattered. All of a sudden, he understood everything. Emptiness is the scattered moonlight. To be continued. He raised his head to look at the moon and then lowered his head to look at the water. The bright moon in the night sky was still bright while the shadow of the moon in the water was shattered along with the ripples. The bright moon above his head did not move at all. Therefore, it should be real. The shadow of the moon in the water was broken. Therefore, it could only be a shadow and it was fake. The reason why the fake shadow of the moon appeared was because of the bright moon in the sky. What is void? Void is the reflection of truth and it is born because of truth. This is what I have comprehended in the past few days. After understanding this, my understanding of the word void can be considered to have truly reached the void glimpse stage. However, the ripples on the water gradually calmed down. Ning Fan stood on the bridge and lowered his head to look at the shadow of the moon that was condensed in the water below his feet. He looked at his own reflection in the water. He looked at his own reflection and the reflection was also looking at him. Their eyes met. In just an instant, Ning Fan's mind went blank. He suddenly raised his head, as if he had understood something but he could not see through it. Ning Fan turned his head and looked behind him. The moonlight was bright and the light from the fishing boats shone on his body, leaving a pitch-black shadow on the bridge behind him. The reflection in the water was fake, but the shadow behind him was real, shadow. True shadow. He calmed himself down and looked at the night scenery of the water village again. However, there was no longer any emotion in his mind. His eyes were only filled with a faint sense of loss. What is void? He asked the question softly again. However, the meaning of the question he asked himself this time was completely different from the first question. For the first time, he asked himself what was void and what was fake. The answer he gave himself was that all the reflections produced by real things were fake. However, when he saw his own reflection in the water, he was at a loss. When he saw the shadow behind him, he became even more confused and asked the second question. The second question was still asking himself what was void. However, it was not about the void but the truth. When Ning Fan's eyes met with the reflection in the water, thousands of thoughts suddenly rose in his mind. When you stand on the bridge and look at the flowing water, the reflection in the water is also looking at you. You think that he is your shadow but he thinks that you are his shadow. You are thinking whether the reflection is fake or not and the reflection is also thinking whether you are real or not. You threw a warm goose stone and disturbed the lake water. The lake water rippled and shattered the reflection, so you thought the reflection was fake. But from the angle of the reflection, he also cast a pebble and shattered the water under his feet. In the eyes of the reflection, is your figure also reflected on the surface of the lake and scattered with the waves? Is that shadow really fake? And the world I'm in, does it really exist? Who is whose reflection? Whose true void is whose? Who's the shadow? Ning Fan stood on the small bridge and looked at the night sky. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was gradually unable to distinguish between himself and his reflection. But it was precisely because of this that his comprehension of the void suddenly increased by a large margin. Everyone was born in this world, so they thought that they were objective and real, while their own shadow was fake. This was preconceived notions. But no one had ever thought that they might be the shadow, and that the world on the other side of the mirror or the lake was the real existence. Ning Fan's second question touched upon the comprehension that was too profound. The truth of the Tao truth contained in it was not something he could comprehend with his current strength. Ning Fan did not know that his second question had already touched upon the question of the heavenly Tao, which was definitely not something he could comprehend with his current strength. He recalled the past when he was a disciple of immortal sovereign Zido. In the past, he naturally thought that the world where immortal sovereign Zido was in was a dream, an illusory realm, a fake world that existed in an illusion. Therefore, he also treated the days he lived with his mother and he as a dream. However, now that he thought about it, could it be that the illusory realm where Zido was in was real and the 4 heavens and 9 worlds where he was in was a dream? Ning Fan sighed softly. He could think of these questions but he could not see through them. He vaguely understood why the cultivators at the first step of Tao cultivation pursued immortality while the cultivators at the second step still pursued the Tao truth even though they had already obtained the immortal lifespan. The cultivators at the first step of Tao cultivation desired immortality. The cultivators at the second step of Tao cultivation desired to obtain the Tao truth. Perhaps this was the only way they could get rid of the fate of becoming a reflection. Void glimpse stage, seeing the void is the void. Void inquiry stage, seeing the void isn't the void, Ning Fan muttered to himself. He could not give an answer to the second question. However, his comprehension of the void had truly reached the void inquiry stage because he saw the void wasn't the void. It was unlike the time when he accidentally knocked open the door of the void inquiry stage bottleneck in the Star Palace and gained control of a trace of the void meridian. He did not rely on any fortuitous encounters or any pills that could help him comprehend the void force. He only relied on his eyes and heart to comprehend the void meridian. At this moment, Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky. His eyes were so deep that they seemed to be able to tear the space apart and see the void space underneath. Each trace of void force had a unique meridian. By sensing each different meridian, one could control the void force freely. By connecting millions of traces of void force along each different void meridian, one could then condense a void ocean. If one had enough magic power, he could break through and become a void pure stage cultivator the moment he stepped on the void ocean, void pure stage. At this moment, even though Ning Fan's comprehension of the void had yet to reach the void pure stage, he could already see the path to the void pure stage. As long as he comprehends the void along this path, he would eventually break through to the void pure stage one day. This brother's eyesight is really good. It seems like you have already touched the great Tao of the void pure stage. I am Lu Haoyue from the tree world. May I know how to address you, brother? Unknowingly, a man in green robes with a loose hairpin and long hair appeared behind Ning Fan. His smile was like the spring breeze and his appearance was extraordinary. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan politely. Ning Fan stopped comprehending and his expression changed slightly. He turned around and cupped his fists at the man in green robes. Inwardly, he was quite surprised. He had never thought that he would meet a cultivator from another world in the outer region of the Sovereign Tomb. Moreover, this cultivator was not someone from the Rain World, but a cultivator from another world. Ning Fan from the Rain World. Ning Fan carefully studied the young man in green robes. This young man had also entered the Sovereign Tomb with a trace of his soul. His soul also seemed to be at the vein opening realm. However, judging from the way he talked, Ning Fan was sure that his true body's cultivation base was at least not lower than the void refinement realm. Moreover, judging from his chi, he was clearly a devil that was formed from a willow tree. Not only could a tree cultivate into a tree demon, but it could also cultivate into a tree devil. This Lu Haoyue was a tree devil. He came from one of the 9 worlds, the tree world. So brother is from the rain world. Nice to meet you. I thought brother Ning is the same as me. Both of you have obtained the Thunder Jade token by chance. That's how you were able to cross the worlds and enter the tomb of the Thunder Sovereign. So brother Lu's Thunder Jade token was obtained by chance. I wonder why brother Lu is looking for me. Ning Fan pondered about the other party's intention. When I saw brother Ning standing on the wooden bridge for a few days, I was actually impressed by you for comprehending the void. Thus, I wanted to befriend you and discuss the Tao with you. To be honest, the reason why I entered the Sovereign Tomb was also to comprehend the void. Lu Haiyue's smile was polite and respectful. He was a true gentleman. What Tao do you want to discuss? What is the void? Lu Haiyue suddenly asked. His eyes were like bright moons, shining with a strange light. When he asked this question, he raised his head and looked at the night moon with a puzzled expression. Ning Fan understood what Lu Haiyue meant. He knew that Lu Haiyue was asking the question that he had asked himself for the first time. What was the void? The void is the shadow of reality. Because of reality, there is void. Because there is light, there is darkness. Because there is reality, there is void. If I am standing on the surface of a river, the reflection in the river is my void. As for me, I should be the real one. This is the answer that I had pondered for a few days. However, today, I have a different opinion about this answer. Oh? Would you like to hear the details? Lu Haiyue was originally very impressed with Ning Fan's opinion. It was his first time hearing someone comparing the void to the shadow of reality. Even among the void refinement realm experts in the tree world, there were not many people who had such an incisive opinion. However, after hearing that Ning Fan had another opinion, Lu Haiyue immediately pricked up his ears and listened attentively, afraid that he might miss out a single word. The void is the shadow of reality. Reality might not necessarily not be the shadow of the void. It's hard to tell who is whose shadow. At least with my current cultivation realm, I still can't see through it. Brother Lu, look at the flowing water under your feet. Look at your reflection in the water. Are you really sure that you are the real one and it is void? It's really hard to tell who is whose shadow. After listening to Ning Fan's words, Lu Haiyue's mind went blank. He stood there in a daze. Looking at the flowing water under his feet and his reflection, the confusion in his eyes grew. Originally, he had the intention to befriend Ning Fan when he saw him comprehending the void. Even though he raised the question, he did not expect that Ning Fan's answer would be so shocking. Not only did Ning Fan compare the void to the shadow of reality, but he also asserted that it was hard to distinguish between reality and void. It was the first time Lu Haiyue had heard of such a statement in his life. He could not help but think along Ning Fan's line of thought. Could it be that he, Lu Haiyue, was just a shadow and the world reflected in the water was the real world? When he thought of that, Lu Haiyue's heart shuddered. He felt that his understanding of the word void in his entire life was just empty talk. He had never thought that he was actually an illusion. Does such a possibility really exist? Fellow Taoist's insight is unique. Haiyue is ashamed of his inferiority. However, I still have a second question. What is void? Lu Haiyue cupped his fists and asked for the second time. His eyes were filled with genuine respect. When he asked the second question, his eyes were not looking at the bright moon but the flowing water. He knew that the second question he was going to ask was exactly the question that he had been thinking about before. Brother Lu's second question isn't about void but the truth. Does Ning Fan have an answer? Lu Haiyue's eyes were filled with anticipation. He hoped to get another shocking answer from Ning Fan. I'm sorry. I also don't know what is true. However, I was once a disciple of a strong expert. He once said that there is no need to distinguish between reality and illusion in the world. What you see might not necessarily be true and what you hear might not necessarily be false. Reality and void are only separated by a single thought. When Lu Haiyue first heard that Ning Fan did not know the answer to the second question, he sighed. However, after he heard the latter half of Ning Fan's words, his spirit soul suddenly trembled as if he had been enlightened. He seemed to have understood something. Reality and void are only separated by a single thought. What a good reality and void are only separated by a single thought. Even though Brother Ning did not answer my second question, you gave me a good answer. However, I still have a third question. What is void? When Lu Haiyue asked the third question, he was not looking at the bright moon nor the flowing water. Instead, he was looking at the boundless night sky. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Ning Fan remained silent. He knew that Lu Haiyue's third question was not about reality or void. It was about the great Tao. Brother Lu, you're too naive. The great Tao is boundless. Even those true immortals have to spend their entire lives exploring it. How would I know the answer? Instead of thinking about the great Tao that is as vague as smoke, why not live in the present? When the sun sets, the path that you and I have walked on will be our Tao. The path that we have walked on is the great Tao. Lu Haoyue's puzzled eyes gradually became clear. When he looked at Ning Fan again, he sighed. Brother Ning's wisdom is outstanding. I admire you for answering 3 questions consecutively. If Brother Ning comes to the tree world in the future, you must visit the Snow Willow Devil Palace. I will certainly welcome you with open arms. This is my spirit sense token. With this token, Brother Ning can enter and exit the Snow Willow Devil Palace at will. No one will stop you. Goodbye. Lu Haoyue cupped his fists respectfully again. Then, with a shake of his body, he sent a wisp of his soul out of the sovereign tomb. Ning Fan looked at Lu Haoyue's departing traveling light and fell into deep thought. He carefully examined the divine knowledge order in his palm. This kind of token was condensed by some powerful cultivators using the power of their spiritual will to prove their identity. This kind of token could be stored in the sea of consciousness, which was convenient to store. Another benefit was that it could be taken out of the sovereign tomb. There were only 4 words on the spirit sense token. However, these 4 words made Ning Fan deeply shocked. Snow Willow Devil Emperor, that Lu Haoyue was actually one of the 3 great devil sovereigns of the tree world. The Snow Willow Devil Sovereign was a true void fragmentation realm sovereign. I didn't expect that I would actually establish a friendship with a void fragmentation realm expert of the tree world. Ning Fan shook his head and smiled faintly. He touched the spirit sense token with his finger. The token immediately turned into a ray of light and went into the sea of consciousness of his separated soul. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the night sky and fell into silence for a while. Then, he walked down the small bridge and walked through the night sky of the water village. On both sides of the river, the drumming and laughter from the black-owned boat could be heard. His nostrils were filled with moist and floating breaths which carried the fragrance of oil and vegetable flowers. The darkness of the night dispersed and the morning sun shone brightly. Ning Fan walked under the thin tiles that were weaved with fine lines. He looked at the footprints of the green bricks under his feet and the duckweed flowers that were floating in the pottery jar at the entrance of the alley. Holding a chong flute, he walked past the clear lake that was covered by reeds, the bright roof tiles of the central houses and the clumps of delicate bamboos. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Along the way, Ning Fan encountered some spiritual beasts and demons along the way. However, he just casually killed all of them without stirring up his mood. Time passed day by day. The cultivation base of his separated soul was also rising bit by bit. 6th level of the vein opening realm. 7th level. 10th level. Ning Fan stood on the peak of a mountain and recalled the scene when he broke through to the harmonious spirit realm in the past. In the past, he broke through to the harmonious spirit realm with a gold core realm Dao fruit. The time he spent in 7 Apricot City was gone forever. Roar on the mountain peak, a few giant bear demons with a cultivation base at the 10th level of the vein opening realm charged at Ning Fan while roaring. Ning Fan did not even turn his head back. He just casually took out the chong flute and casually reaped the lives of a few bear monsters. After eating the beast bear's vein opening thunder fruit, this weak separated soul body broke through to the harmonious spirit realm at this moment. Harmonious spirit, just like that year, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. With a single step, he flew down from the peak of the mountain. After attaining the harmonious spirit realm, this wisp of his soul was able to fly in the sky and burrow underground. He used the snow-treading art, which he hadn't used for many years. Just like in the past, he traversed the horizon with the Shin steps. He flew high into the sky and headed straight for the central territory, and he alarmed many ferocious beasts that lived in seclusion along the way. Among these ferocious beasts, there were early, mid, late and even peak harmonious spirit beasts. As long as they were below the gold core realm, none of them could stop Ning Fan's flute from claiming their lives. Chi. 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 The flute fell into Ning Fan's hand and turned into a supreme magical treasure. Ning Fan had killed tens of thousands of harmonious spirit beasts along the way, and his cultivation had been rising. Early harmonious spirit, intermediate harmonious spirit, late harmonious spirit, peak harmonious spirit. As he was about to break through to the gold core realm, Ning Fan recalled the bloodbath he had gone through to attain the gold core realm in the past. He thought of Ancestor Fire Cloud's deep love, the humiliation he had suffered in the Great Gene and the countless battles in the outer endless seas. He recalled the bold words he had said in the past, "Don't seek immortality, don't seek to dominate, just seek to correct your reflection." Gold core. His eyes flashed and his aura was released. He had already broken through the gold core realm. It was as if a beam of light had charged into the central region, immediately alarming countless dead souls in the central region. Most of the undead souls in the central region had cultivation levels, and each of them was quite powerful. There were many golden core, nascent soul, and even soul formation cultivators. Every time he went to a region, he would definitely be besieged by the undead spirits of that region. At the same time, he would also slaughter all the undead spirit cultivators of that region. Every time he killed an undead, he would get a thunder fruit. His cultivation base increased step by step, reaching mid-gold core realm, late gold core realm, peak gold core realm. He was once again close to the nascent soul realm. Under the night sky, Ning Fan stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and walked out of the valley of dead souls. Looking at the bright moon above his head, he recalled the determination he had when he formed his nascent soul in the past. He recalled the tender feeling he had when he was reluctant to kill Ji He and the heart devil that had troubled him for many years. "You are the heart devil that I can't get rid of in my entire life." Nascent soul realm. After consuming countless thunder fruits, Ning Fan's cultivation base broke through to the nascent soul realm at this moment. Even though there were nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm undead spirits in the central region, they did not exist on a large scale. Ning Fan could not advance to the divine transformation realm and void refinement realm through massacres like he did during his previous breakthroughs. He directly flew across the central region and stopped killing. Instead, he flew all the way until he was close to the divine region. He no longer concealed his baleful chi. The undead spirits that he encountered along the way all shivered in fear when they sensed Ning Fan's threatening aura force. None of them dared to attack him anymore. Ning Fan stood outside the divine region and sensed the unusual baleful chi inside. Then, he gently halted his footsteps. He did not plan to enter the divine region. If the Thunder Sovereign's undead spirit really existed in the divine region, he would only end up being destroyed if he entered it with a trace of his soul. It had been a few months since he entered the sovereign tomb. The injuries of his true body in the outside world should have almost healed. A trace of his soul entered the sovereign tomb and passed through the central region from the outer region to the periphery of the divine region. His initial goal of exploring the sovereign tomb had basically been achieved. Next, it's time to leave the sovereign tomb. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Ning Fan stared at the dim night sky. His heart was as calm as still water. Whether it was real or fake, he did not care about these things. What he cared about were those people, those matters, and those obsessions, returning to the mundane world like smoke, fading the bright moon with a smile. His eyes calmly stared at the trace of moonlight. His current mood was close to the great Tao. Suddenly, he had an urge to pick up those memories and ignite that trace of moonlight. The moonlight was ethereal and hard to find. It was even more impossible to ignite it. However, Ning Fan had a strange feeling. As long as he wants to, he could ignite the moonlight. The journey of comprehending the void was not fruitless. At least, Ning Fan had gained enough insights, and these insights were enough for him to create another magic technique. He stared at the seemingly illusory moonlight. Suddenly, he stood proudly on the peak of the mountain and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. "Perhaps I can create a technique called Void Ignition Technique before I leave." Ning Fan smiled indifferently. If he integrates the insights he gained along the way into this technique, he could ignite the moonlight. Ignite the void. He had yet to realize how terrifying the Dharma spell he had casually created would be. What kind of void fragmentation realm expert would be scared to death by this technique? Outside the giant devil clan, an arrogant grey-robed old man suddenly descended with an imperial order from the Rain Sovereign. "I am Yundaoku. I am here to convey the Rain Sovereign's decree. Where is Zhou Ming? Quickly come out and receive the decree." His voice was not loud, but it contained the aura force of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, shocking the entire giant devil clan. His eyes were filled with a hint of coldness. He heard that King Qi Yao, whom he had supported, was killed by Ning Fan. King Qi Yao was supposed to be of some use to him. However, he is now dead. It seems like I have to teach Ning Fan a lesson today. Where is Zhou Ming? Yun Daoka shouted coldly. The wind and snow of the northern cold mountain were dispersed by his shout. The mountains and rivers collapsed. To be continued. Ning Fan stood on the peak of the mountain for a long time like a statue. Every day, he waited for the night to come and looked at the faint moonlight. He hadn't been so quiet for a long time. At this moment, he was almost about to enter the state of the union of heaven and man. He wanted to create his own spell to ignite the moonlight. Moonlight exists in the world, so it is real. The moonlight could not be touched, so it was illusory. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the illusory. Thus, Ning Fan no longer tried to do so. He just activated his magic power and imitated the changes of the moonlight. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days had passed. On the peak of the mountain in the central region, the sun rose and the moon set. Ning Fan was like a statue from the beginning to the end. Several hundred kilometers around him, there were many ghost cultivators gathered. Each of them harbored ulterior motives. They wanted to eat Ning Fan to improve their cultivation base and magic power, but none of them dared to do so. Among these undead spirits, there was no lack of nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm experts. As for Ning Fan's separated soul, it was just at the early nascent soul realm. Thus, these undead spirits should not be afraid of him. Ning Fan could only blame himself for frightening too many people with his terrifying baleful qi when he crossed the central region. Moreover, at this moment, Ning Fan was standing proudly on the peak of the mountain, comprehending magic techniques. His actions were extremely profound and unfathomable, causing these undead spirits to not dare to act rashly. This person must be a foreign cultivator. As long as we eat him, we will be able to greatly increase our magic power cultivation. However, this person's baleful aura is so terrifying. We might not be able to kill him. I don't know what kind of magic this person is comprehending, but he actually stood there for 7 days. Could it be that this person is creating a nascent soul level spell? It doesn't seem like it. Every time the moon rose, this person would raise his head to look at the moon. Presumably, the spell he created was related to the moon. The sun is the saint, the moon is the emperor, and the stars are the gods and demons. Spells that are related to the sun, moon, and stars are not simple. This person might even be able to create a transcendent level spell. Most of the undead spirits were holding their breaths and hiding nearby cautiously. They did not dare to attack Ning Fan rashly as they were trying to guess his magic technique. Only a small number of nascent soul realm undead spirits were reckless enough to approach Ning Fan stealthily, attempting to launch a sneak attack on him. However, just as these undead spirits were about 10 li * 500 m per li, away from Ning Fan, all of them were strangely burned into ashes by the rings of black flames. The way they died was extremely horrifying. This scene shocked countless undead spirit cultivators. However, there were always some who refused to believe it and wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ning Fan. Those undead spirit cultivators who sneakily attacked Ning Fan would be incinerated by the fire rings at a distance of 10 li * 500 m per li, away from him. As the days went by, the range of the fire ring gradually expanded. All the undead spirits that trespassed within 100 li * 500 m per li, of Ning Fan would be incinerated into ashes. On the 10th day, no one was allowed to stand within 1000 li * 500 m per li, of Ning Fan. Anyone who trespasses within 1000 li * 500 m per li, of Ning Fan would only end up dead. On the 14th day, no one was allowed to stand within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, of Ning Fan. All the undead spirits had to flee to that place. Only some divine transformation realm undead spirits were allowed to stand within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, of the area and watch his self-created magic technique. On the 15th day, Ning Fan opened his eyes and raised his palm. A clump of black devil flames leaped out from the center of his palm. There were countless veins of void power in the devil flames. He looked at the demonic fire in his palm and shook his head. Not enough. The 16th day, the 17th day, Ning Fan remained standing on the peak of the mountain for a whole month. No more undead dared to approach him without permission, and he no longer summoned his demonic flames to burn them. Day after day, he bathed in the moonlight and waited for the night to come. His feet never moved. Some of the more observant divine transformation realm undead spirits noticed that Ning Fan's figure was actually becoming fainter day by day. After just 1 month, his figure had already become so faint that it was almost transparent. They could see the scenery on the other side through Ning Fan. No one knew that Ning Fan was turning his body into the void. No one knew that Ning Fan was comprehending the fire control technique of the void fire realm. The fire control realm was divided into 3 steps, which were the corporeal fire realm, void fire realm and true fire realm. The fire control technique of ordinary cultivators was at the corporeal fire realm. Only a few void fragmentation realm old monsters could cultivate their fire control technique to the void fire realm. As for the true fire realm, even a true immortal would not be able to cultivate it successfully. However, from Ning Fan's point of view, in order to ignite the illusory moonlight, one would at least need to reach the void fire realm. On the 31st day, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to summon the devil flames. The devil flames immediately turned into a ring of fire that looked both real and illusory at the same time and spread in all directions. When the ring of fire was ignited, it could even burn the space, revealing the dark hollow space below the spatial barrier. In order to ignite the illusory moonlight, the first step is to reach the void fire realm in my fire control technique. The first step has already been completed. As for the second step, I need to borrow some power that is at a higher level than void in order to increase the power of my flames, ignite the moonlight, ignite the void and ignite everything. At first, Ning Fan wanted to integrate a trace of the power of samsara into this technique. However, after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head and rejected the idea. His understanding of samsara was too shallow. The magic technique he created with the power of samsara would not be able to cause too much damage to high-level cultivators, and it might not be able to ignite the moonlight. He recalled the scenes of slaughter, the scenes of the sea of blood, and the butterfly from his previous life. He suddenly smiled. I know how to ignite the moonlight now. Outside the giant devil clan, a skinny old man arrived in the night sky with a gloomy expression. He held the imperial decree of the rain world's divine sovereign and stood proudly in the sky. His arrival made everyone in the giant devil clan not dare to be negligent. His name was Yundaoku. He was one of the 4 void fragmentation realm experts of the rain world. He was in charge of the heavenly palace, which was one of the 9 great branch palaces. He had always been cautious and timid. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but he had never done anything dangerous that would anger a void fragmentation realm expert at the same level as him. He was inflexible, harsh and merciless. He especially bore grudges. He secretly supported King Qiao, but he did not expect that he would die in Ning Fan's hands. When he thought of King Qiao's death, Yun Daoku's eyes flashed with anger. He wished he could immediately teach Ning Fan a lesson. Ning Fan was useful to the Rain Sovereign. Of course, he would not dare to kill him. However, if he just teaches Ning Fan a lesson, the Rain Sovereign would not be angry. Where's Zhou Ming? Yun Daoku spread his spirit sense. He could see everything within 1 million li * 500 m per li. He had already found Ning Fan's location. As soon as he sensed that Ning Fan was recuperating in his room, Yun Daoku smiled coldly. I heard that Zhou Ming had consumed a 7th revolution pill during the battle against the giant devil clan. He instantly gained void fragmentation realm strength, which allowed him to crush everything in his path. Initially, I was a little afraid of him. But now, it seems like he has suffered quite a huge backlash from that pill. That's right. How can it be justified if he doesn't suffer from severe backlash after consuming such a heaven-defying pill? His injuries are so severe that I don't even need to teach him a lesson. I only know that if I interrupt his recuperation, he will definitely suffer from an even more severe backlash. Perhaps his Dao foundation will be destroyed and he won't be able to make any progress in his cultivation base for the rest of his life. Yun Daoku smiled grimly. He directly passed through countless passes of the cold northern country. With a single step, he crossed an immeasurable distance and arrived at the provincial city. When he was young, he had suffered from cold poison and fire poison, which left a lingering injury. Thus, he was most afraid of cold and heat. As soon as he arrived at the provincial city, he immediately flicked his sleeves and said, "It's just a snowstorm. Disperse it for me." No one knew what kind of ability he used, but the snowstorm that had never stopped in the cold northern country for tens of thousands of years was stopped by Yun Daoku with a flick of his sleeve. Zhu Qing led some cultivators of the giant devil clan to welcome him. When they saw Yun Daoku's ability to disperse the snowstorm, all of them were greatly shocked. "We, the cultivators of the giant devil clan, greet enlightened Master Daoku." Humph. Yun Daoku did not even look at the people who came to welcome him. With a cold smile, he took a step forward impolitely and vanished without a trace. He went straight to Ning Fan's residence in the provincial city. "This man is really rude," one of the young cultivators of the giant devil clan muttered to himself. At the next moment, the young cultivator suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground dead. His flesh and blood withered out of thin air, leaving only skin and bones behind. He had turned into a terrifying dried corpse. "How dare you talk about me? You must be tired of living. *GGGG* with your insignificant cultivation base, if any of you dares to talk nonsense again, I will massacre the entire giant devil clan and make all of you regret it." Without a doubt, the one who killed them was Yun Daoku. However, no one could clearly see how he did it. After hearing Yun Daoku's domineering tone, who would still dare to offend him? He doesn't come with good intentions. I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhou can handle this trouble. Zhu Qing sighed. Yun Daoku directly crossed an immeasurable distance and passed through the layers of defenses, arriving outside Ning Fan's courtyard. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in grey robes, he let out a sinister laugh like a snake and shouted coldly. "Zhou Ming. I asked you to come out. Are you deaf? Why aren't you coming out?" Yun Daoku's tone was unfriendly. Everyone could tell that he was hostile towards Ning Fan. Some devil guards of the giant devil clan wanted to stop him. However, when they saw Yun Daoku's snake-like cold stare, all of them shuddered and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Ordinary cultivators did not even have the right to stand in front of a void fragmentation realm expert. This was a true void fragmentation realm expert. Once a void fragmentation realm expert gets angry, millions of corpses would be left behind. Who could stop them? Yu Lingkong and the other women were guarding Ning Fan's courtyard. As soon as they saw Yun Daoku descending upon them with bad intentions, all of their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly showed themselves and stood in front of Yun Daoku. As for Hong Yi, who was hiding somewhere, as soon as she saw Yun Daoku, she also revealed herself with cold and blood-red eyes. Her eyes actually showed a hint of fear towards Yun Daoku. "It's actually Yun Daoku. This Yun Daoku's 3 withering and 3 flourishing technique is extremely powerful. With my cultivation base which has just recovered to the first fragmentation realm, it won't be easy for me to defeat him. However, Zhou Ming is of great use to me. If this person dares to hurt Zhou Ming in front of me, I will protect Zhou Ming even if I have to suffer severe injuries." Yun Daoku glanced at the women from the corner of his eyes disapprovingly. Even though these women had decent innate talents, the highest cultivation base among them was only at the void inquiry stage. None of them could stop him. Originally, he wanted to bypass the women and directly barge into the inner courtyard to teach Ning Fan a lesson. However, when his gaze fell upon Hong Yi, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and stopped in his tracks. The cultivation base that Hong Yi revealed was also just at the void glimpse stage. However, Yun Daoku felt a sense of danger from her. Who is this lady? Yun Daoku stared at Hong Yi and went through all the people in his mind that he must never offend. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not think of any terrifying enemy who was this lady in red robes. He had always been cautious. For the time being, he did not dare to provoke Hong Yi recklessly. However, he had not given up on his plan to teach Ning Fan a lesson. He stood outside Ning Fan's courtyard, coldly staring at the few women and said in a deep voice. "I came with the order of the Rain Sovereign. All of you, quickly ask Zhou Ming to come out and see me. No mistakes are allowed. Big Brother is still recuperating. It's not suitable for him to meet any guests for the time being." Su Qiuling explained with a cold frown. She did not like Yun Daoku's arrogant tone. However, she knew that she must not offend him and make enemies for Ning Fan for no reason. Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Daoku interrupted her impatiently. "I won't ask for the reason. No matter what, I came here under the order. Zhou Ming must come out and see me immediately. I don't have time to wait for him. After I pass the Rain Sovereign's order, I still need to return to the Withering Glory Valley and continue studying my Void Spirit technique. How can I waste my time here? I'm only going to count to 3. If this Zhou Ming still doesn't show himself, I will barge in by force. I don't think any of you juniors can stop me. What? You can't barge in by force. Su Qiuling looked anxious. She was afraid that Yun Daoku would disturb Ning Fan's recuperation by barging into the courtyard. Yun Daoku ignored all of the women's anxiousness. He just counted indifferently. 1, 2, 3. Yun Daoku's expression was domineering and cold. He did not show any respect to anyone. After he finished counting to 3 breaths, he took a huge step forward and directly barged into Ning Fan's courtyard. He raised his hand and sent out a gust of strong wind towards the house where Ning Fan was. Judging from his posture, he was going to flatten Ning Fan along with his courtyard. Even though it was just a casual attack from Yun Daoku, it was much stronger than an ordinary Void Pierce stage attack. All the women were shocked. Even if Ning Fan was at his peak condition, it would be difficult for him to block such a terrifying attack, let alone when he was injured. This Yun Daoku is really vicious. He clearly wants to harm Ning Fan while he is injured and aggravate his injuries. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The moment Yun Daoku stepped into Ning Fan's courtyard, she had already decided to block his attack and teach him an unforgettable lesson. She would not watch Yun Daoku hurt Ning Fan without doing anything. Unexpectedly, before Hong Yi could make her move, an extremely terrifying magic technique aura force suddenly engulfed the entire cold northern country. That aura force spread out from Ning Fan's room and swept towards Yun Daoku, shocking everyone. A strange black ring of fire flashed and the entire courtyard was burnt to ashes. Not even a piece of debris was left behind. The ring of fire was still spreading. The earth was burned to ashes, the mountains and rivers were burnt to ashes, the wind and snow were burnt to ashes. Everything that stood in the way of the ring of fire was gone. In the wind and snow, Ning Fan stood quietly on the ruins of his courtyard. Under his feet was a gigantic formation diagram made of black flames. The formation diagram was burning with black flames that seemed to be real yet illusory. The terrifying firepower made the entire space sizzle. Ning Fan stood on the Black Sea Grand Formation like an emperor of fire. His figure suddenly became extremely faint as if he was about to vanish from this world. Countless butterflies that were formed from black flames appeared around him. His eyes were still closed. His separated soul was still comprehending magic techniques in the sovereign tomb. His physical body merely sensed danger and moved instinctively, displaying the void ignition technique that he had just comprehended. Ning Fan did not know that he was facing a void fragmentation realm expert at all. He just gently raised his finger and pointed at Yun Daoku. His black hair suddenly danced wildly and his devil chi was monstrous. The strength of the devil chi in that finger was absolutely unparalleled among those below the void fragmentation realm. As he pointed his finger, the black sea of flames under his feet suddenly turned into millions of black butterflies. The millions of butterflies merged into one and turned into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, humongous black fiery butterfly that flew proudly in the night sky. Both of the fiery butterfly's wings were shining with a black halo. That black halo was actually the shadow of the heavenly Dao ring. Butterfly move, void ignition. Ning Fan said indifferently. All of a sudden, the gigantic butterfly flapped its wings. There was no sea of flames, but everything that stood in its way was turned into ashes without exception, be it the mountains, rivers, the pitch-black night sky or even the moonlight that filled the sky. Yu Lingkong covered her mouth in shock. She cultivated the power of moonlight, but she had never seen any magic technique that could burn the moonlight. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes were filled with astonishment. Her gaze fell upon the gigantic butterfly. She could not believe that Ning Fan could display such a powerful magic technique. As for Yun Daoku, his old face, which was unmoved by anything in the world, revealed a panicked expression for the first time. When the gigantic black fiery butterfly aimed its wings at Yun Daoku, it suddenly flapped its wings. All of a sudden, Yun Daoku, who was a dignified void fragmentation realm expert, let out a miserable shriek. Hong Yi realized that the situation was not good. She had already brought her women and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan to 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. Yun Daoku was the only one who was within the attack range of the gigantic butterfly and could not escape. The night sky was burned and the moonlight was extinguished. There were no flames burning within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, where Yun Daoku was standing. However, everything was burned into ashes. Yun Daoku, who was a dignified void fragmentation realm cultivator whose physical body was even stronger than a body cultivator at the 4th level of the golden body refining realm, was ignited by the black flames without any warning. The burning made him feel unbearable pain and his injuries gradually worsened. What Yun Daoku did not expect the most was that his primordial spirit, which had already turned illusory, was actually ignited by the black flames. It burned crazily and almost turned into ashes. He used all of his magic power to try and extinguish the strange black flames. However, he realized that the black flames were actually void flames. They could not be extinguished with ordinary methods at all. He was not good at dealing with ice and fire divine abilities in the first place. Now that he was attacked by the gigantic black fiery butterfly, it nearly scared him to death. When the black butterfly flapped its wings for the first time, Yun Daoku coughed out blood and took 3 steps back. When the black butterfly flapped its wings for the second time, Yun Daoku took 10 steps back while coughing out blood. When the black butterfly flapped its wings for the third time, Yun Daoku took 50 steps back and could no longer stand steadily. He actually could not withstand a single move of Ning Fan's magic technique. If Ning Fan did not stop the magic technique and the gigantic butterfly flapped its wings for more than 10 times, he might even die in Ning Fan's hands. How is this possible? How is this possible? A void fragmentation realm expert was actually about to die in Ning Fan's hands. Moreover, Ning Fan was still in a state of deep sleep and he was just instinctively using a magic technique. I'm immortal technique. Even though this technique isn't an immortal technique, it is extremely close to it. It can even ignite my primordial spirit, which has turned illusory. It's too scary. It's really too scary. A mere void inquiry stage cultivator can actually use an immortal technique. Who would dare to provoke such a void inquiry stage expert? All of a sudden, Yun Daoku was filled with fear and regret. Yun Daoku only thought that Ning Fan used an immortal technique to take revenge on him for attacking Ning Fan's courtyard earlier. Seeing that the gigantic black fiery butterfly was about to flap its wings for the 4th time, Yun Daoku forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with madness. No. No. No matter what, Yun Daoku, must not die here under this terrifying immortal technique. Even if his physical body is destroyed, even if only his primordial spirit can escape, he must preserve his life. Not good. This Yun Daoku is going to detonate his primordial spirit. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment. She could not imagine how Ning Fan could use such a powerful immortal technique which forced a void fragmentation realm expert to detonate his physical body. Just as Yun Daoku was about to commit suicide, Ning Fan suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and woke up. As he withdrew his magic power, the gigantic black fiery butterfly in the sky and the formation diagram of the sea of flames beneath his feet dissipated. The grade of this void ignition technique seems to be a little too high. Unless my cultivation base is a little higher, I won't be able to completely control this technique. If I use this technique rashly, I will either vomit blood due to the backlash or lose control of this technique. Even I will be killed. Senior, who are you? Why are you vomiting blood in my courtyard? By the way, where's my courtyard? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. Looking at Yun Daoku, who was wearing a terrified expression, he felt extremely puzzled. Could it be that he had done something terrifying when he was unconscious? Otherwise, why would this void fragmentation realm expert be so afraid of him? Why were the mountains, rivers, and houses in the surroundings burned to ashes? May I know who you are, senior? What brings you to the giant devil clan? Is there something you need from me? Even though Ning Fan did not recognize Yun Daoku, he could sense his void fragmentation realm chi. Therefore, he was still very polite to him. Unexpectedly, just as Ning Fan took a step closer to Yun Daoku, the latter hurriedly took a few steps back as if he was avoiding a plague. He kept a distance from Ning Fan as if he was afraid that Ning Fan would come closer to him. Stay away from me. Don't come near me. Don't ever come near me. Fellow Daoist, let's talk this out. I'm a subordinate of the Rain Sovereign. You can't kill me. Yun Daoku was still in extreme fear. He was not courageous in the first place. He had been cautious all his life and had lived a leisurely life as a void fragmentation realm old ancestor for so many years. Who would have thought that he would almost die in Ning Fan's hands today? It really scared him to death. Let's not talk about avenging King Qiyao. Even if Ning Fan killed his own father, he would not dare to take revenge. Even if he was given 10 times more courage, he would not dare to provoke Ning Fan. Ning Fan was too scary. Too scary. An immortal technique nearly killed him instantly. He was a dignified void fragmentation realm expert, but he almost died in the cold northern country without knowing why. Ning Fan's mind raced. He looked at the ruins of the battle and then looked at Su Yan, Su Qiuling, and the other women who kept giving him meaningful looks. Then, he vaguely had a guess. Could it be that when I was unconscious, I accidentally used the void ignition technique and severely injured this void fragmentation realm expert? *Ming K was the first to laugh. Her brother Biscuit was really talented. He could still use magic techniques when he was unconscious and even beat Yun Daoku half to death with that magic technique. No one would believe this even if she told them about it. If you're fine, I'm leaving. His name is Yun Daoku. He even tried to hurt you just now. You don't have to be polite to him. Hong Yi said coldly and turned around, disappearing into the wind and snow. As soon as he heard Hong Yi's words, Ning Fan's gaze towards Yun Daoku began to carry a hint of coldness. So it's fellow Daoist Yun. I apologize for my rudeness. As one of the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain world, fellow Daoist is a world-renowned expert. I wonder what brings you to a remote place like my giant devil clan. After being stared at by Ning Fan's cold eyes, Yun Daoku felt a chill down his spine. He immediately smiled apologetically. Fellow Daoist can even use an immortal technique. How would I dare to give you any advice? Hee. It's just a misunderstanding. All of them are just misunderstandings. The reason why I came to the Giant Devil clan is because of the Rain Sovereign's order to grant fellow Daoist the title of a noble. I wonder if fellow Daoist wants to obtain the title of King Ming or Marquis White Robe. King Ming? Marquis White Robe? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. I'm going to obtain the title of a noble? To be continued. Ning Fan did not give an immediate answer. To him, whether it was Wisdom King or Marquis White Robe, they were just titles. It didn't matter which one he chose. However, when he thought about it carefully, the Rain Sovereign purposely sent a void fragmentation realm expert to bestow him with a title. It seemed like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. There must be some deep meaning between these 2 titles. King Ming. Marquis White Robe. I see, there was nothing wrong with these 2 titles. The only difference was the difference between the 2 titles, King and Marquis. In the mortal world, the king was the ruler and the marquis was the minister. In the cultivation world, even though it was not so particular, the Rain Sovereign had purposely sent someone to bestow Ning Fan with a title and let him choose between the royal nobles. Thus, Ning Fan could not help but think about it further. When he thought of the Rain Sovereign's character, Ning Fan vaguely guessed that the Rain Sovereign was testing him with his title. It was also Ning Fan's fault for being too high-profile while cultivating the devil path. It was inevitable for him to arouse the Rain Sovereign's suspicion. The Rain Sovereign was worried whether Ning Fan would become the next Yun Tianjue or Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. He was worried whether Ning Fan would break free from his control and become the next sovereign of the Rain world, usurping it. Ning Fan was quite confident that if he chooses the title of King Ming, the Rain Sovereign would suspect him of having wild ambitions. Then, the Rain Sovereign would suppress and kill him. The Rain Sovereign's vision is too narrow. It's just a mere position of the Rain world's divine emperor. What's there to fight for? Ning Fan's heart was filled with disdain. His ambition was not in the Rain world but in the 4 heavens. He did not have the intention to fight for power with the Rain Sovereign at all. If he became enemies with the Rain Emperor one day, it would definitely not be for the sake of a power struggle, but for some other reason. After seeing through the Rain Sovereign's thoughts, even though Ning Fan disdained the Rain Sovereign's character, he would not choose the title of King Ming anymore as it would only make the Rain Sovereign suspicious. Currently, his biggest enemy was Moksha, sovereign of the devil world. There was absolutely no need for him to provoke a groundless calamity just for a title. Moreover, he did not like the title of King Ming at all. Zhou Ming was only his pseudonym, so he was naturally unwilling to be called Wisdom King. Even if he were to be conferred the title of king, he should be conferred the title of King Ming, shouldn't he? After making up his mind, Ning Fan said to Yun Daogu with an indifferent tone. The Rain Sovereign really thinks highly of me. He actually sent a void fragmentation realm expert to bestow me with a title. I'm really flattered. By the way, which title does fellow Daoist Yun think is better for me? Cough cough cough. It's fellow Daoist Zhou's choice of title. This old man doesn't dare to interfere, Yun Daogu said with a dry smile. Is that so? Then I choose Marquis White Robe. Ning Fan said in a seemingly casual manner. Marquis White Robe? Fellow Daoist, are you really going to choose Marquis White Robe? Yun Daogu was a little excited, a little relieved. Fortunately, Ning Fan chose the title of Marquis White Robe. If Ning Fan chooses the title of Ming King, Yun Daogu would have to obey the Rain Sovereign's order and secretly plant a sinful imprint on Ning Fan to suppress the growth of his cultivation base. Just like how the Rain Sovereign personally sealed Yun Tianjua's cultivation base in the past, he sealed Ning Fan once again. Originally, Yun Daogu held a grudge against Ning Fan. He really hoped that Ning Fan would choose the title of Ming King and then plant a sinful imprint on Ning Fan. Now, however, Yun Daogu was already terrified by Ning Fan's void ignition technique. How would he still dare to plant a sinful imprint on Ning Fan? If the sinful imprint fails and Ning Fan uses another immortal technique to instantly kill him, then he, Yun Daogu, would really die in vain. Fortunately, this young man chose the title of Marquis White Robe. In this case, I don't need to fight him anymore. This is great. This is great. Ning Fan noticed the subtle expressions on Yun Daogu's face and sneered inwardly. The choice of this title is indeed filled with evil intentions. Since fellow Daoist has chosen the title of Marquis White Robe, then I have to announce another order from the Cloud Sovereign. Hee. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Zhou. The Rain Sovereign has already conferred you as one of the 9 Palace Lords of the Rain Palace. You will be in charge of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and obey the orders of the 7th Prince. The token of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord and the reward for being conferred the title of Marquis are all in this storage pouch. Fellow Daoist, please kindly accept them. Yun Daogu smiled apologetically. At the same time, he took out a white storage pouch that was weaved from the threads of rain and dew and passed it to Ning Fan. The quality of this storage pouch was extremely high. Even if it receives a void refinement realm attack, it might not break. The rewards inside must be precious items. Ning Fan received the storage pouch and kept it directly. He did not even check the contents in front of Yun Daogu and said coldly. Fellow Daoist Yun, is there anything else? His intention to send the guest away was already obvious. Nothing. Nothing. Hee. I have something else to do. I won't stay any longer. I'll leave now. Marquis White Robe, please stay. You don't have to send me off. Yun Daogu could not help but smile apologetically. He was eager to leave the giant devil clan, a place where he would get into trouble, as soon as possible. He was a dignified void fragmentation realm expert. When had he ever lowered his voice to anyone? However, he was really scared out of his wits by Ning Fan today. That void ignition technique would forever be a nightmare in Yun Daogu's heart. He would never be able to erase it. Yun Daogu politely cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Then, he turned around and was about to leave but Ning Fan stopped him. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Fed Yun Daogu's heart skipped a beat. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. He did not know why Ning Fan stopped him. He was a little afraid but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. He forced a smile and said. Marquis White Robe, do you have any other orders? Please tell me clearly. I will do whatever you say as long as it's within my capabilities. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to be nervous. I just wanted to tell you one thing. Ning Fan was obviously smiling but Yun Daogu felt a chill. What is it? Actually, my real name isn't Zhou Ming but Ning Fan. Please tell the Rain Sovereign that I like the title Marquis White Robe very much. I've been living a carefree life all my life and I'm not used to being an emperor or a sovereign. However, if I'm forced into a desperate situation, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything crazy. If the Rain World doesn't betray me, I won't betray the Rain World. My ambition isn't in the Rain World. When Ning Fan's words entered Yun Daoku's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, deeply shocking him. Yun Daoku was not surprised by Ning Fan's real name. To cultivators, a name was just a form of address. Who didn't have a few aliases? What shocked Yun Daoku was Ning Fan's tone and expression. Ning Fan's words seemed to be illogical. However, Yun Daoku understood that Ning Fan was laying his cards on the table to the Rain Sovereign. His ambition wasn't in the Rain World. He was not greedy for the position of a void fragmentation realm sovereign being at all. There was a crazed obsession in his words. This obsession could turn anyone who stood in his way into ashes. At this moment, Yun Daoku actually felt a sense of danger from Ning Fan once again. Even if he was a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, once he becomes Ning Fan's enemy, he would die without a burial place. You can leave now. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves to send him off. Yun Daoku suddenly snapped back to his senses. He cupped his fists repeatedly and left in a hurry. The moment he turned around and left, Yun Daoku clenched his teeth and swore that he would never offend Ning Fan again in his entire life. Even though Ning Fan's current cultivation base was still lower than Yun Daoku's, he did not dare to underestimate him. Yun Daoku had a strong feeling that Ning Fan would grow to a point where he could only look up to him one day. *kiss**. All of the giant demon clan cultivators were dumbfounded. What did they just see? A dignified void fragmentation realm expert, enlightened being Daoku, actually apologized to Ning Fan with a smile and was actually under Ning Fan's command. As for the others, when they heard that Ning Fan had been conferred the title of Marquis White Robe and Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord by the Rain Sovereign, each and every one of them was overjoyed. This was truly a joyous occasion. They had to celebrate it properly. Big Brother Biscuit, you're so cool. What kind of magic did you use earlier? Could it be an immortal art? You actually scared that Yun Daoku to such an extent. Teach me, I want to learn too. Ming Ke happily jumped into Ning Fan's arms and looked at him pleadingly. A single magic technique was able to frighten a void fragmentation realm expert. This magic technique is really too powerful. I must learn it. You can't learn it. Ning Fan patted Ming Ke's head and scanned the ruins within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, with his eyes. His face was filled with satisfaction. Most of these ruins were created by the void ignition technique, so its power should be very good. This time, the void ignition technique that Ning Fan created was a type of void flame level fire control technique. Ning Fan did not integrate the power of samsara into this magic technique. Instead, he integrated another type of power into it. Obsession. Or perhaps faith. Ning Fan integrated the determination to ignite the moonlight into the magic technique, causing the void ignition technique to almost reach the level of an immortal art. Without that crazy determination, the destructive power of this technique would at most be equivalent to the mortal void realm. The destructive power of the void ignition technique was indeed very terrifying. However, Ning Fan helplessly realized that his current cultivation base was completely insufficient to use this technique as he wished. The grade of the magic technique was too high and Ning Fan's cultivation base was not enough. If he forcefully uses it, he would either be injured by the backlash or lose control of the magic technique. The black flame butterfly that he summoned would destroy both him and his enemies. Ning Fan could only make the black flame butterfly flap its wings 3 times at most. It was impossible for him to flap it a 4th time. The destructive power of the butterfly's wings thrice could scare Yun Daoku, but it definitely could not kill him. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he would not be able to kill a void fragmentation realm expert no matter what. It was funny that Yun Daoku was too timid. He did not know that Ning Fan had yet to completely master this technique. I can keep the void ignition technique as my trump card. I shouldn't use it unless I have no other choice, unless my cultivation base reaches a higher level. Ning Fan looked inside his body. During the few months when his separated soul entered the sovereign tomb, his body had already recovered by 70 to 80% with the help of the Black Star technique. Currently, Ning Fan only needed to consume the 7 revolutions life-returning pill that the Thunder Sovereign gave him and his injuries would be completely healed. Once his injuries are fully healed and he handles some trivial matters, he could then leave. Big brother, don't you need to explain to my sisters why your real name is Ning Fan? Su Qiuling reminded him. It's time for me to explain it properly. All of this has to start from a low-grade cultivation country. It's a very long story, Ning Fan smiled faintly. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the wind and snow. Countless ice and snow condensed into houses, snow mountains, and ice rivers. In an instant, the ruins within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, were rebuilt by Ning Fan's magic technique. However, the style of the houses and the terrain of the mountains and rivers were not the original terrain of the giant devil clan. Instead, they were the mountains and rivers of Wu country and Yu country. The mountains and rivers had long been engraved in Ning Fan's heart. Let's talk inside. In just half a month, the name of an unknown cultivator had spread across the rain world. Marquis White Robe. Ning Fan. Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord. Ning Fan, even though the name was unfamiliar, no one dared to underestimate this Marquis White Robe who was newly conferred by the Rain Sovereign. It was because this Marquis White Robe was none other than revered Ming Zhou Ming who made countless experts of the rain world tremble with fear upon hearing his name. Countless cultivators began to spread a song crazily, reminding the low-grade cultivators and their sects not to provoke this Marquis White Robe. After those cultivators who survived the Battle of 100 Sects returned to the 800 cultivation countries, they spread Ning Fan's terrifying devil name everywhere. The Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord, slaughtering 100 sects with blood. When White Robe appears, the world will be covered in white mourning dress. It was obviously an elegant title. However, when it fell on Ning Fan's head, it became filled with dense killing intent. It almost had the miraculous effect of stopping a child from crying. In the Rain Palace of the Middle State, a few palace lords of the Rain Palace's branches said to the elderly man sitting on the throne unwillingly, "Your Majesty Rain Sovereign. That Ning Fan is a devil cultivator who has killed countless people. It's fine if you confer him the title of a marquis, but how can you confer him the title of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord? If this person comes to the Middle State in the future, won't he be on equal footing with the cultivators of our profound gate? Your Majesty Rain Sovereign. This person was rude to you. How dare he say something like, if the rain world doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain world. This young man must be punished with a small punishment. Your Majesty Rain Sovereign." Each of the palace lords' dissatisfaction was directed at Ning Fan. The Rain Sovereign did not pay attention to their complaints and remained silent. His ears were still echoing with Ning Fan's words that Yun Daoku had reported to him. If the rain world doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain world. My ambition is not in the rain world. The Rain Sovereign's expression was filled with uncertainty. He muttered to himself. This young man doesn't seem to have the intention to usurp the throne. However, the human heart is unpredictable. However, this young man still has a great use. The Rain Sovereign's eyes gradually darkened. No one knew what he was thinking about. In a country at the border of the 800 cultivation countries, a white-robed, middle-aged sword cultivator with one arm was walking alone in a cultivation city. He was Yun Tianjue. He had just returned from a certain historical site. Originally, he found a fragment of the immortal extermination sword, but it was destroyed by the guardian void beast. It made him very unhappy. Whoever provokes Yun Tianjue who was unhappy would die. All of a sudden, Yun Tianjue stopped outside an inn and listened to the conversation inside with slight interest. Have you heard? That revered Ming's real name is Ning Fan. Now, he has been conferred the title of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord of the Rain Palace and obtained the title of Marquis White Robe. The Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord massacred 100 sections. Once White Robe appears, the world will be covered in white mourning dress. This Marquis White Robe must never be provoked. This Ning Fan even dares to threaten the Rain Sovereign. All of a sudden, Yun Tianjue's cold brows relaxed slightly. His mood actually became a little better. So his name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan. In the Ning clan in Hai Ning of Wu country, a young lady in green robes was cultivating in the mountain. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly reported to her from outside the stone door. Miss Jing, I found Ning Fan's whereabouts. Have you found him? Ning Qingqing stopped circulating her qi. Her face was cold and emotionless. However, there was a hint of joy hidden deep in her eyes. Have I finally found him? Look, Miss Qing. These are all the information about Marquis White Robe, Ning Fan. The servant passed all the information she had collected to Ning Qingqing. Ning Qingqing ran out of the stone door and received the jade slips expectantly. However, when she scanned through the information, her face was filled with disappointment. It's not him. This isn't him as well. In the past, he was just a mortal. How could he be a void refinement realm cultivator? Ning Qingqing sighed faintly. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Will I never be able to repay the kindness he showed me in the past? In 7 Apricot City in Yu Country, a young lady who looked like she was 16 or 17 years old was flying a kite in the snow alone. She was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat. Her facial features were plain and clean. She was missing someone. All of a sudden, a servant hurriedly ran towards her while holding a piece of information. City Lord Jiha, we have the information about young master. Is there more information about Brother Fan? The young lady's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She threw the kite away and took the jade slip. After reading the content, her eyes curved into a crescent smile. However, it turned into sadness. Brother Fan. Can you come back before I form my core? I don't want to forget you. I can't bear to cut off my heart devil because it's you. That silly little girl in the past was actually close to forming her core and had even become the city lord of 7 Apricot City and Ning City. She was waiting for Ning Fan's return in her hometown. Waiting for the sound of the wind chimes of Ling Lan to come back, no matter how many years she has to wait. The snow was flying, and the cold wind was biting cold. The room was lit by candlelight. Ning Fan sat alone on the bed, silently circulating his qi to refine the medicinal power of the life-returning pill. On that day, Ning Fan began to consume the life-returning pill after he told them everything that happened in the past. This was a pill given by Hong Yi. It was an inferior grade 7th revolution pill. Not only did it have a remarkable healing effect, but its medicinal nature was also gentle and would not cause any burden to the cultivator's body. During the few months when Ning Fan's separated soul entered the sovereign tomb, his injuries had already recovered by 70 to 80%. Following the refinement of the life-returning pill, his injuries were finally completely healed. Even the hidden injuries from many years ago were all healed. Not a bad pill. Ning Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of murky qi. His eyes sparkled. At this moment, he was in his peak condition and he was unrivaled among void inquiry stage experts. His wounds had been healed, and it was time to leave the endless sea. But before he left, there was still something he had to do. In this war of giant devils, countless cultivators from 100 sects had died. Even Pill Island, Sword Island, Cave Void Island, and the giant devil clan had lost quite a number of low-level cultivators. The reason why the Pill Island and the other forces had lost their disciples was because they had participated in saving Feng Shuiyan. For their sake, Ning Fan would leave some benefits for the 7 forces as compensation before he leaves. At the very least, he would remove the slave marks on the giant devil clan. Another thing was that he didn't know when he would return to the endless sea. Of course, Ning Fan needed to take away the gourd of blood wine. He also had another idea, which was to bring all the ladies he was familiar with away from the endless sea. Feng Shuiyan's calamity could be considered as a wake-up call to Ning Fan. Distant water couldn't solve a nearby fire. If he left these girls in the endless sea, he wouldn't be able to rush back in time to save them the next time they were in danger. There was one more thing. He had not finished helping Hong Yi. Perhaps, Ning Fan would have to help Hong Yi complete her important matter before he leaves this place. Regardless of whether Hong Yi was related to Ning Honghong or not, Ning Fan would still help Hong Yi on account that she had helped him several times. Only after settling all his grudges could he leave the endless sea without any worries. After the Battle of the 100 Sect, I was injured and in a coma. I haven't checked what I've gained from this battle. Qiuling was so considerate. She put all the loot in her storage bag and kept it safe for me. Ning Fan took out a storage pouch that looked like a sachet and sent his spirit sense into it. The fragrant pouch contained the spoils of war that Su Qiuling gave Ning Fan. Countless cultivators of the 100-plus sects had died or were injured. The ladies cleaned up the battlefield on Ning Fan's behalf and plundered a lot of good items. All of them were left for Ning Fan. Su Qiuling knew that Ning Fan was not interested in low-grade magic treasures. Thus, the sachet did not contain many magic treasures. Instead, it contained cultivation methods, pill recipes, spiritual herbs, and immortal jades from various sects. He had over 7 billion immortal jade, close to 100 bottles of 5th Revolution pills and 3 bottles of 6th Revolution pills. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the 6th Revolution pill bottle. Among the 3 bottles of pills, the first bottle was called True Void Pill. It was a low-grade 6th Revolution pill that was commonly seen in the cultivation world. There were 20 pills in a bottle. A single True Void Pill could increase a Void Glimpse stage cultivator's magic power by 1,000 units. He also had the pill recipe for the True Void Pill. Now that Ning Fan had broken through to the 6th Revolution pill refinement realm, he would naturally be able to concoct the True Void Pill on his own in the future. The second bottle of pills was called Wonderful Sound Pill. It was a low-grade 6th Revolution pill that was unique to the Wonderful Sound Valley. Each of these pills could also increase a Void Glimpse stage cultivator's magic power by 1,000 units. There were 10 of them in total. The third bottle of pills was called Fierce Cultivation Pill. It came from the Barbarian Dao sect and it was actually a peak-grade 6th Revolution pill. As soon as he sniffed the pill bottle, Ning Fan's eyes immediately widened in surprise. He could feel an extremely strong barbaric qi rushing towards him. When he smelled this barbaric qi, the cultivation base of his spirit sense actually improved by 1%. Ning Fan stared at the Fierce Cultivation Pill in the pill bottle with his eyes glistening. There was only one Fierce Cultivation Pill in the pill bottle. However, if one consumes this pill, the cultivation base of his spirit sense would increase by a terrifying amount. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and swallowed the Fierce Cultivation Pill. He closed his eyes and rapidly refined the medicinal power of the pill. As he refined the Fierce Cultivation Pill, the cultivation base of his spirit sense, which had just broken through to the Void Inquiry stage with the help of the Golden Ancient Time, suddenly skyrocketed. 1 day, 2 days. The third day, after Ning Fan refined the medicinal power of the Fierce Cultivation Pill, he inspected his sea of consciousness. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Just a single Fierce Cultivation Pill had actually allowed his spirit sense to skyrocket. It was almost going to break through to the Void Pierce stage. I didn't expect this weak Barbarian Dao sect to have such heaven-defying pills. If I have a second Fierce Cultivation Pill, my spirit sense will certainly break through to the Void Pierce stage in one go. If I have 10 Fierce Cultivation Pills, my spirit sense will be able to attain the absolute void stage. If I have 100 Fierce Cultivation Pills, my spirit sense will be able to break through to the Void Fragmentation realm in one go even if I haven't attained it yet. The strength of the sense soul incarnation that I cultivate is closely related to my spirit sense. If my spirit sense breaks through to the Void Fragmentation realm, I will be able to fight against cultivators at the first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm with just my incarnation. No wonder Marquis Nan Man used the Fierce Cultivation Pill to tempt King Qi Yao to save him before he died. The medicinal power of this Fierce Cultivation Pill is really terrifying. Ning Fan slowly calmed his spirit sense down and took out a pill recipe from his pouch. It was the pill recipe for the Fierce Cultivation Pill. According to the pill recipe, the concoction of each Fierce Cultivation Pill required not only a large amount of rare spiritual herbs but also a large amount of flesh and blood essence of Void Fragmentation realm ferocious beasts. After reading the pill recipe, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with contemplation. It was no wonder that the medicinal effect of the Fierce Cultivation Pill was so heaven-defying. It turned out that the ingredients required the flesh and blood of Void Fragmentation realm ferocious beasts. Ordinary cultivators did not have the strength to hunt Void Fragmentation realm ferocious beasts to concoct Fierce Cultivation Pills. However, to Ning Fan, it seemed like he did not need to worry about his source of flesh and blood of Void Fragmentation realm ferocious beasts. As long as his pill refinement realm reached the peak of the 6th revolution, he would be able to concoct a large amount of Fierce Cultivation Pills. In the past, he had once picked up the corpse of a realm beast in the Star Palace. The level of that realm beast was already comparable to a true immortal realm cultivator, which was far beyond the Void Fragmentation realm. Its flesh and blood could naturally be used to concoct Fierce Cultivation Pills. Moreover, its medicinal effect was much stronger than the flesh and blood of a Void Fragmentation realm ferocious beast. Ning Fan had been keeping the corpse of the realm beast all this time without using it. He had never expected that he could actually use it to concoct pills. In this way, it could be considered as making the best use of everything. Since his magic power had yet to attain the void refinement realm, he could not consume the true void pill and wonderful sound pill for the time being. Thus, he kept the 2 bottles of pills first. Ning Fan's spirit sense went into the pouch again and scanned through the other spoils of war. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Inside the sachet, there was actually an imitation flying sword of the immortal slaughtering sword. Even though it was just an imitation, it really contained a trace of the immortal slaughtering sword's sword chi. Without hesitation, Ning Fan pointed at the flying sword, causing it to turn into a sword light and enter his sea of consciousness. He wanted to slowly refine the imitation flying sword of the immortal slaughtering sword and integrate that trace of immortal slaughtering sword chi into his sea of consciousness. It would certainly increase the power of his sword sense slightly. After that, Ning Fan rummaged through the sachet and took out some useful items. He left the rest of the items for his women to share equally in the future. After dealing with the spoils of war, Ning Fan took out the lines of rain and dew storage pouch that Yun Daoku gave him. Obviously, the quality of this storage pouch was much higher than Ning Fan's old storage pouch. Ning Fan was going to replace his old storage pouch and use this new one from now on. The storage pouch contained some rewards given by the Rain Sovereign. At the same time, there was also the token of the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace that could prove his identity. However, Ning Fan did not even look at the items inside the pouch. Instead, he just stared at the storage pouch with a solemn expression. After a long while, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He activated his golden purple mist with a finger and suddenly touched the storage pouch. A tracking formation, huh? *ZZZ* on the surface of the storage pouch, an extremely obscure formation technique dissipated with a sizzling sound. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, that formation technique was a tracking magic technique. The reason why the Rain Sovereign cast this magic technique on the storage pouch was obviously because he wanted to know Ning Fan's whereabouts at any time. Perhaps the Rain Sovereign just wanted to know Ning Fan's whereabouts. Or maybe his motive was not pure and he wanted to send someone to track Ning Fan and assassinate him after he was done using Ning Fan. No matter what the Rain Sovereign's intention was, Ning Fan did not like his whereabouts to be known by others. He had already made use of Yun Daoku's mouth to lay his cards on the table with the Rain Sovereign. If the Rain World did not betray him, he would certainly not betray the Rain World. However, if the Rain Sovereign harbors evil intentions towards him one day, Ning Fan would make the Rain Sovereign pay the price even if he has to flatten the Rain Palace. It's a pretty good magic technique. That golden purple mist can even break Yun Zhongshuan's rain-chasing technique. It really surprises me. It seems like the matter that I asked for your help will definitely succeed. All of a sudden, a cold female voice came from outside the door. A lady in red robes walked into the room. Her blood-red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that Hong Yi would return at this time. He hung the storage pouch with the threads of rain and dew on his waist and kept the old storage pouch and the miscellaneous items on the bed into the new storage pouch. Then, he rose to his feet and greeted her with a smile. Thanks to your life-returning pill, my injuries have already healed. You don't have to thank me. You are still useful to me. Of course, I won't watch you get hurt. Hong Yi waved her hand. Her blood-red eyes were cold and indifferent. Then, she continued. Since your injuries have healed, come and help me with something big. I initially thought that you would need at least another 10 years to grow strong enough to help me. I didn't expect that you have already reached the unrivaled void inquiry stage in such a short time. Now, you are strong enough to help me with something big. Now, you will follow me into the Sovereign Tomb and help me accomplish something big. May I ask what help you need from me, Miss Hong Yi? What is it that you want me to accomplish? Ning Fan asked again. You don't have to ask. Just follow me into the Sovereign Tomb. Do whatever I ask you to do. That's enough. I will tell you what I need to tell you when the time is right. Is that so? Since you have already said so, I won't ask any more. I suppose you will tell me everything after we enter the Sovereign Tomb. Don't worry, Miss Hong Yi. No matter how dangerous the trip to the sovereign tomb is, I will do my best to help you accomplish your task. It's enough that you have the intention. As for your safety, you don't have to worry. With me around, you won't be in any danger in the sovereign tomb. Hong Yi's tone was domineering and confident. With her around, how could she let Ning Fan get hurt in the sovereign tomb? Ning Fan carefully studied Hong Yi. He felt that the lady in front of him was much more heroic than any other man. Just as he was sighing with emotion, he suddenly saw Hong Yi close the door and windows with a wave of her hand. Russell Russell her blood-red eyes were as cold as usual. She stared at Ning Fan quietly and calmly took off her clothes one by one. Why did you take off your clothes? Ning Fan avoided her gaze and asked speechlessly. Didn't Hong Yi say that she wanted to enter the sovereign tomb with me? Why did she take off her clothes? There is no connection at all right? I have the body of a primordial spirit. To be precise, it's just half of my primordial spirit. My physical body and the other half of my primordial spirit are hidden in the sovereign tomb. With my incomplete primordial spirit, I can't enter the tomb easily. Thus, I can only enter the tomb with your separated soul. Why aren't you taking off your clothes yet? What do you mean? Me too? Ning Fan was a little confused about the situation. In just a few breaths, Hong Yi had already taken off all her clothes. Her naked and fair body stood in front of Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan did not dare to take a dirty look at her. Who knew if he would provoke this woman to kill him if he peeked at Thunder Sovereign Buzhou's naked body? That's exactly what I meant. Why aren't you taking off your clothes yet? Don't tell me you want me to help you? Hong Yi sounded displeased. Her blood-red eyes were cold. She pushed Ning Fan, who had his eyes closed, onto the bed and sat on his body. Then, she swiftly unbuttoned his clothes with her bare hands. You are the first person who dares to ask me to help you take off your clothes. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. He felt that his thoughts could not keep up with Hong Yi's thoughts. Even though he had yet to figure out why she wanted him to take off his clothes, judging from Hong Yi's serious expression, he knew that there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Thus, he stopped hesitating. Thunder Sovereign Buzhou, a woman, did not even mind taking off her clothes. Why should he mind it? After all, he would not suffer any losses. Ning Fan gently pushed Hong Yi away and shook his head speechlessly. He was not so weak that he needed Hong Yi to help him take off his clothes. He calmly opened his eyes and took off his clothes. Then, he looked at Hong Yi quietly without a trace of lust. I'm done taking off my clothes. What's next? Then, sit opposite of me on the bed with our palms pressed against each other. Let's enter the sovereign tomb together. Ning Fan did as he was told. He sat opposite of Hong Yi on the bed and silently chanted the yin-yang transformation scripture, suppressing any trace of lust in his heart. He was afraid that any impulsive action would anger Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. However, Hong Yi was sitting right in front of him. It was difficult for him not to see her naked body. Hong Yi's long hair was tied up casually. She did not care about her appearance like ordinary women, but she looked very beautiful. Even though her blood-red eyes were cold, they were extremely beautiful. They were as clear as magnificent rubies. Her naked skin was as white as mutton fat jade. Her breasts were perky and alluring like cheese. Her legs were long and slender. When she sat cross-legged in front of Ning Fan casually, he could even see her pink and tender private parts. Does my body look good? Hong Yi suddenly sneered. Ning Fan would only answer that question if he was a fool. He did not dare to casually comment on Hong Yi's body. Watch your eyes. Hong Yi snorted coldly and began to cast her technique. At the moment when their palms touched each other, a vast spirit sense power was transmitted to him through Hong Yi's palm. It was like a charming and soft snake, entangling Ning Fan's spirit sense. Hong Yi's sea of consciousness spirit sense was in the form of lightning. The strength of her spirit sense was comparable to a fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. Even though Ning Fan had just consumed the fierce cultivation pill and his spirit sense had improved significantly, in front of Hong Yi's spirit sense, he only felt that his spirit sense was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It was so weak and insignificant. Their spirit sense intertwined with each other. Suddenly, a feeling of perfect harmony emerged in Ning Fan's heart. It was like the feeling when their bodies merged together during dual cultivation. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. This feeling was similar to the dual cultivation of divine sense recorded in the ancient books. What spiritual awareness double cultivation? Do not let your imagination run wild. Quickly activate the lightning jade token. I want to enter the sovereign tomb together with your separated soul. Hongyi was displeased. She directly saw through Ning Fan's thoughts. Her spirit sense intertwined with Ning Fan's. Both of their thoughts were completely exposed to each other. Yes. Ning Fan did not have any other thoughts in order to avoid upsetting Hongyi. He split a strand of his spiritual sense and took out the Thunder Jade token from the storage bag beside him. He activated it. All of a sudden, the scenery in front of Ning Fan's eyes changed. A trace of his separated soul once again descended into the sovereign tomb of the Zhou clan in the internal sea. The place he descended to this time was the border between the central region and the divine realm, and it was the place he had left the last time. His split soul was still at the early nascent soul stage when he left last time. Beside him stood a cold woman in red with a frosty expression. Very good, you're finally here. It has only been a few months since I gave you the lightning jade token and you've already improved your separated soul's cultivation base to the nascent soul realm. That's not slow at all. Hongyi sized up Ning Fan who was standing beside her. Her cold blood-red eyes flashed with surprise. Her expression was always calm. Nothing could disturb her mind. Even when she was naked with Ning Fan, she did not show the slightest shyness. Where are we going now? Ning Fan asked. The divine realm. Follow me. Hongyi's eyes looked into the depths of the divine realm and her expression gradually turned solemn. As soon as she stepped on the ground, a thundercloud in the shape of a red lotus appeared beneath her feet. The thundercloud carried her and Ning Fan all the way to the divine realm at a speed comparable to a fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. The moment the two of them entered the divine realm of the sovereign tomb, countless nascent soul realm, divine transformation realm and void refinement realm undead spirits that were hiding in the mountains and rivers woke up with ferocious looks in their eyes. Those who trespass into the divine realm shall die. Stupid thing. Can't you even tell who your master is? Get lost. Hongyi was enraged. Her killing intent surged. The clear sky and the sun within 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, turned into thunderbolts and rumbled in the sky. Countless undead spirits trembled in fear under Hongyi's aura force. However, they still flew into the sky with ferocious looks on their faces, blocking her path. It seemed like her aura force alone could not deter the undead spirits in this place. In order to enter the depths of the divine realm, they must kill all the undead spirits in this place. Ning Fan looked around. The land within 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, was filled with undead spirits that flew into the sky. There were at least millions of them. Among them, there were tens of thousands of divine transformation realm undead spirits and hundreds of void refinement realm undead spirits. There were void glimpse stage, void inquiry stage, void pierce stage, absolute void stage and even some half-step void fragmentation realm experts. Even Ning Fan would not dare to trespass such a terrifying formation. However, Hongyi was not frightened at all. Even though there are many of them, they are all ants. They are not enough to stop me. It's too troublesome. I'll just kill them all with a single move. Hongyi's blood-red eyes suddenly shot out a monstrous killing intent. When Ning Fan met Hongyi's gaze, he felt that his own baleful chi was slightly weaker than hers. White Lightning Dao, White Emperor's Wrath. Hongyi suddenly performed a hand seal and pointed at the sky. In the sky, a 10,000 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, tall silver lightning giant suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. The giant carried a thunder drum on his back and held a thunder hammer in his hand. He suddenly struck the thunder drum. All of a sudden, a terrifying silver aurora spread out from the giant's body and swept across 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. All the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, were razed to the ground. Those millions of undead spirits were all killed by Hongyi's single move of magic technique. A single move of magic technique can raise 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, to the ground. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Your country was only a few 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. The magic technique Hong Yi used was enough to destroy several countries. After destroying millions of undead spirits with a single move, Hong Yi waved her hand and countless thunder fruits within 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, flew towards her. Each of the thunder fruits was left behind by the undead spirits after they died. The medicinal power of each thunder fruit was equivalent to 1% of a Dao fruit of the same grade. Eat all of these millions of thunder fruits. Increase the cultivation base of your separated soul. Hong Yi ordered Ning Fan coldly. She casually pointed her finger and the thunder fruits that were flying towards her immediately piled up like a mountain. Are you trying to stuff me to death? Ning Fan was speechless. He had spent several months to raise the cultivation base of his separated soul from the vein-opening realm to the nascent soul realm. However, Hong Yi only used a single move to slaughter all the undead spirits within 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, and obtained millions of thunder fruits. If he eats all of these thunder fruits, the cultivation base of this separated soul of Ning Fan would probably rise to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps this separated soul of his might be able to break through to the void refinement realm before his true body had magic power. With me around, will you die from stuffing yourself to death? With me protecting you and helping you refine the power of the thunder fruits, you won't die from stuffing yourself to death. Hong Yi sounded displeased. She had spent so much effort to get so many thunder fruits for Ning Fan to eat, but he actually did not appreciate her kindness. If it wasn't because Ning Fan was still useful to her, she would not be bothered to be so nice to him. If you don't finish all of them, I will kill you. As soon as Hong Yi finished speaking, she immediately calmed down. Inwardly, she was slightly shocked. It's strange. Since when did her emotions become so easily affected by others? Since when did she get angry so easily? All right. I will finish all of them. Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. Of course, he knew that Hong Yi was just saying those words out of anger. It seemed like his joke had angered this temperamental woman. Interesting. The Thunder Sovereign, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, would also be angered by him. Ning Fan had thought that Hong Yi was a wooden person who would not be affected by anyone or anything. Looking at the mountain-like pile of thunder fruits in front of him, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with anticipation. What level would the cultivation base of his separated soul reach after eating all of these thunder fruits? Would he be able to break through to the void refinement realm in one go? To be continued. Hong Yi stood coldly beside Ning Fan, protecting him. She was like a peerless, ferocious beast. Just by standing there, none of the undead spirits in the divine region dared to attack her. He focused all of his attention on refining the medicinal power of the thunder fruit. These thunder fruits contained extremely pure energy which was easy to absorb. With the speed of his yin-yang evil veins, it didn't take him too much time to devour the thunder fruits. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he would swallow dozens of cherry-sized nascent soul thunder fruits and refine them. He swallowed the nascent soul realm lightning fruits one after another and refined them into pure magic power. At first, every 100 nascent soul thunder fruits contained 5 units of magic power. After consuming 1,000 thunder fruits, Ning Fan broke through to the mid-nascent soul realm. After consuming 4,000 thunder fruits, Ning Fan broke through to the late nascent soul realm. After consuming more than 25,000 thunder fruits, Ning Fan broke through to the peak nascent soul realm. However, his body began to develop a resistance to the nascent soul realm thunder fruits. Ning Fan continued to eat the nascent soul realm lightning fruits like they were beans. Gradually, 100 nascent soul realm lightning fruits could only increase his magic power by 160 years. Later on, 1,000 nascent soul thunder fruits were still unable to increase one's magic power by 60 years. It took Ning Fan 1 month to finish all the nascent soul realm thunder fruits. The reason why he was able to achieve this speed was all thanks to Hong Yi using her powers to help him refine these thunder fruits. He still remembered that in the end, even after consuming 10,000 thunder fruits consecutively, he was still unable to increase his magical power by 1 cycle. His body had almost completely rejected the nascent soul realm lightning fruits. Without a doubt, the nascent soul realm lightning fruits had been completely destroyed by him. After eating almost all of the millions of nascent soul realm lightning fruits, his separated soul had yet to break through to the divine transformation realm. Your speed of refining the thunder fruits is a little slow. Hong Yi was slightly dissatisfied. Slow? I don't think so. Ning Fan shook his head disapprovingly. The speed at which he consumed the thunder fruits was definitely not slow. It was at least 100 times faster than ordinary cultivators. There were still hundreds of thousands of nascent soul realm lightning fruits that he had yet to consume. Ning Fan no longer consumed the nascent soul realm lightning fruits and switched to the divine transformation realm lightning fruits. There were close to 50,000 soul-forming thunder fruits, and each soul-forming thunder fruit contained close to 5 units of magic power. After consuming 500 divine transformation realm lightning fruits, the cultivation base of his separated soul naturally broke through to the early divine transformation realm. You've reached the deity transformation stage. I hope you can break through to the void training stage with these thunder fruits, Hong Yi said indifferently. I hope so. Ning Fan calmed his mind and focused on refining the divine transformation realm lightning fruit. The soul formation thunder fruit contained more magic power, so the refining speed was naturally slower than the nascent soul thunder fruit. After an entire month, he finally managed to refine all of the 50,000 divine transformation realm lightning fruits. Due to the resistance that his body had developed to the lightning fruits, his magic power only increased by 220,000 units, breaking through to the late divine transformation realm. When his gaze fell upon the void refinement realm lightning fruits, he sighed inwardly. It seems like even if I consume all of the void refinement realm lightning fruits, it would still not be enough for my separated soul to break through to the void refinement realm. There were about 500 void refining thunder fruits in total, and each void refining thunder fruit contained about 500 units of magic power. It took him another month to finish consuming these void refinement lightning fruits. At this point, the magic power of Ning Fan's separated soul had broken through to 550,000 units. Both of them had reached the half-step void refinement realm. I can only improve my separated soul to the half-step void refinement realm, huh? Ning Fan felt a little regretful, but he was already satisfied. Almost all the undead cultivators in the divine domain had been massacred by the red specters, but they had only obtained a few million thunder fruits. It was all thanks to Hong Yi that he was able to improve his separated soul to the half-step void refinement realm within 3 months. If Ning Fan relied on himself to hunt undead creatures to improve his cultivation base, he would definitely not be able to kill divine transformation realm and void refinement realm undead creatures with his early nascent soul realm cultivation base. In just 3 months, Ning Fan's separated soul had gained 550,000 units of magic power. It was really an unexpected gain. If he summons his separated soul out of the sovereign tomb and back into his physical body, the magic power of his true body would break through to 1 million units in one go. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, stabilizing the cultivation base of his separated soul. Hong Yi remained silent. All of a sudden, she raised one of her hands and pulled the traces of blood-red lightning power into thin threads. Then, they wrapped around Ning Fan's body tightly like a silkworm spinning a cocoon, wrapping him within the lightning threads. This is the demon cocoon technique of the demon race. If you stabilize your cultivation base inside the demon cocoon, you can save a lot of time. Hong Yi explained. Ning Fan sat cross-legged inside the demon cocoon like a butterfly that was about to break out of its cocoon. He stared at the blood-red lightning cocoon outside his body. For a moment, his eyes were filled with confusion. Staying inside the lightning cocoon made him feel very warm and safe. It was as if he was staying in his mother's embrace. This feeling was very familiar. It was extremely familiar. It was as if he had been living inside this lightning cocoon many years ago, waiting for the day he would break out of it. Why do I have this kind of feeling? He was puzzled. Eventually, he swept away all the distracting thoughts and focused on stabilizing the cultivation base of his separated soul. When his separated soul completely stabilized, it was already 3 days later. Hong Yi removed the lightning cocoon and let Ning Fan out. Ning Fan looked at Hong Yi indifferently with a blank expression. Have I seen you somewhere before? Seen this lightning cocoon, a long, long time ago? Ning Fan asked. Perhaps. However, I have already erased all my previous memories. I don't really remember what happened in the past. Hong Yi said casually. Is that so? Where are we going now? Let's go to the Thunder God Palace in the depths of the divine region to retrieve my corpse and the other half of my primordial spirit. Let's go. Xianxia stamped her feet on the ground and stood with her hands clasped behind her back. A red lotus thunder cloud appeared on the ground out of nowhere, carrying her and Ning Fan towards the depths of the divine region. This time, none of the undead spirits or ferocious beasts dared to block Xianxia's path. Ning Fan stood behind Xianxia on the thunder cloud and stared at her slender back. Familiar. Very familiar, he should have seen this back somewhere before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so familiar. That sense of familiarity was deeply rooted in his bones, as if he had lived with this lady for 1,000 years. However, when he thought about it carefully, he found his own thoughts laughable. Thunder Sovereign Buzhou became famous tens of thousands of years ago. As for his death, it was 10,000 years ago. At that time, Ning Fan had not been born yet. It was impossible for him to know Xianxia when she was still alive, let alone live with her for 1,000 years. Don't let your imagination run wild. The Thunder God Palace is right in front of us. Be careful. Xianxia suddenly reminded him. Ning Fan raised his head abruptly. In front of him stood countless towering mountains. On the peak of one of the tallest mountains, there was a massive and majestic Thunder God Palace. Within the Thunder God Palace, there was a vague and obscure qi. That qi was extremely ominous, as if it was a devil from the devil abyss. The air gradually became heavy. An invisible pressure spread from the Thunder God Palace, making Ning Fan's half-step void refinement realm split soul suffocate. My corpse is locked in the left hall of the Thunder God Palace by the heavenly Tao lock. The other half of my primordial spirit is sealed in the right hall of the Thunder God Palace with a sinful seal. You are responsible for retrieving my physical body. With the power of your wind mist technique, be it the heavenly Tao lock or the sinful seal, you should be able to get rid of them easily, right? Xianxia said in an irrefutable manner. What about you? Me? I want to clean up my sect and deal with an animal that betrayed its master. A hint of killing intent flashed across Xianxia's eyes. She took a step forward and leaped down from the red lotus thunder cloud. Then, she smiled coldly at the direction of the Thunder God Palace. Why are you still not showing yourself? Come out now. As Xianxia roared, clusters of black qi that resembled dark clouds suddenly rushed out of the Thunder God Palace and condensed into a 10,000 Xiang*. 3. 33 Emperor Xiang, large black ape. The ape's body was entangled with chains. Its blood-red eyes were filled with resentment as it stared at Xianxia in shock. Impossible. Your physical body and primordial spirit are clearly sealed in the Thunder God Palace. How can you possibly appear outside the palace? Why? Are you not going to call me master anymore? Weeping soul. Xianxia's eyes were filled with even more intense killing intent. You are not my master. My master is only the Rain Sovereign. You must die. The gigantic ape called Weeping Soul roared furiously. Its first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm aura force spread out crazily. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Even though he did not know why Thunder Sovereign Buzhou died in the past, he could roughly guess the reason from the conversation between the ape and the human. The reason why Xianxia died was probably related to the betrayal of this gigantic ape. The one who caused Xianxia's death was most likely the Rain Sovereign. What are you still standing here for? Go to the Thunder God Palace and rescue my body and primordial spirit. Xianxia suddenly flicked her sleeves. The red lotus thunder cloud carried Ning Fan and flew past the gigantic ape's defense with a speed that was comparable to the fifth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The gigantic ape was shocked. It wanted to stop Ning Fan by raising its gigantic palm and slamming it at the red cloud. Xianxia's attack was as fast as lightning. With a point of her finger, billions of lightning bolts suddenly appeared in heaven and earth. They turned into layers of blood-red lightning chains that wrapped around the gigantic ape's arm and blocked its attack. Who do you think you are? How dare you hurt him in front of me? Xianxia sneered. She raised her palm and struck it at the gigantic ape. Even though it was just a casual strike, it contained unimaginable magic power. It suppressed the gigantic ape so much that it could not breathe. After taking Xianxia's attack head-on, it was sent flying backward. Its gigantic body crushed countless mountains. Roar. the gigantic ape let out a sky-piercing roar as it felt the pain. It exerted its magic power and broke all the chains on its body. Then, it stomped on the mountains and rivers and charged at Hong Yi. Magic techniques clashed against each other again and again, causing mountains and rivers to crumble. Ning Fan could feel the terrifying fluctuations of a void fragmentation realm battle behind him. He did not turn his head, and there was no need for him to do so. He believed in Hong Yi's strength. Even if that gigantic ape had the strength of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, it would certainly not be able to escape death in Hong Yi's hands. He only had one mission, and that was to bring Hong Yi's physical body and primordial spirit out from the Thunder God Palace. There was a rumor that Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou had created the Sovereign Tomb and was hiding inside it, living in a state where he was neither dead nor alive. However, in Ning Fan's opinion, Hong Yi had probably been betrayed in the past. She was severely injured and had no choice but to hide her physical body and half of her primordial spirit in the Sovereign Tomb. As for why the traitor of the gigantic ape was in the Sovereign Tomb, perhaps he was ordered by the Rain Sovereign to guard Hong Yi's body and primordial spirit. Or perhaps there was some other reason. Ning Fan had no idea. As he approached the entrance of the Thunder God Palace, he leaped down from the Red Lotus thunder cloud. He turned into a ray of light and stopped in front of the gigantic door of the palace. It was a gigantic door that was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall. Layers of lightning formation light were set up on the gigantic door. The strength of the formation light had already reached the immortal void realm. Even a void fragmentation realm expert would not be able to pass through the formation light and enter the Thunder God Palace without the Thunder Sovereign's order. Sensing the extraordinary lightning power on the gigantic door, Ning Fan took a gentle breath and stepped on the peak of the mountain. A massive lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet. At the moment the lightning diagram appeared, Hong Yi, who was fighting against the gigantic ape, suddenly had a hint of surprise in her eyes. The Tai Su lightning diagram. This young man is indeed the inheritor of the complete Tai Su lightning star. He can even display the lightning diagram of the Tai Su lightning emperor. With this lightning diagram, his safety in the Thunder God Palace should not be a problem anymore. In this case, I can finally put my mind at ease and focus on my battle against the Weeping Soul Beast. Rumble Ning Fan gently pointed a finger at the gigantic door. There was nothing fancy about this finger, but an unimaginable lightning might spread out from Ning Fan's body. It was as if the person who pointed at the gigantic door was not Ning Fan but an immortal emperor. It was the finger bone of an immortal emperor. It contained supreme lightning might. No lightning could harm this finger. The lightning power on the gigantic door dissipated in an instant. Ning Fan pushed the door open and strode into the Thunder God Palace. The internal structure of the Thunder God Palace was not complicated. It was only divided into the left palace and the right palace. There were also many lightning formations and lightning puppets for defense. Ning Fan did not even look at those formation lights and spiritual puppets. He just walked towards the left palace quietly. He had refined the Lightning Emperor's finger bone and condensed the Tai Su lightning star. He was standing on the Tai Su lightning diagram. At this moment, Ning Fan's arrival in the Thunder God Palace was like the arrival of the Lightning Emperor. No lightning formations dared to attack Ning Fan. None of the lightning puppets dared to harm Ning Fan. Ning Fan entered the left palace of the Thunder God Palace without facing any obstacles. The left palace was extremely empty. There were countless gigantic copper pillars erected on it. On one of the copper pillars, the corpse of a lady dressed in red robes was tied to the tall copper pillar by a few iron chains which emitted cold chi. The lady was not breathing, as if she was in a deep sleep. Her eyes were closed and her expression was peaceful, like a sleeping beauty. It was a corpse. It was Hong Yi's body in the past. There were countless wounds on this corpse. Many of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Looking at the countless wounds on Hong Yi's body, Ning Fan's heart ached for no reason. His friendship with Hong Yi should not be this deep. However, when he saw someone severely injuring her, he actually felt an indescribable anger. It was as if he saw his best friend who had been with him for 1,000 years getting injured. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. This is strange. Why do I feel so angry when I see Hong Yi getting injured? Ning Fan calmed himself down and his eyes darkened. His thoughts raced, but he could not figure out the source of his anger no matter how hard he tried. Forget it. I'll cut off these iron chains first and retrieve Hong Yi's corpse. If I'm not mistaken, these iron chains should be condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. Are they the chains of the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan raised his finger. Traces of golden purple wind and sand dispersed and blew towards the chains of the heavenly Tao, vowing to turn them into ashes. Under the power of samsara, all living beings in the six Tao were like ants. The heavenly Tao was just one of the six Tao. In front of the power of samsara, it was nothing. Break! As soon as Ning Fan uttered a word, the indestructible chains of the heavenly Tao began to disintegrate. The heavens had pity on them. Those were the chains of the heavenly Tao that even Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou could not break in the past. They were actually turned into ashes by Ning Fan's wind-mist finger. When the iron chains turned into ashes, Hong Yi's corpse fell from the copper pillar and fell to the ground. Ning Fan's reaction was quick. With a leap, he caught Hong Yi's corpse and held it in his arms. The cold corpse did not have any warmth. However, when he held it in his arms, it gave Ning Fan a warm feeling that he had not felt for a long time. That warmth went deep into his bones. The physical body is in my hands. But why do I have this strange feeling? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. To be continued. Ning Fan saved Hong Yi's corpse and carried it horizontally in his arms. Then, he stepped on the lightning diagram and hurried to the right palace of the Thunder God Palace. In the right hall, there were no bronze pillars. In the empty hall, there was only a cold jade ice bed. On the ice bed, there was an illusory female primordial spirit sleeping. The woman's nascent soul was densely intertwined with complicated azure runes. This primordial spirit woman was the other half of Hong Yi's primordial spirit. The runes seemed to have a sealing divine ability. It sealed half of Hong Yi's primordial spirit's cultivation, causing her to be unconscious and unable to wake up. The unconscious woman's eyebrows were deeply furrowed as if she was in pain. It was clear that being sealed by the talisman was uncomfortable. This talisman is the divine skill talisman of the ancient god clan. Could it be that the runes planted on this woman are the sin seals that Hong Yi mentioned? Sin imprint, Ning Fan had heard of it. As the white-robed sword god Yun Tianjue had killed the fourth prince of the Rain Palace in a fit of rage, the Rain Sovereign had planted a sinful seal on him. His cultivation base had been sealed at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm for countless years. If it wasn't for Yun Tianjue forcefully breaking through the seal of sin, he certainly wouldn't be able to cultivate to the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, even at his peak, Yun Tianjue had to spend countless years to break through the sin seal. Half of Hong Yi's primordial spirit was heavily injured and unconscious. With her own strength, there was no way she could break the seal of sin. Sin imprint, huh? Using an ancient divine technique to cast a seal, this Rain Sovereign's divine ability is indeed extraordinary. But even the ancient god seal can't stop the power of reincarnation. Destroy. Ning Fan walked closer to the ice bed made of cold jade and placed Hong Yi's corpse on the ground. Golden purple mist swirled around his palm and he carefully pressed it on the chest of the unconscious primordial spirit. The softness of the tentacle made Ning Fan slightly absent-minded, but he immediately regained his composure. He activated the wind mist technique and carefully weathered the seal along the runes of the sin mark. Sizzle, the sin imprint that gave even Yun Tianjue a headache was actually so vulnerable in Ning Fan's hands. All of the ancient divine runes on it melted away one after another. After an unknown period of time, Ning Fan finally erased all of the ancient divine runes, completely erasing the sin imprint that Hong Yi had. Everything in the world had a nemesis. When the power of samsara fell into Ning Fan's hands, it actually became the strongest weapon to break all kinds of chains and seals. The primordial spirit has also been rescued. Ning Fan stared at the half of Hong Yi's unconscious primordial spirit and her pale complexion. Anger filled his heart again. This anger was too unreasonable. Ning Fan recited the Yin-Yang Transformation Heart Sutra to make his heart as still as water, suppressing all the negative emotions. Once again, he regained his calm expression. Holding Hong Yi's corpse with his left hand and the other half of her primordial spirit with his right, Ning Fan stepped on the lightning diagram and walked out of the Thunder God Palace. He had completed the mission that Hong Yi had given him perfectly. However, rescuing the corpse and primordial spirit had taken up quite a lot of time. It had been at least 6 hours since Ning Fan entered the Lightning God Palace. When Ning Fan walked to the entrance of the Lightning God Palace, he did not hear any sounds of fighting coming from outside. When he walked out of the Lightning Divine Hall, he saw a cold-faced woman standing outside the gigantic door. She was stepping on the corpse of a gigantic ape. Who else could it be other than Hong Yi? As for the gigantic ape corpse beneath her feet, wasn't it the weeping soul that betrayed its master? Once again, Ning Fan gained a direct understanding of Hong Yi's toughness. It had only been a few hours but Hong Yi had already killed a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm gigantic ape. Her combat power was really too high. When Hong Yi saw that Ning Fan had finally walked out of the Lightning God Palace, she frowned and said impatiently, "You're too slow. I thought you had already died in the Lightning God Palace. Are you concerned about me?" Ning Fan teased. "Don't you want your mouth anymore?" Hong Yi sneered. If Ning Fan dares to say another word, she would definitely tear his mouth apart. Ning Fan decided to remain silent. Hong Yi was way too temperamental. Who knew which wrong words he would say would offend her? He quietly passed the corpse and broken primordial spirit to Hong Yi. Then, he observed her quietly, wanting to see how she was going to deal with the corpse and broken primordial spirit. If his guess was not wrong, Hong Yi was going to put on a show of borrowing someone else's body to resurrect herself. After that, she would return her physical body and primordial spirit to their original positions. To low-level cultivators, resurrection was a very mysterious thing. However, when one's cultivation base has reached Ning Fan's level, the so-called resurrection was actually not that mysterious. Cultivators with great abilities could use some secret techniques to repair their organs and broken limbs. They could also use special methods to reconstruct their physical bodies. Some devil cultivators who were proficient in the body-seizing technique could be reborn by seizing the physical body of a living person. For experts like Hong Yi, as long as a trace of their primordial spirit was not destroyed, they had plenty of methods to reconstruct their physical bodies and resurrect themselves. Primordial spirit unification. Hong Yi put down the corpse and gently lifted her finger, touching the glabella of the other half of her primordial spirit. That half of her primordial spirit immediately opened its eyes blankly. When it saw that it was Hong Yi in front of it, it smiled faintly and took a step forward, merging with Hong Yi. **** A strong gust of wind swept across the place. The momentum of Hong Yi's fusion of primordial spirit was rather great. The process lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Hong Yi's primordial spirit had become one. Her blood-red eyes glanced sideways at her own corpse. After pondering for a while, she said decisively, "It's easy to fuse primordial spirits. However, it's not easy to perfectly return the primordial spirit to its original position. My primordial spirit has been separated from my physical body for too long. Besides, something happened to my primordial spirit in the past. I had once ruthlessly split it into 2. Half of my primordial spirit was sealed by the sin imprint and fell into a deep slumber for 10,000 years. As for the other half of my primordial spirit, it split into 10,000 tufts of lightning grass and hid itself in the world. However, the lightning grass that was split into 2 had some other problems. Fortunately, Zhou Chen and the others were loyal and devoted. They found many heavenly materials and earthly treasures for me which are the best for nourishing my physical body and primordial spirit. As long as I bring my physical body out of the sovereign tomb and use the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to return my primordial spirit, I will be able to truly be reborn in no time." Hong Yi muttered to herself. After a while, she made up her mind to bring her corpse out of the sovereign tomb. She actually wants to bring the items in the sovereign tomb out. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. However, when he thought about it from another perspective, it was not strange at all. All cultivators who hold the Thunder Jade token could enter the sovereign tomb but no one could bring the items out. However, Hong Yi should be special. She was the one who built the sovereign tomb. She was the one who stored all the undead spirits and heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside the tomb. Thus, she could naturally take them out as she wished. Hong Yi, who had merged with her primordial spirit, gave Ning Fan a vastly different feeling compared to before. In Ning Fan's eyes, the current Hong Yi seemed to have become the master of the sovereign tomb again. The life and death of all the living beings inside the tomb were under her control. She could kill them with just a single thought. Since you have saved my corpse and my broken primordial spirit, I want to give you some rewards. There are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the sovereign tomb. All of them were collected by me in the past. I will pick out the most precious items among them and show them to you. You can choose 3 of them to take away as my reward to you. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she clawed at the sky. The entire tomb began to shake violently. All of a sudden, be it the outer region, the central region or the divine region, all the undead spirits in every region began to tremble. They instinctively felt that the master of the sovereign tomb had truly returned. The entire sovereign tomb was under the control of Xianxia's will. As Xianxia clawed at the sky, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures flew out of the Thunder God Palace as if they had their own consciousness. There were rare spiritual herbs, magic treasures, pill recipes, spiritual ores and cultivation methods. The sky was filled with treasures that floated in the air. There were almost 10,000 of them. Ning Fan took a closer look. Among these treasures, there were no lack of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, fiend god cultivation methods and even the incomplete lightning art that Xianxia used to cultivate. As long as Ning Fan took a fancy to the items here, he could take away 3 of them. Xianxia was really generous to him. Hurry up and choose. What do you want? Eh? This is. I want that ball of spirit fire. Ning Fan suddenly saw an item among the spiritual items that filled the sky. Without hesitation, he pointed at it and made his first choice. You want the Arctic flame? This flame is just an earth-vein demonic flame. Moreover, it is only ranked 5th among all the earth-vein demonic flames. Are you sure that you want the spirit fire? Xianxia reminded him. I'm sure. This Arctic flame isn't particularly precious but it has a special meaning to me. Ning Fan smiled faintly. Being able to obtain the Arctic flame from the sovereign tomb was really an unexpected gain. If he obtains the Arctic flame, he would only be missing the mending heaven heart and the earth-blazing flame. Alright. Since you have chosen the Arctic flame, you can still choose 2 more rewards. What else do you want? Xianxia asked indifferently. There's no hurry. Let me take a closer look. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and scanned through each of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even though there were many treasures in this place, there were not many that he absolutely needed. Ning Fan casually browsed through the treasures. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he pointed at an item. I want this item. The World Creation Stone. You have a good eye. This stone is countless times more precious than the Arctic flame. Now that you have chosen your second reward, you can still choose another one. Xianxia said indifferently. Ning Fan's eyes scanned through the treasures again and again. There was nothing else that particularly interested him. He shifted his gaze away from those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instead, his eyes fell on the corpse of the gigantic ape beneath Xianxia's feet. I want this corpse. It was the corpse of a void fragmentation realm ferocious beast. Whether it was used to brew wine or concoct fierce cultivation pills, it was extremely valuable. The corpse of the weeping soul sovereign, huh? Xianxia hesitated for a moment, which was rare for her. Then, she nodded and said. All right. The weeping soul sovereign betrayed me after all. Since you want its corpse, I don't mind giving it to you. Let's go. Xianxia gently pointed with her finger. The Arctic flame, the World Creation Stone and the gigantic ape's corpse were all kept into a storage pouch and flew into Ning Fan's chest. With another flick of her sleeve, both of their figures gradually faded from the sovereign tomb. They were about to leave the tomb. Ning Fan held the storage pouch tightly in his chest. He felt the scenery in front of him change. When he opened his eyes again, his separated soul had already returned to his true body. The storage pouch that contained the Arctic flame and the other items was still in Ning Fan's chest. However, Xianxia, who was naked with Ning Fan just now, was no longer in his room. Perhaps she had already left. Ning Fan's heart felt a little empty. It was a feeling that was hard to let go of. It was as if a close friend who had been with him for a long time had suddenly left without saying goodbye. I must have met her somewhere before, perhaps she is Ning Honghong. That's why I feel so close to her. Perhaps, I have already met her before. Ning Fan shook his head and erased the thoughts in his mind. Then, he regained his calmness. No matter what, he had already helped Hong Yi with her help. Another matter of the internal sea had been settled. Before he had the time to deal with the Arctic flame and the other rewards, a wave of vast magic power from his separated soul suddenly spread throughout his body. This time, with Hong Yi's help, the cultivation base of Ning Fan's separated soul skyrocketed and its magic power exceeded 550,000 units. At the moment he summoned his separated soul back, the magic power that it possessed had already fused into his body. At this moment, the total amount of magic power in Ning Fan's body was no longer at the half-step void refinement realm. At this moment, the total amount of magic power in Ning Fan's body had exceeded 1 million units, exceeding the limit of the void refinement realm. I'm actually going to break through to the void refinement realm now. Ning Fan put down the storage pouch and immediately sat in a lotus position. His body was naked. He circulated his spiritual energy to eliminate all distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation as fast as possible. Originally, he planned to break through to the void refinement realm with the help of the blood wine. However, who would have thought that Hong Yi would give him 550,000 units of magic power, allowing him to touch the bottleneck of the void refinement realm in one go? Now that his magic power had broken through the limit of the void refinement realm, it was difficult to suppress it. Ning Fan must immediately break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. He could no longer wait for the moment when the blood wine is brewed. This blood wine could only be kept as a means to increase his void refinement realm cultivation base. He must break through to the void refinement realm at this moment. Otherwise, his immortal veins would explode from the immense magic power that was being transferred to him by his separated soul. What is void? Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled the enlightenment he had gained in the sovereign tomb. His mind gradually became as calm as still water. Fusing the comprehension of the word void into one's magic power, into one's gaze and one breath. That would be the void refinement realm. Outside the room, the women had been guarding Ning Fan for another 3 months. Su Qiuling and the other women saw Hong Yi entering Ning Fan's room. They even found out that Hong Yi and Ning Fan were sitting opposite each other without any clothes covering their bodies. Luckily, Ning Fan did not do anything more intimate with Hong Yi. Other than Yu Lingkong and Ming Kei, who were slightly dissatisfied, the other ladies could guess that Ning Fan was doing something serious with Hong Yi. Thus, they did not disturb the two of them. Who is that woman? How dare you seduce my brother Biscuit? You've gone too far. Ming Kei was extremely dissatisfied. Ning Fan was her exclusive biscuit refinement master. How could any random cat or dog dare to snatch her brother Biscuit away from her? Isn't that woman that I met on Thunder Bamboo Island? Why does she always go to Little Cucumber's place recently? Since when did Little Cucumber's relationship with her become so good? The two of them are staying together without any clothes on. Aren't they afraid that something might happen? Aren't they afraid of catching a cold? What if Little Cucumber can't control himself? No. Little Cucumber is so good-looking. The one who can't control himself first will certainly be that red-robed female devil. If Little Cucumber gets pounced on by that red-robed female devil and loses his virginity, wouldn't I be cuckolded by her? This won't do. I must go and save Little Cucumber. Yu Lingkong held the banner of justice high and was eager to rush into the room to eliminate Hong Yi and save Ning Fan from the fiery pit. Su Qiuling gently rubbed her forehead. She felt a slight headache. Yu Lingkong and Ming Kei were too noisy. Other than Ning Fan, no one else could control this group of women. At this moment, an extremely strong aura force suddenly rushed out of Ning Fan's room. In the vast sky above, countless layers of heavenly tribulation clouds suddenly appeared. This is the heavenly tribulation of the Void Glimpse stage. Someone is going to break through to the Void Glimpse stage. Who is it? Could it be Little Cucumber? Yu Lingkong stopped fooling around. Her eyes were filled with worry. Isn't Big Brother a Void Inquiry stage cultivator? Why is he only transcending the Void Glimpse stage heavenly tribulation now? Su Qiuling was puzzled. The power of this heavenly tribulation is a little abnormal. It's too strong. Su Yan's beautiful face turned pale. In the giant devil clan, old ancestor Dong Su, venerated sword, venerated pill, and Ju Qing were sitting in the main hall. They were discussing something. All of a sudden, the aura force of the heavenly tribulation swept across the entire giant devil clan. The four venerated beings rose to their feet at the same time and rushed out of the main hall. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, all of them were extremely shocked. Void glimpse stage heavenly tribulation. How is this possible? Who is going to break through to the void glimpse stage? Venerated sword was the first one who turned pale with fright. It's him. Dongsu looked at the direction of Ning Fan's residence. It was exactly that direction that the heavenly tribulation had locked onto. I have already witnessed a void glimpse stage heavenly tribulation once. However, this time's heavenly tribulation is even more violent than the previous one. I have never seen such a terrifying void glimpse stage heavenly tribulation in my life. Even the void inquiry stage heavenly tribulation of some void inquiry stage cultivators doesn't have such terrifying power. Venerated Pill recalled Ming K's heavenly tribulation when she was at the void glimpse stage. Compared to Ning Fan's heavenly tribulation, their heavenly tribulations were simply incomparable. The vast sky of 200,000 li * 500 m per li was completely sealed by the fiery red tribulation clouds of the fire tribulation, covering the entire sky. The sky seemed to be burning. Countless snowflakes were melted by the hot air and turned into rain, sprinkling on the cold northern country. In the vast sky, the vague shadow of a flame giant could be vaguely seen. It was clad in divine armor and stood on the layers of fire clouds, staring coldly at Ning Fan's direction. Many cultivators who were knowledgeable immediately turned pale with fright when they saw the flame giant. That giant. Could it be the legendary Tao Guardian? The Tao Guardian is the ancient immortal guard puppet that controls the heavenly Tao in the legends. It doesn't have any life. The Tao Guardian will only appear under one circumstance. When a cultivator whom the heavenly Tao does not tolerate appears in this world, only then will the Tao Guardian show up and kill on behalf of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly tribulation that the Tao Guardian personally sends down is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary fire tribulation. No cultivator can survive it. Could it be that the Tao Guardian has shown up this time to eliminate Marquis White Robe? All of the cultivators looked at Ning Fan's residence with shock and confusion. In the vast sky, the flame giant was stepping on layers of fire clouds. His eyes were empty as he coldly stared at Ning Fan's direction and spoke in a shaky tone. My name is Jihua. Cultivator Ning Fan has killed too many people and violated the harmony of the heavenly Tao. He cannot be forgiven. I will summon fire on behalf of the heavenly Tao and punish you in the rain immortal world. As soon as the giant's voice fell, all the fire clouds suddenly trembled and countless heavenly fire meteors fell from the sky, crashing towards Ning Fan's house. Inside the house, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised. Tao Guardian. I, Ning Fan, have actually attracted the heavenly Tao to kill me just because I broke through to the void refinement realm. Is this the price I have to pay for killing too many people in my life? In my life, I have killed people like scything flax. The corpses I stepped on were like carps in the river. The sea of blood I bathed in was like the pouring rain from the sky. However, I have a clear conscience after going on a rampage in this world. Even though I have killed too many people, I have never lost my original heart. The heavenly Tao wants to kill me, but I refuse to accept it. I am unwilling to bow my head and wait for death. The only way is to fight against the heavenly Tao to survive. All of a sudden, Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and directly broke out of the house, soaring into the sky. His body was surrounded by cold rainwater. The sky was filled with the terrifying tribulation clouds of the fire tribulation. They were densely packed and countless. Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and met the eyes of the fire giant who was called Jihua. This giant was not a living person. It was just a puppet. However, this puppet had a terrifying cultivation base that was comparable to the void fragmentation realm. It was just too terrifying. Facing the fiery meteors that were falling from the sky, Ning Fan suddenly moved his fingers at lightning speed. Layers of halo spread out and fire vortexes appeared in the sky out of nowhere. He was clearly using the fire-plucking technique. The balls of heavenly tribulation flames were absorbed into the steel of sun and moon. The layers of tribulation clouds of the fire tribulation were forcibly taken away by Ning Fan. Seeing that the fire tribulation could not hurt Ning Fan, the fire giant remained silent. All of a sudden, it raised its hand and pointed at Ning Fan. Its void fragmentation realm aura force suddenly dispersed. The heavenly Tao will be the cauldron and you will be the pill. Refine. All of a sudden, flames that seemed to be real and illusory at the same time enveloped Ning Fan, turning him into a gigantic pill cauldron that was made of flames. Ning Fan was trapped inside the pill cauldron and was being burned by the void flames. He felt like he was really being burned by the giant like a pill. Those who go against the heavenly Tao deserve to die. Those who go against the harmony of the heavenly Tao can only die. Giant Jihua said coldly. Inside the pill cauldron, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. It's just a mere giant puppet. Is it addicted to torturing me, since it's just a puppet? Should I capture it? The life imprisoning technique specialized in dealing with all kinds of puppets. Even though this technique alone could not subdue a void fragmentation realm puppet, if I use this technique to launch a sneak attack with Luo Yu's help, would it be possible to capture a void fragmentation realm puppet? What Ning Fan was thinking about was the possibility of capturing the giant puppet. As for Giant Jihua's illustrious identity as the messenger of the heavenly Tao, it was not within his scope of consideration. Little Yu I want to capture that giant puppet. Can you help me calculate the probability of success? Are you crazy? It's a Tao guardian. Even Luo Yu, who had always been calm, was shocked by Ning Fan's plan. Will I offend anyone if I capture it? Ning Fan was only considering the possibility and the consequences. No. You will only offend the heavenly Tao of the first ring of the lower world. From then on, the heavenly tribulations will be crueler than the previous one. Sooner or later, you will be struck to death by the heavenly tribulations during your tribulation transcendence. It doesn't matter if there are more heavenly tribulations. My heavenly tribulations are already very cruel. I'm not afraid of being even more cruel. This giant wants to kill me. It's impossible for me to sit still and wait for my death. I might as well capture it and be done with it. If you want to obtain a void fragmentation realm puppet, you will have to pay a price, right? Sacrificing the heavenly tribulations in the future in exchange for a void fragmentation realm puppet isn't a bad deal. Do you really want to capture it? The heavenly tribulations in the future will become even more terrifying. Luo Yu understood that Ning Fan had already made up his mind. Thus, she did not bother to persuade him anymore. She was not a timid person in the first place. At first, she was just frightened by Ning Fan's audacious idea. She was a dignified true immortal. Naturally, she would not be afraid of a void fragmentation realm Tao guardian or a mere heavenly Tao of the first ring. I just want to know what are the chances of success if you help me. If the chances are too small, then forget it. Even though Ning Fan was trapped in the flame pill cauldron, his mind was rapidly planning his grand plan to capture the giant. He had been cultivating the devil path and had killed too many people. Finally, he was facing the wrath of the heavens. Unfortunately, he was not a weakling who would willingly submit to death. The old devil did not teach him anything. However, he imparted to him the domineering devil Tao. If the old devil was here, he would certainly be overjoyed to capture the heavenly Tao giant with Ning Fan. The old devil was also a lawless person. If I capture this giant, I can get a void fragmentation realm puppet. However, I have to get out of this flame pill cauldron first. Ning Fan looked around. The temperature of the flames in the gigantic pill cauldron he was in was extremely high. Even with the protection of the steel of sun and moon, he could not withstand the power of the flames. When he tried to use the fire-plucking technique, he actually could not restrain the flames of the pill cauldron with the steel of sun and moon. The flames contained some ancient runes. It was because of these runes that the flames could not be devoured by the steel of sun and moon. The flame magic technique that this giant puppet used was really not simple. It was indeed worthy of being the messenger of the heavenly Tao. How should I break the trap of this cauldron? Just as Ning Fan's voice fell, a scorching wave of fire suddenly rushed towards him, drowning him. The wave of fire turned into the form of a gigantic Qilin beast. It breathed out waves of heat with an extremely majestic aura, rampaging in the cauldron. In the outside world, the flame giant stopped making hand seals and said coldly, "I have already used the Qilin technique. He must die, hee hee. He is my good brother. I can't let you kill him so easily." A faint teasing laughter spread in the sea of Qilin flames. However, it carried a hint of coldness. Even the puppet messenger of the first ring of the heavenly Tao would not be able to harm Ning Fan in front of her. Ning Fan died at the age of 500 years. Alright, he did not die. He just wanted to capture a giant to play with. P.S. The first ring of the heavenly Tao is the weakest heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao above the four heavens is the second ring of the heavenly Tao. If you offend the heavenly Tao of the lower world, the heavenly Tao of the upper world will not bear a grudge. To be continued. Ning Fan was trapped inside the heavenly tribulation flame cauldron. Clusters of flames in the form of Qilins engulfed him. Runes interweaved with one another and the great Tao was suppressing him. He swung his fists again and again, trying to disperse the sea of flames. However, even with the help of the steel of sun and moon's fire restraining divine ability, he still couldn't disperse the sea of flames. At most, he could only protect himself. The ancient runes that merged with the sea of flames were too powerful. It increased the power of the void flames to a terrifying level, making it difficult for Ning Fan to move an inch in the sea of flames. This was the fire tribulation that the Tao Guardian personally sent down. Ordinary void glimpse stage cultivators would definitely die in the tribulation cauldron. It was already very rare for Ning Fan to be able to temporarily protect himself in the sea of flames. Ning Fan was surrounded by a sea of fire in all directions. He could not get out of the sea of fire nor could he break the furnace, let alone escape. Naturally, he could not carry out his plan to capture giant Jihua. He carefully walked through the sea of fire, but wherever he went, the sea of fire would burn him, not giving him a chance to escape. Roar! Within the sea of fire, clusters of crimson flames suddenly turned into hundreds and thousands of fire Qilins. All of them charged at Ning Fan while letting out furious roars. Ning Fan immediately stopped in his tracks. His essence Qi filled his body and he swung his fists. His attacks were as fast as lightning, killing the fire Qilins one after another. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked by how difficult it was to deal with these fire Qilins. These fire Qilins were made of fire and each of them was above the soul formation level. Ning Fan continued to kill the fire Qilins. Each time a fire Qilin was killed, it would scatter into balls of flames at first. However, a moment later, the flames would condense into the shape of a beast again and turn into a Qilin to attack him again. Ning Fan was unable to completely kill any of the fire Qilins. His magic power and essence Qi were being depleted rapidly after each attack. This furnace is the heavenly tribulation furnace summoned by giant Jihua. It contains the 8 trigrams, and as long as the 8 trigrams aren't destroyed, the tribulation furnace won't shatter. The flames within the furnace were tribulation flames. Giant Jihua had fused ancient runes into these flames. As long as the runes were not destroyed, the flames would not be extinguished. The giant then used the Qilin technique, turning the flames into a Qilin to attack you. It didn't aim to kill you in one fell swoop, but rather to exhaust your magic power so that you would be buried in the tribulation fire. I have to leave the tribulation cauldron as soon as possible. I can't waste my magic power with these fire Qilins. The arrangement of the sea of fire in this furnace is in accordance with the yin-yang 8 trigrams formation. Even I can't see through the mysteries of this grand formation. You must be careful. If you take a wrong step in the sea of fire, you will be turned into ashes even with the protection of the steel of sun and moon. Luo Yu reminded from within the yin-yang locket. Ning Fan nodded. He also understood that he would not be able to break the tribulation cauldron and tribulation fire by force. Activating the power of the heart array, his eyes intertwined with the array patterns, gradually seeing through the hidden array in the sea of fire. Although the sea of fire looked messy, there was actually an array formation hidden within. On the 8 walls of the furnace of tribulation, there were 8 trigrams Tao talismans. Hidden in them were Qian, Can, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, Dui, and other 8 trigrams. Unless the 8 trigrams were broken, the furnace of tribulation would not shatter. Li represented the fire trigram, and the Li position had the strongest fire power. Sun represented the wind trigram. There was wind in the Sun position, but there was no fire. However, it stirred up countless fiery smoke that could blind a void-glimpsed stage cultivator's eyes. Ken was the water hexagram. Water and fire were incompatible. This position was the weakest part of the Sea of Fire, so it was guarded by the most fire Xianxia. After dispersing the heart formation pattern, with a single thought, why not charge out of the Sea of Fire from the Ken position? As long as Ning Fan gets close to the wall of the cauldron, he would activate all of his magic power to attack the Ken position. He was confident that he could destroy the cauldron in one go. Ning Fan stepped on the profound formation without making a single wrong step in the Sea of Fire. Even Luo Yu would not be able to match his level of attainment in formations. Those fire Qians seemed to have seen through Ning Fan's intention. They roared and rushed towards him, trying to stop him from approaching the wall of the Ken position. Ning Fan did not show them any mercy. He opened his mouth and breathed out balls of black devil flames, turning them into thousands of black butterflies. All of them flew towards the fire Qians and perished together with them. Stepping on the corpses of the fire Qians and the ashes of the butterflies, Ning Fan approached the Ken position of the cauldron step by step. Then, he mercilessly slammed his palm on the Ken position. All of a sudden, 108 layers of palm imprints combined into one and heavily struck the wall of the cauldron, shattering the Tao talisman of the Ken trigram. The entire cauldron began to shake violently. A huge crack appeared on one of the walls of the cauldron. Then, the entire cauldron began to tremble and break into pieces. Giant Jihua, who had a pair of hollow eyes, firmly believed that he had already killed Ning Fan. However, he did not expect that the heavenly tribulation cauldron he summoned would be destroyed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. Impossible. The giant could not believe the scene in front of him. He watched helplessly as Ning Fan stepped on countless layers of fire waves and soared into the sky, charging towards him with intense killing intent. He waved his palm, as if he was ready to cast the fire tribulation to trap Ning Fan again. This time, however, Ning Fan did not give him the chance to do so. He performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and his eyes suddenly became indifferent and dignified. He stared at the giant coldly and suddenly pointed a finger at him, displaying the heaven sealing technique. Seal. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it was absolutely impossible for him to seal the giant with just a finger. However, Ning Fan's unyielding belief was integrated into this finger attack. He did not hope to seal the giant in place. Instead, he just hoped to stop the giant from summoning the heavenly tribulation again. As Ning Fan pointed his finger at the giant, traces of bloodlines suddenly spread out from his body and bound his arm tightly. The giant let out a furious roar. He exerted force on his arm and broke all the bloodlines, breaking free from the heaven sealing technique. Even though the giant was not sealed in place, he did not have the time to summon the second round of heavenly tribulation because he was stopped by the heaven sealing technique. The heaven sealing technique was forcefully broken. Blood flowed out from Ning Fan's 7 orifices and his eyes looked like those of a deranged devil. He did not even bother to wipe the blood off his face. Instead, he coldly charged at the giant and displayed the second technique. He closed his right eye and only opened his left eye. All of a sudden, a black crescent moon appeared in his left eye. This was the first time Ning Fan used the life-imprisoning technique with his unrivaled void inquiry stage strength. This was the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heavens morning technique. He sacrificed his own life force and lifespan to seal the life of the puppet. In the past, when he was in the Lost World Tower, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low and he did not have much lifespan left. Thus, he could not seal a large number of Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. However, right now, there was only one spiritual puppet that Ning Fan needed to face. Moreover, his cultivation base was no longer the same as before and his lifespan was limitless. This giant wanted to summon the heavenly tribulation to kill Ning Fan. Therefore, Ning Fan did not hesitate to capture the giant and make him his slave. Meeting Ning Fan's cold and dignified eyes and the black crescent moon in his left eye, it was the first time Giant Jihua felt a sense of extreme danger from Ning Fan. What a terrifying gaze it was. It was as if he was above all spiritual puppets. It was as if he was standing at the peak of all living beings. It was as if the person standing in front of Giant Jihua was not Ning Fan but the ancestral emperor of the Northern Heaven who used to control all the spiritual puppets in the world. Fear, as the messenger of the heavenly Tao, Giant Jihua actually felt a hint of fear towards Ning Fan. He had an intuition that he must not let Ning Fan get close to him. He must not let Ning Fan display the complete crescent moon technique. Otherwise, even if he was a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet and his cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan, he would still be in danger. He opened his mouth wide and breathed out dark red void fire that blotted out the sky. The fire condensed into a gigantic flaming mountain. The light of the flames covered the entire sky within a million li asterisk, 500 m per li, and it suddenly pressed down on Ning Fan. The gigantic mountain was infused with all of Giant Jihua's magic power. Even a void fragmentation realm expert would be severely injured if they are hit by it. Luo Yu originally wanted to help Ning Fan get rid of this gigantic mountain, but she was rejected by him. In the past, when Ning Fan was at the nascent soul realm, he was able to capture the divine transformation realm stone soldier. Now that his magic power was about to break through to the void glimpse stage and his ancient devil cultivation base had reached the mid-reckless devil realm, it was not impossible for him to capture a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet. If he were to borrow Luo Yu's magic power, even if he managed to capture Giant Jihua, he would definitely suffer a severe backlash that would injure him for several months. He didn't want to spend that time recuperating. He stared at the flame giant and suddenly patted his storage pouch. He took out 3 void fragmentation realm jade slips and crushed them without any hesitation. As the 3 void fragmentation realm jade slips shattered, 3 giant shadows of the Mist Horn tribe's ancestor appeared in the sky all of a sudden. All of them swung their gigantic fists at the blazing mountain. Boom! 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 Giant Jihua's full-powered attack was no small matter. A void fragmentation realm jade slip alone would certainly not be able to stop that huge mountain. However, when the 3 jade slips were used at the same time and the 3 giants attacked at the same time, the flame giant was instantly smashed into pieces. After one strike, the 3 giant phantoms all disappeared. Giant Jihua's eyes widened in shock. He could not imagine that his full-powered attack would be blocked by Ning Fan. The gigantic mountain crumbled into clusters of remnant flames and flew towards Ning Fan, trying to stop him from advancing. Ning Fan's right eye was tightly shut while his left eye flashed with a cold light. A black crescent moon was about to emerge from his body. He fearlessly dashed towards the remnant flames. Chi! 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 The remnant flames were also infused with ancient runes, making them extremely terrifying. In just an instant, they burned Ning Fan's physical body into ashes. Before Giant Jihua could feel relieved after killing Ning Fan, he suddenly saw countless black shadows spreading across the sky. They turned into thousands of black butterflies that danced in the air. The butterflies merged into one. Ning Fan, who was dressed in black robes, reappeared in front of the giant with his black hair fluttering wildly in the wind. No matter how the remnant flames burned him into ashes time and time again, he still had that unyielding obsession that even the messenger of the heavenly Tao could not erase. Incarnation technique. Giant Jihua was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was as if the black-robed young man in front of him was not a human but a black butterfly. This butterfly was filled with crazy obsession. Even if its wings were to be burned to ashes, even if its Tao and life were to perish, it still wanted to protect the obsession in its heart from reincarnation. I won't regret even if I turn into ashes. I will use my butterfly to defy reincarnation. The giant's aura force weakened and he instinctively took half a step back. At this moment, Ning Fan had already passed through the remnant flames and appeared in front of the giant. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Ning Fan was madly sacrificing his lifespan in order to maximize the power of the life imprisoning technique. He sacrificed 50,000 years of lifespan in one go. At this moment, the black crescent moon in his left eye was dazzling, giving Giant Jihua a feeling that he was invincible. Puppets of the 100 million worlds, none of you can take my life. All of you will become my life imprisoning technique. Morning technique, life imprisoning technique. I will imprison your life with a single finger. The black crescent moon in Ning Fan's left eye shone brightly. At this moment, Giant Jihua stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. He felt that all of his puppet techniques were going to be destroyed under Ning Fan's cold gaze. He could not even muster up the will to resist. Thousands of black crescent moon marks appeared densely on the giant's body. It was completely different from Stone Warrior, who only had a single moon mark. After being implanted with the black moon mark, Giant Jihua felt a chill in his heart. To his shock, he realized that his life and death were actually controlled by the moon mark and he had become Ning Fan's slave puppet. He could no longer disobey Ning Fan's orders, he was a dignified void fragmentation realm puppet, the messenger of the heavenly Tao who sent down the tribulation. How could he submit to a cultivator from the mortal world? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He roared furiously and tried his best to resist. However, he could not break free from the restraint of the moon mark and lost control of his body. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. All of a sudden, he leaped into the air and stood on the top of the giant's skull. Then, he squatted down and waved his hand to activate his memory power, erasing all of the puppet's memories. As the messenger of the heavenly Tao, the giant naturally had spiritual intelligence and memories. After erasing these memories, this giant would only submit to Ning Fan from now on. Jihua, greets my lord. The giant knelt on the fiery clouds and bowed respectfully to Ning Fan. What? A void fragmentation realm Tao Guardian actually submitted to Marquis White Robe? What exactly happened? One of the cultivators of the Sword Island was astonished. We don't know. We don't know. However, if this matter spreads, it will certainly cause an unimaginable sensation in the Rain World. A cultivator of the Pill Island said in shock. Ning Fan leaped down from the giant's skull and stood tall in the sky. He pointed a finger at giant Jihua and the giant turned into a fiery red puppet the size of a palm. Then, he kept the puppet into his storage pouch. Looking at the countless cultivators below, Xianxia sighed slightly. The scene of subduing giant Jihua was simply too shocking. Perhaps he would have to use his state of memory to erase the memories of most of the cultivators. I didn't expect you to really subdue this giant puppet, but in this way, you have completely offended the heavenly Tao of the lower realm. The heavenly Tao abided by the laws of the heavens and could not casually send a tribulation to retaliate against cultivators. The heavenly Tao will not plot against you, but when you break through in the future, the heavenly Tao will send down an unimaginably terrifying heavenly tribulation. Perhaps when you break through to the void inquiry stage, the heavenly Tao will send down a void fragmentation realm heavenly tribulation to toy with you to death. Hopefully, you can withstand that level of heavenly tribulation. In the profounding world, Luo Yu clicked her tongue and sighed with a teasing tone. Offending the heavenly Tao. If that's the case, I'll have to be extra careful when I make a breakthrough in the future and prepare a large number of magical treasures and spiritual herbs for the tribulation? Ning Fan smiled disapprovingly. Even if the heavenly Tao would send down a void fragmentation realm heavenly tribulation on the day he breaks through to the void inquiry stage, he would accept it. In order to obtain a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet, one must always pay a price, right? Today, with this void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet, Ning Fan's safety factor increased exponentially. Borrowing Luo Yu's magic power would cause him to suffer a severe backlash for a few months. However, there would not be any backlash when he controls the spiritual puppet to kill his enemies. Next, I'll break through to the void glimpse stage in one go. Ning Fan looked at the tribulation flames that were dispersing in all directions and calmed his mind. Then, he sorted out his comprehension of the void, touched the bottleneck of the void glimpse stage and broke through it. At this moment, his magic power and aura force broke through to the void glimpse stage. His magic power skyrocketed, almost reaching 1.5 million units, magic power, 1.5 million units. Early void refinement realm. Essence Chi, 9 million units. Mid-reckless devil realm, the sum of his magic power and essence Chi had already exceeded 10 million units. Even an ordinary void pure stage cultivator would only have 10 million units of magic power. Next, let's get down to business. Ning Fan released the power of his memory intent realm and swept across countless cultivators. Other than Venerated Sword and a few other cultivators whose memories were not erased, the rest of the low-grade cultivators had their memories erased. I'll keep the existence of Giant Jihua a secret for now and keep it as my trump card. If there are more Tao Guardians to send tribulations to me during the next heavenly tribulation, he would not mind capturing a few more heavenly Tao puppets. To be continued. In the Giant Devil clan, all the low-grade cultivators who had seen Giant Jihua had their memories erased for one day. With the help of the power of memory, Ning Fan did not hurt the sea of consciousness of these cultivators. He just made them faint for a day. When they woke up on the second day, none of the low-level cultivators remembered that Ning Fan had broken through to the void glimpse stage and subdued giant Xihua. Naturally, the memories of Patriarch Dong Su and the others were not erased. They were all people worth befriending and trustworthy. There was no need to erase their memories. Ning Fan discussed with the four venerated beings for a long time. He left behind the comprehension and experience of the void realm for them to attain the void glimpse stage. He also left behind quite a lot of magic treasures and pills for the four venerated beings as compensation for their casualties in the battle of the 100+ sections. Then, he personally removed the slave mark from the giant demon clan and didn't plant a slave mark on himself. Ning Fan's actions had won the favor of the four venerated beings and their friendship deepened. After that, he entered the Xianxia world and went into seclusion inside the dark golden pagoda to stabilize his void glimpse stage cultivation base. When his realm completely stabilized, a month had already passed. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years in the dark gold pagoda. He did not leave the pagoda immediately. Instead, he took out the world-creating stone, the Arctic flame and the corpse of the giant ape from his storage pouch. The Arctic flame was an earth-vein demonic flame that was ranked 5th. After all, the giant ape was a void fragmentation realm ferocious beast. The blood from its corpse could be used to brew blood wine. As for the world creation stone, Ning Fan had never expected that he would obtain a world-creating stone in the sovereign tomb. It was a hard black stone the size of a fingernail. Just such a small piece of world creation stone was enough to create a small world. Its value was naturally immeasurable. Ning Fan removed the cauldron ring on his wrist. He was determined to refine the world-creating stone into the cauldron ring and upgrade the heavenly dwelling space in the cauldron ring into a small kiliacosm. After the upgrade, the cauldron ring could form a world of its own. Even Ning Fan could enter the cauldron world to cultivate and visit those human cauldrons. Cauldron world that belongs to me. It was his first time using the world creation stone to refine a small kiliacosm cosmos treasure. In order to prevent the refinement from failing and damaging the cauldrons, Ning Fan temporarily released all the cauldrons and left them inside the dark golden pagoda to cultivate. He sat alone on the 7th floor and began to raise the grade of his cauldron ring. He sat there for 10 years. To the outside world, only 2 months had passed. Ning Fan kept all the human cauldrons back into his cauldron ring. Inside the cauldron ring, there were countless layers of red misty spaces. With the power of the world creation stone, Ning Fan refined a world. The current cauldron world only had one boundary, but this boundary was so big that it was almost half the size of the Reign Immortal world. There were mountains and rivers in the realm. Some of them were the original mountains and rivers in the cauldron ring and some were the earth veins that Ning Fan absorbed from the outside world. There were countless palaces built in the cauldron world. There were palaces for the cauldrons to cultivate, there were palaces for refining pills and weapons, there were also palaces for prisoners to repent. Bing Ling and Yu Ling had not seen him for a very long time. Their hearts were filled with longing for him. All of the female guards of the Ning family had an affair with Ning Fan. Many of them missed him. Of course, there were also restless people like the red-haired female devil who was the flower demon and the captured ancestor of the giant demon clan, Bai Tong. "You've injured me. The mistress will never forgive you." The red-haired demoness called 431 shouted. "Zhou Ming. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, King Ju Lu will certainly not let you go." Old ancestor Bai Tong shouted angrily. Ning Fan did not plan to subdue these two women who were hard to tame at all. In front of old ancestor Bai Tong, he told her about how he returned to his original name and how he was conferred the title of Marquis White Robe, shocking countless young ladies. As for old ancestor Bai Tong, who was arrogant just now, she was immediately scared stiff when she heard that Ning Fan had eliminated King Ju Lu. What do you want to do to me?" Bai Tong was scared. "Nothing much. I just want to pluck you." Ning Fan sneered. He did not show any mercy to Bai Tong. He directly plucked her cultivation base to the harmonious spirit realm and handed her to the female guards of the Ning family to be imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance. From then on, the obedient human cauldrons that Ning Fan captured would be incorporated into the female guards while the disobedient ones would be imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance. The Wind Lady and the Tea Lady, who had not seen each other for many years, felt that Ning Fan was unreachable and they could only look up to him when they saw him again. In the past, when the two of them became enemies with Ning Fan, he was just a harmonious spirit realm junior. Today, Ning Fan was already a void refinement realm cultivator whose name shook the entire rain world. His high status was not something they could imagine at all, which made them feel a little inferior. Bing Ling and Yu Ling, on the other hand, did not feel so inferior. Many years ago, they had already noticed how extraordinary Ning Fan was. They had always believed that Ning Fan was destined to soar in the 9 heavens. They did not have any other thoughts. They just wanted to be Ning Fan's maidservants for the rest of their lives. That was enough for them. Nailanzi leaned against a green peach tree. She lowered her eyes and looked at Ning Fan with a self-mocking expression. In the past, she was still the dignified concubine Z who was high and mighty and looked down on Ning Fan. However, just how many years had passed and Ning Fan had actually broken through to the void refinement realm, becoming an existence that Nailanzi had to look up to. I shouldn't have become enemies with him in the past. Now, it's already too late to think about these things. She smiled bitterly. Gu Xianxia, the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan, stroked the hair on her temples and looked at Ning Fan gratefully. I didn't expect him to actually kill Marquis Yu and raise the Ghost Eye clan to the ground. The grudge between me and the Ghost Eye clan has ended just like that. Father, mother, she scooped up some soil and used it as an incense stick to worship her family members. She silently swore in her heart that she would follow Ning Fan for the rest of her life and never betray him. Ning Fan left behind a large number of pills and ancient records of cultivation methods for the female guards. He also engaged in dual cultivation with some of them to help them break through their bottlenecks. After that, he left the cauldron world in a flash. He returned to the outside world and bid farewell to old ancestor Dong Su and the others. This time, he was really going to lead the internal endless sea. Su Qiuling, Feng Shuiyan, Yu Lingkong, Su Yan, Fen Qi. He wanted to bring these women along with him. They could no longer stay in the endless sea, which was a dangerous place. These women were temporarily kept in the cauldron world by Ning Fan to help him build this brand new kiliacosm. Feng Shuiyan, Su Yan, Fen Qi, Gu Xianxia. The devil concubines of the 4 great devil clans had all submitted to Ning Fan. With these 4 women around, it would be easy for the human cauldrons to cultivate body techniques and inscribe devil marks in the future. Luo Yu had already woken up. Ning Fan had also captured a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet. Now that he had returned to Yu country, he would certainly be able to build a great force with a void fragmentation realm expert to protect his women from any harm. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes and holding a blood-red umbrella, disappeared into the wind and snow of the giant devil clan. This time, he was really going to leave. In the wind and snow, only old ancestor Dong Su and the others quietly sent him off. Ning Fan did not know that at the moment when he left the giant devil clan, a lady in red robes was hiding in the wind and snow and secretly watching him. Goodbye. Hong Yi's cold blood-red eyes were filled with a hint of a sigh. Her beneficial relationship with Ning Fan had already ended. It was really strange that someone as cold as her actually felt a little reluctant to part with him. 1 month later, a young man in white robes suddenly appeared on the Divine Space Island. He took away the blood wine gourd and kept the blood of a void fragmentation realm giant ape into the gourd. Another month later, a young man in white robes appeared on the Punglai Immortal Island in the external endless sea and took away a lady named Yalan. What made the young man feel regretful was that Bei Xiaoman had already returned to the Northern Heaven Immortal World. 3 days later, a major event happened on the Green Jade Immortal Island which alarmed many experts. The vice-sect master of the Green Jade sect, Xianxia, had officially ascended to the Southern Heaven Immortal World under the invitation of the Purple Mansion Academy. When the experts of the Purple Mansion Academy opened the passage of the World Passage, countless cultivators of the Rain World were envious of Xianxia. They envied her for having the qualification to ascend to the 4 Heavens Immortal World. At the moment when she stepped into the passage of the World Passage, Xianxia suddenly looked back with a smile and said softly, "Please take care of yourself. I will wait for you." No one knew who she was smiling at. Only Xianxia's good sister, Su Yao, knew that she was smiling at a young man in white robes. That young man was the most important person to Xianxia. He was 10,000 times more precious than her life and the righteous path, after Xianxia ascended, the young man in white robes took away the entire green jade immortal island. 10 days later, a young man in white robes arrived at the Pleasure Devil Island. He left behind a large amount of magic treasures and pills for Su Russian and took away a beautiful mortal woman named Bai Su from Gusu City. After a long time, the young man in white robes never appeared in the Endless Sea again. He had left. Marquis White Robe's ferocious name shook the world, but no one knew where he had gone. In the Edo city of Ying country, which was connected to the Endless Sea, Ning Fan held a blood-red umbrella and quietly walked past the bustling scenes, walking towards the peace in his heart. His pace was not fast, but every step he took was like a ghost that could cross countless distances. With just a few dozen steps, he had already crossed the millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, of Ying country and left the country. The cultivators of Ying country who were guarding the country-locking grand formation only saw the figure of a young man in white robes flash past them, and they never saw him again. The young man in white robes actually went through the country-locking grand formation, which even divine transformation realm cultivators could not pass through easily. Who is this person? He can actually pass through our country's country-locking grand formation. Could he be a legendary void refinement realm old monster? Each of the cultivators who were guarding the formation was shocked. In the past, Ning Fan's route to the Endless Sea was all the way to the north. He used the teleportation formation in Great Jin to head to the Endless Sea. Now, Ning Fan's speed was extraordinary. With his current speed, he could cross 200,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, with a single step. He could cross a low-grade cultivation country with just 2 to 3 steps. After returning from the Endless Sea, he traveled all the way to the west without stopping to rest. He had crossed more than 10 cultivation countries. Even when he was passing through Wu country, he did not stop for even half a step. He was worried about his hometown Xianxia. He had been wandering around for too long and he was starting to miss his home. In the eastern region of Yu country, outside the country-locking grand formation, the sky had already turned dark. A group of vein-opening realm cultivators of the Purple Light sect was guarding the border of the formation light between Yu country and Wu country. However, they did not dare to be careless. This place was exactly the route that the Heavenly Tao sect used to invade Yu country in the past. Ever since the battle between the Devil Race and Yu country, the Purple Light sect had tightened the security of this place. Even if some old monsters who had been famous for a long time wanted to pass through this place, they would have to go through a strict inspection before they were allowed to pass through. This was to prevent any terrifying devils from endangering the security of Yu country. This group of vein-opening realm cultivators of the Purple Light sect were checking the cultivators of Wu country who were passing by. Suddenly, they saw a white-robed young man who was holding a blood-red umbrella walking towards them slowly. That young man's pace did not seem to be fast. However, with just a single step, he turned into an unimaginable ray of light and disappeared without a trace. He directly passed through the country-locking grand formation and entered Yu country. Each of the cultivators of the Purple Light sect and the passing cultivators were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying ray of light in their lives. Who is this person? Could he be a peerless devil from Wu country? Could it be that he has entered our country to start a massacre? A young disciple of the Purple Light sect was almost scared to death. Idiots! You guys don't even know that lord? It's him. He has returned. In a pagoda 10 li away from them, a harmonious spirit realm elder of the Purple Light sect hurriedly flew out. His face was filled with surprise and joy. Elder Su, who is that person? Another young disciple asked. It's not strange that you guys don't know that person. After all, your bone age is less than 20 years old. As for that lord, he has already left Yu country for tens of years. He has returned. With him around, Great Jin's plan of annexing our country and the other 11 countries will never be realized. The crisis of our Purple Light sect's destruction will never happen again. Elder Su laughed excitedly. In 7 Apricot City, the wind and snow were fluttering. Jiha stood quietly outside the city, waiting for someone to return. Ever since she received the news that Ning Fan was conferred the title of Marquis White Robe, Jiha often stood outside 7 Apricot City, waiting for Ning Fan's return. Marquis White Robe's reputation had spread across the Rain World. However, not many people in Yu country would associate Marquis White Robe with the young lord of 7 Apricot City. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the young lord of 7 Apricot City was named Ning Fan and Marquis White Robe was also named Ning Fan. However, these two Ning Fans were certainly not the same person. After all, the disparity between their cultivation bases was too great. Most likely, they were just people with the same name. However, Xianxia firmly believed that Marquis White Robe, whose name shook the world, was her big brother Fan whom she had been waiting for a long time. City Lord Xianxia, young Lord Ning Fan won't come back. You don't have to wait anymore. One of the maidservants advised. That's right. Sect Master Lan of the Sinister Sparrow sect has invited City Lord to Song Country 10 days later to participate in the Song Country's general meeting and meet the King of Great Jin. City Lord still needs to take care of your body. Don't tire yourself out too much. Another maidservant advised. It's all right. I'm willing to wait for him. I'm willing. He will come back. He will definitely come back. Even though I don't know how long I have to wait for him, I know that he will certainly come back. Xianxia smiled stubbornly. The sky gradually turned dark. The wind and snow were still as strong as ever. Her beloved had yet to return. Xianxia sighed inwardly. She wore a slightly disappointed look and turned around to return to 7 Apricot City. At this moment, the sound of wind chimes could be heard in the midst of the falling snowflakes. That sound sounded like wind chimes. However, it was not the sound of wind chimes. Instead, it was the clear and melodious sound of the wind blowing on the stamens of the lily of the valley. A trace of the breath that haunted her dreams entered her nose, causing her to be rooted to the ground, unable to move a single step. She wanted to turn her head to have a look but she did not dare to do so. Her pure eyes suddenly became moist. She was not sure if it was him who had returned. Why are you crying? Who is wronged, my Miss Xianxia? I have brought you the lily of the valley that you wanted. Don't you want to have a look? Ning Fan smiled. He was holding a pot of lily of the valley in one hand and a blood umbrella in the other, shielding Xianxia from the wind and snow above her head. Big brother Fan. Is it you? I'm not dreaming. Xianxia turned around and looked at the man who had the same smile as before. Her nose felt sour. It's him. It's him. He really came back. This happiness came so suddenly that it made her suspect that this was just a wet dream that she had been thinking about day and night. You've grown taller. Ning Fan looked at Xianxia's tears and felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife. He kept the blood umbrella and the lily of the valley and hugged Xianxia tightly, wishing that he could melt the lady in front of him into his blood. They had reunited after 40 years. When he saw that she was still safe and sound, there was nothing in the world that could be happier than this. When he saw her crying after 40 years, he could not calm down no matter how hard he tried. I'm back. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ning Fan smiled gently. At the next moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp cold light. I heard that Great Jin wants to annex you country. I also heard that King Jin had sent people to threaten you. On the way home, Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and heard many rumors. One of them was about Great Jin's intention to annex the 11 neighboring countries. King Jin had even sent many cultivators of Great Jin to threaten the sects of other countries to submit to him. Rumor has it that King Jin had broken through to the spirit-severing realm and intended to expand his territory and annex several countries, upgrading Great Jin from a mid-grade cultivation country to a high-grade cultivation country. Rumor has it that King Jin had sent people to Yu country several times to threaten the sects of Yu country to submit to him. 7 Apricot City and Sinister Sparrow sect refused to accept it and many of their disciples were either injured or killed. Given Ning Fan's character, how could he allow others to hurt Xianxia? Big brother Fan, that King Jin is not to be trifled with. He has the support of a branch palace of the Rain Palace. Xianxia began to act foolishly. She had forgotten how strong Ning Fan was according to the information she received. King Jin, huh? I'd like to see what's so difficult about him. Ning Fan's eyes became even colder. In the past, King Jin could bully and humiliate him. Now, he might not even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. With him around, who would dare to annex Yu country? With him around, what is the Great Jin and the branch palace of the Rain Palace? He has returned. To be continued. Ning Fan held Jihe's umbrella and walked through the snowy scenery of Seven Apricot City, returning to the Sifan Palace that he had not seen for a long time. The Alchemy Room, the Plum Manor, the Dugu Sword Tomb. All the sceneries were the same as before, as if nothing had changed. Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled everything that happened in the past. His heart, which had been cold for a long time, gradually warmed up. Jihe was on the verge of breaking through to the Gold Core realm and was about to sever her emotions. She was reluctant to sever her heart devil because it was Ning Fan. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could totally help Jihe form her core without eliminating her heart devil. It would be effortless for him to do so. Thus, it was not a big problem. He did not purposely conceal the news of his return. The 4 clans guarding 7 Apricot City had already received the news. The clan leaders of the 3 clans personally rushed to the outside of Sifan Palace to greet Ning Fan. Only the clan leader of a clan came late. Ning Fan felt that the chi of that clan leader was a little unfamiliar. 7 Apricot 4 families, Wu, Yi, Mo, and Fong. The previous patriarch of Yi family didn't come. Instead, a new patriarch came. Ning Fan stroked Jihe's hair with a sigh in his eyes and asked Jihe, "The patriarch of Yi clan, has he fallen?" "Yes. In the past 40 years, the clan masters of the 4 great clans have reached the bottleneck of the Gold Core realm one after another. The clan masters of the Mo clan, Wu clan and Fong clan have succeeded in forming their Gold Core one after another. Only the clan master of the Yi clan has already failed to form his Gold Core 10 years ago and passed away." Jihe lowered her eyelids. She was a little reluctant and soft-hearted as she was in the past. Failed to form one's core. The affairs of the world are impermanent. Everyone has their own fate. We can't force it. Let's go and meet the patriarchs of the 3 families. Ning Fan sighed. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Life and death were unpredictable. Who could predict whether they would live or die tomorrow? He had been away from the Yu Kingdom for 40 years, and an old friend had fallen. This caused him to sigh endlessly, but there was nothing he could do. He and Jihe walked out of the Sifan Palace. Outside the palace, there were 4 cultivators waiting respectfully. Among the 4 of them, there were 3 early-stage Gold Core cultivators. They were the Wu family's Wu Lan, the Mo family's Mo Rushui, and the Fong family's Fong Nua. The 4th person was the new patriarch of the Yi family. He was an early harmonious spirit youth with a decent aptitude. "Greetings, young lord." The 4 of them saluted at the same time, wanting to kowtow to Ning Fan. "No need to stand on ceremony. We haven't seen each other for many years. How have you been?" Ning Fan smiled faintly. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew towards the 4 of them. Their bodies seemed to have been frozen in place. None of them was able to kneel down. The harmonious spirit realm expert of the Yi clan was shocked. He was surprised that Ning Fan was so powerful that he could not kneel down with just a flick of his sleeve. The hearts of the 3 Golden Core realm cultivators were in turmoil. They were Gold Core cultivators after all, but they couldn't even resist the magical power of a flick of Ning Fan's sleeve. What was Ning Fan's current cultivation base? Just a flick of his sleeve could immobilize 3 Gold Core cultivators? The trio had also heard of Marquis White Robe's great name, but none of them thought that the 7 Apricot young lord and Marquis White Robe were the same person. The 3 of them spread out their spirit sense, trying to find out Ning Fan's current cultivation base. Scanning Ning Fan with their divine sense, the 3 of them turned pale with fright. They felt that the person standing in front of them was not the young lord of the 7 Apricot City, but an insurmountable mountain. That heavy aura made it hard for the 3 of them to breathe. Young lord's cultivation has reached such a high level. Could it be? Young lord has already broken through to the nascent soul realm? The Mo family's patriarch, Mo Rushui's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. Old ancestor Jingxue of Fire Cloud Sect is an early nascent soul realm cultivator, but he definitely doesn't have the same level of pressure that young lord has. In my opinion, young lord's cultivation base has at least reached mid-nascent soul realm. Wu Lan, the patriarch of Wu family, covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed. No. The young master's cultivation level is definitely higher than the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. 10 years ago, I met a middle-stage nascent soul stage senior. Even that senior did not have such a shocking aura like young masters. The way I see it, young master's cultivation level is at least at the late nascent soul stage. The Fong family's patriarch, Fong Nua, said with certainty. Oh, my God. Our 7 Apricot City's young master is actually a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? The Yi clan's harmonious spirit realm cultivator was stunned. He was still young and was not even born 40 years ago. Thus, he had never seen Ning Fan before. Puff, Jiha mischievously laughed, unable to hold it in any longer. Late nascent soul stage? Why was her big brother Fan only at the late nascent soul stage? Now that Marquis White Robe's name had shaken the world, why didn't anyone notice that he was her big brother Fan? Why didn't anyone guess that her big brother Fan's cultivation base had already broken through to the void refinement realm? Actually, big brother Fan's cultivation base is even higher than the late nascent soul realm. He has already reached. Jiha had a lot of things to say. She wished she could tell the 4 clan leaders about Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Ning Fan, however, stroked her hair and gently pressed his lips against hers, stopping her from speaking. It was not that he did not want to tell them about his true cultivation base. It was also not because he wanted to hide it on purpose. He was just afraid that if he told them about his void refinement realm cultivation base, it would frighten them and ruin the atmosphere of their reunion. Judging from City Lord Jiha's tone, young lord's cultivation base is actually higher than the late nascent soul realm. Could it be that he is a legendary peak nascent soul realm great cultivator? If young lord is a peak nascent soul realm great cultivator, then with young lord's identity, you might be able to make King Jin fearful and solve the crisis of our Yu country. Wu Lan said in surprise. That's right. The reason why the 4 of us came here is to discuss with young lord about the great Jin merger. Mo Rushui held her forehead and immediately reported when she remembered the important matter. Great Jin merger? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. Even though he heard that Great Jin was plotting against Yu country, he did not know the ins and outs of the matter. Mo Rushui and the others immediately told him about the matter. In the past, when Ning Fan passed by Great Jin, King Jin was just a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Not long after Ning Fan left Great Jin, King Jin broke through to the peak nascent soul realm and became a peak nascent soul realm great cultivator. After that, King Jin joined the Serene Heaven Palace, a branch of the Rain Palace, and received the support of the Palace Lord. In just 40 years, he broke through to the early divine transformation realm with the help of a secret technique. As King Jin broke through to the divine transformation realm, the cultivation country of Great Jin skyrocketed from a mid-grade cultivation country to a high-grade cultivation country. Under the instruction of the Serene Heaven Palace, King Jin ordered the 11 neighboring countries to submit to him and sent nascent soul realm experts to threaten the sects of the 11 countries to submit to him. King Jin intended to merge the 11 low-grade and mid-grade cultivation countries into Great Jin's territory. This was the matter of Great Jin merger that had caused a great commotion today. 10 days later, King Jin would hold a meeting for the merger in Song country, which was located in the north of Yu country. That would be the last chance that King Jin would give to all the countries. At that time, if the countries still refused to submit to him, King Jin would massacre all the sects of those countries. The Serene Heaven Palace seems to be the branch palace that the 6th prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Yomu, is guarding. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He did not put King Jin in his eyes at all. Young lord, if you are really a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, please go to Song country and participate in the meeting to support our Yu country. Mo Rushui and the others pleaded. Don't worry. I won't just stand by and watch. Ning Fan nodded his head and agreed to it. After dismissing the clan lords, he turned around and returned to Sifan Palace. He hugged Jiha and went to sleep. Tonight was the first night of their reunion. Surely, they would have some lingering feelings. The next day, Ning Fan left Sifan Palace in the snowstorm and headed to other places in Yu country. Not only did he have old friends in 7 Apricot City, but he also had old friends in other places. He had to meet them eventually. In Ning City, the 3 Black Devil Guards were guarding it. After 40 years, the 3 Black Devil Guards' prestige had shaken Yu country because all the Devil Guards had at least broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. As for the 3 commanders of the 3 Black Devil Guards, their cultivation base was even higher. Even Nanyangzi and Lunanzi's cultivation base had improved tremendously. When Ning Fan quietly appeared in Ning City, no one noticed how he did it. At first, the 3 Black Devil guards turned pale with fright. Countless sounds of whistling arrows could be heard from all directions. However, when the 3 Black Devil guards saw Ning Fan's face clearly, each of them was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Then, it was followed by earth-shattering cheers. Young Lord! Young Lord has returned. The 3 Black Devil guards greet Young Lord. Welcome Young Lord back to you country. Countless devil guards knelt and bowed to Ning Fan. Among the crowd, a few figures who were overjoyed rushed towards Ning Fan. Nangong, Situ, Yuchi, Nanyangzi, and Lunanzi greet Young Lord. Dispense with the formalities. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the crowd. Looking at the familiar faces, his heart gradually warmed up. The commander of the ice guards, Nangong, cultivated both ice and lightning. He had reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and was a famous expert in Yu country. The commander of the sword guards, Situ, emitted an evil sword chi. His cultivation base had reached the late gold core realm. He could even fight against a peak gold core expert. The commander of the apricot guards, Yuchi, still had the same burly appearance as before. He had actually reached the peak gold core realm by relying on a human and beast dual cultivation technique. Nanyangzi was already an intermediate gold core expert. Lunanzi was also an early gold core expert. Yuchi looked at Ning Fan with a silly smile. Behind him was a charming and beautiful woman. Wife, come and greet our young lord. This servant greets young lord. Yuchi's wife respectfully greeted Ning Fan. Ning Fan was slightly startled. After 40 years, Yuchi already had a family. When he looked at the beautiful woman again, Ning Fan almost burst out laughing. This beautiful woman was not a human, but a demon pig. Her original form was a heavenly river pig. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, she was the little pig that Yuchi carried in his arms in the past. This little pig and Yuchi had interbred and cultivated together. She had also broken through the gold core realm and turned into a human. Ning Fan rarely felt happy. This Yuchi was really a funny man. He married a demon pig as his wife. Ning Fan's smile stunned everyone. Then, they all burst into laughter. Their laughter was as carefree as before. However, after laughing, Nangong's eyes turned cold. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan and said, Young lord, since you have returned to Yu country, you should have heard about the merger of Great Jin, right? I wonder what young lord plans to do. When everyone heard Nangong was talking about serious matters, they regained their solemn expression and stood respectfully, waiting for Ning Fan's orders. If Ning Fan ordered them to submit to Great Jin, they had no choice but to do so even if they were unwilling. If Ning Fan ordered them to fight against Great Jin, they were willing to shed their blood in Great Jin even if they were no match for Great Jin. As long as Ning Fan gave an order, they would absolutely obey it. Plans? Is there a need to ask? Great Jin doesn't want to merge countries. I have no interest in it at first. However, King Jin has touched my people. This matter can no longer be settled peacefully. I will have to pay with my life. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. That kind of coldness was the kind of coldness that could only be obtained after going through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When Nangong and the others met Ning Fan's eyes, all of them turned pale with fright. Each of them was a first-rate expert in Yu country. However, they could not withstand the killing intent of Ning Fan's eyes at all. How high is young lord's cultivation base? I can't even muster the will to resist with just a gaze. Nangong was shocked. He had only seen such a cold gaze once in his life. It was the same expression that he saw in old devil's eyes when he met him for the first time. In that gaze, there was a devil might that looked down on the world. No one could compete with it. You guys rest for now. I will bring you to Song country 9 days later. Ning Fan smiled. With a flash of light, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the devil guards of the 3 black devil armies were shocked. What a terrifying light it was. Its speed was beyond their imagination. Could it be that young lord has already broken through to the divine transformation realm? Nangong guessed in shock. From his point of view, only divine transformation realm cultivators in the legends could have such a light. In the Fire Cloud sect, old ancestor Xianxia was sitting under a fire orchid tree, gently feeding medicine to a woman with hollow eyes. It had been more than 30 years since Xianxia left the Endless Sea and returned to Yu country. He became the first nascent soul realm cultivator in Yu country and the strongest expert in the country. The woman in front of him was the only love of his life, Lady Yunhua. When Xianxia was breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he searched everywhere and finally found a way to let Lady Yunhua break free from her puppet body and truly resurrect her. She did not ask for immortality or to rule the world. She just wanted to correct her reflection. He did not forget the promise he made in the past. His dream in this life was not to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm but to resurrect his deceased wife while he was still alive. He had found the way, but he still could not let Lady Yunhua's soul return to her body. In order to let her soul return to her body, he would at least need to break through to the void inquiry stage and borrow the power of the void to return to her soul. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Where could he find a void inquiry stage old monster to let his deceased wife's soul return? He was just a small nascent soul realm cultivator. In the past, he thought that the nascent soul realm was the supreme cultivation level. However, after witnessing the terror of the Endless Sea, he knew that nascent soul realm cultivators were just ants in the eyes of real experts. Yunhua, I will definitely resurrect you while I'm still alive. Trust me. The white-haired old man Xianxia smiled. I trust you. Yunhua smiled faintly like a blooming fire orchid. In another 9 days, I will be heading to Song country to participate in the assembly. I owe him a lot of favors. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay him in this lifetime. Now that he is not in Yu country, I have to protect Yu country for him. No matter what, I cannot let King Jin annex Yu country. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Husband, you must be careful during this trip. Yunhua gently stroked Xianxia's face. Just as the two of them were immersed in their affection, a light cough suddenly came from behind Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. The security of the Fire Cloud sect was extremely tight. Who could actually sneak into the sect without making a sound and escape his detection? Before he could turn his head to look, a hand had already patted his shoulder. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, it's been many years. How have you been? You are Ning Fan. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, his face lit up with joy. You're back. Yu country is saved. Yes. I'm back. Great Jin is finished. Ning Fan teased. What's your current cultivation level? I can't even see through you anymore. Could it be that you have already broken through to the divine transformation realm? Xianxia guessed. Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. He just carefully looked at Lady Yunhua and sighed. You want to resurrect her? Yes. I found a method that can give her a trace of chance to resurrect in her puppet body. However, my cultivation level isn't enough to return her soul to her original position. Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said. Return her soul to her original position? Ning Fan remained silent for a while. All of a sudden, he lifted his finger and pointed at Yunhua's glabella. He and Xianxia were considered to be friends. It was not impossible for him to help Xianxia. Traces of void power coiled around his finger. After that, Yunhua's soul suddenly linked up with her Baihui body and returned to her original position. You don't have to worry about Great Jin. With me around, Yu country will not face any calamity. You should stay at home and take care of your wife. Ning Fan smiled and turned to leave. His traveling light was too fast. Xianxia could not even see how he left. Xianxia had yet to react. He did not know what was the profound meaning behind Ning Fan's finger and words. All of a sudden, the lady in front of him let out a moan. She rubbed her forehead and said softly, strange. Why did my soul return to its original position? Clang ! The bowl in Xianxia's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces of porcelain. However, he did not care about it at all. He just stared at Lady Yunhua without blinking. His old eyes gradually became moist. It's Ning Fan. He's the one who helped your soul return to its original position. Could it be that he is already a void refinement realm old monster? Yunhua, you've finally come back to life. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. you're still as beautiful as you were in the past. As for me, I've aged." Jingshua's white hair hung loosely and his face was covered with frost. He had aged. Lady Yunhua raised her hand and gently touched Jingshua's wrinkles. She revealed a loving expression. "You're not old. In my heart, you're still the handsome Jingshua from the past. If I don't see my beauty grow old in the blink of an eye, I won't regret the promise of the heavens that year." "I can't thank you enough." Jingshua hugged Lady Yunhua tightly. His heart was touched and he was extremely grateful to Ning Fan. He stared at the direction where Ning Fan left and could not let go of his feelings for a long time. Outside the fire cloud sect, Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense. When he noticed that Jingshua and Lady Yunhua finally got together, he could not help but reveal a smile. "My next stop should be the Sinister Sparrow sect." Ning Fan took a gentle step forward and instantly crossed a vast distance, appearing at the Dark Sparrow Valley in the western region of Yu country. With another step, he directly crossed layers of formation light and appeared at the edge of the Bright Moon Pond in the inner valley. Beside the pond, a lady in blue robes stood quietly. She was the current sect master of the Sinister Sparrow sect, Blue Sparrow Sword Lan Mei. Beside Lan Mei, there was another lady in revealing pink clothes. She was the inner sect elder of the Sinister Sparrow sect, Pink Skeleton Bai Lu. Both of them were looking at the pond. Their beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable longing. "Great Gene is going to swallow you country. Are you still not coming back? Big brother Ning Fan." Lan Mei sighed faintly. "Humph. This stinky man is full of evil tricks. I wonder where he is indulging in debauchery. Why would he still remember us, his wives who have gone through hardships?" Bai Lu's eyes were filled with resentment and slight anger. Ning Fan almost burst out laughing. He never knew that Lan Mei would call him Big Brother Ning Fan when she was carrying him behind her back. A numbing feeling surged through his entire body. He never knew that Miss Bai Lu, who had been yelling about killing him, would actually call herself his wife who has gone through hardships. Moreover, she was so resentful. Asterisk slap. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Ning Fan appeared behind the two ladies like a ghost. He raised his palm and slapped one of their buttocks. It was soft and not bad at all. "Who is it? How dare you disrespect me?" Lan Mei was enraged. "You're courting death." Bai Lu was ready to kill. The two ladies turned around with murderous intent, but when they saw the face of the man behind them, they were stunned. "You. Why did you come back? You. You still know how to come back?" The two ladies concealed the joy in their eyes and purposely showed a hint of anger. "If I don't come back, I'm afraid you two won't be willing to form your core for the rest of your lives." Ning Fan's eyes swept across the two ladies with a teasing look. The magic power of the two ladies was enough to form their core, but they still couldn't break through to the gold core realm. It wasn't because they couldn't, but because they were unwilling. Just like Xihe, their heart devil was Ning Fan. They were reluctant to form their core as they were afraid that they would forget about him. A bunch of silly women. Ning Fan closed his eyes, but his heart felt warmer. Because of these silly women, the state of Yu was his home. Master. I smelled your scent and rushed to the inner valley. I didn't expect you to really come back." A surprised old man's voice resounded untimely, interrupting the romantic atmosphere. "Do you have a dog's nose? No one could sense my return to Yu country, but you are the only one who knows that I'm back just by smelling it." Ning Fan was speechless. Wasn't the old man who smelled his return his first disciple, Xueqing? This disciple of his had already broken through to the high-grade 4th Revolution pill refinement realm. At this speed, he would break through to the 5th Revolution one day. Following the breakthrough of his pill refinement realm, Xueqing's nose became sharper and sharper. The improvement of Xihe and the other ladies' cultivation base and the 3 Black Devil Guards' cultivation base was all thanks to Xueqing. Since the day Ning Fan left Yu country, Xueqing had been concocting pills every day and night. Without him, a 4th Revolution pill refinement master in Yu country, it was impossible for the 3 Black Devil Guards to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. After working hard for 40 years, Xueqing finally saw his master's return. Naturally, he was very happy. He was happy not because he missed Ning Fan, but because he remembered Ning Fan's promise in the past that he would give him a fifth revolution pill in the future. "Master, where is the fifth revolution pill you promised me?" Xueqing was filled with anticipation. "Oh, that's right. I remember that I promised you that I would give you a fifth revolution pill." Ning Fan seemed to have recalled the past. He patted his storage pouch and took out more than 100 pill bottles, placing all of them on the ground. "All of these pill bottles contain fifth revolution pills. Take whatever you want." "What? This is impossible? He actually has so many fifth revolution pills." Xueqing's face was filled with astonishment. "My goodness! Even a divine transformation realm old monster would not have so many fifth revolution pills. Why does my master have so many of them? This doesn't make sense. Since when did fifth revolution pills become cabbages that can be found everywhere? By the way, I'll give you a sixth revolution pill. Do you want it?" Ning Fan patted his storage pouch again and took out an exquisite jade box. Inside it was a sixth revolution pill. Six. 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 Xueqing was so excited that he could no longer speak. Today, he actually had the chance to see a legendary sixth revolution pill. He was really too happy. "Master, you are really too great. Your virtue matches heaven and earth and your prestige dominates the universe. For thousands of years, you will rule the entire world." Xueqing flattered incoherently. All of a sudden, Xueqing moved his nose and sniffed at Ning Fan. His face was filled with shock. Master. Why do you have a medicine soul? Could it be that you have become a legendary fifth revolution pill refinement master? Legend. 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 Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. Is fifth revolution pill refinement realm very rare? It has actually become a legend. It seems like fifth revolution pill refinement realm and divine transformation realm cultivators are all legends in your country. Ning Fan pondered inwardly. Could my sixth revolution pill refinement realm and void refinement realm cultivation base be considered as a legend among legends? To be continued. Ning Fan rewarded Xueqing with a sixth revolution pill and 10 fifth revolution pills. To Xueqing, these pills were rare and precious treasures. However, to Ning Fan, they were just dispensable things. Xueqing excitedly accepted the pills. After kowtowing 3 times and bowing 9 times, he immediately excused himself and anxiously dissected these pills to carefully study them. He had never seen a sixth revolution pill in his entire life. He was as excited as an old urchin. Looking at Xueqing's retreating back in a hurry, Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He had only accepted 2 disciples in his life and both of them were madmen who were obsessed with the Tao of pills. Yanggu was the second disciple, and Xueqing was the first disciple. Yanggu's innate talent in pill refinement was higher than Xueqing's. However, Xueqing's obsession with the Tao of pills was far greater than Yanggu's. Besides, Xueqing's dog nose was getting sharper and sharper. He could even smell the scent of a medicine soul. When it came to cultivation, aptitude was not the most important thing. Perhaps one day, Xueqing's alchemy skills would surpass Yanggu's because Xueqing had a stubborn heart. After Xueqing left, only Ning Fan, Lan Mei, and Bai Lu were left in the bright moon pond. Like Ji He, both of them suppressed their cultivation to peak harmonious spirit realm. Last night, Ning Fan and Ji He had dual cultivation. He helped Ji He unblock her immortal veins and break through some small bottlenecks, helping her clear her obstacles and breaking through to the gold core realm. Today, he couldn't be too generous, so he naturally had to help Lan Mei and Bai Lu unblock their immortal meridians. Ning Fan. Since you're back, let's settle old scores. 40 years ago, you plucked me, and I was no match for you. But now, I am no longer the same as before. Humph. Today, this elder will definitely ruthlessly pluck you to take revenge for the enmity from back then. I will definitely pluck all of your cultivation. Bai Lu furrowed her eyebrows. Even though her tone was fierce, her expression was charming and charming. She directly threw herself into Ning Fan's arms and began to stroke his chest. Her expression was as if she wanted to have sex with him on the spot. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Could he understand it as Bai Lu throwing herself at him? I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Lan Mei blushed and turned to leave. She wasn't as bold as Bai Lu to throw herself into his arms. Just as Lan Mei was about to turn around, Ning Fan grabbed her wrist and stopped her from leaving. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's rare for us to meet again. I'll help you clear your immortal meridians. With a flip of his hand, Ning Fan broke free from Bai Lu's embrace and held her in his arms. Ignoring Lan Mei's struggles, he grabbed her and turned into a streak of light, heading towards Lan Mei's room with ease. Before Lan Mei and Bai Lu could react, they were already brought into the room and pushed onto the bed. When they saw Ning Fan's ambiguous smile, they immediately knew what was going to happen. Bai Lu hadn't received rain or dew for 40 years, her eyes immediately turned coquettish like silk, she softly moaned and unbuttoned her clothes, ready to receive pleasure. Lan Mei, on the other hand, was still a virgin. She could not help but feel a little nervous and her body was a little stiff. The moment Ning Fan took off the red silk curtain, Lan Mei lowered her eyelids shyly and expectantly. Today was destined to be a day of spring. When dusk fell, Ning Fan left Sinister Sparrow sect. After a round of lovemaking, Ning Fan carefully cleared their immortal meridians with the help of his dual cultivation technique. Before leaving Sinister Sparrow sect, Ning Fan reassured Lan Mei and Bai Lu by telling them that he would certainly solve the problem of Great Jin's merger. The two of them did not know exactly how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was. However, after this dual cultivation session, their cultivation bases had skyrocketed. Some small bottlenecks were directly broken through and they even touched the bottleneck of the gold core realm. The two of them could almost enter seclusion to form their gold cores at any time. Ning Fan had only dual cultivated with them once, but the improvement in their cultivation base was equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation for them. It was not difficult for them to guess that Ning Fan's current cultivation base had definitely reached an astonishing level which far surpassed their cultivation base. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such an obvious effect of dual cultivation. What exactly is his current cultivation base? Could it be that the Marquis white robe that little sister Ji he mentioned is really him? Lan Mei and Bai Lu covered their mouths with their hands. They were a little surprised, but most of them were delighted. Ning Fan was no longer the same as before. Naturally, they felt happy for him. It seems like I can forget about plucking him for the rest of my life. Bai Lu purposely sighed, but her eyes were obviously filled with joy. What a hypocritical woman. Ning Fan left Sinister Sparrow sect and concealed his tracks. Then, he secretly went to some sects in Yu country. Great Void sect, Purple Light sect. He walked past each of the sections. He walked past the former site of the All Pleasure sect and the ruins of the Heaven Separation sect. Memories of the past flooded his mind. In the past, he was still a young man. In order to take revenge, he had no choice but to step into the sea of blood of cultivation. He had experienced pain, madness, and sorrow. 40 years had passed, but the past was like a fleeting dream. It could no longer stir up any ripples in the lake of his heart. When he went to the Hu clan, he still remembered the promise he made to Hu Fengzi, the old ancestor of the Hu clan, to help the Hu clan 3 times for a cultivation pill. He stood at the peak of the Cold Moon Mountain in front of the grave that he had left for Hu Fengzi. Under the protection of his reputation, the Hu clan did not decline and continued to exist. However, Hu Fengzi's grave was already overgrown with weeds. Ning Fan squatted in front of Hu Fengzi's grave and pulled out the weeds in front of it. He sighed softly. You sacrificed your life to protect the Hu clan, but they forgot about you. They didn't even take good care of your grave. Now, it seems like what you did for them wasn't worth it. Ning Fan stood up and looked at the setting sun. Then, he turned around and left without saying a word. He did not give any benefits to the Hu clan. Perhaps it was because he disliked the fickleness of the Hu clan. After taking a few light steps, Ning Fan had already arrived at the flat cloud mountain in the eastern region from the western region of Yu country. The spiritual qi in the mountain was thin. There were no cultivators cultivating there. There was only one village on the mountain. It was called the Peaceful Village. It was a mortal village. This village was the mortal village where Ninggu lived in the past. It had been 40 years since Ning Fan and Ninggu parted ways. He really wanted to see his younger brother. He walked along the mountain path and slowly arrived at the outskirts of the peaceful village. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar scenery, he sighed with emotion. The mountain path outside the village was filled with sparse camellias. There shouldn't be so many camellias in the past. At the entrance of the village, a few yellow-haired children were chasing butterflies. They looked quite childish. As soon as they saw Ning Fan, they immediately approached him with a smile and asked, "Uncle, are you a passing merchant? Do you want to stay overnight in our peaceful village?" "I'm not a merchant and I'm not here to stay overnight. I've been to the peaceful village before. The reason why I'm here today is to look for an old friend." "An old friend? Who are you looking for, Uncle? We can help you find the way." "However, Uncle said that you've been to the peaceful village before. Why haven't we seen you before?" "Of course you haven't seen me before. You guys can continue playing. You don't have to show me the way. I know the way." Ning Fan could not help but laugh. It had been more than 40 years since he left Yu country. How could these 7 to 8 years old children have seen him before? He spread his spirit sense across the village. Suddenly, he sighed. Many of the mortals and villagers whom he had met in the past had already passed away. The lifespan of mortals was really short. Only 40 years had passed, but so many old faces had disappeared. Most of the elderly people in the past had already been buried in the soil. The young people in the past had also become old men. A few old men were sitting at the entrance of the village and smoking tobacco. When they looked at Ning Fan, they felt that he looked familiar. However, they could not remember where they had seen him before, no matter how hard they tried. They just smiled at him politely. 40 years had passed. It was impossible for the old men to remember a passerby whom they had met countless years ago. 40 years had passed. It was impossible for the children to have seen Ning Fan's voice and face. The children did not know each other when they saw each other. They smiled and asked him where he came from. However, they did not know that Ning Fan had been here a long time ago. After bidding farewell to the children, Ning Fan smiled at the old men in the village and walked into the mountain village alone. He passed through the thatched cottages with familiarity and went straight to one of them. There were 2 old longbows hanging on the wall of the thatched cottage. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone pulled it, as the paint on the door had become a little dark. Both sides of the wooden door and within the fence were planted with camellias of various colors. However, due to the lack of care, there were many weeds growing in the area. Ning Fan gently knocked on the wooden door. He could sense the chi of a man in the thatched cottage. He knew that it was his younger brother, Ninggu. Upon hearing Ning Fan's knock, an old man who was almost 60 years old slowly walked out of the thatched cottage. His eyes were filled with sorrow that could not be erased. The old man's cloudy eyes were filled with sorrow. However, when he saw Ning Fan, he was immediately startled and his expression became extremely complicated. "It's you. You finally come." Then, he coughed a few times and said with a bitter and sorrowful smile, "I've waited for you for a long time. If I don't see you again, I won't be willing to leave with her in peace." Ning Fan looked at the old man and let out a deep sigh. "Ninggu, how did you become like this?" The old man was none other than Ninggu. His face was covered with frost and he was getting old. He no longer looked as handsome as he used to be. Ning Fan was puzzled. Ninggu was once a cultivator after all. Even if his cultivation base was sealed and he had cultivated the life-sealing ruler before, he should not have aged so quickly. Isn't it good to look like this? Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. The old man coughed and smiled bitterly. "And Ran is dead, she's dead. I don't want to live alone. I'm willing to die with her. However, I still have an unfulfilled wish. I can't die just like this. I'm sorry. I finally remembered you. However, it took me 40 years. I'm sorry, big brother." The old man's eyes were filled with tears. His expression was filled with sorrow that could not be dispelled. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Ning Fan silently. He remembered Ning Fan and all the joys and sorrows of the past. He wanted to see Ning Fan again so that he could die with Ran peacefully. Now that he had met Ning Fan and apologized to him, he already had the will to die. However, the guilt in his heart could not be erased no matter what. He was filled with guilt. He hated himself for spending 40 years only to remember that he once had an elder brother named Ning Fan. He felt even more guilty. He felt guilty that his heart was like dead ashes. He wanted to die within Ran and could not accompany Ning Fan to the end of the lonely path of cultivation. And Ran has actually gone too, Ning Fan let out a sigh. He closed his eyes and recalled the young girl from the mountain village that he met 40 years ago. Her lively eyes still appeared in front of him, but she was no longer there. And Ran was a mortal who was infatuated with Ninggu. When she died, Ninggu's grief and heartache was slightly understandable. I clearly left a longevity pill for her. Didn't she eat it? If she eats it, she shouldn't die. How could she bear to eat those good things? She had already eaten them without me knowing. She was a good woman. The old man felt his heart wrenching. On the day Ran died, Ninggu dispersed his cultivation base and his cultivation base. He originally had magic power and he would not age so quickly. However, after losing his magic power, he immediately aged rapidly. He did not have much time left in his life. As long as he could see Ning Fan again, he would die within Ran. Big brother, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you on this path of cultivation. Why are you saying this? Why would I force you if you don't want to cultivate? Get up. Bring me to Xian Ran's grave. Ning Fan pushed open the wooden door and helped Ninggu up. He sighed softly. He understood Ninggu very well. He knew what he was thinking at the moment. He knew that this foolish younger brother of his had fulfilled his last wish after seeing him. Now, he only wanted to die. Ning Fan did not stop him. He also knew that he could not stop him. However, he could still do one more thing for Ninggu. That thing could still allow him to live a happy and ordinary life. All right. Big brother, I will bring you to Xian Ran. There was a short grave behind the house. In front of the grave, there was a wooden tablet. The grave of my beloved wife Ran. Ninggu took out some joss sticks and paper money from the house and lit them in front of Ran's grave. Then, he took out 2 jars of wine and drank with Ning Fan. The wine was the camellia wine from the Peace Village. It had a light floral fragrance and the alcohol was not strong. It was warm and smooth when it entered the throat. It was not spicy at all. Ning Fan stood in front of Ran's grave. He held the wine jar with one of his hands and gulped down a big mouthful of it. Ninggu did not drink the wine. He just stared at Ran's grave in a daze and smiled bitterly. Brother, how have you been all these years? Are you happy in cultivating the Tao? Regardless of whether I'm happy or not, I can't avoid this path. I can only move forward. Ning Fan said calmly. I'm very happy. I'm very happy living with Ran. I'm so happy that I can't bear to part with her. I originally hated Tao cultivation. I hated fighting, killing, scheming, and the endless sea of blood in the cultivation world. I stubbornly refused to teach Ran the chi submission technique. I just wanted her to live a peaceful life because she too disliked fighting and killing. That's what I thought and that's what I did. However, after Ran passed away, I became lost again. The life of a mortal is really short. If Ran and I cultivated the Tao in the past, would we be able to stay together for a longer time? However, Ran told me before she died that she no longer had any regrets after knowing me for this lifetime. The life of a mortal is born in the morning and dies in the evening. It's just like the morning dew, like a white steed flashing past a crevice. It's just a blur. The life of a cultivator is long but tiring. It's like cicadas in autumn, like bees, butterflies, insects, and insects that seek for personal gain. However, it's not true happiness. I once regretted it and I was also lost. My heart ached as if it was being twisted into pieces. I missed all the times when Ran was by my side. If I cultivated the Tao, I might be able to stay with her for a long time. However, I firmly believe that if I can redo my life, I will still make the same choice as her and be a mortal companion for another lifetime. I will accompany her in her sickness, grow old with her, live a peaceful life with her and die with her. This is my wish. Brother, I want to accompany Ran. I'm sorry. I can't accompany you to the end of this lonely path of cultivation. My heart can't contain the Tao, it can only be filled with her shadow. As soon as Ninggu finished speaking, he suddenly lifted the wine jar and drank it in one gulp. However, his vitality was fading rapidly. When he finished drinking, he glanced at Ning Fan guiltily. Then, he turned his head and looked at Anran's grave with a gentle gaze. Ran, I've already met my big brother once. My wish has been fulfilled. Now, I'm going to look for you. You must have waited for me for a long time. In my next life, I still want to meet you during the blooming season of the camellia. However, I don't have the confidence to find you again in the sea of people. Ninggu quietly leaned against the tombstone and gently fell down. With a smile on his face, he passed away. Ning Fan's heart ached. He closed his eyes and stood still for a long time. He had countless methods to save Ninggu, but he did not do it. Ninggu had suffered too much pain in this life. Since that was the case, Ning Fan would grant him a new life. Ninggu wanted to live the life of a mortal and reunite with Anran. Ning Fan could fulfill all of his wishes. None of you will die. Anran, I gave you a hairpin in the past. There is a trace of sword sense in it. Not only does it have the effect of protecting your body, but it can also retain a trace of your soul, Ning Fan muttered to himself. With a flick of his sleeve, Ninggu's corpse disappeared. Then, a new grave appeared in front of Anran's grave. There was a tombstone with the words, "The grave of Ninggu, youngest brother." Then, Ning Fan made a suction force towards the two graves. Two wandering souls flew out from the graves. They were Anran and Ninggu. Let's sleep for a while, Ning Fan gently tapped on the glabella of the two souls, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. Then, he kept their souls into his sleeves and left the Peace Village, heading towards the south of Yu country. After passing through countless cultivation countries, Ning Fan performed hand seals and divinations along the way. Finally, he stopped outside a city of immortal country. The country was called Tang Country and the city was called Chang'an. In Chang'an City, there were two families of officials whose madams were about to give birth today. The two families had been related by marriage for generations. Their mansions were only separated by a wall. Moreover, the madams of the two families were about to give birth on the same day. The two families had made an agreement that if the two babies that were about to be born were of the same gender, they would become siblings. If it was a boy and a girl, they would be betrothed to each other. Today, the two madams were about to give birth at the same time. It was supposed to be a joyous day. However, both of them had difficulties giving birth at the same time. Moreover, both of them were frail and weak. Even the best midwives and doctors in the city could not do anything to help them. Ning Fan had already divined that the two babies that were about to be born were a boy and a girl. Similarly, Ning Fan had also divined that if it wasn't for his intervention, the madams of the two families would have died from difficulties giving birth today. He made a hand seal and took out Ninggu and Anran's souls. Then, he stealthily descended upon the two families and placed their souls into the bellies of the two madams. After that, he personally activated his magic power to help the two madams give birth to their babies. When the two beautiful babies were born at the same time, all the doctors and midwives were stunned. How is this possible? They actually gave birth. Could it be that a deity has appeared and saved the two madams? Ning Fan did not show himself. He was just stunned. From the bodies of Ninggu and Anran, he actually saw a white line extending out of their bodies. The two white lines wanted to connect with each other but they could not. What, is this line? Ning Fan never knew that there would be such white lines in a human's body. He carefully examined the white lines and sensed an extraordinary power of the Great Tao. It contained a vast amount of life force. Connect their white lines together so that they will never be separated from each other for the rest of their lives. Luo Yu suddenly reminded him from the Yin-Yang locket. Does this white line have such a use? Ning Fan was surprised, but he did as he was told. He gently tied the white thread on their little fingers. The white lines were not visible to the naked eye. Even Void Refinement Realm experts and Void Fragmentation Realm experts might not be able to see them. Ning Fan vaguely guessed that the white lines were extraordinary. With this line, no matter how many times you and Anran reincarnates, you will always be reunited with them. This is good too. Finally, your wish has been fulfilled. Ninggu, no matter what you want, I will give it to you because I am your elder brother. An elder brother is like a father to you. Since your wish is to be a mortal couple with Anran for the rest of your life, I will grant you such a life. However, you must remember one thing. You must protect the woman you have slept with for the rest of your life. You must not let her suffer any harm. Since this is the path that you have chosen, you must follow this path until the end. Remember this. Ningfan's body was concealed. Only Ninggu could hear his words. Ninggu was clearly just a little baby. However, he did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, he stared at Ningfan with his pitch-black eyes and babbled. No one knew what he was saying. Perhaps it was Ninggu's way of expressing his gratitude and assurance to Ningfan. I wonder when will be the next time we meet. Ningfan felt a little disappointed. He took a step forward and left Tang country. On this day, he personally buried Ninggu and gave him a chance to be reborn. Inwardly, he faintly gained some understanding of samsara. That kind of understanding was the understanding of life and death. Besides, life and death were included in samsara. Because of this understanding, he saw the strange white lines. When I saw the two of them die, I personally built their graves. I gave them a chance to be reborn and personally sent them to be reincarnated. This feeling is very strange. But what exactly is that white line? Ningfan's heart was stirred. He patted his storage pouch and took out a wordless ancient book that had turned yellow. It was something that he found by chance in the sinister Sparrow sect in the past. It was an item left behind by immortal sovereign Zido. This book was not a cultivation method or magic technique. It also did not record any cultivation experience. However, it contained Zido's subtle feelings of sending his friends to their graves. Because Ningfan had touched the edge of the samsara power, the wordless ancient book had already revealed a short poem. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Samsara blows and reignites. An immortal's death is like scattering thoughts. This life will never return. Ningfan recited this poem and walked past each of the low-grade cultivation countries. Then, he stood on the peak of a nameless barren mountain. He faintly sensed that there seemed to be a power similar to controlling life and death in that white line. What is that line? He asked himself. That is the Tao line of life. Asterisk tisk asterisk asterisk tisk asterisk. I didn't expect that you could actually gain enlightenment about life and death after sending your younger brother to reincarnation. From there, you could see the Tao line of life. You really surprised me. If this encounter of yours is spread out, I wonder how many void fragmentation realm old monsters in the 9 worlds will envy you. Luo Yu praised. The Tao line of life? What's that? Ningfan asked in surprise. That's the Tao line that only human profound life immortals can see. It's a crucial step in becoming an immortal. The reason why those rogue immortals, rogue demons, and rogue devils failed to become immortals is because they couldn't comprehend the Tao line of life. The most difficult step in the path of becoming an immortal is to comprehend life and death. Since you can see the Tao line of life, it will greatly help you in becoming an immortal in the future. Now, however, it's useless. Luo Yu explained. I see. So this item is the Tao line of life. Ningfan stood on the peak of the nameless mountain for 8 days. During these 8 days, his mind repeatedly comprehended life and death. When he raised his palm, he could already see the pure white Tao line of life from the lines on his palm. On the 9th day, Ningfan stopped comprehending and returned to Yu country. It was almost time for him to head to Song country to participate in the Great Jin's assembly. King Jin, the grudges in the past have been settled today. Ningfan said indifferently while walking among the clouds. The assembly was being held in Linshui city of Song country. In the sky above Linshui city, countless rays of light and flying ships were continuously arriving. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered in the city to participate in the assembly. Most of the cultivators who came to Linshui city belonged to the 11 cultivation countries that were threatened by Great Jin. In this assembly, the sects and forces of the 11 cultivation countries must give Great Jin an answer. They would either choose to submit to Great Jin or choose to perish. In a large hall at the center of Linshui city, a divine transformation realm cultivator wearing black dragon robes sat on the throne. He was none other than King Jin. Below him sat 2 other divine transformation realm cultivators. They were the divine transformation realm revered elders of the serene heaven palace of the Rain Palace. One of them was an early divine transformation realm cultivator with a head full of white hair who was almost touching the bottleneck of the mid-divine transformation realm. He was none other than revered Snow. The other divine transformation realm cultivator seemed to have just advanced to the mid-divine transformation realm not long ago. His cultivation base had yet to stabilize. His face was ugly and his body was tall and sturdy. This ugly man's name was Xianxia. He used to be a divine messenger of the Rain Palace. However, after he broke through to the divine transformation realm, he joined the Serene Heaven Palace and became a revered elder. He was given the title of Revered Lai. Behind the two revered elders, there were more than 10 divine messengers from the branch palaces. All of them were at the nascent soul realm. Among the divine messengers, there was a late nascent soul realm cultivator who was blind. He wasn't as arrogant as he used to be. His whole body was emitting a dense aura of death. He was Yun Kuang, the person who wanted to buy In Sucho's smile with money. This assembly is just a formality. With King Jin's divine transformation realm cultivation, it's a piece of cake for you to suppress the 11 countries. Even if the 11 countries are unwilling to submit to you, they won't dare to disobey you. There shouldn't be any blind forces that would dare to disobey King Jin's order, right? Revered Snow said with a smile. What fellow Taoist Shui said is extremely true. Even though there are some small powers that are unwilling to submit, but as long as we annihilate a few powers in this assembly of nations to serve as a warning to the others, I presume the other powers will obediently submit to our Darjeeling dynasty. By the way, may I ask fellow Taoist Xianxia if the Vice Palace Master will come personally? King Jin revealed an expectant look and cupped his fists at Xianxia politely. The Vice Palace Master he mentioned was naturally the Vice Palace Master of the Serene Heaven Palace. Not only the Vice Palace Master of the Serene Heaven Palace will come for this assembly, but also a big shot. Xianxia said indifferently. Oh? Which big shot will be coming? King Jin was surprised. The sect master of the martial sect, Marquis Wu Mu. Xianxia's tone was calm, but King Jin was shocked. What? A big shot like Marquis Wu Mu would actually participate in a small assembly of my great Jin. This really makes Ben Jun overwhelmed by the favor. My status is low, so I've never seen Marquis Wu Mu before. If Marquis Wu Mu comes, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xianxia to introduce him to me. I heard that there are some sects in your country that are openly opposing to submit to Great Jin. Xianxia didn't like King Jin's flattering expression, so he casually changed the topic. You country? It's just a low-grade cultivation country. What's there to be afraid of? I'll knock some sense into you country in this assembly and see which country still dares to not submit to Great Jin. King Jin sneered. I advise you not to look down on you country. This is just a kind reminder. Xianxia recalled the figure of a young man in his mind and suddenly felt a little dispirited. If it wasn't because he joined the Serene Heaven Palace and received the mission to participate in the assembly, he wouldn't be willing to be associated with King Jin. On the contrary, he preferred to sit and discuss the Tao with that young man from Yu country. He reunited with that young man during the demon extermination mission in Great Jin and was surprised by the young man's rapid improvement in strength. Now that another 40 years had passed, he wondered if that young man had returned to Yu country and what cultivation base did he have now. If he was still around, it might be very difficult for King Jin to unify the 11 countries. Humph. Yu country is just a low-grade cultivation country. It's nothing to worry about. Although Yu country's Fire Cloud sect has a nascent Soul Realm expert and Sinister Sparrow sect has a 4th Revolution Pill Master, they're still not qualified to be my enemy. Fellow Taoist Xianxia might have good intentions, but you're worrying too much. Yu country won't be able to stir up any waves. It's just a country of ants that can be trampled to the ground at any time. King Jin suddenly stood up and walked out of the main hall in high spirits. I'm a dignified divine transformation realm cultivator. Those below the divine transformation realm are all ants. Within the 11 countries, no one is a match for me. Everyone must submit to me. King Jin's body emitted wisps of black intent realm power. In an instant, both Xianxia and Revered Snow were greatly shocked. Is this the Overlord Intent Realm? What a strong force. Among the early divine transformation realm experts, there aren't many who can be a match for King Jin. End of chapter 516. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.